Sam, is that a rabbit? Proceeds to unload 50.
Oh yeah, Piotr, start reading it.
Oh, there was.
What, the briefing?
No, start reading it.
I don't know what he means. I'm very confused.
Pasta.
Okay. Sorry, I was confused. I was like, yeah.
How is our resident clergyman confused?
Start reading
He
the
has
pasta.
become confuzzled and is thinking about converting to Islam.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah.
Alright, but I think for this week,
he's gonna take a small excerpt from the pizza book for the Holy Book of Pizza.
Here we have the Italian contingent of battle priests straight from Sicily.
I just recently watched the absolutely glorious meme of the American cooking show where they're making a particular carbonara pasta, and there's an Italian chef and two like American talk show hosts, and one of
mother had wheels with shitty
well,
pipes.
yes, one of them goes, well, if you added like extra bacon to this would be amazing.
British
And
talk
the
show.
chef just looks at her like
Okay.
devastated and goes, well, if my mother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. They just fucking die live on air.
That's not an American show.
so
that's
for
a
this
British
week
show.
we have a excerpt from the Holy Book of Recipes of the Vatican. We will be reading
Hey,
a
Wojcinski.
section of the
And
preparation for pasta amatriciana. So, in nome di Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, from the Book of Recipes.
Thanks for the resub.
Parare spaghetti cum amatriciana prima H ad coces ad
What the
codenciniam in pasta erit saltung ad ulcus. Vos cantung dicas te ad colisse, tole pilingo, removere cortices I et inferentium illud incrustae cirteser I centimeter crassa.
Yeah, Kochi.
Redigendum incrustae ad literature circereter dimidium a centimeter 2 down. I don't know how to fuck it.
Reading?
What?
Literatura? What now?
Brown, I am super humilis calor.
Stay quiet.
Damn.
We will call in the secondary battle imams.
My brother didn't even let me finish the excerpt.
I'll be right back.
Also, I want to know how the fuck I'm supposed to say centimeter in Latin.
Just make it sound posh.
Yeah, to be fair, centimetro.
So I've had a grand total of 2 hours of sleep.
User joined your channel.
Also, I haven't figured out what's up with the music bot yet, so I haven't been able to split the audio
Alec
back
joins.
out.
His entire sound system is broken.
What I think we're going to do is
Perfect. Put him in platoon RTO.
the usual ArmA stream,
Make him Zeus.
and then some GHPC before class. Then I gotta go to class,
By the way, if anybody's confused,
and then depending how conscious I
sound in the
am,
background, this is not a washing machine. I'm just very accurately emulating the sound of an M113 engine.
User disconnected from
depending on how
channel.
conscious I am after class,
I am going to get some bread.
it'll either
because I'm
be
hungry.
a second part of the stream where we do some
You eat
mysteries,
bread when you're hungry?
Hey, panini.
or it may be
Panini.
tomorrow.
Hang on, did
I don't
somebody
know.
fucking move me out of my
User joined
fucking
your
slot?
channel.
What in the
You
goddamn?
restarted
Hell
the
yeah.
mission, brother.
Yes, and I reselected my slot too.
No, you didn't. I didn't.
Some being acting sus.
I never saw you in that slot, buddy.
So yeah, this will be a really short stream, and there'll either be a second part this afternoon
Gamers
or
can
probably
see now.
tomorrow. I
Gamer.
don't know yet. I still want to get in a proper full length, no shit, like 8-hour stream or something later in the week, but
Are you gaming?
it's
Among Us gaming,
difficult
perhaps?
At the moment, I'm pretty pressed for
course.
time.
Yeah.
It's an
We're both of
RWS
another Among Us
Spitfire
game.
Mark 8. It would have been probably.
By the way, everybody needs
I wasn't
to
paying
put in
attention
this,
to the slideshow,
on this,
but
in the background
it's
while
probably my
playing this
personal
mission.
livery from IL2,
You have to do it.
which is China, Burma, India theater
Why you
colours.
have to do it.
Look, if I want to listen to weird throat singing, I'll put on The Who.
If you do not wish to listen to it, I shall try and do my best to recreate it.
You can do whatever,
by the way-
whatever best you want. I'm going to be sitting in a vehicle where I can't hear your ass.
I will jump into the vehicle and whisper sweet Sardaukar into your ear.
It doesn't
yeah.
matter, doesn't
It's
it?
a cruiser.
A big change has happened.
Oh boy.
If you look at the briefing, vehicle communications is on 40.
I need to rework a lot of the
Instead of
interior
50.
design of it though.
As we had last mission.
Like
right?
the engineering
Yeah,
space and a few
yeah,
other
yeah.
things.
Partially 40.
Yeah, pretty sure.
So no
It
changes,
is, in fact.
aside from us going basically back to normal prior to the
There's,
new radio
Not
system.
really. Kind of.
Several different
Anyway.
shades of blue.
I appreciate the heads up. But you have already preset the vehicle radius to 40, I presume?
Yes.
So I don't have to do shit.
Well, I mean, you could, you know, switch them from 50 while trying to be proper about it, so, you know.
I can switch them to 53, sure. It really depends on how many hills we have, so exactly how low I'm going to be able to fly. But I think I can qualify for 53.
Fly?
Yeah, you know, 53 air assets. If I re-qualify
Do we
myself
have
for
the
air assets.
arrow Gavin now, or? You know it's an APC, right?
There's a screenshot during
Yes, I also
construction
know that things such as hills exist.
before the actual paint job was
where I
done.
can just jump over the top briefly.
I really do need to do
Does
some
it
more
doesn't
space
specify
engineers.
anywhere how high the air assets have to fly or for how long.
I had like a couple
What
weeks sort of
assets?
burst of inspiration where I
Generally
started
assets
playing
that
it
we
again,
have.
and I haven't played it again
The
since. I just
imaginary
haven't had the
hind.
time.
That we never really have.
I'm gonna be real. It's
So I figured APC can stand in.
it's
but
getting
I'll feel
really
hind
hard
by
to actually
occasionally-
do much besides
I'm getting some air.
the games I play on stream usually
I
these
mean,
days. I just have
you
not
run
had the
into a
time with
landmine-
trying to study again. I'm
I'm not
still
sure I
not
actually
giving
get
enough
air on
time
the
to that
landmine.
either.
Like the
so.
empty vehicle shell does, but not with me inside it, and that's very sad.
I think at that point,
Oh
you
yeah,
just kind
I
of
still
fine
haven't played that yet.
even
I should
coat
probably
of
pick it up
jelly
at some
over the
point.
interior of the vehicle.
I
Oh,
kind of
yes,
save up
even
for a
as
bit
jelly, I
because
wish to
there's a bunch of
experience
stuff
the
coming
flight.
from Mizkiz that I want to get, and then there's a bunch of stuff coming for DCS that either releases very shortly or is probably
Light of the
going to
Valkyries,
release soon-ish
yes.
that I want. So
I mean, it's not that much of to add to
trying
speakers
to
to the MO1 trick.
constrain my spending a little so I don't get carried away. I'm strongly considering getting the Marquis 339 for DCS. Very strongly considering it.
Damn.
Even though it's a trainer. Even though
you
I don't
gotta
know how often I'd fly it.
complimentary Pre-briefing, like pre-start side.
Yeah,
really
yeah,
tempted.
it's always
User
needed.
joined your channel.
You just sound like
It's-
Brant every time he hears us talk.
I still can't get over the fact that we're starting with these really cool sounding Zeus and Ares, and then we turn fucking British. Philip.
What?
Our call signs. I still can't get over the
Is
fact that
that,
they just
is that
turn
British
British.
to you?
Yes, Philip II, especially.
I don't know what to
My
tell you, my man.
brother
It's
in
like
Christ, are you aware
the
of where
fifth
Philip
most
II
common,
is from?
Like, Greek boy name.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Also,
because of British colonization of Greece.
I want to have you rate my sandwich. I made a sandwich. It is 2 pieces of toasted bread.
questioning what he made.
DMZ, have you somehow fucking forgotten that Alexander the Great's dad was literally called Philip III?
Yeah, where do you think
Or
the
sorry,
Brits
Philip
got the
Clearly
name from?
also a sign of British occupation.
But is it,
My brother in Christ, Alexander the Great's dad was
Hold on,
called
hold on.
Philip.
but is it Philip like English word Philip, or is it something else
Jesus
that
Christ.
translates to Philip in English?
Philippos.
It's Philippos.
It's big
Pretty
moat
much
moment.
Philip.
Philippus.
Of course, it's
Shut up.
Philippus.
Philip was so amazing that they named
Philip
it.
means horse loving.
Wow.
Philip was so
I
good they
shall-
named
Oh,
it.
oh,
I
But
shall
wrong.
reiterate,
In the
this is
middle of
once
the
again a
Pacific
sign of
Ocean.
British occupation.
And Alexander means defender
Kitty,
of
kitty.
men. I'm gonna defend you, boys. I'm gonna defend you.
Defender and lover.
Oh,
Don't
come here,
forget
kitty.
lover.
Never forget that part.
Come here, kitty.
Remember to bend over, DMZ.
Come here.
Just for you, Alex. Just for you.
Kitty.
Mwah.
Although we can't really have an Alex MG team or squad anymore, but we can have an Alex APC.
No,
If
I'm
you
not
have-
jumping into a fucking APC. I'm staying the marksman.
Okay. I is the most useful position.
No, he's saying my assistant.
What do you mean
Does
you're
anybody
assistant? I'm
want
the
to be a
marksman.
crewman with the Fidical in an M113?
I mean,
You have
I'm
your
gonna
own
be the
personal
crewman.
driver.
I'll
I'm
go
gonna be
wherever you
crewman.
place me, Grim.
I know, but you're
Grim,
valuable.
we're stupid, but we're not that stupid.
I mean, I'll drive myself.
Ross, Come there's here. a scope in it.
Graham,
Scope
Graham
on the
trying to get us to crew an APC like he's a fucking commissar in the USSR.
Question: What magnification is the scope? Is it at 3 times?
1x.
And it's
Basically, would you
it's
say
an
it's about a
LIG scope?
350? Would you say it's
it's
about
an
a
LIG
350?
scope.
Okay.
Guys, I have a fuzzy boy in my life.
Leave my balls.
Jesus Christ.
I have a
I
fuzz
guess
in my
one of you
balls.
fuckers are gonna have to walk.
Why do I have to walk? We have one squad, one APC. I can fit them all.
Nah,
It's
Lost
a
battleship, 3
phantom.
my
It's a
cruisers, 5
phantom
my destroyers,
APC.
all running out the
It's called
entire
an
game.
APC, but in reality,
Shit.
it's a burnt out wreck.
I can't help but notice we still don't have a platoon commander.
Yeah, it's a Russian APC on paper.
Also, Grim, holy fuck that video.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
It's a
God.
Russian PTRK APC. Technically
The
exists,
one in Grim's
practically
server.
doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, like basically the video in talking is of like 3 Russian trucks in the Ukraine war doing a jousting match with the Ukrainian T-64 while towing howitzers, by the way,
I think
Where
those are
was,
empty
where was
12s,
this video
actually.
posted?
in my Discord.
Ah, okay.
That's
That explains
let me
why I
say
didn't see
it's
it.
Spicy stuff in there, so
It's-
not for everyone.
It's
spicy
full of
stuff,
things
yeah.
that you wouldn't have
Also,
seen
you
before
see
DMZ.
the
It's not
commander's
appropriate.
ammo on the Dishka getting
Yeah,
shit
cook off.
and shit like that, cooking off.
I mean,
The little lid you use over the belt, saving him from a sniper, stuff like that.
it can't get any
It's
more
spicy
spicy
shit.
than the Ukrainian tank seeing Ukrainian people next to Russian APC and just fucking, doing the obvious thing. Can't get any more spicy.
Okay, we have 3 more people. I need 1. Kill me. Could you go platoon, please?
Wow. Shit.
You asked me where you wanted to be, so you know.
I did ask.
As usual,
then,
I volunteer.
Alec, can you
if
go,
Killer is the winner.
Philip 2. Waller, thank you. And Brandt, of course, isn't in TeamSpeak. Classic.
So we have,
So
we
we'll
have,
get another
You're
machine
alive,
gun.
you mow the trucker.
we have Philip
machine
1
gun.
and we
Hey,
have
Mark.
Alec.
Barely, man, barely.
Alec
Cheers for the
will just
resub.
attach
Good to see you.
to first squad as a third team. Are you okay
Inshallah,
with that,
there
Ben?
shall be some DCS later this week, but I don't know at this point. Like, I'm so pressed for time these days. I can
we
barely
could
get a
also
stream
get
in.
Alec into a second APC, right? If he's on his own anyway.
Alex,
If he
want
wants
do
to.
that?
Yeah, I think a second M113 is
Yeah.
probably
Okay,
better
go do that then.
better than 3 dudes.
Yeah, go do that.
So, am I to understand correctly? We are self-crewing and self-driving the APC, right?
Hi, Alex. Well,
cat
you
slid
have an
down
AI that's
my-
supposed to be your driver.
My
I don't
cat
have an
slid-
AI.
My cat slid down my leg.
Ah.
With its claws
With
out.
the claws.
Lovely.
User
There,
joined your
there you go,
channel.
DMC. I have
Thank
enabled
you.
you an AI.
Hello,
Thank you.
The
Bill.
kindest of creatures.
I hope the AI is smarter than me.
Lugia.
Alright, hello. Where am I going?
You can go machine gunner in Philip 2.
Well, if we have this many people
Or
coming in,
yeah,
then
machine
it's
gunner
just what it is.
preferably.
barrel machine gun. Why
Don't
not?
eat that.
Is it big blade machine gun?
What is happening to your brain cells?
Truly the most intelligent of creatures, graceful,
Bluegill,
smart.
Bluegill got the machine gun. Don't eat that.
No, Bluegill, do not eat the barrel. Damn, stop.
Crayon tastes good.
When you have to stop and think about if Alec is talking to his cat or if he's talking to the 345th.
Oh no, as a cat owner, he's definitely talking to his cat.
Also, I know for a fact that at least like 50% of the Discord, when they heard "don't eat that," had something in their mouth, and immediately took it out.
I have to admit, I was chewing on a piece of plastic when he said that.
Yeah, I was
Why
drinking,
are
but I
you-
didn't stop drinking because he can't stop me.
Are you going from microplastics to macroplastics?
I'm recycling.
Oh yeah, kill me. Did you see the thing I put in ArmA?
Yeah, yeah, just saw.
Yeah, I will tell you on the radio to tell me if you're being stupid, by the way. Or
Righto.
actually, keep your Steam open just in case I need to DM you.
My Steam is always open for you, Grim.
Bro.
Or when someone tells them not to eat something, gonna eat it
Yummy.
anyways.
Hello?
Is Brighty in TeamSpeak? Oh, there he is at the bottom. Sorry. I
Damn.
think Brighty has played enough with us to become a proper member, boy. So
Yo!
Congrats! You get a customary
Hoorah!
Sign.
Congrats!
I don't have any noisemakers.
As
my
a
cheeks in your honor.
new member,
Alec.
you will have to.
Don't
send
worry,
feedback
Alex. Someone will have a
to me.
negligent discharge and spawn. That'll be our noise
Sorry, I
maker.
don't have any feet.
Alec, you don't have a noisemaker. Just
Brighty.
squeeze the cat.
User joined your channel.
Hey,
If he
Brighty.
squeezes the cat, Alex will be the
User joined your
noisemaker.
channel.
I see. Okay, whoever just joined, Brand and G-Boy.
Brad and G-Boy.
It will be cool with a team leader-esque guy in Philip 2, if anybody of you wants to do that.
Team leader-esque.
Listen to
Damn.
me.
I
I will
accept
tell
the
Demon, as the
position.
one who was most recently admin, I feel like you were perfectly qualified for this role.
I'll
Or
be a bit
actually,
late.
G-Man, do you want to be an
I won't
ABC boy?
listen.
Sure.
Okay, Alec, team leader, quad in Philip 1, squad leader, so...
Real life
Wait, are you kicking
exhaustion,
Alex from
simulate
ABC
real
role?
combat
So-
conditions, true dedication
Yes,
to the
he's
mission.
an admin.
Oh, you have no idea. Like,
Damn,
probably
so I guess to get bullied.
half or more of my armor
Yeah,
streams,
boy.
I've been
it
barely
would be good to have
conscious.
an MG system marksman or rifle grenadier.
Marksman?
Especially over the winter when it's 4 a.m. start.
Offered
Medics
freely.
not in his field, Brand.
I
Ooh.
think it's next
Brad,
week or the week
You
after
acted,
it
and now
goes to 6
Marksman's not a
a.m.
meme anymore.
It's 5 at the moment.
It's 2000 hours. We do be pushing us through. Whoever coming in, I guess it's G-Man. It's Iris 2 APC. And I'm gonna start reading.
So yeah, we'll
Campaign 11,
do some gunning
mission 3.
APC after this today.
Attila. Location. Core outpost on Altis. Operations time is 0530 hours, July 18th, 1984. Situation. At 0400 hours this morning, a large uprising occurred in a Kavala. Almost all government buildings, except the Parliament building and the naval base, were stormed and taken over by insurgents. And reports have been trickling in of Turkish Navy ships in the harbor, with Turkish soldiers
joined your
in
channel.
active fighting with us in Kavala. We have identified 2 landings as of now, the main landing to be in Kavala itself and a smaller landing near Magos power plant. The Parliament and the personnel from the naval base are preparing to evacuate after scuttling and destroying anything of value, so they are currently preparing. Mission. Disrupt the landing near Magos by attacking and destroying the landing aircraft, then withdrawing to the Magos factory area. Afterward, assist the government to escape by clearing their path and meeting them halfway at the RV point. Afterward, you will perform a rear action and will end at the core outpost where you will hold until reinforced. Execution. Move along the evacuation route to Magos factory area. Then, attack towards Magos power plant and destroy the enemy's landing craft. This includes landing craft itself, so boats, and ships. Withdraw to Magos factory area and continue clearing the path towards the RV point. Hold at the RV point and wait. If necessary, be prepared to go further into Kavala to meet them. After the friendlies have passed, perform a rear action, slowly withdrawing towards core outpost. The last defensive position is core outpost. Hold it at all costs. Today's equipment is just a standard AEF mechanized layout. So AR-10s and such. Friendly forces.
AR-10.
Kavala is in chaos at the moment. Friendly forces and enemies are mixed together and spread all around the city, except for the organized line that's currently marked on the map near Kavala Bay, the Kavala Naval Base, and the Parliament Building. Enemy forces. It's a mix of civilian-clothed insurgents and Turkish soldiers with green solid-colored uniforms or wearing a bluish spot camo. We have gotten reports of M113s employed by the Turkish troops, which are painted dark green instead of our olive and camouflage patterned vehicles. Civilian presence. Civilians are to be expected in every building and fleeing the city either by foot or in vehicle, so be very mindful of your fire. ROE. We are operating a standard ROE today, but with one exception. Non-uniformed armed individuals are to be treated as enemy combatants. That means anybody with a gun that looks hostile to you is an enemy combatant. We should have no friendlies. All our troops are uniformed. But as I said earlier, there are civilians. I will fucking castrate you if you shoot a civvy.
There will be bangs wherever they
Support. Resupply by truck is available from core outpost. And mortars from the naval base are available when we move up to Magos power plant to help destroy the enemy landing craft. After that, they will be dismantled and evacuated with everybody else. They will be unavailable. That is the briefing.
It's not commence with the 345th, it's more like resume.
These supporting mortars are only available during the destroying landing ships, not at any other time, right?
Yeah, they're only... we have gone together with this plan, so they are only set up to prepare to destroy the landing craft, yes.
Yeah, understood. And the comms tower is presumably an unknown factor at this point?
Unknown factor. Right now, the main uprising was in Kavala itself. The landing points are the ones we expect the enemy to be coming from and spreading out from. The Magos comm tower hasn't gone dark yet, so we assume that it's operational and not occupied by enemy.
Nice.
And one more clarification: we are 2 squads with 1 M113.
2 M113s.
2 M113s.
You are, I guess, 1 full-size squad with a MPAC, and you are a half-size squad with more of a machine gun and an M113 as well.
Yeah, no worry.
So you're both mechanized.
Cool. I kind of want to do some more World War II stuff in
I'll remind the crew as well. I'll be moving
maybe
the
like
crewmen
anti-Stasi
into
World War II or something.
driver
I don't know if
position
that's
where you're
much
about to
better
move
now.
out.
That it was alright
Order
before,
them to
but
stop,
like
so
it
they
was
don't
kind of
drive away when you jump out or otherwise.
Visibly just
You do that by pressing
regular
tilde.
anti-Stasi, but with the unit lists changed, because you'd still see like
ordering them to
modern civilian car traffic
Anything
and
else?
shit on the map.
Do you want me to just immediately
I
join
just-
on to Philip 1, or do you want me
I think
to
we
actually
spoke about
act as
this at
Philip 2?
length in one of the anti-Stasi streams years and
No,
years
no.
ago.
Oh, hang on.
But I think like a single player or
Act as
co-op
Philip 2.
game where you play as the but a large scale game
It's
like
not well
ArmA,
touch.
where you play as the resistance
Yeah, what plugin?
would be just absolutely incredible.
No one.
Like a large scale campaign on a large scale
Anybody else with a serious question?
open world.
Are we
where
expecting
you're playing as
enemy artillery?
resistance in World War II in whatever country occupied by
Possibly
the
naval
Germans?
fire.
It
Nothing
would just be
precise
awesome.
though.
Like
as
I
of yet.
don't really think there's any games like that. There was
They might fire at us.
there was that one Polish resistance game, but that was more like a traditional World War
unaware.
II sort of on rails
Nice.
shooter, like kind of Call of Duty at home.
But as they haven't really
actually
gotten
having
any
a
ground yet, we
proper-
assume it's only naval fire.
I don't know if campaign's even the right word. You know what I mean?
Question?
Like having a free-form thing where you just do
If all
different
goes to shit, where do we go?
different operations. There's not like a set
your
story.
fallback
It's
point is
literally
core outpost.
just hurt the Germans
That's
as much
your,
as possible until
ultimate end goal.
at some given point or other the
by
Allies
the way,
arrive
Joey,
to
sorry.
relieve you or you
Anything
get killed.
outside the outpost is considered
Kind of like almost
inside
Silent
the AO
Hunter in a
and the
way,
combat
like
zone.
you just play until you die,
Yeah, yeah.
and
So
then
enemies could be anywhere.
it's a challenge to you
Yeah,
to see if
understood.
you can make it through the war. That would be fucking sick, dude.
That question was also kind of directed to kill me, in case there's...
You want it being RPG with
Oh,
a
sorry, I
whole
wasn't
being
listening to your
discovered?
question.
Yeah, really, like something like that.
All
I
goes to
guess.
shit, where do we go?
If all goes to shit, back to the outpost.
Not like too
just straight
heavily
back to the outpost.
RPG
That is our
elemented,
final
but
defensive point.
yeah, like an ongoing, persistent
Okay.
world where
That's like-
the
that's
challenge
assuming
is
I'm
to
not in command
survive and to
anymore.
do damage. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
there is no more
dude.
chain of command. Fall back to the
Absolutely,
outpost.
that'd be awesome.
But is everyone done with their questions?
I don't even remember which stream it was in. I just remember it was
I
an
have
ArmA stream,
another
and
question.
it was several
Are
years
the
ago at this point.
APCs equipped with repair kits in case one of them goes down?
Because I got really
Yes,
into it,
all of
and
you
I was
are-
kind of
all
back and
crewmen
forth
are
with people in
equipped
chat
with
about
toolkits.
it, but that's one of my
Yeah.
many
And, extra
dream games that will probably never
Packs are
happen.
available to be shipped out from the outpost.
Couple Norwegian resistance
Right.
missions in newer World War II games, but mainly UK-based commando raids. Yeah, the
Right, as
commando
a
raids
visual,
are
you can see by my shitty
usually as
plan.
close as
We're
you
just
get
going to
to
drive in
resistance
convoy
stuff
down to the factory area.
in games.
We'll be dismounting at the factory. Sorry. We will then proceed to bound through this slightly fielded area.
I really need to get
Preferably
back
with squad
into
2 following
Jagged
the
Alliance
ditch,
at
but
some
I'm not going to
point as
micro on
well.
that.
And like
Once we reach the
uh,
other side, so the S1 hold, Squad 1 will hold and cover Squad 2 as they move to the high ground.
Those really
At which point Squad 1
janky
will then
Russian
follow through
games
the
that are
ditch
set in like
into the main
Cuba or
objective.
wherever. I forget
And
the
we'll
name
plan
of
on
who
from
builds
after
and
that.
plays them.
Cool with that? And
BTS.
Ben, your Squad 1, Alec, your Squad 2, right?
Mhm.
Cool.
Yes, and DMZ, you got those right.
I got. I'm not sure if G-Man is coming in as the second Irish too. I just assume he is. But what's the order for the vehicles? Are we to support from a distance? Are we in the front?
Once we dismount, hang around there. Once we get to this whole marker, move up. I may change those orders at any point then.
Of course.
Hey, that reminds me, the
Preferably,
TV
I think
series,
probably whilst we're holding, watch down the road to make sure no one fucks us
the
up coming
TV
in.
series version of
I'll
Das
note
Boot,
that
not the
main
original
area
movie, but the
you will
actual
be
series
most likely
based on
facing
it.
today is
That's
the
been on
objectives you
here.
have
I need to catch
are
up on
most
it.
likely gonna be
I've
Turkish
seen one
regulars.
episode so far.
So,
It's quite cool.
they're
Though.
gonna have AT.
Might actually give me a
Oh,
reason
shit.
to watch TV again.
And as
forbid.
Grim I think mentioned, everything is now on 40, not on 50 with vehicles again.
Yeah,
Right.
G-Man.
Yeah, I'm done. Any questions for
If
me?
there's anything else,
I got one quick question.
Go for it.
What's the ROE on civilian buildings?
Is it 6 hours?
if there's a hostile in it, you're free to fire unless you see a CV in it.
That's what I like to hear.
You know, preserve life and
So
property.
I've
standard
seen
shit.
1 hour of it then.
Yeah, like
Damn
don't
it.
One
fucking
episode
go
of it,
full
which is, I guess, an
blasting
hour.
in everything you see.
The law of proportionality.
GTA format really lends itself to fighting as resistance. It does,
If
doesn't
there's
it?
anything,
It
nothing
really
else,
does.
we're going through. Let's fucking go, lads. See you
I
in
mean,
the
you could
afterlife.
really make it work, I think. You could really make something of it.
Nice name.
Good Norwegian TV series.
Ja, det.
It'll probably find its way out here at some point, because SBS does show a lot of foreign language stuff.
Second team call.
Well, I mean, that's the whole reason SBS exists, right? A special broadcasting service.
But I would like Bradley, Asriel, and Ognian to go red.
Yellow, I guess. Piotr, can you go yellow with your team, please?
Oh, yeah, okay. Never mind. Disregard the last. We're going yellow.
Oh shit! No, yeah.
If you're signed in as
Yeah,
admin, you
and
can...
Christine goes red. Because that's what we are on the map.
you're red.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know. I noticed
sorry.
that with when I was testing the mission the other day.
We're no longer Ukrainians. We're
Hey,
Catalan freedom fighters.
How are you?
Allez moi.
I'll do this.
Check your channel 40.
It's gamer time.
Yeah, no, I don't mean that. Although I need to watch that again. No, it's an actual TV series.
No, I don't.
When you really start mounting up,
Damn.
squad one, you'll be in the first vehicle.
I don't know if it's like how much of the original personnel are involved in it. Obviously, not the original cast in the film because the plot's a bit different and everything. But it uses like the same sort of musical themes. Like not the themes, but it uses musical themes based on it. Oh, somebody just.
I'm right next to you.
Oh, that was you guys too? Okay.
I did as well. Yeah.
I thought somebody had armored me into the fucking ramp and made my game freeze.
Is there any loading?
Everybody in?
No, we'll need it when we come back, man.
I love the M113. They do have that warning in real life, by the way. These things are such shit boxes. Absolute fucking shit boxes. The only times I have seen these in operation, within a couple hours, I saw them broken down on the side of a road.
Ready to go. Scoreboard.
Oh god, it's this rifle that you don't see the scope. Ah.
Listen.
Yeah, it was. It's such a good soundtrack, dude.
I do not like this.
Step up when you're ready, lads.
This is like
I
prime
respond
hanging
stepping
moment.
off.
Is our ramp supposed to be open, or is that desync?
Hell yeah.
No, it is open.
I
Oh.
respond copies.
We get you some fresh air in, you know, fucking looking at
I mean, it is a 113. We do need fresh air. It says right here.
Off speed approximately 40. Distance approximately
I need
50.
to fucking lower my audio again.
Guys, could you close the rear door, please?
Shut up.
We guess what's in here?
Yeah.
Time to die of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Breathe with Simo's ass tank.
Oi. Are you still about me?
Well, if I ever keel over, you'll know what's going on. Just be careful about playing with that because you might get chucked out of the vehicle.
There really does need to be like a way to lock the fucking ramp motor to one specific seat.
It is, it's an RPG.
Shut up, fun sucker, fun police. Shut up.
Yeah, I just want to like turn down the fucking vehicle sound. Like,
Why can I jump into the driver's seat? Why can I jump into the driver's seat?
because it's an AI-driven vehicle. Do not do that for the love of God.
Alex, think about it. Think about it. You're Bulgarian, right? Think of all the money you're saving on cigarettes by just closing the rear hatch so this thing fills up with fucking fumes.
Oh, too bad I don't smoke. I have more than enough health issues.
He's a foreign spy.
That sounds like an excuse to not smoke.
Yes.
Bulgarian man who does not smoke. I refuse to believe this exists.
I don't need to smoke. I got Simo's fucking ass right next to me.
What?
I like the implication there.
Hey.
What you think?
You're really getting in character for this whole Greek army thing, huh?
Just inhale Simo's fucking cigarette.
Oh, by the way.
What the fuck is happening here?
Arms. Yo,
Like I said, getting in on that Greek army roleplay.
I respond updated speed to 60.
Yeah, this is just accurate. Just accurate roleplay.
Hey Garfield, cheers to the bits, man. Or not bits, fucking Prime sub. Sorry, I got 2 hours of sleep, dude. I'm a potato today.
Oh wow, that was really fucking descriptive. Damn.
I respond, we are at the Megas
We'll go
factory
to the north
complex.
side of
Slow
the
down.
road, just spread out along the road. And just grab cover.
You're clear to dismount.
Dismount. North side.
I respond currently dismounting the history squad.
No sign, no sign.
Grab this building here for now.
Ooh, it's a kill shed.
You spam.
Grab a
I'm in this
fucking
building.
thing in one.
Bro. I can see that you're looking at the right.
Let me know when you start.
That's the wrong side of the building.
This building offers so much cover to the north.
Philip one's in the northeast building set.
Okay, that
Let's
didn't break my legs.
pop here.
We're going to be bounding, not big bounds across
This is neither. This is an ArmA AR-10. This is the rifle that the M16 was developed from.
It might have been just that M113's moving around, I don't know.
200 meters at a time. Find yourself
I thought I heard like a crack in the distance.
Right, fucking entrench for a quick second. Once Philip 2's bounced a bit, we're gonna fucking bound past him.
He used the E word. Now it's our time to build the Maginot.
Ognian, you know what to do. Ognian, quickly. Ognian, quickly.
Squad 2. That way. They're bounding forward.
Yeah, they've gone. They've gone.
Who shot?
Shot? Who shot that?
Who shot?
Nope.
Yeah, I received.
Was it one of you fucking Bulgarian monkeys?
Was it just an end fucking day?
How can I help you today? I can't hear you.
Damn.
Right, we're going to
Yeah, 762.
Yeah.
Right,
You may assume
3 seconds till we get bound in.
Big boy.
Well,
You must pray faster to the gods.
Pray to the fucking gods of dirt.
A tower to Zeus himself.
270. I see it, yeah.
Right, we're going to be fucking heading about bearing 330.
So what kind of shells do I have here?
He's coming to help.
Oh, wait, what?
Right, everyone downstairs, get ready to start fucking walking.
Yeah, hold on.
Does that shit have backblast?
It's a recoilless rifle, I'm not sure.
Oh, got fucking Civicum.
But I don't have any spare. Where's, yeah.
Fucking column behind me, red first, yellow second. We're gonna
Mission set in the Russo-Japanese War.
Second, yellow me.
That'd be interesting.
Move. Fucking move. We are moving, Azria.
We did a series of missions years ago where it was the operations around Hug and Gol against the Japanese. It was quite cool. There's a fairly well-known clip of me and Kill Me and one or two of the other guys singing the Soviet anthem, albeit the anachronistic anthem, and the anachronistic version of the anachronistic anthem, because I couldn't remember the full words to the Internationale in Russian, so... But yeah, we were getting swarmed by Japanese, so we're just trying not to die for as long as possible. Is ArmA support naval combat? Not very well, but yes. Kind of. Vaguely. About as well as DCS does.
Making my way downtown.
Some of the ships do have, to some degree, modelled interiors, but they're really janky. Because it's ArmA.
How far out is it?
Hold.
Right, hold.
Something I always wanted from Red Orchestra 2, before it became obvious that the game was just kind of going to die off without any more attention from Tripwire. And also a lot of the modders kind of moved on. I really wanted somebody to make a total conversion mod for the Russian Civil War. Because I figured it would be amazing. Like, you had everything you needed to make a really good Russian Civil War-based shooter. You just needed a good, dedicated mod team to do it. And, like, I was assembling a mod team at one point to try and unfuck the game. Although the Immersion Overhaul Mutator guys were doing the same thing. So we ended up just kind of folding our own effort and letting them do it. Which is... They did a really good job of it. The unfortunate thing is that mod died, and IOM died as a whole, and then RO2 kind of died. I kind of wish I'd played it more now. As fucked up as it was, and as frustrated as it made me, I wish I had put more time into it.
You do know that if you want to fucking shit talk me, one of the two people shit talking me should not be on shouting.
If I could, like...
His voice was beautiful, okay?
If I could just pay to summon one mod back from the dead and repopulate its servers, it would be the Immersion Overhaul Mutator, because that mod was everything Red Orchestra 2 should have been from the, from the actual devs. But yeah, like, it stopped being a thing, unfortunately. But that was really the game that RO2 always should have been.
Philip one's come under contact from just below the water tower, southwest. We're going to hold on this hill and see what the see.
Man down, man down.
It's a sniper.
Right, medic, work on him.
Fuck is that coming from?
Philip one, we have the possible sniper under the water tower. This is the fucking water tower we're getting shot from, isn't it?
No, I don't know.
Which water tower?
I can't.
He's down, he's down. Ben's down. That's coming from directly south, probably the building next to us. It's coming from the building next to us, not the water tower. Fuck.
Yeah, there's a guy in the fucking building there.
Yeah, just brass the buildings up.
Yeah, just fucking do that. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Oh,
making
shit. That's not what I meant to do.
Right, well, fucking take the radio off.
Fuck. 2 hours of sleep. I'm so uncoordinated. I'm just stabilizing him so he doesn't bleed out any further.
I'm going to take his fucking radio in the meantime.
Alright, do you want to stick with him then so you don't get shot as well? I think there might be one on the tower as well, it's hard to tell.
Ross, Alex, I want you to go up to where Azrael is, behind that building, and check up the next one.
Gotcha.
Holy fuck. I think they're like the southwest, almost directly southwest.
Oh, they're over there.
They're across the road.
I can't see shit.
Frag out across the road.
I need a morphine.
Stoppage.
Fall back.
Back in. Azrael, come with.
Hold on, I'm just gonna fucking...
Just come with.
Get in quick.
Building's clear.
Yeah, there are enemies down the road.
Fuck, I wish I had a fucking purple smoke. Just be careful you don't get close to a window. The APC was shooting at this.
Yeah. All this thing is windows, brother. Let me put on my scope, see if I can see something in the fucking distance.
Yeah, you take the window. I'll take the other one.
Uno. Hilariously, there's no one been in the water towers ever since this entire firefight started.
A masterful act of deception.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we're good. You want to head back to the rest of the squad?
Let me just remove my scope before I leave this fucking kill house.
I'll cover you.
Okay, let's go. Oof.
Just go.
Ooh, that's a bit too accurate for me. What's up, boys?
Moving. Get over the fence.
Falcon, where's your casualty?
My what?
Where's the casualty?
Stoppage. Back in.
We got the medic on him, so don't worry.
They're in
Yeah,
the
we're literally just going
they're in the buildings around the water tower, I think. Not the tower itself.
Sorry, you were saying, Ross, I completely ghosted you there.
I think they're in the complex around the water tower, not the tower itself, and also in the elephant grass to the southwest. I can't actually see them, but that fire right now is coming southwest.
They're being very sneaky, I don't like
Yeah,
it.
receive. I probably need the 50 cal support, to be honest.
Yeah, fair. I don't see.
How many of
Any of
these
them.
do I have? Do you want me to lob an HE grenade across the road into that bush where I think that fire's coming from?
No, we got the APC coming out.
Okay, G-Man, hold up there.
So just fucking light up the bush for us.
We're taking sniper fire somewhere to our southwest, probably by the water tower.
How about lads?
Oh yeah, it's definitely coming from the base of the tower.
See,
Ben, you up?
Yeah.
Start pushing.
I am giving you your fucking back.
Hold on.
Crossing.
There you go.
Kill me, can we get some cover fire from Phil too if possible? That.
You got your 50. G-Man just pressure and that's what moves.
Right, red, yellow on me. Get ready to push. We're pushing westward. Yellow first, then red.
Red covering yellow, then bounding up.
Go, cover. Pressing fire. As soon as yellow stops moving, we move.
Sorry, I can see you moving.
Right, red, we're moving. Red, push,
Moving.
push, red, push. We're pushing past yellow. Get to the other rocks on top of the hill.
That was really close. MG behind the wall. Southwest, next wall. Grenade short. No, that grenade was short. He's behind the wall that went off in front of. Fuck. He's literally... Ben, he's the next wall down.
Oh yeah, I think he's good.
Fuck
I
it.
got him. Let's go.
Fuck, that was a good shot. Fucking T-Law strikes again. Literally the best system of aiming.
We've been down by machine gun to the southwest.
He should be dead.
I'm not sure where it is, all I know is it's to our southwest.
Relay, he's dead.
He's dead. Oh.
I'm fucking proud of that grenade shot. Holy shit. Using some sort of effects explosion smoke mod? I don't remember. I'd have to check the mod pack. We used to use Blast Core, but I think it got taken out of the mod pack because it was giving some people performance issues.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave Ognian do his fucking thing.
He's also sort of visible for me. Right, can we leave Brad in your care, please?
Let's be, go for torpedo boats. Shit, yeah. Torpedo boats are fucking aesthetic, man.
Yeah, no, there were a bunch of people down.
And as the like the direct precursor of the modern destroyer, they are based.
There was like one dude hiding in the bushes that got Asriel. I was like, goddamn.
They are adopting Vietnamese tactics.
Yeah, my brother and Grace.
Battleships get the glory, destroyers get shit done.
Fucking go yellow!
This is the one that's starting to push west.
Just because we're red.
We're red and yellow. We're McDonald's team.
Okay, they're furry.
Squad. What?
One will hold here.
Nice ass, boy.
No. The other
Squad
one to Ares.
Yep.
Oh, come here.
Yeah,
My Italian is slotted trench line.
So am I.
Righto. Whereabouts?
Like direct south.
Can't see it from here, they're all in the way, so
Eyes on. Yeah, that's fine.
not much point in me trying to engage it.
Do you want to just spread your boys out to the other side of the vehicle as well? You know.
Yeah, yellow, you want to go on the left side?
Liberal.
Yellow left side of the 113.
7-6 repacking.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to
Philip
rush you.
2, the rocks to your 240 are your objective. Understood.
If anyone needs ammo or medical supplies, make sure to resupply now.
Yeah, resupply now if you need it. Or forever hold you will. Whatever the fuck you say.
Because as Command said, there's a good chance we're not going to exist in 5 minutes.
That is a very good point.
The vehicle. That is.
Let's be fair, that applies to the entire unit.
Yeah. So are you taking fire?
Shots.
Iris 1. Yeah, fire coming from the south.
Zary's.
Oh, it's over there somewhere.
Imagine having one 3-inch gun, 5 1.9-inch guns, 2 of which are on the side of the ship, a pair of torpedoes, and you tell to go torpedo a cruise that can crit you with 4 8-inch, 6 6-inch, 7 3-inch. Yeah, well.
DMZ, stay about 50 meters behind us just so you don't get.
Just go fast, dude. Simply don't get hit.
Don't worry, guys. I'll just keep up with you as usual.
Yeah, just stay safe, please.
Don't
Thank
worry.
you. Philip 1, we're moving.
Shots coming from that cluster of buildings to the front.
I'm hoping
Well, yeah, but as a torpedo boat, you can get out of the way of their torpedoes a little easier than they can get out of the way of yours. It's the fun thing of being Speedy Boy.
Philip 1 to Iris 1. About bearing 275 from our location, there's a set of rocks on top.
In the shed.
There's a trench ready. Lights on, please.
Ben, we're taking contact from the left side, I think. It could be the other squad firing over our heads, I'm not sure.
Are you firing over our heads?
By the way, Ben, what's my autonomy on the grenade launcher? Do you want me to hold shots until you see something, or do you want me to just yeet them at whatever I see?
I'll give you full autonomy, just be careful with it.
Okay,
please.
cheers.
PID.
Yep.
This is Philip 1 to Ares. We're taking shots from the hill that Philip 2 was on. We think there might be a rogue sniper. No. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know.
Is there a trenchment or...
Although I haven't played DCS for like a couple weeks now. Oh yeah, trench line all along the base of that, or all along the crown of that ridge. Direct west. You guys see that, right? All those fighting positions around the fucking rock outcrop to the west?
Yeah, we've seen it.
Kill me!
Yep.
Wait. That house there, ruined. Is there a guy standing in this? There's that fuck squad. Because I'm fucking... behind the shoe tracks.
We're also taking fire from the last point.
Yeah, but it's yeah, fucking.
Don't get too carried away, let the 113 do the work. Well, we got it with us.
They know now
Yeah.
where to shoot.
There's still fire coming from the other side of that complex I can hear, but I don't think it's at
Yeah,
us.
it's at buildings. Yeah. I saw a factory behind the buildings. I'm not sure.
That's the power station itself. That's the objective.
No.
Kill me. Don't just hold stuff.
Naval combat could be done easier than, like, ground vehicle-based combat probably could, or infantry, to be honest, like, with less use of resources and so on.
What was that?
But they need to redo the naval damage model and a few other things.
Right,
But they could totally do it,
pushing,
in my opinion. Like, with the mechanics that the game already has, or some minor changes.
So yellow face, then red's gonna push so on and so forth, yeah?
Yellow first, red second, understood.
Push to the wall, see if
What
you can
the
push
fuck?
every bit. If you can, do it. And then fucking...
I just saw an apparition next to me. Seymour, that place is haunted, don't be there. There's a ghostly man.
Okay.
He's phasing in and out of existence.
Okay.
It's probably grim.
Probably.
Yep. Yes, we do. Just very few of them, be careful.
Kill me.
Oh, actually, it might have been Ognion.
Right, yellow push.
Looks like his internet shut out.
If you're ready. Yeah.
Oh, we stopped like a random fire. That's something.
Onions back, come on. Calm down.
Okay, yellow, we are moving. Let's fucking go.
Onion, yellow, push, go.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
I put some fucking rounds in that over there.
Yeah.
One round
I
each
already
2
did.
seconds. Where the fuck are those rounds coming from there? No, there's still fucking people in those trenches.
there's
Put more fucking rounds in them.
I'm pretty sure I killed all of them. Did they fucking respawn?
No, there's some standing again. Yeah, he's down. Right, 6 faces, right. They're all down, right, red, we're gonna start pushing.
Red moving.
Right, red push. Do it short. We're on the right side for this road.
Has anyone been keeping up in Alpin's Discord, by the way? Seriously, I have not had time to check shit all for the past couple weeks, so I'm way behind. I don't know what's going on in there. I haven't had a chance to check it yet, and I don't know if I'm going to get time today. Probably not. Well, pretty much guarantee I won't have time today.
Ben, you want us to keep on moving?
Nothing to see? Gotcha.
Within fucking
Yo,
throwing
shot.
range of the power plant. Do you want us to hold before?
Okay. I think, because he sent me a DM, I didn't have time to read what he linked, but I think he put up a forum thread for his helicopter base mission he wanted to do.
Get a good yeah, lovely.
So I think that he might have finished it, but like I said, I haven't had time to check, so...
Right, if you want to build some trenches, build them now.
It's shit, man, like, I really want to get back into DCS now. I've kind of had a long break from it, relatively speaking. I've got so many things I want to do on stream, I just don't have fucking time. Like, it's fucked.
Pushing forward to that little white house there on the right side of the road. Wow. Use it as cover, then decide how we're going to do it.
Yeah. Right. Fucking go.
Don't get run over by the 113.
Don't worry, don't worry.
We worry a lot. Seriously, I can't lean around that.
Contact in the compound.
Looking on the fucking roofs. That's good. Alright.
Ben, when you run across the scams, tough electrical suppression into the main compound.
Just Red will take this early. Actually, yeah, we'll 240.
Please move up to the main power plant.
Just hit the wall, fucking start moving grenades just when you need to. And then once you hit the wall, we'll come up, yeah? Right.
I don't like being up on the hillside like this. I feel exposed on the left. Back down the hill to Ben.
Well, we'll do it in 6 seconds, yeah?
Just, you know.
Out to clear. Right, start fucking suppressing. Start suppressing the power plants. If you see an infantry, put a few rounds on it. If you see someone moving, drop a magazine into him. You know the usual. This Phil while we're pushing the power plant now. Phil 2, can you give some support?
What the fuck is going on there?
Yeah, landing crafts.
Received. I cannot see them. Call in mortars on them if you can.
Stoppage. Back in.
Give me the grid and I'll do it. I don't mind.
Still on. Piot's
Shit, are they down out there?
Yeah. Piot's is down. Groundgate's still up.
Bracing against my boot. It's a bit short. That was a bit short, Jesus.
When you go to it again, take the beam, the vehicle with you and use it as cover.
One more.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping.
I don't know how many. There's 7 of these. Okay.
Because he's been going in front of us a lot, so I was hoping he would go.
Yeah.
Just.
There we go. That's more like it.
Right.
Do you want me to run down and grab one?
If you're not being a hero.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
The next time the infantry cross, you're going to be going.
I'll go.
Oh, no, he's already going. Give Ross fucking covering fire. Just let me know when. One round at least, one every second.
I have to come back. I'll come back for you, Ognon. Never mind. Don't need to come back. Yeah, grab him and run. Do you want me to put him in? Putting him in. Putting him in.
Just let me know where everybody's in.
One in. Friendly's coming in.
Yeah, if you got injured, take him back, Daniel.
Copy. Copy, then I'll just push up with the rest of the squad.
Hey, Doxel.
Yeah, that's it. Good. Have you got a wounded with you?
Yes, I got 2 wounded and a medic inside.
Alright, fucking... You're right, fucking medicine in there.
That's a good noise. Actually, that is a good noise. That's the enemy landing craft.
The Turks don't want you to know this. You can take their rockets. They are free. I have 259.
Now fucking use.
Jesus, he was right there. Open your eyes. He was right by the fucking red container.
I didn't saw him whatsoever.
Vision's based on movement, huh?
Motherfucker peeked.
I know. Get some hand grenades in behind there, maybe. That's probably more. Alright, sort yourself out, Sima.
Yeah, I can fucking see him.
Grenade out, northwest.
Grenade northwest. Down.
Moving northwest.
Good rip. This is still one. We're on the power plant now. We're moving.
You good?
He's dead. I'm hit, but...
Alright, I'm gonna push up a little.
Occasional AI crewmate has been appearing in my vision.
Remember, if you got a gun, shoot him. On you, Ross.
Upstairs.
Raj.
Covering.
Go up the roof.
Push him.
Good luck, I'm not coming with you.
Right, fucking.
Ares, Iris 1, eyes on one more landing vehicle intact. On the beach.
We have boats incoming.
Yeah, they look pretty fucked up to me.
Break. We have eyes on boats heading our way southwest.
One of them is floating on the water.
Negatory, that is actually leaving.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Alright, it looks like all objectives complete.
Roof is clear.
I still think about that.
Yomi, can you see the guy floating in the water?
Mate, the boat may be there, but there's no one there to we can use it.
Oh, there's a guy fucking surrendering. He's still got a gun though.
Yeah, we'll just have to leave him, man. We're not policing that.
He's floating on the water. It's Jesus Christ.
2, get in your vehicle, come down to the platform.
Reloading.
Where is Mr. Bradley?
Brad's in the Vic. Yeah, he's medicing, lads.
Did you copy that too?
There's an issue with it. It needs to be restarted mid-play to avoid combined arms bugs, and that's turning to be problematic. It sounds about right. Fucking combined arms issues. Hopefully it's been going alright otherwise, because I know you put a lot of time and effort into that. It's been a pet project of his for quite a while.
When 2 gets down here, you're going to mount up, and we're going to go drive back down the way we came, back to the factory.
And I don't think there is any other dynamic campaign PvP stuff that's, like, helicopter-based. I mean, there's Grey Flag for PvE, but as far as I know, Alpin's the only one that's done, like, helicopter-based PvP on any large scale.
Yeah, we're all,
Yeah, I received DMZ. I mean, I can't really do anything for you.
No, I'm just telling you so you're aware of what the vehicle has. In terms of support fire.
Yep.
Is Excellence around?
Yeah, it's right behind you.
Yeah, no, it's not. He's invisible.
He's behind you.
Yeah, he's invisible. Like, if I look here now...
Oh, that's who I saw flickering in and out of existence.
Mount up.
I wasn't schizophrenic, holy shit.
I can't even see him.
Oh, you saw him too, or didn't see him, I guess?
Mount up, head back to the factory.
Red, yellow, mount up.
You're flying
Mount
ready.
up.
Yellow,
Go when you're ready.
I thought I was genuinely just going schizo.
Oh, all of my someone's
me and X
All of them? Wow, that's impressive.
Shit. What happened to your little
Last man, everybody in?
Here I was thinking I was going genuinely schizo, but excellent.
Yeah, I've been busy as well, Dark Souls, so I couldn't tell you.
Assume you know what we're doing?
I've pretty much not touched DCS for 2 or 3 weeks, and I've barely played it for over a month now, probably close to 2 months. So yeah, I've been really busy with partly coursework, partly real-life admin, stuff like that. I've obviously not had time to stream as much, which is why I've largely been absent. Today's stream is going to be probably a short one. There may be a second part later in the day or tomorrow, I don't know which. It's all up in the air at the moment, guys. You'll have to bear with me for a while. It sucks, but it is what it is. It turns out that a full-time study load is not as easy to juggle with this streaming business as I thought. I'm also several streams behind on editing stuff, so you may notice that my YouTube hasn't been put up on for a while. Things like that, haven't been putting clips and highlights in the Discord. It's because I haven't had time, so that will happen when it happens.
No heart rate?
Yeah, no heart rate.
Yeah, he is actually dead. What the fuck? I thought somebody hit their head on the desk or some shit.
Right, once we get to the factory, we might have to drop his body out and rat fuck him. As he would have once.
Respectful treatment of our deceased.
He's Italian.
He is British Italian. It's like the worst combination.
Wouldn't that be French Italian?
So plans for this stream are obviously ArmA will finish the mission. They'll waste gun a HPC, then class will be starting. Depending how much energy I have after class this afternoon, either there'll be a second part of the stream where we fly some Mizfiz, or that may happen tomorrow. Plans at the moment are for DCS later in the week / the weekend, but that's not definite. It really depends on whether I have time and what else comes up.
Well, factory is just an escape.
The unfortunate reality of things is, there is not really... Let me put it this way, because this is something we discussed while I was hanging out in chat watching Robbo stream about a week ago. 2 weeks now, maybe. As much as streaming is fun and cool, and it's neat to have some additional income, it is very much not financially viable to do this, unless you have a, like, fuck ton of concurrent viewers and or subs, i.e., like, 1,000 or more concurrent viewers. If you're a smaller streamer than that, you pretty much can't afford to do this even part-time, let alone full-time, if you have a job or study or literally anything else. So, for instance, Robbo was doing full-time streaming for a while and living off his savings to do it, which he was quite open about on stream. When you see me do a lot of streaming, relative especially to what I'm doing now, it's either because I'm living off my savings, hello,
comrade,
or for whatever reason I am able to do that without having to worry about additional, like, you know, I'm between jobs or I'm not studying, like I'm on holiday or something from study. So, it is what it is. As much as I would love to be able to do this more often, as much as I would love to be able to actually do this as a job, so to speak, despite it being relatively insecure, it's not gonna happen. Like, it's not a reality. Unless you were lucky enough to get in on the ground floor, or you just get noticed by the algorithm, so to speak. As a small streamer, this is not something you can live off of. Which is something I've always been very open about, because I don't want to see people get all enthused about, oh, I'm going to be a full-time streamer, and then not be able to do it, because it's just not real. But yeah, like, it sucks. Shit sucks. The other thing is, and this is more long-term, with what I'm studying, if I go into practice doing this kind of work, it is pretty likely that I may need to take a hiatus from this or figure out something else, because obviously it's going to be a little difficult to maintain any sort of professional boundaries if your clients are able to find you on Twitch and then, you know, you're interacting with clients outside work, which is not ideal, so... I don't know. The future is a big question mark right now. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's this hill to the southwest. We're all going as one big spot from Bob.
Right, squad one on me, squad one.
Obviously in more ways than just the future of the stream. But don't worry, I'm not going to bail on you guys anytime soon. I'm not planning on ditching out on this, and even if I absolutely have to... Is that Pyotr's body? Did someone take his fucking... Oh my god, his head's twisted all the way around. Someone take his tag? I will. Yoink. Someone already did. Rip in peace, Spaghetti Man.
Is that fucking code for vodka?
He has 5 liters of alcohol and 1 liter of water.
No, 5 liters is just the wine.
Oh
That's
god.
just the wine.
So it's like 7-8 liters?
Something like that, yeah.
And just 1 liter of water to survive with, bro.
1.5.
I haven't been lucky getting the streamer seat today. With the hatches. I always try and get the hatch seat so I can see what's going on outside.
Yep.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not planning on ditching out on the stream anytime soon. It's just that things are going to be even more irregular than usual for a while. And in the more distant future, I'm talking like probably a couple of years down the road, it may be necessary that I take breaks from time to time.
Is he in the squad though, is he not?
He was just here.
He was with us just.
Oh shit, so he's been left behind.
He's Italian, fuck him.
Philip wants to wear all squads. Have you got my Italian with you?
My Italian.
My little Italian, my little Italian. He mentioned magic.
Look out for the pasta.
Realistically speaking, I still don't actually know what I want to do. Like, I know I want to switch to a course that's more counselling focused at the end of the year, which I will be doing. And I know that I have, you know, skills for that sort of thing. Like, I've already got some degree of useful experience in that area, but I don't know if I want to do that long term. I don't know what kind of field I want to go into for that, if I do pick it up long term. I have no idea. I've never had any strong idea what I want to do as an occupation, besides not the shit I've already done. So.
I'd say something, but Ross is here streaming.
The way things have been going lately, somebody else may solve that problem for me, so...
Yeah.
I hope you find your Italian.
We found our Italian. Right.
All I know is that, especially given the current world situation, I am not particularly concerned about being a good little consumerist automaton and doing what society tells me to, because I really don't give a fuck at this point. Don't know how much longer we're going to be here, so I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Oh shit, that's a 1-on-3. Beautiful.
Very nice, very nice. I like that.
There's
a second one.
We're back.
We're going to kill one at the back.
Okay, I don't think there's a black. Philip wants to, we can have an APC further down the road.
Shit.
Right, the APC. Go fight.
Stoppage.
APC's down.
Northwest.
Northwest.
Broken building across the ridge, I think.
Alright, stop walking in front of me.
Sorry.
Stop walking in front of me.
Fuck me. Can I stop staring at the sky, please, ArmA? What? Bro. I think there's some coming from low as well. I can't tell where that's coming from.
It's not in the Browning house. I don't see any targets there.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Hold on.
Do we have any more armor targets?
No, not for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna save my ammo then.
Yeah, save back to you. That's a 5 now.
Where the fuck is this mongoloid shooting from?
There's nothing in the house.
Low round! Fucking trenches!
The fuck?
Fuck, man down.
Oh shit, yeah. Trenches bearing west.
Short.
I got you, don't worry.
Medic on me.
Okay, I want to conserve some of those. Not my best shooting. That was a good noise.
You have like
Yeah. Have you seen fucking Squad 2s later?
Oh wait, no.
Where the fuck is that coming from?
Damn it.
We're gonna go.
Team, how will we be doing?
Kill me. He has ceased to be. He's dead. He has gone to rest with the daisies. He's down there in the front.
I cannot see him.
Alright.
Tank! M60!
Tank!
Behind the second 113 wreck.
Eyes on tank
Billy wants
southwest.
Aries tank.
M13's reverse. M13's reverse side of the tank.
No, wait, don't.
Come around this corner and shoot us all.
Nah, it's all good then.
It's engaging us.
Just hide for a second.
It's already seen
Everyone
us.
get
It's
off the
engaging
brow of the
us.
hill unless you feel like you can kill a tank with your rifle.
Yeah, fucking. Might as well pull back for now unless the tank's gonna come close.
Zeus.
This
This
The
is.
only one I've got on me is the one in the tube. Why have you got the rest of them?
We have encountered enemy armor.
Abdeen's getting medkits over there.
I feel there's a high chance it's just going to call in artillery on us at this point.
Shit, I need to grab shit
Kill me.
Receive.
What is our
Yep.
squad doing?
What is your squad doing? The same as everyone else. Not getting shot by the tank further down the road. We're just chilling for now.
Oh, the squad.
That is between you and the two other dudes in your squad.
Why did you have to say it like that?
Brand, don't take it if you don't want it.
Please do not show
Yeah,
yourself.
who else is in your squad?
But we're not a squad. It's Brighty and Bluegill.
Righto.
You see, they're not
We aren't a functioning.
That's a squad minus. It's fine.
Fuck, just attach yourselves to me. I don't care.
The fuck is happening over there with the
Zari, send it.
Is it getting sent to hell? What the hell is happening?
Hurrah, brother, bring it in. Received. It is to
Units
the...
can't be moved with waypoints after a few days of play. Combined arms DTS issues, so
Yes,
that's
it
on
is in
hold.
an urban area.
Okay.
It is roughly 045143.
Yes,
Most
yes, it is.
definitely.
There's still infantry. There's infantry and like the broken wall
Right,
right
brother.
of the tank.
I do not have exact coordinates or else it'll blow my head off. It's roughly at the junctions between 044 and 140.
Tank saving that is get down. Bluegill, I believe you're on squad 2.
Can I get a pack?
Squad 2's fifth down, I believe.
Brad, pack.
Received. Alright.
Not you, me.
Okay. Hey, kill me.
Hey
last
Ross,
squad
you
2.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound very okay.
Well said.
I mean, I've been better. I've also been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Yep.
Rabbit.
Squad 2 because Bluegill's looking for him.
Squad 2, the leader man is dead.
Yeah, but where's the rest of the squad?
Down the hill, I think.
Nice. Bluegill. Squad 2's down here.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He died.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you would respawn. Alright. Grab a
Excellent.
grab a piece of dirt and stay here.
Oh, somebody
Infantry are advancing on us, maybe.
Very nice.
Oh. Okay.
Incoming faster. 1 minute.
Faster.
What direction?
No fucking clue.
It's probably gonna be a fucking biplane with rockets, so
Mm.
you won't need to go.
Yeah, I say faster. It might not be fast.
I don't know, do we have an F-104 asset? That'd be cool to see.
Man, I have no fucking clue.
450 maybe.
Alright, now I'm good.
Ow!
You having a good day, Brent?
Not particularly. My school leader got shot in the head, and then I got shot in the chest. Everybody's dying, and nothing is good.
Graham.
Yeah?
Did the rest of your squad not join you, but? Oh, there. Yeah, sorry. Nice, that party's made it. Sorry.
Very good. Now, where's Blue?
I do not know.
I'm good.
Unfortunately, I'm going to leave it as your responsibility to find him and get him to touch bots.
Well, shit. Need my dick again. Bluegill. Bluegill.
Tank's still up.
This is Ares.
Has anybody seen Bluegill?
As long as it kills the tank, I don't mind.
Mr. Sniper Man.
I've been shooting at people. I've been shooting for the past 2 minutes. Go kill yourself.
Damn.
I even got a
Very
pint in
aggressive
hand.
man.
He is my brother. I can do it. Fuck off.
Everybody down, incoming. Everybody down, incoming.
That's on.
Yep, incoming Bob, get down.
Right, brother.
I just got in, Simo.
Brent, I was simply pretending to be dead so that I could watch the beginning of the race.
Wow, that was short.
Very accurate fire.
That was
Might
extremely
as well
short.
Shoot at the fucking tank with my sniper.
I mean, if you just volunteered.
That was amazing.
I would not.
I'm just saying, I could hit that thing.
That was amazing.
You at least track it.
It's probably worth a try.
Yeah.
Is anyone else watching the race?
Calling in the coordinates.
Is there a race?
I mean, no one's stopping you, Ben.
Just
Funny that we're getting air support from a miss there and then he misses.
I shall sort out your injuries.
Alright, Ben.
Yeah.
Once this goes in,
Got
I
shot
need to
fucking
check the checkpoint.
Go on.
So,
Roger that.
Here goes attempt number 2.
Once the tank is finally destroyed, we're hitting those shipping containers down there. Blue and white ones.
Two.
Oh, thanks for having us.
Stay covered.
Oh, well.
Once this goes in, we're covering for one as they move into the objective.
We're just gonna push.
Is he actually going for another run, or is he just circling around, fucking looking pretty?
I assume he's going for another one. He said so. He promised.
Come on, mister.
Uh.
Come on, mister, do it.
Oh, there we go.
Come on, mister, do it.
Boom.
Boom, nice.
Beautiful.
You don't see that kind of splash damage to DCS.
Confirming good effect on target.
Well, yeah, because he hit the tank.
Move it.
In my Discord,
We are
there was
covering
actually
one as
a
they pass
table
down into the
posted
objective.
of splash damage ranges for Mark 82s
You said you are.
and 83s and 81s.
Fuck me.
I don't need luck, I have skill. That was a joke, by the way. Just got an F-14 kill by doing a 29km zoom climb in the 21. He tried to shoot and flew straight up. I fucking kneel. Please tell me you have a recording, a TAC view, a track file, fucking anything. Please tell me. Oh my... Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, put it in the Discord. It will be pinned for all eternity. Holy fuck.
Shipping container compound this time, for sure.
Not even I thought being able to do that would be so fucking effective. Like, I do zoom climbs just to show the 21 can do it. I didn't actually think it would have any legitimate combat use. Holy shit. Absolute king of fucking kings, dude. God damn. Least brain dead F-14 player. Crossing, crossing, crossing. I like how you still fired after I said crossing. Fucking Bulgarians, god damn it.
First one we've taken the shipping containers, we're going to start pushing southwest CQB. Right, Piotr, we're going to start pushing a bit southwest, then taking each building.
Crossing.
Work as you feel is best. yellow on Piazza, you heard him.
Building is clear.
Yeah, we're going to be gaggle fuck. Start pushing.
I think I hear another vehicle engine, but it could be units in the harbour moving around, not sure.
Dad, we're taking that house.
That house, very specific. Contact left!
Next is up in that area.
Fuck. Of all the places to go down. Of all the fucking places to go down. God, fuck.
Man down.
I should have kept sprinting.
Ross is down.
Yeah. If you are able to assign roles, Super, do it. I was gonna do it myself.
Oh shit,
I'm up. Fucking hell. Of all the places to go down, at least you saw me fucking eat shit.
Right. Sorry, can you repeat last?
Building is clear.
Roger that. Right, Rossi, you okay medicing yourself?
Unknown. I'm hit pretty bad.
Right, I'm gonna start doing some packing bandages on your chest then.
I can do whatever I can do, so I don't have much.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think we should just put him down. I mean...
Wow. I see how it is. Alright, I'm good. I'm gonna need a medic ASAP, but I'm good.
Currently, we're just pushing up to the RV point, if you can see it on the map. So
Bradley, my beloved.
Pushing until we see a road that jumps out of the main road, heading in a...
Bradley. I'm around the other side of the house.
Yeah,
hello.
one lad that's slightly injured.
Can you please push my sausages back into me, please?
Oh, sausage. Oh, you need a lot of sausages.
Right, we're gonna start pushing past her.
You've lost quite a considerable amount of fluids.
Oh, you know me. I love sausage.
Oh, making noises.
Oh yeah. Is that like your driver's license?
Put it in a cracker.
I'm so glad you still heard that.
You're gonna take a while to.
Yeah, I figured I might.
Blood.
I'm in pain so bad that my screen is like a fucking acid trip.
I can hear it.
It's like, what, an hour and 15 into the mission? That's the first hit I've taken. That's we're doing well today.
It's pretty decent. Yeah, Ben nearly went on the first minute.
Somebody else got the magnetic helmet.
Yeah, you're packed. You're all good.
Cheers.
Whoop, over the fence.
Fuck, this was some good effect on target.
Very good.
Took out the tank, took out like 3 houses and a fucking school. Good shit.
And some umbrellas. Taking out the school. I'll stop them.
It's forward planning. If they don't have anywhere to teach them, they can't teach them about why this clay is Turkish.
Exactly. No education.
It is really hard to get it to spin, to the point where I've only been able to successfully do it once or twice. I had to force it to spin, and I had to hold pro spin controls to get it to do it. Oh my god, Egg, that's even better. If you got the 21 to spin, like actually develop a spin, after getting a Tomcat to commit Sudoku on a Sam with a fucking ballistic climb. long ago on Alpen's server, I got into an argument with somebody who's relatively well known on Alpen's server. So I won't say who it was to try and embarrass them, but I got into an argument that they said that 21's flight model was bad because, I quote, it doesn't spin like an F-14 does.
You're on the wrong fucking side. Squad 1, this trash heap is ours. Dig where you want.
This trash heap is ours, says the Brit. Words he has definitely not said before. It's like a pencil. It's so like a pencil that the Poles called it the fucking pencil. Ovek. I probably butchered that, but... Trucks incoming, friendlies probably?
Where?
Southwest, down the road. Probably the friendlies we're covering, so don't shoot them.
Friendly. Do not engage the truck. Do not engage truck.
Don't worry, it's a truck, not a bus. We should be okay with that order.
We should be fine, theoretically.
Don't dig this up too high, you won't be able to aim over it. Stop it. Oh, really? The point of contact's in front of my magwell, not the muzzle? Okay, well. There goes that idea. This is why I didn't want them to dig it so tall. The slits are kind of crappy. Alex, I'm kind of scared by how good you are at doing that.
That was me.
I'm seeing
movement southwest.
Down the road.
Southwest. Hold on, let me.
Hostile, hostile.
Hostile down the road.
Make sure the wall's clear, lads.
Oh, it's there.
Hope you're PID.
Mm-hmm. They pointed their guns at me and they looked green. They're Turks.
That's fair enough.
God damn, Simon, why are you so fucking thick? Jesus, I got a face full of ass.
Hey, do you know how sweaty and gross and dirty your fucking trousers get after a couple days in the field?
What do you mean? I like that.
Some people are into that.
Yeah, that is what
I know, that's what I'm saying. You're getting the full experience, man. Up the hill, west.
We got incoming contact southwest. Infantry down the road, left side. Fully fence.
To be fair, that's probably like 400, 500 meters, not whatever I had it zeroed out. It's also why I didn't lob a rifle grenade.
What the fuck is this?
RNG, bro. Marksman suffers.
Jesus Christ.
Why
couldn't y'all hit him? We're having G-minus off chauffeur now.
Yes, yes.
I don't need a scope.
When the order comes, it is all pile in the back, and we are driving straight to outpost. Understood?
So as soon as the order comes in, we jump in and just keep running.
More like Bulgarian throat singing.
Roger that. Red, yellow, red, yellow. So you know. Once an order's given, so jump in the vehicle, we're jumping in and we're hightailing back to the outpost. We are retreating on an order, okay?
Understandable.
Yeah, we got some more Vics coming down the road.
Hostile 113s.
Hostile. Clear back Lasky. We got enemy.
I got fucking.
Send it.
Send it.
Good hit.
Good hit.
Fuck you. Fuck you. He's still up.
Gunner's still up, yeah.
Is he moving? Is he good?
Short.
Can you please
Stop it.
not waste 3 rounds on a single... The gunner's dead. The gunner's fucking crippled.
113 slowly moving. Yeah, it looks like he's withdrawing.
I gave you one more.
Yeah, I need more ammo.
Movement west, up the hill, west.
West, up the hill.
Road west.
Fucking.
We got a contact west up the road.
Magazine.
Eyes on.
Maybe not.
We got contacts south on the hill to our direct south. Keep eyes on there.
Not bad. We'll give him one more at 300, and then I'm gonna conserve my last grenade. Oh, fucking beautiful.
Oh shit, we got a fucking sit down.
Where is the fucking medic?
I don't know actually. Where the fuck is
Where is Bradley? Where is the?
He's over there.
Oh,
He's
Bag.
Ah, nice.
Fuck, that's not what I wanted to do. Incoming, question mark? I just heard a whistle. Oh, yes.
Incoming,
yes. Phil got wounded.
I'd fucking heads down.
Phil 1 can fit.
Am I hit? Or, no, somebody behind me must
God
be.
Soon, Stalker. When? Now. Naval artillery soon, Stalker. When?
Ooh. I'm not doing that again. Mounting up. Mount up. Get to the vehicle.
Get to the fucking vehicle.
Where the fuck is it?
Move.
Go. Okay.
Seymour's by the vehicle. Load him in.
Get in the vehicle, go. Get in the vehicle.
Yes, I got the streamer seat.
Go. Get in.
Last man.
Now break. Brad, can you come up to yourself? Yeah, you put the back. Back onto your left. You put back onto your chest. Or back, rather.
Yeah, I need fucking somebody on Simon, please.
Medics on Simon.
I'm bandaging him.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, we only had the one rifle grenade in there? Sag.
He's got a weak heart rate.
Yeah,
Someone check on G-Man, please.
Yeah, G-Man's fine.
No, let's see, man.
Look, for being on 2 hours of sleep, I think I went pretty well this mission. I actually feel like I perform better in ArmA the more stressed and sleep deprived I am. It's very funny.
If they open the ramp, then it's
I'm at my most potato in missions where it's not like super intense. As soon as shit jumps off, I'm good. Yes it is, Carp, yes it is.
Second course.
When G-Man tells us that we're at the factory, we're dismounted and fucking 360.
We're at the factory.
Dismount.
Dismount.
360.
Take cover in 360. Medic stay in.
Yep.
Okay,
Right, grab a fucking house, grab a house.
Time to use morphine so I can fucking aim properly.
Where do you want to block?
Okay, can we not have everyone in the
Oh,
same
shit.
goddamn house?
Got it.
Yes.
It's your body.
Oh, wow, that's
Yeah, split up between the buildings, try and give it fucking space.
Right, I want
Want to be in
yellow
the
team.
good house? Where do you want to go?
Yellow northeast, red southwest.
Ooh, we get the pool building.
I can't. I want to see if I can lean out that window and... Well done.
Fucking me. I love ArmA. I love ArmA.
Yo! Right, we're going
Time to start skylining. Let's go, boys.
Only cool men.
If you die, I will come up there and get you down.
How dare you.
I want you to suffer as much as I do.
One, what's your view like from up there?
Slightly shitty.
Yeah,
The view
received.
from up here is
We can
actually
see the
good.
road from here like that.
Yeah, but not really, can you?
Yeah, the view from up here though is actually decent.
I really think it's a bad idea
We
being
could
up
probably-
there, unless you don't want to get out.
I don't feel like getting out. This is gonna be the end.
Fair enough.
It depends what we doing. Are we holding here in blocking force?
I'd be advised, the plan at the moment is we are going to hold any more pursuing forces, we will engage them, and then scarper all the way back to base. Understood?
Right. Gotcha. Kill me. Where's squad 2 sitting?
Say again, Dan?
I can
Where's
hear...
squad 2 sitting?
Squad 2 is just across the road to the south. You're free to choose a different position.
I can hear enemy 113s to our west.
Kill me. I'm only going to suggest we stay here so we can cover the advanced...
113, 113.
Yeah, sure.
113 west.
Southwest.
Fucking I got... Like 6 people on the fucking radio at once.
Zeus sent Ferraris again.
Second M113.
Saying, Zeus, this is Ares.
Yeah, I was going to say, this vehicle, this building is beach.
Oh, they are down there. Oh, I see him.
Can you do your thing and take...
There's no point me firing that far out.
Just keep that one for the time being. Do not engage the APC right now.
Down there about 600-700 meters.
Yeah. There's a 113, they fucking dismounted into this side of the road.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to be fucking pushing through all this shit here.
Yeah, they're coming from the west.
I have one rifle grenade left, so I'm gonna hold it until we really need it.
I just
yeah, that's a fucking ArmA area save. Got enemies on the fucking petrol station. Oh shit!
Oh boy!
You don't put that.
We all good?
Where's that from?
Oh, yeah,
Everyone's still got their spaghetti inside?
Oh, wait, it's supposed to be inside? Oh shit. Sorry guys. Running around with my
Enemy
spaghetti outside.
enemy fucking engine to 234 southwest.
Yeah, received.
Ah, there is a roof on here. Very nice. Alex is down.
Why is my compass not going away?
Alex is down on the
Alex
roof.
down.
It reminds me I need to
fucking
get Dad to
American
check
Autos.
up on mine. Just double check that
I
there's
need to
nothing
release this
funky
man
going on
off
with the
the
rifling.
Without hurting myself.
I'm slightly concerned. By slightly, I mean very concerned,
yet,
because
'cause the
I mean I gave it a good
There's
clean
the
the last
man.
time I shot it, but
Where's Brad?
I just gave it the
Brad's
old
on
boiling water treatment overnight so I could clean it the next day,
This man.
and I missed a spot. And
Yeah, where the fuck is he?
the salts in those primers are enough that literally overnight you
got
get
ArmA?
surface rust. It's in the it was in the
Yeah,
grooves, not the
it's all
lands,
with
so I'm not overly concerned.
I
but
am starting on this.
I just want to make sure it doesn't go any further.
Once Irish one.
fuck
You
is
got ArmA?
Bradley?
Because the part that actually matters for accuracy in a rifle is the lands, obviously, because you need contact with the bullet, and about an inch or two around the throat of the chamber, and then another inch or two around the muzzle. Which is why you see some Mosins that were shot out, they've been counterbored, which mine has not.
Give him the CPR, I gave him the...
And I would very much like to maintain the level of accuracy it's exhibited so far.
Right, we're gonna make a fucking CCP point to that fucking warehouse.
I think one of our...
What does the Chinese Communist Party have to do with this?
Fucking... a lot, actually. Fake turkey.
I assume it's not safe up on this very high...
Yeah, I'm bringing them into the warehouse where the APC is so they can easily load it if they need to.
We all gonna head down there?
No. But that's where the APC is if we need to fuck off.
Alright.
Right, lads, we got this.
Like that.
Steal his helmet while you're at it. I want it.
Oh, fuck off. No. Right. Brad, pick him up, take him into the vehicle. Medic him inside the vehicle.
I suppose I could always take yours.
Squad one, get to the Vic now. We're fucking we're packing up.
We are
it's
fucking
inside
leaving.
The warehouse southwest.
Get
we are
into
leaving.
the vehicle.
Yo, who's still up there? We're leaving.
I don't think anyone is up there.
Oh, it might be a body then.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, that's bad, no.
That's it.
I've got no, get in, medic him.
This man is
Get in.
Got him.
Please, you went down.
Oh, you bet. You stole my fucking shit.
Streamer's privilege, bitch.
Last man, move in. Good, one's on the move. Close the fucking now.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you on about?
Guys, let me know what's down.
Right. If you can, work on Alex.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Alright, see ya.
Easy on the clutch.
Right, Alex is up. Wait.
Put me back. I wanna go back.
Yeah, can I get the pack when
you're
Doctor is with? Very nice.
That's real.
Can someone please back to that?
Yeah.
Two-man is back.
Unfortunately, the infantry need to get packed first.
Grass is back. Oh, yeah.
Bitch, what do you mean, unfortunately?
Everyone will be packed in a sec.
Oh my god, FPS drop.
God, imagine having FPS drop when you're inside the vehicle staring at a PNG of a wall.
If it's a PNG rather than a DDS, that's probably why there's an FPS drop.
Wait.
We've got a Turkish sleeper agent.
Nuclear strike.
What the fuck is he doing?
By the way, Ross,
Uh-huh.
you play on Tempest yet?
No, I've barely touched DCS for 2 months.
I see.
I just haven't had time.
Are you in with class symptoms,
Kinda. I needed a break, but I kinda want the break to end, I just haven't had time. Apparently all the Redfall pilots there have been, like, conditioned by, like, idiots into flying the MiG-29 low altitude with its radar off, so they've just been getting farmed. Except this one Chad who was at, like, fucking 18 kilometers just raining missiles on people. The way you're supposed to use a plane.
That I finally get to use the Apache in a server that is not
Just
dumb.
fear about we dismounted. Right, we're going to be dismounted at the outpost.
It seems like Red is really getting
Copy. Grab a position at the outpost and ready to go.
Yeah, we're Greeks.
KA-50 pilots trying to dogfight an A-10. That was funny.
Well, we're Olshans, so we're, like, the 2-week free trial of Greece.
Passengers, next destination. Korea Outpost. Your exit will be on
This is pretty switch.
It's pretty fucking swish.
Right, dismount.
Dismounting.
Dismount.
I wish I could go off and make my own.
Right, grab a fucking position inside or
Why am I
outside.
hearing
If
my
you
dead
repeat
squad
it.
leader for the third goddamn time?
Yeah, I know.
PTSD.
You, Bram.
No.
Not in charge, but make sure the boys are up in that town.
Does it have no windows?
The south of the southwest town. Yeah.
That's bullshit. What the fuck?
Hello.
I guess
Bam.
take the very...
Your
No,
squad
that's
is
silly.
the exterior defenses to the southwest. If you go through that
Okay.
gate there, you can find it.
Like that race position right there.
Squad 1 on me.
We're bright
Oh,
here.
okay, never mind.
That's your position.
We're going inside.
on the southwest side.
I was hoping to be in one of the bunkers, but you know, I'll get headshots, it's cool.
Okay, so I stole the other squad's rifle grenades. That's good shit. I'll steal these ones too.
Squad 1, we are outside.
Those boxes are full of right
Get fucked, bitches. Not anymore, suckers.
For now, so that, I guess that's the ones around the corner.
I want you to fucking be looking out, yellow.
Guess we have a good view down the road to the south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ross.
Yup.
Ross. No, you don't have the scope, do you?
No.
What's the
Ross, on me.
I have the Yeti boy.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I also stole all the other squad's grenades. Don't tell them.
Just look good down there.
Just fucking steal like a my team.
Oh.
Piotr, we're spreading out. I'm putting these 3 on this squad.
I don't know about that.
The road.
I only take new condition
This guy
grenades,
can hit
not
the
second
fucking
hand,
Vic,
sorry.
and he can fucking get the dismounts. So if you want to get back on the 50?
Well, what
That's
if
up to
I
you.
move the 52 here and
Zeus, this is
I
Ares.
don't know if you can move it, unfortunately.
I believe I
If you
We
can
are
do it.
back at the Cora outpost now, awaiting further orders.
I'm gonna have to get the rest of the fucking.
Oh, it makes me stand all the way up. Fuck that.
Here's got a nice big
Yeah,
rocket
received.
launcher on his
We're in
ass.
contact.
He should come up here.
That's better. Better arc of fire too. Oh yeah, that's the good shit right there.
I'm taking this is mine now.
But if you use that rocket launcher there, you're gonna hit yourself with so much backlash.
Ross, Simolo, could you please kindly move out of the way, please?
Aww.
No, because you're probably.
But that was
I'm
such a
very
good position.
But this is now better, because I can do this now.
Alright, well I'll go here.
Well done.
This is enjoyable.
This
Very
is
nice.
Phil to Ares. Zeus,
Cook
sorry.
off, Andy. By the way, Ross.
No, we're taking
Yeah.
5 rounds.
I'm pretty sure the pin's still in.
Taking fire west.
Thank you.
That wasn't cook off.
Hold on. Alright, ignore that,
This
don't worry.
is now living like
I don't have room
This is a
for it
good
even.
fight, okay.
I'll trade it for a smoke.
Wait, so fine north east?
Trade it for both my smokes. Oh, what? It still doesn't fit, motherfucker.
You have to stay here on this 50. Yeah, you'll stay here as well.
Yeah, I'll keep Asriel fucking take Ognia.
How much fucking space? There we go.
Low snowball, 50 degrees.
Where?
Well, Ognia is behind you, okay? This is
Hold fire, hold fire, hold fire, hold fire.
Ah, there's a war crime in progress.
Yeah, they
Excellent.
might have guns. Are they our side? Are they our friends? Are they not our friends?
We were told civilians with guns are not our friends.
If we're
Fuck
taking
them.
fire, you are free to engage.
I've already failed you, Blue Gill as well.
Kill me, we were told during a briefing any civvies with guns are not friendly.
Say again?
We were told during a briefing any civvies with guns are not friendly. So if they are friendly, just say that orders is orders.
I'd rather take the chances.
Just hit him with a befehl is befehl.
I mean, we shoot them now, so it doesn't matter.
Civvies with guns. Hey,
It's not a war crime to shoot civilians with guns.
I mean, it's not.
Well,
yeah, I'll try to minimize that, but if they're running with fucking the men in the field, there's not much I can do.
I think I got that one on fence, but that's good.
how's it looking? Get that.
I have eyes on 1x M113 pushing up the road to our south. Please prep the HD.
Please do not stand in front of the...
He's far, so it'll be a minute.
Yeah, there's a fucking M113
Yeah,
road. Get ready.
Get in the compound then.
AT prep. Stand fucking
Hey,
here.
Asriel.
Unless you want to get some
Asriel, come here, mate.
background.
Stand here. Asriel, stand where I am, mate. You got a better view down the road, and also the 50 can hit it.
Yeah.
Well, so you might not want to stand there.
Damn.
Eyes on.
I'll be advised if you get shot there, no one's going to be able to get to you.
Way to have a clear view of it.
The one fucking vehicle, Chad, running off with a law. Godspeed, my son.
You see that guy?
Where did it go?
It's behind the tree.
Damn, what a shame.
Who is
Shame,
that?
shouldn't have made it
Who
into
is
a
that
round.
fucking Giga Chad?
That is Zabby, of course it is.
Of course it's Zabby.
Zabby, are you on that?
Not be in the big tower anymore.
Zabby.
If Zabby steals my kill, can I blow him up?
Oh, I can see him out in the field on his own, setting up his own personal.
Least baked Dutchman.
What a Chad.
Where is Zabby?
Zabby's all on the road there.
Did he hit it?
He succeeded in annoying it.
He did.
There's a second one audio
He is actually done is
south.
make them dismount before coming around the corner.
Yeah.
Zabby.
Correction, second one, southwest engaging us.
Whenever.
On the dirt road.
Dirt road.
Under the power lines.
Fucking blast it.
Stoppage. Back in. Guy on the left is now engaging us as well.
Magazine?
Alright, wait, you're gone.
Kill it.
Firing.
Oh shit! Bad nade, southwest. I thought I fucking unbound that. Movement south, on the road. I love rifle grenades. Oh my god, that was fucking good.
You have Asriel? Yes, you are.
Need more goddamn ammo!
I'm hit.
Northeast again, understood.
So you fire a blank cartridge. Some use a bullet trap, which you fire a live round, but most of them you fire a blank cartridge. The expanding gas then pushes it off. So you see how there's rings around the base? It's not ribbed for her pleasure. It's like that so that the ribs form a gas seal, so that it doesn't, you know, leak out. You generally would not fire it from the shoulder, because the recoil is pretty stout. You'd take a knee and brace the butt of the rifle against the ground and fire it like it's a mortar. Wow, I'm fucked up.
Eyes on. Bearing southwest.
Point it out.
But, in that direction.
Oh yeah, I see it. Holy fuck, I'm not dealing with that from here. It's moving.
Yeah, fair.
He's dead. I can see it. It's fine.
We're going to come down
There's
the
still
road,
more in the
bearing
crates,
south.
so not too concerned about conserving. Oi, oi, oi. About conserving grenades. Sit down, bitch.
Ow.
They're advancing on the south. Keep an eye out south. They're advancing on the south on the hillside.
I'm injured. Fuck.
Alex.
Have you got him, Bradley?
I'm trying to shoot that gunner. I don't know if I can.
I'm trying my best, dude. He's continuously fucking moving. Can't hit him.
Man, that fucking cook-off. Jesus. My arms are okay. However, I do not gain any bruise off from this experience. It's another thing I need to play on stream. Don't say that! Don't fucking say that! Not within my earshot.
Ognian, did you hear that? Fuck you! Fuck you, Ognian!
Movement southwest by the wreck. Right of it. They're advancing.
Yeah, received. Yep.
Are they in the little vineyard there?
Just come back with it.
They're moving through it, yeah, like on the far side. Okay, that's getting long now, so we'll dial it back. Oh, not that. We'll dial it back to 250 or so. I'm making a supply run for rifle grenades.
I've been to it. Yeah. M113 south.
Give me
Moving north.
rifle grenades.
Bearing.
I desire, I crave rifle grenades.
Out of effective range.
This one. Hey, buddy, can I interest you in, one of these? Oh, pretty close. Still a touch long.
No, I can see him down in this turret, I think.
Well, I'm out of ammo.
Oh, yes.
Maybe.
I'll stay put until then.
Wait, well, we've got two friendlies walking near it. Right, fucking blast it. Blast it, blast it, blast it.
Oh, fuck me. I'm good with this thing today. Except those two shots earlier.
I just got a finished message.
Friendlies, friendlies, friendlies. Do not shoot them, Zaddy.
He said that he got hit in the head, but nothing thingy, and then
Yeah, and then he went off net. I mean, he knew the risks when he went out there.
Yeah, I thought he was medicing.
Yeah.
I just saw the
He
fucking
knew.
like
He went out there.
shit
He was a hero.
with a rifle.
Oh, I know.
Some guy with a moist nose just took out
He died for us. Now we just try and get Brant and fucking whoever it is to come back. That's Brant going out to get AT.
That was a good fucking mission.
Damn.
Yeah.
That
With
was
DMZ.
fun to Zeus.
That was fun to play.
Um,
game.
Nice.
I will
Enjoyed
remind
that.
everyone to please submit glorious feedback, even though it's literally a comment saying it was okay.
Grim, I have to ask, why, when they stole my APC with me in it, were they also loading a bunch of dildos inside?
What? Why?
Don't get loaded.
Oh, don't worry, that was us.
Yeah, Bram was there as well. He put them. Don't worry.
And here I thought that DMC had gotten conscious again and was driving home, and then Onion said, "I don't think he's going that way," as he swerves off.
That's exactly what we were thinking. And we're like, "Shit, blast him."
If the mission had gone on for like 3 more minutes, I would have woken up. I was already making plans on how to efficiently grab all the explosions from the vehicle.
Damn, that was one well-aimed 700-meter 50 cal shot that hit me straight in the chest.
That's what
Damn,
you get
bro.
for moving the fitty.
Yo, Grim, how did you like my
Anyway,
rifle grenades?
I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight. Actually, a good evening. I will remind everyone to don't shoot each other at the end of the mission, just in case that you get bean boozled and the mission actually isn't ending. That has happened before, by the way. Not that I know of anything personal.
Wait, as in like mission ending and there is an action.
Don't shoot each other when there's end scenario, because there's
It might not actually be
if
the
you skip
end.
time, it also looks exactly the same. So be aware of that, guys. I thank you all for coming, and I'm gonna kidnap everybody
Anyway, screw you, Ognian. Screw you. I was accurate, God said so.
Fuck you.
Damn.
You were accurate with the rifle, I was accurate with the rifle grenades. Together we're unstoppable.
God said that I was accurate. Ognian does not matter anymore.
Well, if we are stuck in our own deck, I'm very proud of how I got to use the actual smoke grenades on the APC.
And you didn't flip it over and blow it up in spawn. Well done.
Did Jesus Christ himself appear to tell you, damn, those smoke grenades are
Good thing that there's no advanced driving model for the APCs. Alright guys, catch you next week.
Have a good one.
That was a really fun mission. Hey, Yellow Fox. Alright guys, I'm going to take a short break just to grab myself a cup of tea, and then we'll be into some Gunner Heat PC, as the background music may have suggested. Yeah, I can do that. Probably pretty quickly though, because I don't have too much time left for class. Egg, you beautiful bastard. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Absolute fucking Chad. Holy shit. I've seen a lot of Tomcat kills in DCS. I've seen a lot of MiG-21 Tomcat kills in DCS. Hell, I've been a part of a lot of them. But I don't think anything will ever top what I just witnessed by watching that. That is fucking outstanding. Absolutely fucking outstanding. It's not that he didn't think to go up, Yellow Fox, it's that he thought to go up when he shouldn't have. You cannot out-climb that thing. It was gonna hit him. What he attempted to do was he attempted to chase Egg into the stratosphere, and Egg just ballistic climbed up to space, almost literally, which trashed the Sparrow because it was shot outside good parameters to begin with, and then drew the Tomcat up into the engagement zone for the SAMs. That's just masterclass stuff right there. Max, yeah, that is normal. That is completely normal in DCS. If you have less than 32 gigabytes, multiplayer is pretty much off the menu. You might be able to get away with 16 on some lighter missions, but as a general rule for multiplayer DCS, you need 32 gigabytes of RAM and or a very, very large page file. I have 32 gig and a very large page file, and even I still have issues with it sometimes. It does. It does. Majoris is a fucking fantastic composer. I can't wait for more songs to get added to the game's soundtrack. Also, next Gonna Heat PC patch, my friends, next GHPC patch is the Blue Tears patch. It would seem. I could be wrong on that, but judging by a few little hints that have been dropped, that's, you know, the process of adjusting the thermals is well and truly coming along. Oh, no. Not T80B time. I don't know when that's arriving, but their thermal vision's not going to be the be-all and end-all anymore. They're going to have a little more difficulty identifying things through their thermal sights. They might need to actually do the thing that I've been doing and using the thermal to spot stuff and then the day sight to confirm what it is and engage it. But it should be the first in a long line of additions or tweaks to the game, which bring it closer in line with reality, but also really make the people that came across expecting it to be some sort of fucking one-sided NATO ruffle stomp, they're gonna, they're gonna learn some painful lessons. I can't wait. Of course, my big oh shit moment for Tears is going to be when infantry are added, because like, so many people coming into the game, particularly from War Thunder, have no concept of dealing with infantry in a tank, because they have no experience doing it, and man, they're gonna eat so much shit when they do arrive in the game. Because, like, particularly War Thunder players, their first instinct is to drive into a forest and hide in the trees, or drive into a village and hide behind a building, because that's what you do in War Thunder. Well, have fun with that, because the trees, they might not be speaking Vietnamese, but they'll definitely be speaking either English or German or Russian. And they'll have a lot of angry green drain pipes in them. Need to actually remember to take my meds this morning because I've forgotten the past couple days. If you ever hear somebody arguing against, like, giving people ADHD meds, which are literally just methamphetamines, oh, it's a highly addictive drug, oh, you'll get them hooked. My brother in Christ, I don't even remember to take the shit when I've been prescribed it. Like, you can't get addicted to this stuff on the doses that we get given. Like, trust me, fam. Trust me. I wish I was fucking addicted to it, because then I wouldn't forget to take it. Quite apart from the fact that the reason we're prescribed it is because our brains don't work quite like everyone else's. So the shit that makes you, like, turbo mode actually slows us down so we can think. You hype for Black Shark 3? I'm not, like, hype, but I'm not disappointed either. I'm not a huge fan of the whole doing a fictional upgrade thing, but it is what it is. They can't give us a Car 52, so they're giving us the next best thing. I get it. I get it. As long as we have enough options to limit it to having proper Car 50 stuff, that's still fine by me. I just realized, yet again, I have forgotten to fix my webcam settings after my PC ate shit. Well, my PC didn't eat shit, my fucking power supply, not power supply, but like my electricity ate shit twice in a row the last couple of afternoons. I don't know what's going on. Someone's tripping a breaker, I guess. Let's see, exposure, focus can stay there, low light comp goes off. Gets a little harder to see my wonderful face, but it also means the frame rate goes up because the low light comp stutters the fuck out of the camera. Aussie infrastructure moment? Yep. Alright, so, there may be some issues with frame rate, particularly in the menus. I am running the highest possible settings, pretty much, which probably isn't helping. But what I think is happening is that GHPC and OBS are fighting each other for resources. Because on my screen, like me playing the game, here's half the problem. It keeps resetting itself to full screen window. It should be full screen. On my screen, this game runs beautifully. I have not experienced any slowdowns or stutters or any issues at all with this game in full screen or full screen window. Doesn't care. However, OBS doesn't like it, so it will fight OBS for rendering resources. And it will do that quite routinely around smoke or some patches of dense forest, so bear with me. I didn't lower the AO. I set it to full screen. It's still set high. I just set it to full screen. But yeah, like full screen windowed really fucks with it, but even full screen sometimes does as well. Alright, so since Yellow Fox wanted to see the different tanks, what better place to do that than Grafenwöhr? Shotgunned at 3k PC because DCS is shit. My own PC 7 years old. Beepsky Mark 1 was just verging on 8 years old when I retired him. So yeah, and Beepsky Mark 1 could still run the game actually reasonably well at reasonable settings sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. However, I had to upgrade to Windows 10 for 2.7, and Beepsky Mark 1 was not ready for Windows 10 in any way, shape, or form. Right, so here is a Brooms that everyone knows and loves. It is a zoomy boy. Let's take it for a spin first. Normally I play from this perspective, but since we're trying to show off the tanks, we'll skip to the full external. We're Merkava. If they do a Middle Eastern sort of theater, then you'll see it there. You will not see it in the Fulda Gap, because it wasn't there. This the A1? Nope, M1A1 has not arrived in Europe in any reasonable numbers at the time of this being set. I believe it was in production, but it wasn't in Europe yet. Like, as in it had just gone into production. So this is an M1 IP. I think this is the IP, or is this the original M1? I think this is the IP. I wasn't paying attention when I loaded in. It looks like an IP. A little track over here we can drive around. Oh yeah, the M1 was always turbine powered. The M1 was always turbine powered. That was its big selling point. Like the T80, although the T80 did get a diesel-powered version later, the T80UD, as in Uniform Delta. But the M1 was always turbine from the start, at least once it was in production. Some of the prototypes were diesels, I think. It's pretty fast, it accelerates well, it builds, well, builds speed, accelerates, same thing. But it accelerates well, it holds its speed well. It's still got a lot of weight though, so you feel the weight as you throw it around in maneuvers. But it is a pretty solid machine. Has a 2-plane stabilized gun, as you would expect. The stabilizer's quite good. It's quite capable of keeping the turret pointed wherever you want it pointed. Like, you can't out-traverse the turret with the hull. At least not that I've noticed, not that I've been able to do. Which can become an issue sometimes with the Soviet tanks, because their turret traverse is quite slow. Diesel-electric tank. So what you're suggesting is an armored train, but without tracks. So anyway, let's test out this thing's gunnery. The M1 original version, which is over there, that is broadly the same. However, the armor scheme's a little different. The proportions are a little different, particularly in the turret face. The turret's a little shorter. But yeah, there's not much point me hopping in that, because fire control system, movement, everything else is the same. So we got a variable magnification day sight. I forget what the zoom levels are. It's 3 and 10, I think. 3 and 10 power. We also have thermals. So you'll notice I zoom into 10 power, or whatever it is, to maximum day sight zoom, and then go back to the thermal at minimum zoom. That is basically how you are going to want to do it, especially once the thermals get fixed. So you use this to scan, you go, oh, I see a hotspot there. What is it? It's a tank. Lays on the way. And that's a hit. It's got a very good fire control system, very accurate gun.
Ross, it could be worse. You could be stuck in a leopard cage.
That is coming to the game at some point. Thanks for the bits, man. The Abrams has the American equivalent of Delta D. The tank is aware of where it is in relation to where the lays point is, and so you can fire on the move accurately and hit. The targets on the original Proving Ground move faster, so they're better for demonstrating that, although you don't have much room to move around. But suffice to say, this thing is full shoot-on-the-move capable. Which is good, because initially I think there were plans to not even stabilize the Abrams, or not stabilize it fully, like they'd done with the M60. Because US procurement in the Cold War was very silly, and they made a lot of very stupid decisions. So to laze, to lead a moving target, you just laze it, and then holding the paddles, you just continue tracking it. And you can see the tank is adjusting. It's like the gyro sight in an aircraft. So you'll notice it lags behind my point of aim because it's compensating for my movement of the turret. Now, And also the tank. If the tank was moving, it's compensating for both the turret and tank movement. The M1A1, I think, and I know the M1A2 have a slightly different system. The reticle stays in the center of the field of view and the gun chases it. At the moment, the reticle is chasing the gun. On the later versions of the M1, the gun chases the reticle, so to speak. The gun doesn't move relative to the reticle, but there's a second mirror in the sight, which makes it appear to move. The T80 does that in all variants. So the T80's fire control system is in some respects more advanced than the early Abrams, but in other respects it's less advanced. So the T80s is still like analog shit, lots of electromechanical stuff. The Abrams is fully digital. The M60, the TTS, the A3 TTS, is not fully digital, I don't believe. And so there's going to be some adjustments to that too, which makes that more apparent, that it is an analog system masquerading as a modern fire control system. So just to check our lays there, you can see the lead hasn't moved at all. On the way, and it hits exactly where I'm aiming. This thing is laser accurate. It is so, so nice to work with, which is why it's boring. But it's really good if you've got a fuck ton of T-72s or something coming over a ridge. You can just laze, fire, and engage them really fast. Like, you know, I can go from... Let's engage this guy. There's a tank there. Fucked up my laze. Boom. It's pretty quick. What are all the calls in the tank? There's a lot. Probably not all of them will end up being simulated in the game. But for instance, let's take Gunner Heat PC, the game's title. Gunner is who you're issuing the command to. Heat is the type of ammunition you want loaded in the gun. PC, personnel carrier, is the target. So you have Gunner Sabo tank, Gunner Heat PC. If you've got something up the spout otherwise, you'll hear, like, for instance, Gunner Heat tank, fire Sabo, which means fire what you've got in the gun and then go to Sabo for the next round. You want to be engaging tanks with Sabo as much as possible, particularly with this gun, and then engaging tanks with, engaging APCs and trucks and things with heat. So, Gunner Heat PC, Gunner with a heat round, engage that personnel carrier. You'll hear things like Gunner Designate on more modern Abrams, where you have an actual hunter-killer system. The early Abrams doesn't have that, as much as people like to think otherwise. The T-72 is more capable in that respect than the early Abrams is, funnily enough. So, you have that, you have things like driver up, driver back, stuff like that. You probably won't... You may end up hearing them in the game, it depends how they do things in the future, but at the moment you don't. You'll hear up from the loader. Up means that the gun is loaded and he's hit the safety switch, he's clear of the gun's recoil area. So in real life, like in Gunner Heat PC, things get a bit heated and you can just fire whenever, but in real life you would not dare pull the trigger until you hear up from the loader. So if we run a full engagement command, it's like, for instance, Gunner Sabo tank, and then you'll hear you'll traverse onto it, the commander might tell you traverse left, traverse right, traverse onto it, you go steady as you get close, then on, when you're on the target he's looking at. Gunner yells out identified, which means he's identified that is the target the commander has ordered him to engage, not a friendly of some sort. Gulf War. And then you'll hear the loader yell up, which means the gun's ready to go, and then on the way from the gunner, and he fires it. And then you'll hear a correction from the commander, either doubtful, which means he thinks it hit, but he couldn't see clearly, so he's not sure, or it hit, but he's not sure of the terminal effect of it. You'll hear short if it hits short, over if it goes long. Target means you've hit the target, so you may hear, for instance, on the way, fire a shot. Target, re-engage, shoot the target again. Target, cease fire, means that's it, we're done. Target, next target, which means you've hit that, but there's something more pressing, so you'll get all these fluid commands telling you how to do different things. How do you know what ammo type's loaded in the gun right now? The loader will know what's in it, because that's his job. And also there's a switch, I believe, to index which round the fire control system is indexing for, or like which round it's compensating for. In-game, we've got a HUD, so down here you can see I've got Sabo loaded. But the loader will also tell you when the gun's loaded, what he's putting in it. So that's the Abrams. Let's go to the M60A3. It is broadly similar in terms of fire control system, although this is, like I said, more analog, and that will become evident in the future. One of the ways it's evident now, first of all, the day sight's fixed magnification. It used to be variable, but then they found some secret documents, not so secret, as it turns out, but it only had a single level of zoom in the day sight, so that's been adjusted, which is fine. It saves me time, because I don't use the day sight at minimum zoom anyway. If you use auto lead in the M60, you laze, and it jumps. So unlike the Abrams, which is constantly computing for lead, the M60 takes the last, like, second or so of turret traverse rate and uses that as your lead factor. So if you're slewing the turret really fast, and you laze, and then you start slewing slower, it won't correct for that like the Abrams will. You have to relaze, or just aim off. To dump the laze, or dump lead, you release a paddle. So I hit laze, I'm auto-leading, and I want to stop auto-leading but retain the range, I just dump the paddles, which is, in my case, releasing the right mouse button. If you want to dump lead, in the game at the moment it's control page down. And it just goes back to battle sight, or like back to a battle sight range, which is 1200 in most American tanks. Like the Abrams, we have a thermal in this. Like the Abrams, the thermal has 2 levels of magnification, although I rarely use this one. I just stick with low mag, and then scan, and then find a target and engage with a day sight. The M60A3 is also not quite as advanced in terms of moving target engagement. It can factor in the turret's traverse and the target movement, but it cannot factor in its own movement. So it knows what the turret's doing relative to the hull, but it doesn't know what the hull's doing, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't know how fast you're moving or in what direction. It just knows what the turret is doing relative to the hull and uses that to figure out the correct lead to the target, using the distance from the laze and the traverse rate of the turret against the hull. The Abrams takes the traverse rate of the turret against the hull, and then the hull itself, as well as any movement. So do the Soviet tanks. Well, the T-80. T-72 doesn't have auto lead of any sort, so that's how that works. We've already done engagements with the Abrams, so we don't really need to show anything there. It's basically the same, just without the cool sound of the blast door in the reload sequence. Oh, that's something I forgot to show in the Abrams, but it's basically the same here as it is there. You have an auxiliary sight. And what you would use this for, in its original intended purpose, this is for engaging things when your main sight is knocked out, or damaged, or obscured for whatever reason. In actual practice, what this was used for mostly was to check gun clearance over terrain, because the primary sight is this. This is the gunner's primary sight doghouse there. As you can probably tell, it's quite highly elevated above the gun. Like, well, sorry, that's the commander's sight I'm looking at. I'm stupid, don't listen to me. That's the commander's sight. This is the gunner's primary sight doghouse. My bad. So yeah, like, it's elevated above the gun and off to the side. The auxiliary sight, however, is this fella right here, which is pretty much on the same level as the gun, slightly above it, and much closer to it. So you use that at close range to avoid parallax error from being too far to the side, and also to make sure you're clear of terrain. Now, if we go back to the Abrams, you'll notice the top hole here. He's going to make this difficult by scanning, so we'll pause the game. The top thing is the coax, with the cool shroud over the muzzle with cooling fins on it, or whatever that's meant to be. That is the gunner's auxiliary sight, the gas in the Abrams. You'll notice it's below the gun barrel, because they realized from the M60, hey, the gunners are using this to check barrel clearance, let's put it below the gun rather than just above it. So that's how that works. We will unpause. So we've done engagements, don't need to show you that with the primary sight. We can show them with the auxiliary sight, though. You have to use stadiometric marks to range with this, or just know what the range is. We're going to take a wild guess here. We've got Sabo up, so we're going to yeet this 1200. We were high, so that's probably more like 600. ish. So let's go for about 600 with a heat round. 800. Somewhere between 6 and 8, I'd say. But yeah, that's how that works. So, let's take the M60 for a bit of a drive. Yeah, this is a pattern. There's... The M46 was a pattern, the M47 was a pattern, the M48 was a pattern, the M60 was a pattern. Like, that whole series of tanks was just stopgap after stopgap. Even the early Abrams was a bit of a stopgap. Like, the Abrams was always meant to come with a Commander's Independent Thermal Viewer, the CITV. Those of you who are astutely observant may notice that the Abrams never actually got the CITV until the M1A2 in the early 90s. It was always fitted for it, it just never got it, because Congress didn't want to approve the funding, and there was some politics involved beyond just, we don't want to approve the funding. So the Abrams actually lagged badly behind in hunter-killer engagement capability. The T-72 has better hunter-killer engagement capability than an early model Abrams does, because the early model Abrams doesn't have it, period. However, when it finally got the CITV, it was a really potent weapon. How did the exhaust work? On the M60, I think the exhaust on the 60 is actually, yeah, it comes out the back here. So this is a diesel. It's just got a particular layout. That's it there. The T64 has something similar. The T64 exhaust vents straight out the back, so does the T80. Wonder why they used fins? Probably to dissipate heat better. And stop crap from getting into it. Plus give it a little bit more protection. The M60 is obviously not quite as mobile as the Abrams. It's a pretty big, heavy tank. Like, American tanks tend to be quite large. They're very tall. They're not bad in the mobility department, but, like, for instance, they could be better. They got pretty powerful engines, pretty good suspensions. They're just big and kind of unwieldy. The Soviet tanks are much smaller, and some of them are more nimble, but they're generally clunky to drive. Like, they're not very user-friendly for the most part. The T-64 and T-80 aren't bad, but the 72 is rough. And so, they're not as mobile as you might think from their size, but they're not bad either. I'm playing with mouse and keyboard. I did try with the stick, but it's a bit discombobulating for me. I probably could give it another try at some point, but what I would actually prefer is to have a proper Cheburashka setup, like proper paddles. And that would be probably a custom build thing. I don't know if anyone makes gaming controllers like that beyond... I know people 3D print them, but like I don't know if anyone really does. Anyway, we're just going to park the M60 here, so I don't have to drive it all the way back to the firing point. Big and unwieldy, looks at Chieftain. Yes. Yes. Very big, very unwieldy, and very unreliable engine. Why is he swearing? He's not even going anywhere. He must be freaking out because the M60's parked near him. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Fucking backseat driver over here is swearing up a storm. Interesting. Anyway. M1, yeah, we've already seen the other one. Here we go. M60 A1 Rise Passive. Couple things to note here. Look at the back of the turret. Not the bustle, not the bustle equipment, but look at the back of the turret. Notice any differences between this and the other M60, the A3? I'll show you. Oh, what's this? What is this, you may ask? Is that an antenna? No, that is not an antenna. Does anyone in chat, except tank knowers like Cotty, want to take a wild guess what this contraption actually is? And why the M60A3 has this, but the M60A1 does not? I'll give you a minute. Having low FPS in the stream? Oh, Grafenver isn't very well optimized at the moment, so OBS is fighting for resources, like I said. I'm gonna have to figure out which method of encoding the game prefers. I think I'm using software encoding right now, and the game's pretty CPU heavy, so it might be that. The problem is, every time I change encoding method, it fucks up one of the games I stream. So DCS and MizFizz tend to like different encoding methods to each other, and then this likes a different one as well. Air vent, no. Super has it. It's a wind sensor. That's what that's for. That's detecting crosswinds and feeding the correction into the fire control system. That's why the A3 has it with the more advanced fire control system, but the A1 doesn't, and the A1 has the A1 has a much more old school fire control system. Very old school. So this is actually technically the commander's extension for the gunner's primary sight we're looking for. The gunner's primary sight doesn't have a rangefinder. The commander's sight extension does. So when we go to range find stuff in the A1, the commander would find the range and then feed it verbally to the gunner, who then plugs it in. It's very ass backwards. Don't ask me why the Americans did that. Like I said, it was stopgap after stopgap. However, for the purposes of gameplay in GHPC, particularly as the gunner and commander roles haven't been separated out yet for playable tanks, to range find you just use it as you normally would for other tanks. So, this is a coincidence rangefinder. It is not a stereoscopic rangefinder. There's a subtle but important difference between those two systems. The coincidence system moves one mirror. The stereoscopic moves both. Stereoscopic requires, like, god-tier eyesight and is very fiddly, but is very accurate. Coincidence is a little faster and a little easier and a little less demanding, but not quite as accurate. So, what the traditional mistake is, and I've been guilty of this in the past, is people will assume that split image, which is what the T64 and I believe the Leopard use? I could be wrong on the Leopard, I don't actually know. But the T64 uses split image. The M60 uses ghost image, and people typically conflate ghost image with stereoscopic and split image with coincidence. In reality, the actual method has nothing to do with it. You can get split image stereoscopic sights, you can get ghost image. It's not about how many mirrors you move, but how many eyepieces you'll... I'm glad you're here to correct me. This is such an arcane topic, because nobody uses this shit anymore. Like, a lot of the documentation is very arcane, and like, there's more documentation on the naval side than the land side. That's actually an issue they ran into when they were researching the game. I don't know if this came up in the Gunner Heat PC Discord, but I'm in another Discord with Josh and Kavi and a couple of the other guys that are working on this. Harry's Discord, as a matter of fact. And we're having a discussion in there about research for these kinds of games, and they mentioned that when they were researching the M60A1's fire control system, a lot of the diagrams in the manual had been recycled out of earlier manuals for different systems. They just reused them. So it didn't depict the actual system, it depicted something close and just left it to the gunner's imagination to make up the difference. They also found that there weren't any really good in-depth descriptions of how the range-finding system works, because back in the day, it was like, oh, here's a coincidence rangefinder, you've all seen one of these before, you know how it works. Well, here's the specifics of this coincidence rangefinder. So yeah, it's a bit obtuse. Anyway, so split image and ghost image are not necessarily signs that are different systems in use, it's just different methods of achieving the same thing. So here we have a ghost image. Let's say I want to engage this thing right here, this target. I go ahead, I activate the rangefinder. I now have to dial in a range until it looks like the two images are overlaid and I see as little blur or chromatic aberration or anything else as possible. We're going to call that 1800 meters. It's probably a little more or a little less than that. But 1800? That's a hit. Okay, I want to engage that tank hulk out there. We need to rearrange it. I know it's more than 1800, but how much more? It can't be 4000, so we've gone too far. We've got to come back and see, like, at longer distances, it's really hard to do because you can't see the fucking difference. But I know roughly how far that target is actually from me. Right there. 2500. So you see how it's not 100% perfect at that range. Realistically, the practical range of this kind of system is about 2,000 meters, 1,800 to 2,000 meters. Beyond that, it gets really hokey. It takes some time and some skill to get a good range estimation. You're typically going to be a little long or a little short, but you'll be close enough that you can just correct from there. Now you can see why Dazzle Camo on ships just worked. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Between that and calculating where they're going for a torpedo run, this kind of ship really mattered in naval warfare. 200 meters. I don't know if I'd say that's less than 200. I would say that's probably about 500. Nope. It is 200 or less. Let's see. No, it's parallax. I'm getting parallax error. That's something else to correct for. So for this kind of engagement, this is where you switch to the backup site. Although even this will give you a bit of parallax. I'm going to hold right on the target, and we hit it. So yeah, that's how this works. So probably more typically, when you're engaging things with this tank, the way this tank is typically meant to be used, you'll have the commander doing your ranging, and then the gunner is just sitting in the auxiliary site, so he knows his gun's clear, and he'll quickly... You know, the commander will tell him the range, and he'll just aim off using the stadium marks. So you only need within 400 meters accuracy. The other one's the commander's site extension. So this is still the auxiliary site. This is still the auxiliary site, which is, if we go to the outside of the tank, that there. That is what we're looking through right there. The other site that I was using, notice there's two sites. Well, that's the commander's forward site. That's not what he's actually looking through, but this is the gunner's primary site. And this has an extension which runs back to the commander, and the commander's extension runs through these. These little eyeballs are where your range finding comes from. This is the coincidence rangefinder. You'll notice that it runs across the entire width of the turret. Because you need as wide a base as possible to get as accurate a reading as possible. That's why on battleships, the rangefinder is like several meters wide. That's why when you look at World War II artillery spotters equipment, particularly for flak, you have a really wide... It looks like binoculars, but stretched to the sides and then forward. Or like German tank commanders in World War II had those little rabbit ear binoculars, which I think the Brits used post-war. So you've got your binocular lenses here, but it's got rabbit ears that go up, and then you've got a lens on either side, and you can spread them or bring them closer together. That's your range finding. By moving them closer together or further apart, in that case, it gets the angle and figures out your range. For a fixed site like this, you would have one stationary mirror. I don't remember which side it's on, but one of these would be stationary, and the other one is able to be angled inwards or outwards, and that's where it derives the range from. It's from the angle of that second mirror. The reason they're eyeballs is because they need to move up and down. The sight is stabilized independently of the gun. The sight does not follow the gun does not follow the sight. The tank will attempt to match the two, and when they coincide with each other, it will allow you to fire. That's called fire gating. And it's basically there so that you don't, think that you're aiming at something, but really the gun is, like, pointed up in space because you've just gone over a bump or something. So yeah, that's how that works. We've already driven this thing around, so we don't really need to do another drive. Here's the Chadley. Peep this boy. The Chadley is pretty cool. It has a little external mechanical anti-aircraft sight, which isn't really useful in gunner heat PC at the moment, but it is a thing, and it may become useful in the future. Look at the turret traverse speed. This is realistic. This is how quickly the Bradley traverses its turret. It's like a fucking rocket. I've seen a video of it do a 360 traverse. It is that fast. That's your primary sight there. Gunner's primary sight, so that's the gunner's station. This is the commander's station we're in. The commander has the anti-aircraft sight, the gunner has the primary sight. That's the tow launcher there. That will fold away when the vehicle's moving. You're not supposed to move with the tow launcher unstowed because it can cause damage to the tow system. To reload tows in the Bradley, it's not quite reloading undercover, but to reload the tow launcher in the Bradley, you aim the entire weapons assembly, because the tows are stabilized to coincide with the gun, right? They aim down slightly because they're mounted above the gun, but they operate on that, like, they're not coaxial as such with the gun, or they might be, but they attempt to follow the gun's aim. So, you point the gun up at the sky, like so, and traverse the turret, like this, basically. You can maybe see where I'm going with this. And then some unfortunate soul opens the air guard hatch, which is normally what you'd use for yeeting man pads out the vehicle. If there's a helicopter or a plane buzzing around, you pop out of that and you yeet a fucking stinger at them. You traverse it round so that he can reach that, and then this poor fucker in the back has to pop out of his hatch and load the tubes back in, and it is not that uncommon for him to accidentally lose his grip on it, because these things are relatively heavy, mind you, and they have to be pushed all the way in and locked, or they'll just fall back out. So it's not that uncommon for this poor fucker in the back to accidentally slip, and it comes back and scones him one right in the face. There's videos of that. You could probably find them on YouTube pretty quickly. So that is how the Bradley reloads its tows. The Bradley also has a very weird system for reloading the gun. It's not fully simulated yet in GHPC, it's partially simulated. I don't remember if they're going to fully sim it or not. But the Bradley's gun has two ammo feeds. One for AP, one for HE. The BMP2 is similar. Autocannons typically have dual feed, and it just selects whichever side it wants to feed from, for whichever ammo. However, the AP side is shorter than the HE side. So your belts are shorter on the AP side. It comes in boxes, actually. It's like boxes of 50 rounds or something, or was it 70 rounds, correction. I think is it 50 or 70? Whatever. We got 70 up the spout to begin with. So what you have to do is you have to relink the belts as you go. And if you go too far, the part of the belt that you actually link onto is inside the gun mechanism. You can't reach it. So it's, I forget how many rounds it is, but a certain number of rounds before you hit a reload, you need to stop firing and link the belt. If you do not do that, the only way to link that belt is to partially disassemble the back of the gun. This is a chain gun. It's quite complicated. What a chain gun means is the gun's mechanism is driven on a bicycle chain. It's not gas powered. It's not harnessing the energy of that, like it's not short recoil, it's not gas powered, it's not anything like that. It's literally a chain driven mechanism. There's a motor driving a chain, the chain drives the gun. That's why the Bradley's rate of fire is adjustable, is because you're just adjusting the speed the chain's driven at, right? So that's what chain gun means. Anyway, we've rambled for long enough. Here's the Bradley's gun sight. No, that is not a visual glitch. The tow sight, the cross, is etched into the glass. It's visible no matter what. The other sight is projected onto the gunner's field of vision. So that's not always there. In fact, if we go to maximum magnification, you can see that it's fine. It's on the, is it the first focal plane or second? I think second focal plane is the one where if you increase the zoom, the reticle scales appropriately. So depending where the reticle's placed, that controls whether it scales when you zoom in or not. This is an important thing for range-finding sites, which have, you know, stadiometric marks on them like this does. But yeah, so that's as you would expect. Let's go to thermals. Oh, where did my gun sight go? At minimum zoom, you don't have one. Like the M60 and the Abrams, minimum zoom on the, or maximum field of view, I should say, on the thermal sight is meant for scanning, for acquiring targets, and then you go to the day sight. However, you do see the reticle when you fully zoom in on the thermal viewer. 30 rounds, 25mm per can. Thank you. Please, if I say something and I'm wrong, please do fact check me, because I talk out my ass all the time. I'm glad that we have some knowers here who can do that. The other thing you may notice down the bottom, it says AP. We have AP loaded. If I select HE, it says HE. And I am selecting it because, like I said, it's dual feed. I'm just pressing a button in the Bradley. There's like I think it's like a 6-pack or an 8-pack of buttons, like AP high, AP low, HE high, HE low, and that's your ammo selection and your rate of fire. Rate of fire selection isn't simulated in Gunner Heat PC yet. It probably will be at some point, but don't hold me on that. I don't know. I haven't asked. So we can do that, and then we can select 762, which is our coax, and then we can select tow. And when we select tow, the gun reticle disappears. So let's go back to AP. I can't laze. You know why? Because the Bradley didn't have a laser rangefinder until after Operation Desert Storm. That's right, kids. It took them until after ODS to stop and think, maybe we should have put an LRF in the Bradley. That might have been a good idea. Stopgap after stopgap. Like, when they design these things, they're looking at how they can make it now and make it cheaply. They're not looking at how it's actually going to be used. And this is symptomatic. The Soviets did this too in many ways, particularly with probably the biggest symptom in the Soviet MBTs is the anti-aircraft machine gun mounting. That's like a whole level of deep lore I think described on stream before, so I don't want to get too far into it today because I'm on limited time, but we can do it another day if you guys want to get into that again. But yeah, like they cut corners where they could, or they just didn't think to do things. But it's very symptomatic of US armored vehicle procurement that they left off something as dumb fuck obvious as a laser rangefinder. The Abrams has it, the M60A3 has it, why doesn't the Bradley have it? Well, because no one thought the Bradley would need it for some reason. You put enough fucking firepower on this thing to level a fucking armored division, but you don't give it a laser rangefinder. Anyway, what's that 12 at the bottom? Is that how many rounds we have left? No, that's our range, in hundreds of meters. What we have to do is dial it in manually. So we can either eyeball it and take a best guess, or we can just leave it battle-sided at 12, or we can use the Stadium metric rangefinder on the site. So for instance, I don't know what height it's calibrated for. Probably about there. But you notice at longer distances especially, it's not super accurate. So we'll call that 2000 for that Hulk there. I think that might actually be about 2000 because the file ones should be 2500. Nope, we're short. It is indeed 2500. Look at that dispersion! This thing is not that accurate. Autocannons in general are not that accurate. I don't know how many of you have ever seen video footage of BMP-2s firing on the range, but they do not hit what they're aiming at. They hit everything around what they're aiming at. Same with the Bradley. Your effective engagement range with this autocannon is less than 1500 meters. You can hit things at 2500, but why? Just use the tow. But say, for instance, this little guy here, fuck me, what is that? Probably like 15, we'll call it. We'll find out soon enough. $18? Yeah, 18's close enough. Actually, let's call that 2K. No auto lead, obviously. It's serviceable. At 2 kilometers, it's perfectly serviceable. We're getting low on ammo, so I would normally toggle a restock here. However, you can see it takes a full minute to do. Ain't nobody got time for that shit, so we're just going to switch to HE. HE is not very powerful. It's 25mm HEDP. We're still ranged out for 2000, silly me. It's not that powerful. Don't expect to kill armored vehicles, even lightly armored vehicles with this shit. It's like about the same power as a hand grenade, probably less. Like, this stuff is maybe good for killing infantry. Maybe. It won't get through hard cover, it will certainly not get through vehicle armor. But it's good to have, because if you get infantry in the open, this will get them running, if not get them dead. Coax is, as you might imagine, it's a fucking coax. You know, what is there to show about that? And then we got the tow. Gotta hold it to unspool the wire and get it ready. And then just hold the point of aim on the target. It's semi-automatic command to line of sight, which means the missile will attempt to fly to where you're pointing it. It's not manual command to line of sight like the Malyutka. So, say I want to switch targets, we're going for him. Whatever reason I want to switch targets to this guy, I can do that if I'm fast enough and precise enough. Pretty easy. It's not hard to hit something with a tow. .48 had a stereoscopic with 2 eyepieces. Ah, that explains a few things. Yeah, yeah, because I saw a video with, oh, fuck, what's his surname? David, from the Tank Museum. The really, really awesome old dude who was, like, the world's coolest grandpa. He did a video and he was talking about that thing's rangefinder and how it was such a bitch to use. He actually showed it, like, he had a bit of newsreel footage or training reel footage of the site actually in use, which is quite cool, because you rarely ever see actual visual depictions, let alone motion picture depictions, of a ghost image site in use. Anyway, that's the weapons part of the Bradley. Let's do the driving part of the Bradley. Now, as a gameplay concession in Gunner Heat PC, the tow launcher stays deployed as long as you're moving at a slow enough speed. I think it's about 10-12 kilometers an hour is the cutoff. As soon as you start moving faster, away goes the tow launcher. The Bradley's pretty quick. It was designed to keep pace with the Abrams, so it needs to be pretty quick. It might be huge, but it moves pretty well. You get some pretty sick drifts out of it too if you try and take a corner at maximum speed. Old 63 Echo Abrams mechanic, nice. When I went through basic, I was in the infantry in the reserves. I wasn't full time, but when I went through basic, one of the sort of things that my platoon staff did, because almost all my platoon staff were armored corps. We had one chick from the dental corps, and then everyone else was armored. My platoon commander was armored, my platoon sergeant was armored, my section commander was armored, like all of them were. So when we went to put our gear together for the first time, like put our webbing together, they needed a volunteer whose webbing they would assemble as a demonstration. So the question for the lucky person who would get their webbing put together for them was name all the weapon systems of an M1 Abrams tank, because they knew that we had very few armored people in our rotation, like in our platoon, and they knew that even the ones who wanted to be koalas wouldn't know that offhand, probably. Well, they had the distinct misfortune of me being really interested in tanks, just not keen on being inside one when it gets shot at. So I was able to list off all the weapon systems by their actual names, and so my section commander put my webbing together for me, and everyone else had to watch. So that worked out well in my favour. I grew up playing M1 Tank Platoon 2. As a lot of people have observed, even though Josh, Action Scripter, never played that himself, he did play Armored Fury, I think it is, Armored Fury, which I believe was a similar game, but he never played M1 Tank Platoon 2, but he said in an interview he did with Casmo, like, earlier in the year, it's a consistent thing. Everyone who has played M1 Tank Platoon 2 says, wow, Gunner Heat PC really reminds me of M1 Tank Platoon 2. Literally the first thing that crossed my mind when Harry told me, hey, here's a cool game I'm helping work on, was, oh my god, this is M1 Tank Platoon 2's spiritual successor. And it is, in every way. This is what M1 Tank Platoon 2 would be if it was being produced in the modern day, including an actual sane fucking method of game development, with no microtransactions, no irrelevant out-of-theater bullshit. It knows what it is, it knows what its scope is, and it sticks to it. watching the devs tell people, like, no, that is not going to be in the game because it's outside the game scope, it gives me life. It gives me fucking life after a generation of game devs who don't know how to say no to people and think that game development is just adding meaningless fucking bucket loads of content to the game with no context and then charging, like, nickel and dime prices for it. That is not game development. That is quackery. This is game development. You have a defined plan. You know what you're doing. You stay with it. You do not let the community sidetrack you. People are trying to tell them, oh, put this tank in, put this prototype in, do this, do that. No, the game is not War Thunder. It doesn't want to be War Thunder. They're actively trying to make it less and less like War Thunder so people will stop fucking comparing them, because it is not meant to be part of that same market. This is a good old-fashioned sim-light game like I grew up on, like probably some of you guys in chat grew up on. This is a return to the games of the late 90s and the early 2000s. This is the fucking golden era of gaming. Crobycat put together a video about Halo just like 2-3 days ago. I just watched it last night about Halo. And it was such a good contrast of what has happened under 343 compared to the original games. Showing, like, at the end of it, all through, like, what's happened to Halo, and then at the end of it, it was a montage of the release events and some of the making of videos and community reactions to the original Halo games, and it's just night and day. Like, truly, the early to mid 2000s was the golden era of gaming. Like, absolutely the golden. Console, PC, it doesn't matter. You know, setting aside the differences in platform and how much we like to shit on each other, whether you're a console gamer or a PC chad, like, it doesn't matter. Both of us had the golden era of gaming in the early 2000s, when games knew what they wanted to be and they didn't fucking compromise. And this is a return to that, and inshallah, shooters will follow one day, instead of doing what they're currently doing with this season's bullshit and fucking skill-based matchmaking. As someone who played World of Tanks, like, religiously for 5 years, like, really religiously for 5 years, almost every day I would play that game a lot. I got pretty decent at it. I wasn't good, but I was pretty decent. I was better than like 90-something% of the server. I do not like skill-based matchmaking, and I did not ever want it added to World of Tanks, because while it is frustrating to end up with a bunch of potatoes on your team and get rolled, it's even more frustrating to end up never actually being able to improve because you're locked against people of your own skill level. Sometimes you want to get the shit kicked out of you by a better player on the other team. You need to learn, to see what they're doing and learn from them. Sometimes you want to be, you know, up against a guy who's worse at the game than you, because you need a breather. Like, skill-based matchmaking is a fucking nightmare. It's so bad. I hate it. It sucks the fun out of a game. It's just awful. It means you're always going to end up fighting the same fight against people the same skill level as you. They have all the same knowledge and mechanical skill that you did, otherwise they wouldn't be your skill level. And so there's no chance to improve or progress unless you work on some sort of skill development outside the matchmaking system. Skill-based matchmaking is fucking cancerous, even to a competitive gamer. In fact, especially to a competitive gamer. So yeah, that's my modern gaming rant. Anyway, I'm getting badly sidetracked here. More games like this, please. Don't matter what genre, more games like this, please. Stop nickel and diming us with bullshit. Anyway. Here's our rally boy. Pretty straightforwards. And our very bitchy passenger. Very bitchy passenger. At the moment, it doesn't cull your own head model for the internal view. I don't know if that's going to happen at some point. It just hasn't yet. But driving from the internal view is pretty cool. This vehicle's always been in the game since the very earliest vertical slice releases, when the game initially got the name GHPC instead of Josh's unnamed tank game. But for the April Fool's update this year, they added this guy. Well, and the driver physics. But what they did was they added crew physics so that the crew actually react. They appear to have temporarily disabled them, actually. That's interesting. Maybe they're working on something. They might be working on it. But anyway, if you go back and look at footage of it from April Fool's, it might be a bug. I might check and see if that needs reporting. if you look at the footage of this from April Fools, you'll see the crew leaning leaning out of corners. They're being thrown around. That was prototyping for what is going to happen with the tank commanders when they're actually able to turn out of their hatches and be visibly there. The crew are going to react to terrain. They're going to flinch when shells go near them or explosions happen near them. That's already in the prototyping phase. Like, there's a lot of stuff being added for the purposes of immersion. Anyway, it's a 4x4 Jeep. It drives like you would expect a 4x4 Jeep to. It fishtails like crazy if you go into a corner too fast. It's good fun. I like this thing. This is also technically the only Soviet vehicle in the game at the moment. But Ross, you say, there's a Ural right there. There's T-72s on the range. I know there are, but they're East German. This is Soviet. We have our Soviet troops, motor rifles troops specifically, because they've got the sort of magenta, reddish tabs. So even though Harry put the collar badges on the upside down and on the wrong side of the tab, and then when I told him about it, he's like, I'm not going to redo that just because you're autistic. Which is fair. It's very low priority. I do like that the devs have the sense to tell me to fuck off when I come up with little nitpicks like that. But that's a Soviet vehicle. Soviet troops inside, and SA. Sovietskaya ArmA. So the group of Soviet forces in Germany used that marker. A red star in a half, like a bisected circle with white on red, and then SA. I know it looks like CA, it's Cyrillic, it's an S. But also, one thing I'd like to point out, since these are the only, like, well, the M113 gun is visible too, but these are the crew models we have best vision of at the moment. Harry is really efficient with these crew. Or with infantry as well. So, I can't show it in-game, but if you go on Harry's ArtStation profile, he's got a short little clip showing the Soviet tank commander, showing how the eye rigging is done. The eyes aren't separate models, like you'd see in most games these days. The eyeballs are actually modeled, they're animated separately. They didn't want to do that for Gunner Heat PC, because they're going to have dozens, maybe even hundreds one day, of vehicles on screen at once. The game's already kind of heavy, because there's so much happening at once. It's a sim, it has to do a lot of calculations in the background. So, you don't need every little fucking stitch on the uniform. You don't need every little bit, like every eyebrow hair. He's not fucking Leonid Brezhnev. You don't need that much eyebrow detail. You don't need that much eyeball detail either. The eyeballs are just part of the face mesh. The eyeball, like the pupil itself, is a single quad. I wish I could turn on wireframes here to show you, but the eyeball pupil is a single quad, and the animation for looking around is to simply move that quad. So it distorts the surface of the eye and distorts the texture with it, so that the pupil is moving, but by only moving a single quad around. It is so incredibly well optimized. We had a bit of a discussion in my Discord about game art and optimization the other day, particularly because in DCS, like, maybe 2 devs are capable of doing it and the others have no concept of it. We won't name names, but we know who we're talking about here, especially in this stream. This is god-tier optimization. This is what a game artist should be able to do. They should be able to look at a thing and say, do I really need this, or is there a cheaper way of doing it? You know, game artists shaking hands with military procurement staff right here. Is there a cheaper way I can do this? Can I fucking skimp out on this? Because if yes, that's the way you do it. Again, in Harry's Discord, we had an interesting discussion about the way that the rangefinder is set up. If I skip back to it, for the M60A1. I can't show it in game because like I would have to have some sort of debug mode to do it. But normally to do this you would have to render the image twice. As VR owners will attest to, rendering the image twice is very expensive performance-wise. Very expensive. Why render the image twice when you can use some fancy custom shader algorithm to make it look like you're rendering the image twice? That is what Gunner Heat PC does. I don't know the specifics of doing it. It's probably to some degree a trade secret. I think from memory, it was one of the professors at, I think it was ArmA, because I think it was Harry that came up with the idea, and it was one of his professors. I might be wrong on this. It was a couple months ago this discussion happened. But one of his professors had kind of talked about this method of, instead of rendering the scene twice, you can use a fancy shader to double the image if you need to. And it was for some other purpose. But he just clicked in that moment, like, that is perfect for a coincidence rangefinder. And so it was implemented. And that's how the ghost image on this works. They've got a different method of doing it, but the same general effect for the split image in the T64. It's elegant, but it's cheap. This is game art. This is how you do game art properly. Elegant, but cheap. You don't put detail where you don't need it. F14, Mirage F1. You don't put detail where it's not needed. So, I used to do 3D modeling myself. I haven't for years. I really do want to get back into it at some point. I was pretty much self-taught. And I wasn't great at optimization. I was always a little heavy-handed, but even by my standards, compared to DCS, I was a god at optimization. You do not use more sides than you need. You use enough sides for a round object. You can see here, I can see if I stick my face down the barrel, that's not round. I can see if I stick my face down the barrel, that the muzzle is just a cone, and the rifling doesn't go all the way down. It doesn't fucking need to. You're not going to be staring that closely down the barrel. You add as many sides as you need to the n-gon, you know, number of sides gone. It's a dodecahedron, fucking dodo-fuckahedron, it doesn't matter. You add only enough sides that at the typical viewing distance and angle, it appears round. The typical viewing distance and angle is here. Well, if I turn that off, is here. It looks round. Now, you do have some obvious UV seams and stuff here, some lower or lower pixel density, whatever, yeah, texel density, texture pixels. You have some lower texel density here up in your face, but it doesn't matter because you shouldn't be staring at this. And under night vision, this blurs out from the night vision being focused at infinity. So this all blurs out under nods. But yeah, like you have detail where it's needed. You don't have detail where it's not needed. This is how you do game art. This is the proper way of doing things. It's a lost art these days, I swear. It is a lost art. Especially modders don't understand this. Like, a lot of modders end up going into game dev because of the indie pipeline, and they never learn this skill. It is so important. So the best game artists, both because they're good at what they do, because they have a lot of experience, and also because they know how to scale things for different game engines and different platforms, the best game artists learned their trade in the 2000s, or earlier. Because Harry, who did a lot of the art in this, he's away from the team at the moment. He's got full-time work elsewhere because he was still mostly freelancing when the early art was done for GHPC. But Harry is the kind of guy who can make a 150 try model with a 256 by 256 texture map look good because he matches the art style of everything else to fit. He has a really painterly artistic style, which scales well to low-res stuff because he can make low-res stuff look good in low-res. He knows not to aim for photorealism in low-res, but to aim for, like, a distinct art style. That is, like, an important talent to have, and it's an important talent that a lot of people don't have these days. Hey, Kim, good to see you, man. I've been good. Busy, though, hence the lack of streams. Least bitchy Warpack driver. Yeah, I know. So I was planning on getting through some more campaign missions today, but I have to go in about an hour and a half, so we may just talk through some more stuff, and I'll do a fuller stream this afternoon and combine it with, or this afternoon or tomorrow, depending how awake I am, and we'll combine it with Minspheres. We'll see how we go. But yeah, so, where am I up to? Bradley, we've done. That boy, we've done. BRDM. So one thing that's not implemented yet is the, there's like a solenoid that stops you from firing the gun, I believe, and stops you from traversing the turret where it's going to hit this thing. The solenoid forces the gun up over the commander's spotlight and then around. One thing to note is that the turret traverse is kind of janky with the stabilizers disabled at the moment. This thing is fully unstabilized, so when you try and traverse the turret around in third-person view, particularly as you elevate it up and down, or you're going over bumpy terrain, it can bug out and go the wrong way. It's a known issue. It will be fixed at some point. There's a lot of lingering issues, like some vehicles vibrate at low speed. That will be fixed. Some vehicles have trouble traversing the turret because they're unstabilized. It will be fixed. Early development, early access. They're working on the core game features before they deal with little bits and pieces here and there. Like, these guys know what they're doing. Action scripter Josh comes from actual, like, military-grade sim development. He knows what he is doing. But also these guys all have strong backgrounds in game development. Like, good game development. So, worry not. I know that some people have got kind of cold feet because they look at the price on the Steam store. I think it's like $30 US, and they're like, oh, I don't think there's enough content for it. First of all, I'd argue actually there is, because Kerbal Space Program, which was the early access game, that was the game that made the early access model come into existence, essentially. Kerbal Space Program had even less content on release, and look where it is now. KSP is god tier. So, I know $30 is steep for some people, trust me, I know, I'm pretty fucking poor myself, but have a little faith, because these guys know what they're doing. These are like the KSP devs, in terms of they know what they're doing and they have a clear focus. They're not like your typical indie game early access dev who promises the moon and ends up in the landfill because they had no idea what they were doing. These guys know. Just trust. Just trust in the system. Very few times you'll hear me say the words trust in the system in my life, but this is one of them. Anyway, it's a BRDM. Yeah, me too. I saw that the video that they put out just recently. It looks fucking awesome. Although I hope they fix their their fucking employee labor relations, because I know they had some issues there for a while, and I don't like to see game devs doing that to their workers, because it is far too prevalent in the software industry and it needs to stop. Mind you, it could be worse. There are a lot of devs that are really bad with it. Anyway, this is a hand-cranked turret. Not only is it unstabilized, it is hand-cranked. So next time you get 360 no-scoped by a BRDM in DCS when you're in a fucking jet, and it just effortlessly tracks you as you fly past at low altitude and high speed, bullshit. Bullshit. This is as fast as the fucking turret goes, which is as fast as you can crank, basically. So either the DCS BRDM and BTR gunner has an arm the size of his fucking thigh, or ED might need to do some revision of the code there. Anyway, there is no method to super elevate the gun here, besides doing it manually. The sight is fixed to the gun. There's no stabilization. The sight is fixed to the gun trunnion, as such, as is the coax. So the sight is coaxial to the gun, just like the coax is coaxial to the gun. There's no fancy stabilization. It's got a simple scale. Left side is the KPVT, which is the heavy machine gun. KP is krupnokaliberny pulemyot, heavy caliber machine gun. That is literally what it means. And then the V is the designer, whose name I cannot recall offhand, and the T is Tankovi. Tankovi? Yeah, Tankovi is probably the correct way to stress that. Russian stress patterns are fuck. They're completely the opposite of English. Anyway, so you just make your best guess. This is fixed magnification, by the way. You don't have a whole lot of it, so I want to make the best guess. That's about 400-500 meters. Nope. There we go, about 400. That's the KPV. Chonky gun. It fires 50 round belts. The gun is short recoil operated, which you can see. Actually, is the KPV short recoil or is it gas? It might be both. I think it's short recoil though. You can see the barrel at any rate. See how the barrel recoils? That's typical of short recoil guns like the M2 Browning and such. And you can see it poops out the casings directly under the gun, and they roll off the side of the vehicle. And they despawn quickly, because as cool as it is to see massive mounds of brass, like I like to see in ArmA, in a game where there could be dozens of these on the battlefield, that adds up quickly. So they made the clever decision. You see it poop out the casings, and then after a couple seconds they despawn. The PK is next to it. The PK is gas operated, not recoil operated, and so the barrel doesn't move. You'll notice the PK doesn't poop out casings because it poops them into its own chute internally in the vehicle, and you chuck them out the old-fashioned way. So the left scale's for the KPV, the right-hand scale's for the PK. Obviously, the KPV, being a larger bullet with a lot of propellant, flies flatter. The KPV fires the same 14.5mm round that was used in anti-tank rifles in World War II. It shoots flat, it fucking hits hard. It's not a 50 cal. It is substantially more than a 50 cal. If you compare the Russian equivalent of a 50 cal, which is 12.7 by 108 versus 12.7 by 109, which is a NATO 50 cal, this thing's casing looks like a fucking cannon shell in comparison. It is bigger. Not just the round isn't just bigger, the entire thing is bigger. The casing's like another probably 30% longer. It's fatter. Like, it is a big, hefty boy. This would go through a Leo one side. Like, this is fucking substantial. Anyway, there's not much to see there shooting. Now, you might ask, Ross, why is there a big-ass spotlight in the way of the gun? What dumb fuck designed this? Well, I will answer you. The gunner sits in a one-man turret. He is the only one sitting in that turret. It can't fit anyone else. You see he's got a little periscope there. He's got a periscope there so he can see behind him. That is the extent of the gunner's vision. He has the gunner's sight, which is low fixed magnification. Then he has that periscope to look what's beside him on the left side, and he has this to look what's behind him. That's it. That's all the gunner can see. This thing is, for a reconnaissance vehicle, you would think the gunner can see better. No, the gunner can't see shit. The commander sits in this seat. Likewise, in the BMP-1 and the BTR, the commander sits in front of the turret, to the side, not in the turret. So that's the commander's seat. This is the driver's seat. The commander has the IR spotlight, because the commander is the one who's looking for targets. You'll see below the IR spotlight there is a periscope. That is the commander's sight. If you've seen the commander's sight on the, it's not modeled in game at the moment, but if you've seen it in ArmA for like the T-72 or the T-80 or whatever, it's the same thing in this. Same sight. Was it TKN3, I think? TKN3N, something like that. That is the commander's sight. It is a night-capable sight. That's what it is. You can see there's little episcopes all the way around the front of the vehicle. This is a reconnaissance vehicle. That's what it's for. That's what the R stands for. Razvedka is reconnaissance. And Koti, you can put the actual name of it because I fucked it last time I tried to say it. Russian grammar is a fucking nightmare for an English speaker. You got a little pistol port there, because why not? And then you've got more episcopes here for observation out the side of the vehicle, so it can see what's beside it. It's like a little bay window set into the side of it. There's also a little bit of space in the back for dudes. It can't carry many dudes, but it can carry some dudes. These things would operate fairly independently in the sense that they'd be way ahead of the... Whoopsies, there goes my alarm. They'd be way ahead of the main force in a lot of cases. Out probing, looking for enemy positions, figuring out what the radiological conditions are in case of actual, you know, a hot battlefield. Hot in that sense. These things have a dead reckoning navigation system inside them. It's similar to what the Hind uses with the disc, but instead of being Doppler radar, it's just using, you plug in your lat-long coordinates, and then it works from that. So it takes the motion of the vehicle from the speed the wheels rotate at and the vehicle's bearing, and it figures out where it is, within a certain margin of error. Obviously, the longer it's operating, the more it drifts. You have to run fixes like you would an INS. It's not an INS, but it's close. It's inertial in the sense... Well, no, it's not inertial, really. So, INS is very specific. People use the term INS to refer to any old dead reckoning system, but INS specifically means it uses an inertial platform, which is to say gyroscopes, to figure out where it is. So the MiG-23 has an INS. The F-104 has an INS. The Tomcat has an INS. The Viggen does not. The Viggen is not INS. It's a dead reckoning system, and the computer works out from lat-long coordinates and the aircraft's air data and a Doppler radar where it is. There's no inertial platform except for the ADI in the Viggen and the autopilot. The navigation system in the Viggen does not talk to the gyro. Likewise, in the MiG-21, the RSBN, if it was modeled properly, is dead reckoning. It uses radio beacons to correct itself. It dead reckons using the air data, like the Viggen. It doesn't have a Doppler radar, so it can't use that. Actually, no, it has the MRP, and it has a radar altimeter. It doesn't have a Doppler. So yeah, the MiG-21 uses the air data probe to figure out where it is, and then feed that into the dead reckoning system, which then computes from where it was to where it now, you know, where it was to where it wasn't, all that good stuff from the missile knows where it is. Well, it does basically that. and it figures out where it now is, within a margin of error. It will drift over time, so it needs to be corrected. Well, it will correct off of an RSBN radio beacon. It is not just TACAN, but Soviet-flavored, like it is modeled in DCS. If you fly the L-39 in DCS, it's modeled properly. You can use it to navigate without ever having contact with a radio beacon. It just won't be very accurate. The MiG-21 should be able to do that too, and fingers crossed, in the big MiG-21 update that Magnitude have talked about, that will actually happen. The MiG-23, on the other hand, has a true INS. The Hind does not have an INS. The Hind, like I said, uses Doppler radar and air data to figure out where it is, like the MiG-21. Well, 21 doesn't have Doppler radar. A lot of the Soviet ground attack aircraft have Doppler radar using Dead Reckoning, so they use basically the same system the Viggen does. Some of them also use inertial, so they've got inertial and Doppler, which is nice because you've got kind of two-factor going on there. But yeah, that's inertial navigation refers to a very specific thing, not just any old-school Dead Reckoning system. Well, this is an old-school Dead Reckoning system, but it is not inertial. That is how this vehicle knows where it is, because it's a reconnaissance vehicle. It needs to know where it is, it needs to know where it is relative to the main force. So it has a Dead Reckoning system in it, which is quite cool. Probably won't be a factor in GHPC, but it's a real thing. And Cotty, if you can pull up the VHU video that shows it, and just dump it in chat or post it in the Discord later, VHU, which is the Czech military archives, they have a full-ass training video on how that system works. It's fucking awesome. It's all in Czech, obviously, but, you know, you get to see the thing in operation. Tu-128 has DIS. Yeah, the larger aircraft typically have DIS. Large aircraft or ground attack aircraft have Doppler radar, whereas fighters typically had RSBN Dead Reckoning or something similar. And then eventually INS. Anyway, this is the BRDM. Let's take her for a spin. Oh, right. So yeah, like with the commander's infrared spotlight being where it is, he's the one that can see in the dark. The gunner can't see in the dark at all. This vehicle cannot really engage at night because the gunner can't see what he's doing. There is no night sight for the gunner. But it's a reconnaissance vehicle. The gun is there for reconnaissance by fire, which is where you suspect there's enemy in a position, but you don't know for sure, so you fire a few bullets at it and see if it shoots back. That's reconnaissance by fire. It's a pretty tried and true method. You'll notice 345th does it a lot. But yeah, that's how you do recon in this thing. You get out way in front of the rest of the force, maybe drop off some infantry reconnaissance units as well, like VDV, Pathfinders, whatever. And you just kind of drive around until you run into something with your face, then you shoot desperately at it while running away, and hope you don't get wiped out. That's how this thing works. So it's not really meant to be able to engage other units toe-to-toe. The gun is there to scare infantry away from it, or to maybe lay fire in a position to get it to shoot back at you so you can confirm the enemy are there, or to put tracer on something so the guys with you can see where you think something is. That's why this thing has a turret with a weapon in it, not as an actual offensive weapon. The turret is common, you may have noticed, to the BTR series of troop transporters. Initially, the BTR was supposed to have the BMP-1's turret with the Malyutka and the Grom. It was decided against. So during their early development, the BTR and the BMP share a common ancestor. It's like some missing link fucking bullshit for my paleontology stands out there. Same deal. There was even a design where it was a four-wheeled vehicle with tracks, and it was basically a scaled-up BRDM with tracks in the middle. And while we're here, actually, let's talk about the BRDM's layout. It's a four-wheel drive vehicle. The engine is back here. The transmission is here in the middle, and then there's like a pump jet or something out the back here for water propulsion, because it's amphibious. A lot of Soviet light armored vehicles, even some of their artillery, self-propelled artillery like the Gvozdika, the 2S1, they're all amphibious. BMP, amphibious. All variants. BMD, obviously amphibious and airdroppable. This thing, amphibious. BTR, amphibious. 2S1, Gvozdika, amphibious. The OSA, which is the world's first fully self-contained air defense unit, has its own search radar, track radar engagement, everything on the same vehicle. That's amphibious as well. The Soviets loved having amphibious vehicles because if you look at a map of Eastern and Central Europe, it is river hell. There is a river about every kilometer or two. Like a major or minor water obstacle every couple kilometers. There is a major water obstacle, which is to say a river more than 50 meters wide, probably, what is it, like every 10, 20 kilometers? Like, it's obscene, and then there's multiple rivers that are a kilometer or more wide. The Soviets realized, we can't rely on bridges still existing, we can't rely on waiting for the engineering troops to move up and build a pontoon bridge, we need to get across the river, and we need to get across it now. Almost all of their mechanized forces are either amphibious, or in the case of their tanks, can do deep water fording, which is something that I think only the Germans had really done before in World War II, and they never actually used it. The Soviets did use it. So the Soviet tanks have snorkel kits, and they can go fully underwater, like little fucking submarines, and pop out the other side. As you would have to know that the river bed is actually firm enough and stable enough, you'd have to know there's no underwater obstacles, so you still have to reconnaissance it. You still have to send some poor brave fucker in there to figure out what's in there, and if he can get out the other side. But if you find a suitable crossing point, the gradient on either shore isn't too steep, the bottom of the river's a good surface, there's no logs, the current's not too strong, you can get a Soviet fucking tank battalion across that river without waiting for the engineering troops to turn up. That is a big part of Soviet armored vehicle design and a big part of their doctrine. Now, NATO expected to be playing largely defensively initially and then go on the offensive later. They also had a lot more flexibility in the way their units were put together and the way that their officers were trained, and so NATO countries tend not to go so much for amphibious stuff. Some of the European countries did, the US not really. The Bradley was designed to be amphibious, and it initially was. It takes some preparation, but the Bradley can swim. When they started bolting shit onto it afterwards, it lost that ability. So when they started up-armoring it, putting more equipment on it, the Bradley lost its ability to swim. But originally it could swim. The 113 obviously is fully amphibious. And a lot of M113 based vehicles are also amphibious. So the US did have amphibious vehicles, NATO had amphibious vehicles, but it was never as big a concern for them as it was for the Soviets. Video lagging, yes. Unfortunately, the game is fighting OBS for resources. On my end, I'm getting a beautiful 75 frames a second. Like, I'm getting no stutter, no lag, nothing. It's... But because OBS and the game are trying to fight each other for who has priority, the game is taking priority, so I see it beautifully smooth, you guys see a slideshow. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that. This map, the firing range map, has not been given an optimization pass yet because it wasn't expected that it would need one. So you're gonna have to live with it for now. In future it should improve. This is very early development, and this is a new map. Some maps are better optimized than others. I've noticed looking at smoke, like lots of smoke close together, say if I knock out a company worth of vehicles in one area, it kills the frames on OBS. If I am in dense foliage in some parts of some maps, like at the edge of Point Alpha, there's a particular patch of forest that kills frames, it'll do it, but for the most part it seems to be okay as long as the game's running in full screen. Anyway, I got sidetracked there with the amphibious bit, but those wheels in the middle, what those are for is so if the BRDM high centers itself on a rock, it can recover itself. It's not... When I was a kid, I always wondered if it had rail wheels, because like railway maintenance vehicles, you know, you have a truck and you've got rail wheels that drop down so it can ride along the rails. That's not what those are. They're a second set of wheels with like harder tires on them, and they are there so that if you high center yourself on a rog or a lock or... fuck me. A rog or a lock, a fucking log or a rock, Jesus fucking Christ. If you high center yourself on an obstacle, you can get off of it without somebody else having to come tow you. That's why the BRDM has those extra wheels. Now, how I got onto this topic was a very early prototype for what became the BRDM, well, what split off into the BRDM and the BMP. Fuck me, I'm having one today. 2 hours of sleep, by the way. The prototype that was the common ancestor for the BMP and the BTR was basically a scaled up BRDM. But instead of having those two wheels in the... Oh, sorry, no. I think it had the... No, it had wheels at the ends and tracks in the middle. It had retractable fucking Caterpillar tracks in the middle. From memory. I forget what object number it was. The Soviets, they used numbers to designate prototypes or vehicle designs. So, say, object... 704, which is a prototype tank destroyer, or assault gun / tank destroyer. Object means it's a ground vehicle, 704 is the index. So the T-64 prototype, the initial, like the granddaddy of the T-64 was Object 430. The Object 430 with a smoothbore gun, the 115 gun, was, I believe, Object 432. There were a couple of 432s though, so it gets confusing. Or actually, no, sorry, 435. Object 435 was a smoothbore gun, I think. Object 434 was, I think, the initial 64. I don't remember. My memory is getting hazy with the object numbers. Project means it's a naval ship. So Project 705 is what we know as the Alpha class submarine, the Lira. Project 9 something something would be a ship or a submarine. Project 1143 is one of the Soviet carrier designs. I think it was the Oriol was 1143. And Project... was it Project 6? Fuck me, I used to know this from memory. I'm going to tab out and check for a second. Where's my desktop? Because I was planning on... well, I did draw one of these. I was planning on modeling one. Project 658. Project 658 was the Hotel-class ballistic missile submarine, the Soviets' first nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine. Project 658. So object is ground vehicle, project is naval vehicle, and then Izdelye, article, is aircraft or aviation equipment. So Izdelye 2311 was the MiG-23 prototype. Izdelye 2312 is a subvariant of MiG-23. Izdelye 75A or B is a subvariant of MiG-21 BIS. Izdelye 912, like 9-12 or 9.12 was the initial MiG-29. Izdelye 913 was the MiG-29 with the internal jammer. So that's how you tell what a vehicle is using the Soviet system. And then there's also GRAU indexes. So 1P is infantry sights, 1P 63, 1P 78. 63 is the little Absur, the little purple tinted, like, it looks kind of like a micro dot, but even microer. It's the little guy. Tarkov and ArmA players and all what I'm talking about. 1P78 is the Kashtan. 1PN, PN is, the N is for night, so 1PN34 or 1PN58 is the NSPU site, etc, etc, etc. 1G is a tank fire control system, so 1G42, 1G46, those are the fire control systems for the T64B and the T80, various variants of. And then the tank gun sight. No, sorry, those are the sights. I lied. 1G is tank gun sight. 1A is tank fire control system. So 1G is 1G42, for instance. Let's take the T64B or the T80B. 1G42 is the tank's gun sight, gunner's primary sight. 1A33 is the fire control system complex itself. Are you part of 343rd? No. You're thinking of Ross Man, not Ross Mum. I don't play competitive DCS. I play PvP almost exclusively in DCS, but I don't play competitively. I'm not in any... well, I'm technically in a squadron, but the squadron is just a social group of the guys I play ArmA with. Everyone mixes me up with Ross Man. Like, everyone. There's a story behind my username, which, there's a long version and an abridged version. The abridged version is, it was meant to be Ross's mum as a disparaging remark about my gaming skill when a friend was setting up Red Faction 2 profiles for a sleepover when I was, like, 16. So, that's, it wouldn't fit, so it went from Ross's mum to Ross Mum, and somehow, of all the things I've ever been called in my life, that's the one that stuck. Don't ask me how. And anyone who, like, every time I have to, like, give somebody my username on something, and I actually use the Ross Mum username, it's like, I'll get jokes about, oh, are you someone's mum? Or, like, no. I'm just really bad at Red Faction 2. Really bad at Red Faction 2. I still have fucking nightmares about Don't Look Down and railguns. Or was it, yeah, Watch Your Step, sorry, and railguns. Fucking bastards. They all went down on the... so, it's like a floating fucking, sort of floating complex up in the air, but there's a jump pad below it, and there's a railgun spawn. The fuckers would get the railgun, go down on the jump pad, not jump, and just sit there below the map, shooting, because the railgun in Red Faction 2 has a heartbeat sensor. They just shoot me as I run around trying to figure out which side of the map to jump off, and actually get to where they were, and not die. Like, they spent hours doing that to me. The only memory I have of Red Faction 2 is being, like, bullied by my entire fucking friend group. For an entire fucking evening. Anyway,
Next vehicle. Next weapon, in fact. It is the 9K111. The TOS launcher. It's the... let me assume that in Russian it's pronounced with the stress on the second syllable, like most words are in Russian. Fagot, which means bassoon, because it looks kind of like a bassoon if you think about it. It is a single G, not a double G. That's an important distinction to make. That is the difference between talking about this weapon system or getting banned from Twitch. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, the Fagot is a semi-active command to line of sight ATGM. It does not have a thermal sight. It is day sight only. However, it does have backlighting for the reticle. You may notice the grass. The grass is a motherfucker. I cannot see past the grass. You would prepare a position for this. You'd, you know, clear grass away from it, clear shrubs away from it, put it maybe on top of an elevated building or something, but that is how this thing works. But you may notice as well, the grass fucks with my vision, but the grass is also doing me a favor here. I am very hard to see. Like, immensely difficult to see. As opposed to a tow launcher. You'll see that the sight is periscopic, so that I can see over the grass a bit. But I could be completely concealed behind cover, behind grass, as long as the front of the weapon is clear of something, because, you know, you need your missile to not fly into terrain, and you need the control box to know where the missile is. Well, actually, I think the missile tracking site's the lower one there, so it should be okay anyway. But yeah, you've got your wire spool in there, obviously, and all the other fun stuff. The BMP-2 mounts a version of this called the Concourse. Concourse, that means. On top of the turret. The BMP-2 can load this thing from cover. I'll show you that in a minute on the BMP-2 model. But yeah, Soviet ATGMs, very nasty, very hard to see. Pretty good weapons. Different design theory to the Americans. The Americans put the toe on a tripod so you can see pretty well over obstacles. The toe is like this whole ass thing. The toe is probably arguably easier to reload because you're not proned out on the... Well, actually, this might be because you're proned out and you're low to the ground already. You just lay your tubes alongside you and go. But anyway, ATGM. It's pretty unpleasant. I can kind of see a tank through the grass. We'll engage that. You'll see when you fire, you get a second set of illuminated symbology to tell you you're tracking a target. Pretty nifty. It has a timed fuse, though. It's pretty short-ranged. Remember how I said those targets are 2,500 meters away? Those furthest row of tanks are 2,500? This cannot reach 2,500 before the time fuse activates. But we can reach whatever range this guy is at, if only I could see it through the grass. I'm guessing that's a moving target, and I'm probably going to miss. Oh, even the time fuse on that. So, it's pretty short-ranged, but it's very well concealed. Typically, at ranges past about 2 kilometers, you don't want to be firing anyway, because the missile takes so long to get there, the tank will see your missile, it will see the flash, like all the smoke and dust thrown up by this thing firing, and it will kill you. So you want to wait until you're close. Generally, you want to wait until you're about 500 meters to 1,000 meters. Below 500, it's difficult to hit, because you've got to, like, the weapon's got to gather up where the missile is, then get it on course, and, like, all that takes time. So you have a dead zone, I think it's like 200 meters for this weapon. It's less than the Malyutka. So it's pretty short. Well, actually, I think it's less than the Malyutka. I could be wrong. Fact check me, please. But you have a minimum range where the weapon just can't prepare, like you can't gather up a missile, you can't lay it onto the target quickly enough, don't bother firing. But it also has a maximum range on the time fuse, which is past your practical range where the tank will fire back and kill you before you kill it. These are ambush weapons. ATGMs are ambush weapons. You don't want long range out of an ambush weapon because it defeats the entire fucking purpose of the ambush. T-55, my beloved. Don't let the beautiful saucepan dome turret and transverse mounted engine confuse you. This is a World War II tank in almost every metric. The T-55's design, well, the T-55 itself is a T-54 with NBC, well, now CBRN protection. It was called NBC back then, but it's CBRN. Chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear. Radiological and nuclear are two separate things because nuclear implies the blast and the thermal effects of a nuclear bomb. Radiological implies the radiological effects, fallout, things like that. Also dirty bombs. Nuclear is specifically the actual blast, the immediate effects. Think of it that way. The immediate effects of nuclear, the lingering effects are radiological. So CBRN. That's how you can tell somebody was in the military since like 1950-something. is if they say CBRN instead of NBC. So, this is in all effect a World War II tank. Why? Well, because the T-54 itself was designed in the late, well, really like mid to late 40s. The T-54 was designed based on the T-44. World of Tanks and War Thunder players will know that guy. The T-44 actually entered service at the end of World War II. It saw extremely limited combat trials. I don't know where. I don't know if any of them fought the Germans. I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure they were all kept to the Far East because the Soviets were desperate not to let one fall into German hands or Western Allied hands, because it was revolutionary for its time. Now, those of you who are familiar with the Pershing, which is what led to the M60 through enough stopgap solutions, or the Centurion, the Pershing, the Centurion are big fucking tanks. So are the tanks they birthed, like the M60 or the Chieftain. They're big, fuck-off, heavy tanks. They're bulky, they're chonkers. They are thick with multiple Cs at the end. The Soviets went the opposite way. The Soviets looked at what had happened in World War II, well, while World War II was still ongoing, and they took a very different lesson from the Western Allies. The Western Allies had had the experience that they didn't come across German tanks very often. That's a myth that every bush was a tiger. Most Allied tanks were knocked out by either infantry, pack guns, which is Panzer Abwehrkanone, anti-tank gun, towed guns typically, because everything was towed for the Germans, or a Stug, Sturmgeschütze, which is a Panzer III or Panzer IV chassis, depending on the variant, with a fixed casemate and a gun sticking out of it. The Stug, as the name suggests, Sturmgeschütze, assault gun. It was designed to support infantry. Stug crews were part of the artillery, not part of the Panzer Corps. So if you look at their collar tabs, Panzer Corps wear pink Waffenfarben, which is like the sort of color of the piping on their uniform and the color of the piping around their tabs, and little death's heads. Those are tankers, those are Panzer Corps. The Sturmgeschütze crew were artillery corps, so they had, I think, like crossed guns or something. I don't remember what their actual badge was, but they had, what was artillery? Red piping, I think, for the Germans. I could be wrong. I think artillery was red. Panzer Grenadiers were pale, like greenish-grey. I think radio-technical troops were green. Infantry were... what color? Infantry were, like, off-white, I think. And then, for the Luftwaffe, they had separate colors, too. So the paratroopers in the Luftwaffe were yellow, but they weren't part of the army, they were part of the Air Force. Yellow was Waffles? No, because the Luftwaffe was completely separate. Blue is Luftwaffe, but yellow is Fallschirmjäger for Luftwaffe. So if you see someone in a Luftwaffe uniform and they have yellow trim, it means they're a paratrooper. At least in a World War II context. I don't know about after the war. But yeah, that was a whole ass thing. The Air Force and the Army fought each other. Like, it's pretty well known that the Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy hated each other more than they hated the Allies, and they would try and fuck each other over at every turn. They would, if you let them, they would kill each other. The Germans had the same thing going on. I mean, everyone did to an extent or so, but the Germans were really bad for it. The Japanese were, like, the shining example of it. The services fucking hated each other. They were in competition for everything. Goering had his own tank division. He had his own infantry division. He had the paratroop, like the Fallschirmjäger were part of the Air Force as a whole. So the Air Force was responsible for all airborne troops. But then Goering also had ground forces, because of course he did, because he wanted them, and that they were given to him. There's a lot of that goes on in World War II Germany. It was very inefficient. Please don't TOS me, but I like to use the term fractal R-wordism, because it is. At every resolution you look at World War II Germany's organization and politics, you see a new level of stupidity. At every resolution, every level, there is some blithering act of stupidity. That is Nazi Germany. God knows how it survived as long as it did, because it was so dysfunctional. Even the modern US doesn't look that bad. And as we know, the modern US has 20 different alphabet agencies all competing for the same funding that all think they have the same job. Well, the Germans were that, but worse. Max, cheers for the resub. Appreciate it. Anyway, So, before I sidetrack myself talking about World War II German shit, this. It looks pretty modern, yeah? Well, it's not. This was descended from the T-44. The T-44 was essentially what the Soviets wanted to do with the T-34 during the war, but they couldn't because they didn't want to interrupt production. The T-34 was already slated for replacement in 1943, but they just couldn't do it without disrupting production. They were in the middle of a fucking fight for their own existence. They said, fuck it, we'll do it later. And the T-34 persisted. They took some of the improvements from that program, including the 3-man turret, and then the 85mm turret with the bigger gun. They took those from the T-43, which was meant to be its successor, and they whacked it on the T-34, and it was good enough. The T-43 looks externally like a T-34, but there's a few differences. The biggest one is that it has a torsion bar suspension, which is what the Germans were using, and what the Western Allies later took to using after World War II. Torsion bar is like the primo suspension model until hydropneumatic comes along. It's pretty good. It gives you a smooth ride. It doesn't take up much space inside the tank. Christie did. Christie suspensions have their virtues, but the Soviets weren't really using its high-end speed capability in the T-34. Likewise, the ability to run without tracks wasn't used in the T-34. It was used to great effect in the BT series of tanks, which were essentially Christie designs just modified by the Soviets to suit their conditions. But by the time the T-34 rolls along and the Brits had the Cromwell and the Comet. I think the Comet was still Christie, I'm pretty sure. And then they went to Torsion Bar and Centurion. The problem with Christie is that you've got these massive fuck-off coil springs. Those have to go somewhere. And you typically want them to be inside the tank so they're protected, because if that goes, the suspension's fucked. So if you look at a T-34, it has the sloping external armor, but the internal walls of the tank, I think they're still sloping, but there's dead space. Likewise, if you look at a Cromwell or a Comet, the inside of the tank is incredibly cramped, really narrow, but the outside's a bit wider. And you can see in the hatches, the way the hatches on the British tanks are positioned, like the Comet and the Cromwell, is the hatches seem like, why would you place them that far in? Why are they so narrow? Because the Christie suspension has to go somewhere. Those coil springs have to fit inside the tank. They take up internal volume. That is the biggest failing of Christie, is that it takes up important space you could use for crew, you could use for more ammunition, you could use for fuel, you could do literally anything but put springs there. So after the war, everyone moved away from Christie. That's why it is extinct. Schneidnader, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There is a habit in the West, and this persists with military personnel. It's like an even split between people who served on tanks. The ones who will refer to these as Christie, and the ones who will bitch out anyone who refers to them as Christie, because they know better. These are not Christie tanks. A slack track and a Christie suspension are not the same thing. You could have a Christie suspension with return rollers, you could have a Christie suspension with slack track, you can have torsion bar with slack track. The Panther and the Tiger II famously are torsion bar suspensions with slack tracks. In fact, they're half torsion bar, they're not full length or full width. No, sorry, they are. They're full width. That's why the wheels are offset. So if you look at it like a Panther or a Tiger II, or any vehicle with full width torsion bars, one side is slightly ahead of the other, because the torsion bars run the entire width of the hull. A torsion bar is literally just a metal bar, and it provides suspension by twisting. It uses the torsional strength of the metal to twist. If you over-twist it, like if you give it a sudden shock, it will break it, but normal operations within the metal's torsional give, and it doesn't fatigue it any appreciable amount. Metallurgy is fucking magic, basically. It's wizardry. Normies don't realize, and I'm not a metallurgist, but I have some basic bitch understanding of this just from reading about tanks and aircraft and things, but metallurgy it's not even really a science, it's fucking wizardry. It is absolute wizardry. It's magic. And a lot of stuff that you try and reproduce from documents doesn't work in real life because some fucking arcane high-level sorcerer that worked at the steelworks happened to have scrawled on the back of a sticky note somewhere a slight variation in the heat treatment or a slight variation in the composition of the steel that made it better. And that was never properly documented, and it was lost. This is why we have lost technology that we can't rebuild. Those of you who follow Forgotten Weapons may remember Ian did a series of interviews with HMG. Was it Hillmat Gunworks, I think it is. They were trying to build a reproduction Sturmgewehr 44, and it was a fucking bitch because they couldn't work out what metal it was made of. They had documents saying what metal it was made of, but that metal turned out to not work very well. And what they figured out had happened was during production they'd realized, oh, this metal's shit, and they changed the composition and just not written it down. And that those documents that documented that technical change either weren't formulated in the first place and they just knew to do it, or it was lost after the war. It's like why we can't build Saturn V rockets, the F1 rocket anymore. The institutional knowledge is gone. It's why Rolls-Royce stopped insurers stopped insuring, but Rolls-Royce stopped offering their own insurance on the Olympus engines for the Flying Vulcan XH558. It wasn't, I mean, they re-winged her. They didn't re-wing her, but they did some repairs on a wing structure that she could have flown longer. The issue was the engines. Rolls-Royce said, we don't have any engineers left who understand how these things work. We have the documents, but the documents don't correspond to the reality. We can't insure you anymore because it's just, we don't know. There's unknown unknowns in that because the last engineer that knew that died of old age. So yeah, we can't engineer this shit anymore. But anyway, another big sidetrack. Metallurgy is wizardry. Torsion bar suspension, good. Doesn't take up much space. It sits on the floor of the tank, so you've got a bar maybe like that thick or that thick, versus a coil spring this big around on each wheel, which is in the side of the tank, not the bottom. So big difference, obviously. So torsion bar is generally the go-to suspension method. Most modern vehicles use it. A few use volute springs in different configurations. Very few use hydropneumatic, but torsion bar is like the default answer to how do I make an armored vehicle suspension. And you've got full-length torsion bars, so like I said, one wheel sits slightly ahead of the other because the torsion bar has to go somewhere. So you'll see that on World War II German tanks, and this fucked me so hard. I went to model a King Tiger, like one of the early 3D models I made was a Tiger II, and I didn't realize until I'd finished the model, I was always going back and working on it, but I didn't realize until very late in the piece, oh fuck, one set of wheels is about 1 inch ahead of the other, because the torsion bar has to fit somewhere. So I had to move the entire suspension forwards. Only the road wheels, the drive sprocket and idler sprocket didn't matter, but the road wheels had to be moved ahead because that's where the suspension's on. The Soviet tanks typically use half-width torsion bar, so the wheels aren't ahead. So this is a torsion bar suspension. It is not Christie. Just because it's a slack track doesn't mean it's Christie. So the American torsion bar tanks have typically, not always, they had some prototypes with slack tracks like the T-95, but most in-service American tanks will take the M60 for ease of use because it doesn't have bazooka plates. It's got return rollers. This is a torsion bar suspension. See that there's a little swing arm for the wheel? That swing arm connects at the top to the torsion bar and at the bottom to the wheel axle. And you can see that the second, the first one and the second one both have shock absorbers on them to damp out oscillations, and the idler has an adjusting gear to tension the track. Sorry, torsion is twisting, tension is stretching. So yeah, and I think the idler is interconnected. Yeah, it is through that. The idler is interconnected to the first road wheel torsion bar swing arm, so that the idler and the first wheel move in relation to each other to keep consistent track tension. Otherwise, if the road wheel's moving and the idler's not, it fucks with your track tension. You could throw a track, or you could damage something. Tensioning tracks on a tank is a big-ass job. It's a job you have to do constantly. You want to do as much as possible to avoid having to do it. So if you can make it go longer before it fucks up its tension, because the track stretches in use, right? You're putting all this weight on this track at high speed. This track moves very quickly. Hundreds of revolutions per minute. So you're putting stress on the metal. The track stretches. You have to replace the track. As a tank ages, or as a track ages, I should say, you have to pull links out of the track because it's getting too long. So you pull a couple links out, you retension it, and it's back to normal. So I was talking about tanks in my Discord last night in the DCS channel, because of course every channel is off topic. But a friend of my family who lived just down from them, a couple dozen kilometers down the road, he restores tanks. He owns several of them, but he also restores them for like the War Memorial. He does a lot of work on their exhibits with his mates. They're called Batrak. And he has a Centurion Mark V, which I've had the privilege of riding around and crawling crawling on several times now. I need to go visit him again because I'm jonesing for some tank action, and GHPC might need some 3D scans of a Centurion to work off of. Although ours is a Centurion, well, you know, his is a Centurion one, ours in the game will be a British one, so I don't know how much it will transfer over. It's probably better than nothing. But yeah, when they needed to replace the tracks, there's a Centurion Mark V on permanent outdoor display at the Australian War Memorial. And it's like Armageddon 169129, which is Matt's tank. Like Armageddon, it was an Australian Mark V that was deployed. It went to Vietnam, Armageddon didn't. Armageddon sat in war storage in Hong Kong in case she was needed as a replacement. But anyway, when Matt needed new tracks, because Batrac do work for the War Memorial, they phoned in the favour and said, hey, let's just, you know, yoink the tracks off your outdoor display. It's not driving anywhere, it doesn't need them. So they took Armageddon's stretched tracks and put them on the outdoor display tank because it's never going to drive anywhere, it doesn't need good tracks. And they took its brand new, well, relatively brand new tracks and put them on Armageddon so they could get a couple more 100 or 1,000 hours use out of the tracks before having to find another set of Centurion tracks, which, as you can imagine, are getting quite scarce. So anyway, torsion bar suspension with return rollers and additional shock absorbers for damping out oscillations so the tank doesn't rock as much. Torsion bar suspension on the M1, torsion bar suspension on the M113, torsion bar suspension on the Bradley, I'm pretty sure, but it's got skirts so you can't see under him. Torsion bar, slack track, actually, no, is the 70, no, the 72 hours return rollers, I misspoke, sorry, I'm pretty sure the 72 hours return rollers, you just can't see them because they're under the skirt. So this is torsion bar, this is torsion bar, it's 72 as well. Torsion bar, you can see the swing arms, you can see the shock absorber on the front and rear swing arms, so it doesn't oscillate as much. Torsion bar. This is early torsion bar before they figured out we should put shock absorbers on it, so this thing rocks like a motherfucker when the gun goes off. This thing is a more normal suspension, it looks like. I can't see it, and I don't know if they've modeled it, because you're not going to see it in gameplay usually. I think this is just... I'm not sure actually. It might be torsion. Might be like lateral? No, that looks like a coil spring. I don't know. If anyone knows what the suspension on the BTR is, let me know. Yep, torsion bar to BMP. Torsion bar, T64. This is how you'd tell a T64 apart from a T72 or a T80 is the small road wheels. KV size road wheels. Small road wheels, it's a T64. Big road wheels, it's either a 72 or an 80 or a 90. Use other attributes to figure out which of those it is. But the T64, small road wheels. Exhaust is mounted centrally at the back of the engine deck. Snorkel kit is on the back of the turret. That is a T64. Also, IR spotlight on the left. That is a T64. If this thing's running, there's no mistaking it. Nothing sounds like a T64 except the Chieftain, because the Chieftain has a very similar engine design, just with an extra cylinder. This thing has a 5-cylinder, 10-piston, horizontally opposed diesel. It screams. It absolutely screams. It's really high-pitched. It revs to shit. It's like 5,000 RPM normal operating. The Chieftain sounds basically the same. The Chieftain sounds like a T64 with a sore throat. Like it's got a more throaty sort of sound to it. But both the Chieftain and a T64 sound very similar, which is why it's even more embarrassing that BRIXMIS, the British mission to the Soviet forces in Germany, because, you know, the British had military observers that kept tabs on the Soviets and the East Germans, BRIXMIS. The Soviets had SOVMIS, which kept tabs on the West. Everyone had their military missions, and they would send officers to go check out what the other guys were doing, to observe training exercises. It was so that the Cold War didn't go hot. The other guy had a fair idea of what they were doing, they had a fair idea of their capabilities, and they could maintain a veneer of cooperation, just to make sure shit didn't get too spicy, but also to gather intelligence, so they knew how to counter different weapons. Well, BRIXMIS, I've seen the report for this thing. One of my old Wall of Tanks friends years ago works at Bovington, and managed to dig up the files for it and sent them to me, and gave me a minor fucking heart attack because they included the original folder it's in, which was salmon pink. If you see a salmon pink folder in a Commonwealth military, put a cordon around it, don't look at it, don't think about it, don't touch it, don't let anyone near it. It is top secret. Pink is top secret. That is the spicy shit. You don't want to go near it. Anyway, it's declassified, thank fuck, but the scan included the pink cover, and I was like, until I saw they'd been crossed out. Anyway, BRIXMIS, thought this thing was a turbine engine. How? I don't know, because it sounds almost exactly like a Chieftain. They should have known better, since their own tank uses a very similar, closely related engine, but they thought it was a turbine. Whatever. It's interesting, the Bricksmith report nails it for the autoloader, because they got access to one of the training models, which is just a turret in a hollow turret ring that shows you how the autoloader works. It's for training tank crews. It's like a turret without a tank, basically. And it shows the carousel and everything. So they knew the fine details of how the autoloader worked. They had a pretty good idea of how the tank was built, and what other features it had, how its fire control system worked, etc. What they got wrong was A, the engine, B, they thought this was rolled homogeneous and cast armor. They did not think this was composite. For whatever reason, they thought this was not composite armor, even though the Americans were already starting to experiment with composite, like in the 50s. I think the Americans experimented with composite before the Soviets did. There's a lot of things which the Americans arrived at first and then discarded because they thought there was no point to it, and then the Soviets came to it independently, or maybe because, in some cases, because they got it off the Americans, you know, the backdoor route. But usually it was convergent evolution. The Soviets would work out the same problem and come to the same solution, as most people do. Might borrow inspiration here and there, like everyone does. Everyone copies everyone else. It's not a Chinese or Soviet thing. Everyone does it. But yeah, they thought it was homogeneous armor, which would have been a nasty shock when they first started firing 105 APDS at it, and it would just ping off without doing anything. This thing was frontally impervious to NATO tank guns for quite a while. Anyway, torsion bar suspension. Boy, am I sidetracked. Torsion bar suspension. This is a T62. How do you tell this apart from T55? Well, first of all, the fume extractor on the gun is further down. On a T55, it's by the muzzle. On a T62, it's partway down. The gun is physically bigger. Well, not really. It's bored out. It's a 115 smoothbore gun. This was the first MBT in the world to carry a smoothbore gun and actually go into main service. Otherwise, shape of the turret's a little different. It's a little smoother than the T55's turret. Like, it looks a bit like a melted T55 turret. It's got this little hatch on the back. It poops shells out the back of the turret whenever the gun goes off. It's not auto-loading. It is a manually loaded tank. The loader's on the right-hand side, like most Soviet manually loaded tanks. So it's a left-hand load, which Westerners don't like, but the Soviets seem to cope with. And then you got commander and gunner there. So, fun thing, the anti-aircraft machine gun mount on both this and the T55 is on the loader's hatch, not the commander's hatch. People see the bigger silhouette of the gun and go, oh, that must be the commander. Nope, commander's on the left. Commander has his independent IR spotlight, and then you've got a little unity sight, and then the night sight is the thing with a bolted over cover, so it doesn't burn it out in the daylight. And then that is the gun sight there. The gunner's primary and only gun sight, besides the unity, is that thing. It's a telescopic sight. Same as the T-55. The T-55 and 62 were essentially World War II tanks all grown up. They still have telescopic gun sights that are directly linked to the gun. Oh my god, I'm running out of time. It's fine. I could be maybe a little late to class today. I might get away with it. This is a coax peak... no. Could be an SGMT or a PKT, depending on the year the tank was built. This is a T-62 model 1972, so it's probably a PKT. You can see that the main spotlight is not mounted on the gun, but it's linked mechanically to the gun. So when the gun elevates, so does the spotlight. Loader's got a little panoramic sight here, so he can look around outside the tank without popping out of the hatch. Soviets like their panoramic sights. Here we see a typical design trait of Soviet MBTs. The turret ring is so wide to contain the size of the turret, to fit 3 guys into it, plus all the ammunition and the gun, and also to properly dissipate the recoil force of the gun, because if you have too small a turret ring with too big a gun, as the Germans found out during World War II, you can't upgun the tank. So the Panther, one of the great flaws of the Panther as a design is the turret ring is too narrow. You can't upgun the Panther. You would have to design the tank from scratch. The Panzer III, again, the Panzer III was probably the best tank the Germans designed in World War II. It was one of the earliest ones they designed, but it was also the best. It had a really good suspension, had really good arrangements for the interior. Like, it was a really good tank, but it had a small turret ring, so you can't upgun it. You could up-armor it because you had a good suspension, but you couldn't upgun it. On the other hand, the Panzer IV had a shitty suspension, so you couldn't up-armor it, but you could upgun it because it had a bigger turret ring. And the turret ring also affects how much space there is in the turret for the crew. Obviously, you have to, you know, the turret ring is the narrowest part of the turret, so if it's too narrow, you can't fit many people in there. They're going to be crushed up against it. So, Soviet MBTs are narrow, squat tanks. This is a lesson they learned from World War II. I remember how I got on this tangent, T-44, T-55 development. Yeah, I know, we'll come back to it. But this is a symptom of that. The tank is as narrow and as slow to the ground as physically possible. The Soviets min-max. All their military equipment is min-max. The Americans are generalists. The Americans design things that operate well under any conditions in any theater, usually far away from home. The American stuff just works. You take it out of the box, it just works. It's Todd Howard, but military equipment. American shit's really good for that. Like, probably second to none for that, especially the Bradley. But the Soviets min-maxed really, really hard. The Soviets had a really rigid doctrine because they had a large conscript army, not all of whom were fluent in Russian, because remember, the Soviet Union was a big country with hundreds of ethnic groups. Hundreds and hundreds of ethnic groups. And so you couldn't rely on your troops to be super well-trained or even super literate in the Russian language. So what do? You design basic, simple stuff that anyone can operate. If they can operate a tractor or a piece of factory equipment, they can operate this thing. It's simple, it's reliable, it's easy to maintain, it's easy to produce in massive numbers. They built thousands of these things. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. Is it the best in the world? No. Although it was pretty good when it was first built. But it does the job. And it works within a specific Soviet doctrine that is designed to be operated a specific Soviet way. Now, obviously, the first thing to go out the window upon contact with the enemy is the plan. But, you know, to what degree they could plan ahead for it, Soviet doctrine was designed to account for expected American doctrine and do something that would break it. The Soviets they were gamers, basically. The Soviets were fucking gamers. They would min-max the hell out of things and look for a way to break the opponent's meta. That's how the Soviets designed shit. And their tanks are very good examples of this. So this little fucker is so small that to have such a big turret with such a big gun, they had to extend the turret ring. But the turret ring no longer fits in the hull. So what do? They build a little fucking Scoopy boy. Like, they bowed the size of the hull out. This is a separate part that's welded on. The hull is welded armor, and then this is cast and welded on separately. That bears the weight of the turret without making the actual hull of the tank wider. So you'll see, and this is unique to Soviet tanks, at least for this period, you will see that not only is the turret wide enough to extend past the edge of the hull, but the turret ring itself is wide enough to extend past the edge of the hull. And that's not external equipment, that's not tin work, that is the turret. It extends all the way, if I can slow down the free cam a bit, it extends all the way to there. That's the turret ring, right there. Very Soviet design hallmark. So how do we tell this apart from a T-55? Okay, so the gun, we know. The turret shape, we know. The engine deck has this big-ass fan at the back, this big round or semicircular dip at the back for a fan housing. That's the main radiator, or the main cooling fan, sorry, that's the radiators up there. Exhaust on the side, though so does the T-55's. Exhaust on the side was typical of most Soviet MBTs, only the T-64 and T-80 broke that mold. Torsion bar suspension. We don't have return rollers, we have return skids. This is to stop the top of the track slapping against the tin work. That's all it's there to do. There is also... Where is it on the T-62? I don't remember if the T-62 was live track or dead track, but the T-55 definitely has it. It's like a fucking... The T-72 does as well, it's like a T-34. Instead of having the pins double-ended, so it makes it a pain in the ass to get the pins out, it has... The pin head sits on the inside of the track, and the outside is just left open. So the pins can walk out towards they walk inwards towards the hull as the tank moves. So how do you solve this without putting, without making the pin captive, which makes it harder to service? You put a C-clip or something on it to hold it in. What do? Well, you just put a fucking metal plate there that the head of the pin smashes against, and it knocks the pin back into the hole. Simple. Cheap. It works. It's literally just a piece of steel welded onto the hull. And that saves you all the time of machining and heat treating little, circlips to hold the pins in. It saves you having a more complex pin system. Doesn't matter. Just fucking put a sledgehammer on the tank that knocks them back in every time the track rotates around one full revolution. Elegant beauty. This is why I like Soviet equipment. This is also why I'm really autistically into this game art stuff. It's the same thing. The less you use to do more, the better it is. It's just... That is my kind of design. It's the Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. I butchered that. I'm still in Russian mode, not French mode. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. School of design thought, which is perfection isn't when there's nothing left to add, it's when there's nothing left to take away. That is what the Soviets lived and died by. Also, I've been over this before, but Soviet tanks, external fuel cells. Fuel is, especially diesel, is not as flammable as people think. The vapor of petrol is flammable. Diesel vapor is not. Diesel needs to be compressed to be ignited. That's how diesel engines work. That's why compression ratio is a thing in diesel engines. It needs a high compression ratio to actually hit its flash point. So having your fuel outside the tank, especially diesel, is a good idea because it doesn't take up internal volume. It doesn't need to be under armor. There is under armor fuel in the vehicle. It's around the engine, and in the front hull there's a ammo rack which doubles as a wet rack. It's not going to show up in this vehicle because the interior hasn't been done yet. But again, another thing, using fuel tanks as wet racks. I believe the Americans did try that on some vehicles, but the Soviets did it for everything. Because the fuel isn't going to combust, it's diesel. Well, it usually isn't. It can, but it usually won't. And if it does, you've got bigger problems. So it's diesel, it's not likely to combust, it's liquid. It's not as dense as water, but it's denser than lighter fuels like petrol, and it's dense enough to slow down an incoming round. Fuel is armor. If you've ever seen the S-Tank, they used jerry cans suspended off the side of the tank as track skirts, as armor, because fuel, like water, slows down projectiles and breaks them up. So you have, essentially, a little bit of extra armor here, as well as a fuel supply, and you can see the piping to run it back into the tank to actually feed into the system. You've got random equipment boxes too. So this is fuel. These are fuel cells. If the tank is hit externally and one of these bursts open, you lose a bit of fuel. No big deal. If it catches fire, it's not a big deal. It's on the outside of the tank. Tanks don't care about fire. Common misconception. This goes back to fucking... This goes back to Yom Kippur, I think. People keep citing this one, probably apocryphal story from Yom Kippur of the Israelis napalming an Egyptian column of tanks, and it fucks up the tanks. Tanks don't give a shit about napalm, dude. Tanks don't care about fire. It's the whole point. Tanks don't care about small arms, unless you hit a periscope or some other really sensitive external equipment it needs. They don't care about fire. They do not care about overpressure. To actually damage a tank... like, not the tin work, not the optics, but to damage the tank in a way that will hurt the crew, you have to detonate a nuke at less than 500 meters from it. Tanks, multiple tanks, S-tanks have been tested against an equivalent blast just using a wind tunnel, but the Brits took a Centurion, parked it 500 yards from a tower-detonated nuclear bomb at Maralinga, the test site out here, detonated the bomb, the tank was left running, there was nobody in it, but it was left running. They came back to it, the optics on the side facing the bomb had been sandblasted, the tin work was all blown off, the tin work being storage boxes, shit like that. Some of the more sensitive external stuff had been damaged. The canvas cover for the gun, which is apparently near impossible to get these days for Centurion restorers, that was completely torched. But the tank was fine. In fact, it was only not running because it had run out of petrol. It had been pushed about a meter over to the side, but it didn't care. Tanks don't give a fuck about overpressure. DCS players, drill this into your skull. If you miss with a Mark 82 by more than about 10 feet, the tank doesn't care. You have to pretty much score a direct hit with a bomb on a tank to do anything substantial to it. You might mobility kill it. To get a catastrophic kill on a tank with a Mark 82, you have to direct hit it, or the bomb lands like almost under it. If you miss by even 5 meters, that's what, 15, 18 feet, about 18 feet, you're almost double your actual range where you're going to hurt that tank with a Mark 82. I see DCS players do this shit all the time. They'll miss the tank by half the length of the tank and say, oh, it didn't kill it, that's bullshit, it was splash damage, splash damage. No, you miss by almost double your effective distance. To kill a fucking tank with a Mark 82... instead of landing where the Leopard is, that's 10 meters or more. It's more than the tank's length. That's about 12, 15 meters. You have to land a bomb here. Here is where you land a Mark 82 to maybe kill a tank. You land it over here, it doesn't give a fuck. That's accurate. That's realistic. DCS doesn't model fragmentation damage, which is why it doesn't fuck up light skin vehicles or infantry when you get a near miss, and it should. But against tanks, it doesn't fucking matter. Bombs do not typically kill tanks unless they're guided bombs, which is how the F-111 outkilled the A-10 in Desert Storm, or you get a direct hit, or very lucky. It's realistic. I don't want to hear a single fucking word about it from DCS players. Ooh, my bomb should have killed the tank. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Fuck off. Fuck off. Planes do not kill tanks unless they got Mavericks, or, you know, a TGP, or they're an F-111 with a paved tack pod, and they're precision guiding them down. or, you know, they get lucky with a cluster bomb. Even pre-sensor fused cluster bombs, like the early cluster bombs, ooh, the cluster bombs don't work, they never kill anything. It's because the individual clusters probably aren't hitting the fucking tank, or they're hitting on the tracks. In, like, pre-sensor fused weapons, cluster bombs were just a crapshoot. You either erase a tank because 10 clusters hit it, or you hit everything but the tank and the tank doesn't care. Like, DCS players have no concept of how hard it actually is to kill a tank with a plane, which is odd because history has proven time and time again, until things like the Maverick came, and even with the Maverick, because the sensors aren't perfect and pilots launch them outside good parameters a lot, there is no silver bullet for a plane to kill a tank. Air-on-ground vehicle kills, particularly on tank kills, are overstated to fuck historically, especially in World War II, but even through to modern times. Planes do not kill tanks, infantry kill tanks, ATGMs kill tanks, anti-tank guns kill tanks. The Soviets were still building and using anti-tank guns, towed and self-propelled anti-tank guns, into the 80s, because they were useful. Max just brought up in Discord recently. Soviet anti-tank battalion was either 1/3 ATGMs, 2/3 anti-tank guns, or 1/3 anti-tank guns, 2/3 ATGMs, depending on time period and location. Because the ATGMs are still useful. The anti-tank guns are still useful. ATGMs are smaller, they're better to ambush with, they're more mobile, but they're expensive. They have a dead zone. You can't engage below a certain range. AT guns, you can engage wherever the fuck you want. The target can be literally touching the muzzle. You can, well, maybe not that, but it can be an inch from the muzzle. You can engage it. AT guns have no dead zone, so you use the AT guns to set up and cover the dead zone of the ATGMs in the battalion. It's providing layered cover, like the BMP with the Malyutka, which provides further anti-tank cover, and the Grom, which provides close-in anti-tank cover. The Soviet anti-tank battalion, or Soviet anti-tank company, any Soviet anti-tank organization with mixed units, would have been battalion level actually, because the companies would have been same unit. Soviet anti-tank battalions are the same theory. High cover, low cover, or close cover, far cover. So that's how that works. How did I get to this topic? We were talking... Oh, external storage, right. Equipment boxes, equipment boxes. Over the exhaust is the oil tank. That is the snorkel kit on the back of the turret. It's telescoping, and it goes over that little hatch next to the shell yeeter. That thing is a gun crutch for the anti-aircraft gun, I believe. The actual gun crutch for the tank, I don't remember if... it doesn't have one, it's internal. The Soviets used internal turret locks. I don't think I've seen gun crutches on Soviet tanks, only on artillery, because they have bigger guns and the turret needs to hold other stuff. But yeah, okay, T-62. Other way of recognizing, apart from the T-55, the gap in the road wheels. 1, 2, 3, gap, single, gap, single. That's because of the escape hatches under the tank. On the T-55, if we go back here, the T-55 has single wheel, gap, and then all the others are grouped together, because the escape hatch is under the driver's seat. On the 62, it's at the back, under the turret. So, difference in suspension. You may notice as well the 62 is generally longer, so the turret appears to be further forwards on the hull than the 55, which appears to be shorter, and the turret is centrally mounted. So it's another way to identify them. Soviet tanks are... A lot of people struggle to tell apart Soviet tanks. I have no trouble, but I can't tell which factory one was built at or what year model it was. Some year models I can do, most I can't. But individual type, you shouldn't have any trouble. You just need to brush up on it a bit, study up on it. You'll notice the holders for the extended range fuel tanks. In a road march, those would be mounted. In combat, they wouldn't be, because they block traverse of the gun to the rear, or at least lessen the traverse of the turret to the rear, or rather the gun has to elevate above them. You don't want to be carrying them in combat, so you don't. You just you use them up on the road march and then get rid of them. World War II Soviet tanks sometimes carried smoke containers here. The IS-7 model from World of Tanks, at least the old one, I don't know about the new one, that had barrels on the back. They aren't fuel tanks, they're smoke containers. The T-34 could carry them as well. But these are for either smoke containers or for fuel tanks. Soviet tanks of various types, I don't think all of them, but certainly most of them by this period, also could generate smoke by injecting diesel into the exhaust. British tanks can do the same thing. I think the Leopard can too. American tanks generally don't use it, or don't have it. I don't know which. T-55, you've got your gunner's sight there on the left, so gunner and commander sit in line with each other in pretty much every tank. That's the gunner's sight, that's the night sight, that's the commander's cupola, and you can see he's got these little useless episcopes on the sides. The whole cupola on this traverses. This is a hunter-killer system. That's why the commander's spotlight is facing the rear. His whole cupola traverses. It took the Americans a while to catch on to this. The Brits had it pretty much around the same time period. I believe Conqueror was the first British hunter-killer tank. Centurion didn't have it, or at least not initially. But yeah, hunter-killer means that the commander has an independently traversing cupola with a sight on it, or at least a night vision optic in this case, but usually later it was a magnified sight, independent sight. He has an independent sight on an independent cupola that can rotate irrespective of where the turret's pointing, so he can search for targets while the gunner's looking somewhere else. So you'll notice, and it's... the packed tanks scan in this, they probably shouldn't. It just hasn't been sorted out yet, so they still use the same animations, or the same AI logic as the NATO tanks. But you see how they're scanning like this? You typically, particularly T-72, which only has fixed 8-power magnification for the day sight, you wouldn't see T-72 doing this. There's not much point in the gunner scanning because it's so zoomed in. He just sits wherever and the commander scans. The gunner watches a likely direction of enemy approach. He might scan a little, but the commander's doing all the work. Compared to, if we come over here to the Abrams pre-CITV or the M60, the gunner is scanning in low magnification, while the commander would be either turned out of his hatch or he might be looking around externally. Now, the Abrams, I believe, can traverse... obviously, the M60 can traverse its cupola because it's got a separate gun in it. I believe the Abrams can too, but they're not, like, hunter-killer, because he doesn't have a proper magnified sight that he can use to find targets with. He's just looking through his Unity sight, or in the case of the Abrams, he's looking through the remote control weapons sight, which is that little periscope next to the Fiddy-Cow. That thing. That's what he's looking through. He doesn't have a normal forwards-looking sight, so that's, if he wants to scan while turned in, that's what he's using. The M60 has a 50 cal sight, which I believe is in that top periscope housing, unlike the M1. But yeah, like, it's an independently traversing cupola still, but you can't really do much with it. It's mostly there so the gun can traverse, the machine gun can traverse. Now, in these tanks, though, the gunner has the two sights. He has the primary sight and the auxiliary sight, and the primary sight has an extension that runs through to the commander, as I alluded to at the M60. So the commander can see what the gunner sees if he just looks through the gunner's sight extension. The commander also, I forget which Western tanks he does or doesn't have it, but typically he would have a separate hand control unit. He can override the gunner's controls, so he can see something, he can slew the turret on manually. So it's not like it's totally helpless. But it's not a hunter-killer system. He can't look at something and tell the gun to index to that. Now, the T-55, I don't think can do that either. I think in this case it's mostly just for scanning at night with the infrared, but I could be wrong on that. T-62 likewise, I believe. T-64, T-72, T-80, these have hunter-killer. These are hunter-killer tanks. The commander can see something with his independent scanning sight, and it depends on which variant. I think the T-72 is stabilized in azimuth, so it counter-rotates to the turret after a certain variant. I think the early ones didn't. But I could be wrong. But it's not stabilized in elevation, so it's still not 100% on. He can't aim with it, but he can point it in the right general direction, hit a button, and that slews the turret directly to where he's looking. And then the gunner makes fine adjustments and engages a target. The Soviet tanks didn't have gunner sight extensions because the commander and the gunner are sitting on opposite side of the tank. The gunner sits on the left of the autoloader tanks anyway. The commander sits on the right. So the commander's got his own separate optics he looks through. He slews the turret or tells the gunner where the target is. The gunner then lays the gun, does all that stuff. So the issue of the Soviet turrets being cramped is not actually... If you've got long legs, it can be an issue. So Shawshank Redemption on YouTube is a Ukrainian tank crewman. He's been very busy lately, as you might imagine, unfortunately for everyone. He has had the chance to be in the T-64, which is what he trained on, and his favorite tank, as best as I can tell, it's my favorite too. The T-80, which is developed from the T-64 and shares a lot in common, and the T-72, which was developed as an economy measure, and it shows in a lot of respects. However, the T-72 has superior protection, because the T-72 was designed a bit later, and so it had a different armor scheme. You know what? I'm not feeling it today. I'm not gonna be skipping class today, but I will catch up on the part I miss later, because it's online class. I can just catch up. My presence is not urgently needed, because I'm obviously chatterbox today, and I will take over the class if I get in there right now. I need to chill out for a bit first, so I'll catch up on that, but I'll just talk to you guys a little longer. No, it's fine, CJ, he'll be fine. Also, this class is the one thing I'm actually good at, counseling, so I can get away with it. I've done it before. So, I'm not skipping it yet. I got 10 minutes before class starts, but it'll be fine. So, the T64 and T80, depending on variant, have inferior armor protection to a T72. The T72 has an inferior fire control system and gunnery sight. The T64 doesn't necessarily have an inferior engine, but it has less power and the engine's more finicky. The T72 has a more powerful, more reliable engine, but it takes up more space in the tank. The T80 has a superior engine to both, but it's extremely thirsty because it's a turbine. There's swings and roundabouts. The T64 has the best anti-aircraft machine gun mount. Like the Abrams, it can be fired from inside. That thing next to the IR spotlight, this little doodad here with a cover over it, this is the periscopic sight for the turret. So the commander can fire this 50 cal 12.7x108 machine gun, which is mostly intended for anti-aircraft use, but can fuck up light vehicles and infantry as well. He can fire this without ever popping out of the tank. He only has to pop out to reload it. And you can see the transfer bar between the sight and the gun there, which is what elevates the gun. So it's a pretty minimalistic system. It's, you know, the sight penetrates through the hatch there, in an elbow joint, comes out to the periscope. The periscope has a simple mechanical linkage to the gun, and that is what is elevating the gun. Very elegantly simple. Classic Soviet design. Well, the T80 was supposed to have something similar, but it wasn't ready in time, and also there was politics involved. The T80 ended up with the worst system of all three, and it wasn't remedied until the T80U got even worse. The T80U was the best of the T80s, but had the worst anti-aircraft machine gun setup because just, like, brain rot took over. It was like World War II Sherman style, where you had a bunch of posts around the commander's cupola, and you had to physically mount the gun on a pintle to the post you wanted to use. So to actually use the gun to get its full field of fire, you had to climb out the tank, and even then you were limited in, you had to move the gun between posts. It was a piece of shit. The T80UD, which is the diesel version of the T80U, finally adopted this system, and so finally had a good system. The T72 can't be fired from inside the turret, but it has a separate independent ring. So the cupola rotates independent of the turret, and the machine gun rotates independent of the cupola, but obviously you run into a limitation. You can't traverse it all the way forwards because the hatch is in the way, and even if the hatch wasn't in the way, the spotlight is. So that's why it's facing rearwards. The commander's sight is that periscope under the IR light, and the gun is pointing rearwards, which is its default lock position. To use the gun, the commander pops out of his hatch. The hatch provides cover for his back. If he's turned out of the hatch normally, it provides cover for his front. He leans around it, T-34 style. If he wants to operate the gun, though, it provides cover for his back. And some T-72s and T-80s also added an additional light shield, looks kind of like a riot shield, for covering him from the front on the gun. But it's typically, you see it mounted during parades and occasionally on some late model T-72s, but you don't typically see it like on the early ones. You might see it on a 72B. Anyway, to use this gun, you manhandle it. You have to get out and manhandle it. There's a lock there for the traverse, and then there's an elevation wheel. So you crank with one wheel and you pull it around with the other. The sight on this, and then that other lever there is to cock the gun, because you can't reach it because it's in behind the mount. The sight on this, there's obviously iron sights for the old-fashioned way. This thing, if we could open that box is actually protection for a World War II style reflector gun sight, like you have on the Mi-8, like you have in the front seat of the Hind, like you have in World War II Soviet planes. That's what is inside there. The box is just a protective cover for when you're not using it, so it doesn't get dirty or damaged, because it's fairly fragile. So it's pretty clever. Anyway, yeah, you don't have a gunner's primary sight extension in these. You just have the gunner's sight, and then the commander has his commander sight, which is completely separate. Exception, the T80. I don't remember for the early T80s, but I know for I think for all the T80s, but especially the T80U, there is an extension, or like he has some way of. It's not an extension. He has an independent gun sight, is what it is. So the commander can operate the gun with an independent gun sight. The backup sight on this thing, well, there isn't one. Here's your gunner's primary sight. Your backup sight is this Unity periscope, which doesn't have any markings on it. So if the gunner's primary sight is damaged or unserviceable in some way, you're just aiming off guesswork. If you've seen some of the GoPro footage of Syrian T-72s, and like you can see that it's on the left side of the turret at the back, you get kind of this perspective. That's because the GoPro is probably mounted to the top of that backup Unity sight. So this is unmagnified. That's why it's called the Unity sight. It's 1:1. This is magnified 8 power on a T-72. On a T-64, it's variable power. Actually, the early 64, I think it was fixed 8, and then they went to variable power. So, again, talking about coincidence rangefinders, the two eyeballs on the side of the tank. T-62 doesn't have it. T-55 didn't have it. Leopard has it. Leopard 1 has it. There's the eyeballs. It has ghost image, I believe, or it could be split image. I can't remember what leopards use. But yeah, there's a Leopard 1A, 1A2. It's not a 1A, 1A1. They got to fix that. It's a 1A, 1A2. Fucking German designations. But yeah, and you can see it has a spotlight as well. That thing, I don't fucking know what that is. I think that's a horn. I have no idea what that thing is. Leopard nerds can tell me. It looks like a horn, but that's the spotlight. And then you've got a panoramic sight here for the commander. So, like the Soviets, the Germans appreciated a good panoramic sight, probably a lesson they learned from the Soviets in World War II. And then you've got your commander's cupola, there, and your loader's cupola there. Loader has a couple of periscopes too, so you can see what he's doing. Smoke grenades, whatever. Angry Wally, where is the M60? We've already done that for the rangefinder, you don't need to see it again. T-64, gunner's primary sight, however, here's the other half of the rangefinder. The T-64A and the very early T-72s, very, very early, use a split image coincidence. So the top half and the bottom half of the image aren't lined up. By rotating the mirror, which gives you your range, remember, you bring the two images into line with each other. When the image is perfectly aligned and there's no visible seam between them, you have your range, as opposed to ghost image. It's a little quicker and easier to use, better for coarse adjustments, but it's like the fine adjustments are kind of easier, but less accurate, if that makes sense. It relies on the gunner having really good sense of observation and being able to tell, oh, that's just the tiniest bit off still, it's not lined up perfectly. As I said, spotlight on the left on the T-64 and some early T-72s. T-80, it varied from left to right depending on variant. Smoke grenade discharges, whatever. On the T-64B, which introduced the laser rangefinder, which the T-72 has, the T-64B, 64A has a similar sight picture to the 72, it just has the split image rangefinding. The T-64B shares the gun sight and fire control computer with the T-80. So it's a completely different sight picture, it looks different, works different, fire control system's more advanced. It has, I don't remember if the 64A A already had auto lead, but I know the I know the 80B had auto lead. Better than the Abrams early on, because like I said, it was fixed. So remember on the Abrams how the point of aim lags behind where you're going, because it's like a gyro sight essentially. It's like a gyro sight tracking where you're aiming. They fixed that by adding the second mirror to the sight. So for the M1A2, the point of aim stays stationary. You just see relative to the sight the gun moves. That's ideal because you can do what's called laze and blaze. You lay the gun over the target, hit laze, you fire. And you don't have to fuck around chasing the reticle or getting the reticle to chase the target. T-80B is like that. T-80B is laze and blaze, before Abrams was. So, the sight picture is very Soviet. It has a lot of backup markings for if the system's not working or if you want to manually range stuff or whatever. Backup stadiometric rangefinder, backup markings for different range indexes, all this stuff. So the Soviet gun sight looks almost like a World War II tank sight, but it's not. It's auto lead. It's on par with Abrams, but analog instead of digital. That's for the T-80B, T-64B. On T-64B, because it now had a laser rangefinder, they deleted this. So this became, the armored fairing is still there because it's part of the turret structure, but that little periscope boy went away. Or, the sight head went away. And on a T-64B1, you just have that structural piece of the turret. On a T-64B, which has anti-tank guided missiles, there's another box, like a kind of, it looks kind of like half a NSV ammo box. So half of this on top of there. That's the control signal antenna thing for the ATGM. So that's how you tell a B model from a B1 model. The B model is the big boy with the ATGM. The B1 model is we can't afford so many of these, so let's just not put the ATGM on these ones. There was Max would know it. There was supposed to be a certain number of Bs versus B1s in a unit, like a battalion or a regiment or whatever. But that wasn't always held true. Some had a lot of Bs, some had none. But typically the priority would go to command tanks. So like your platoon commander would have a B model if you had enough, and your other tanks would all be B1s. Guards divisions also typically got priority because they were elite units. They were held to a higher standard. You also had the K models. K is Kommandny, which is it's a command tank. It has extra antennas. There's nothing else really going on. It just has another radio or another couple radios and extra antennas. Those would be like your company commanders or battalion commanders or whatever. So yeah, that is how that works. We were talking about the World War II heritage. I'm getting sidetracked like fuck today. I did take so my dose got changed from 30 to 60, then back from 60 to 50. I took the last of the 60 today, which is probably why I'm like this. My brain's going like high speed, low drag mode. Anyway, T-44 was the direct progenitor of this. T-44 was a further development of T-43, which was a T-34 with some improvements, including torsion bar suspension. So, T-44 took T-43's torsion bar suspension and 85mm gun and 3-man turret. What T-44 did was it shrunk the tank. So the Soviets had come to realize, and the Germans also realized this to a degree, sloped armor is only as good as how likely you are to be hit in that area and how much internal volume you have. Having a sloped armor surface takes up internal volume. It shrinks the space inside the tank. The more steeply sloped it is, the less space you have. It makes sense, right? Whereas if you've got a fucking box like a Tiger, you've got plenty of room, but the armor's not sloped or barely sloped. Which is, you have that classic beak shape like that, which the Panzer III, Panzer IV, Tiger 1, KV-1, even the early production IS, they all have that beak. And then the IS-2, about 1944-ish, they went to a sloping plate. It was a piece of cast armor, I think, that was welded into a slope, or it was cast separately and welded onto a welded hull. But different armor schemes, like internal volume, important. People need to go in the tank, fuel needs to go in the tank, ammunition needs to go in the tank, various other things need to go in the tank. So you don't want to shrink your internal volume too much. If you play Sprocket, this is pro tips, by the way, don't overkill the sloping armor. So you want slopes on the front, because that's where you're most likely to get hit. And that's where your thickest armor is anyway. So you combine the thickness, the physical thickness of the armor with the slope, and you get the extra line of sight thickness. Line of sight thickness is because the material's on a slope. This distance is less than this distance. This hasn't changed, but this is less than this, right? And then you also get the effect that the shell might skip off if the head of the shell isn't shaped to bite into armor, or if it just gets unlucky. Damien XYZ on YouTube, go give him a follow. He runs like full-on, in-depth, properly done industry-level ANSYS simulations of tank rounds striking each other, and it shows how the shells work, how the armor works, what kind of damage you could expect. It's really enthralling stuff. Obviously, he doesn't usually show bounces because bounces aren't as interesting, but he does show them time to time, and you can see why shells skip off sometimes and why others bite in. It's all to do with the design of the shell and the Brunel hardness. You're explaining it wrong. Well, you explain it better then. Like, I'm not saying that sarcastically, please do. I need to stop sidetracking myself. Anyway, line of sight thickness, good. Angle, good. Interior volume, good. Have to balance these things. Compromise, good. So our min-maxing Soviets, it's spelled DEMJIAN, I think, or JAN. It's spelled like Eastern European, Damien. Yeah, that one. Thanks, Max. So anyway, the Soviets figured out the T-34 had sloping hull sides. Not only that, but it had Christie suspension. So you've lost internal volume because the whole sides are sloped in. You have to have a certain width at the top for the turret ring. Unless you do what the Soviets did after the war and just built the turret ring wider than the actual hull and made that fit through magic. So you have to be able to fit the turret ring, so you have to have a certain width at the top of the hull. Otherwise you end up with a Panther That's the exact mistake the Germans made. They sloped the side armor and didn't account for that, so the turret ring was too narrow. The Panther had a serious problem with that. It was one of many flaws on that design. It's my favorite World War II tank. I love it dearly, but it was not a good idea. Like, it had so many bad ideas in it. It was like, holy fuck. You know, the talking point used to be that it was a bad total war tank, but a good peacetime tank, but I would make the argument it wasn't even a good peacetime tank. It was an innovative tank in a lot of ways, and it was a very cool and interesting tank, but it was cool and interesting because it wasn't very good. In the same way a lot of things I like are cool and interesting. Things that suck are more interesting than things that are good. Personal opinion, but... have you played Sprocket? I have. I need to stream it sometime. I'm not very good at it, though. I have, like, one design, which I just continually modify, because I'm not very creative. I need to relearn how to do 3D work, because one of my friends, Nerdy, he's a guy I knew from Face Punch way back when I was still in high school. Nerdy is, like, a big tank nerd. He was a Finnish artilleryman, but he likes tanks as well. And he can make tanks in Sprocket that are so... incredibly detailed and well modeled. You'd think he ripped the model from War Thunder. He didn't. He made it by hand in Sprocket with the new, the new ArmA reshaping tool. You can basically mesh edit the 3D mesh directly in Sprocket, which is a fucking cool ass feature. He does that, and he makes all these cool designs. I'll have to put some in my Discord sometime. I have posted some before, but I need to like put links, I guess. Yeah, so the Soviets realized very quickly, oh, internal volume more important than sloping hull sides. If you get hit in the side, you're doing it wrong. Simply don't expose your side. Forehead. So the Soviets did that. They got rid of the slope on the rear. For the most part, there's still a little bit there. They got rid of the slope on the sides, mostly. So you can see that the T-55 is straight-walled up top, but if we go underneath, you can see there's a chamfer there. There's a chamfer at the bottom of the hull. Because the bottom of the hull, I don't know about on the 55, the game doesn't, because they aren't idiots, they optimize where they can. The game doesn't show smooth curves under parts of the tank you won't see. I don't remember if the T-55 had a cast hull bottom, or if it was welded. But a lot of the Soviet tanks had cast hull bottoms that were then welded onto the tank. The Americans started doing the same thing. This is one of the reasons John Milius, of Red Dawn fame, accused the 72 of being a copy of the M60 or the M48, is because the 72... If we go under it, and we aren't by the final drives, it's hard to show, but you can see it's boat hulled slightly in at the bottom. He figured they copied that off the Americans, because it's very obvious on the M60 and the M48 and the M47 and the Pershing that they have that, because the Americans use cast hulls. The Americans were very good at casting large pieces of metal. It was a side effect of having a very strong shipping and locomotive building industry. So the Americans would just cast the entire tank and weld it together in sections. The Germans in World War II could not cast metal for shit, which is why they always welded and why German World War II tanks are boxes. They tried with the Löwe, and the reason the Löwe never ended up happening, or one of many, is because they literally could not cast armor reliably at that size. They could either cast it big enough for a battleship turret, or they could cast it for a locomotive. They couldn't cast it for a tank turret. So the Löwe never went anywhere. Obviously they improved at that because the Leopard makes heavy use of cast components, particularly on the turret. It's a welded hull cast turret. The Soviets hybridized. They typically cast their turrets after about mid-war. So the 3-man T-34 turret was cast. There was early war, there was a very early model 2-man turret T-34 with a cast turret, which looks like it's been left in the sun too long. It looks fucked. It looks wrong. It was a specific factory that made it. I don't remember which. I don't think it was Koty, or someone here might know. I don't think it was Stalingrad Traktorny Zavod. I think it was one of the ones like maybe Chelyabinsk. I don't know. Chelyabinsk. I don't know if they even built tanks. I know they were a repair depot in World War II. But anyway, there was one with a melted looking turret because it was cast. Factories did what they were good at. So Soviet tanks had variation. The same type of tank would have variation based on where it was built because certain factories were better at things than others. Or they had slightly, like they figured out the workflow worked better for them if they made this bit slightly bigger or slightly smaller. Important thing to know when you're working on restoring one of these or trying to identify it. But they had true mass production, US-style mass production. Every tank that rolled out of that factory was identical to every other tank that rolled out of that factory, within tolerances. The Germans and the British during World War II had no such concept. They were working on assembly lines pre-war. So production, like mass production, American style, Ford style, ironic the Germans never adopted it since Ford was a fucking Nazi, is you just have basically a conveyor belt of things, and they move through the factory. And you just, it goes to each station and people work on it. You have, this is why companies like Ford could outcompete everyone else, because they could scale mass production, and mass production, you don't need skilled workers. For assembly line production, you need craftsmen, you need skilled workers, because they're doing everything by hand. Assembly line, as per British or German use in World War II, is you have a team that sticks with a vehicle from the moment the first piece of metal is cast, or, you know, whatever, arrives from a steel mill, to the moment that vehicle's complete. The same guys are always working on it. So World War II British and World War II British and German tanks, even if they were built on the same day at the same factory, they're slightly different. The proportions are different. Some of the measurements are out. If you try and restore a Panther from multiple hulls, you're going to have a problem because they don't match up. If you try and restore a Comet from multiple hulls, you're going to have a problem. They don't match up. There was a tank restoration program. Some of you may have seen it. They did different things. They did a BMP-1 at some point, but they had an episode on a Comet, and the Comet was being restored from a range target. The front had been shot to shit, but it had been like a front-on target, so the front was trashed. They just cut it off and scrapped it, but the rear of the tank was pretty much intact, just rusty. Well, they had another range target Comet that was from the same factory and more or less produced at the same time, and the front was intact because it had been used as a side-on target. So they cut the front off the intact tank and used it on the other tank, but when they went to put it together, they realized the intact front of the second tank was about 2 inches too narrow. That's not a small gap. That's a substantial gap. It physically wouldn't fit. There would be an actual air gap between the side plates. And so they had to cut it down the middle, fabricate extra material in the middle to widen it, and then weld it on. And obviously that severely compromises the quality of the ArmA steel. It's not going to stand up to a hit after that. Even if you do all the right things with welding, like, you're gonna have edge effect. Edge effect is one of those wonderful magical metallurgical properties that nobody knew about in World War II. So if you wondered why hull gunners stopped being a thing, edge effect is part of that. Wherever there's an edge in the armor plate, it introduces a weakness. That's a fatigue point. All the stresses that go on that plate are focused on that point. That's why it's called edge effect. Those of you who are familiar with World War II German tanks will notice the Germans dovetailed their armor plates. They would make them interlock so that the welds would hold up, because German welds were shit. Germany was still using manual mix welding while everyone else was using automatic mix. Quite often you'll see photos of World War II German tanks where the armor panels are relatively intact or are intact, but the tanks just burst apart at the weld seams because German welds were crap. They looked nice aesthetically because the Germans obsessed over that shit, and they shouldn't have. But like, they had this whole neurosis about German design being superior. I can't cover all this in one stream. I'm going to be here for 10 hours. Fuck. There was a design program, I wish I could remember the name of. It was a British one. And it was about interwar Germany and the Deutsche... Was it Deutsche Werkbund? It was Deutsche something Bund. Fuck, I wish I could remember it. But anyway, the Bund. And the whole point of this thing was a government commission essentially set up to bring all their designers and all their, like, designers, art designers, architects, stuff like that, and their manufacturing together. So all the companies we know these days, AEG for electrical stuff, or you know, some engines, BMW, Daimler-Benz as it was at the time, Mercedes, all these companies that we recognize their logos, their distinctive logos, those came from the designers, because before that they didn't have distinctive logos. Like in the late 19th century, early 20th century, made in Germany was the made in China of Europe. It was bargain bin shit and everyone looked down on it. And the Germans took particular offense to this, because as we know, the Germans are a very proud people and they get very hoity-toity sometimes. There have been a few gamer moments because that happened. Hopefully no more, but I don't know. The Germans didn't like being the bargain bin of Europe. And so they knew they had good designers because they had like the Bauhaus school and all these different schools of design and art. And they had a lot of, like, Germany in the early 20th century, before World War I, and then kind of interwar when they weren't busy having fights in the streets and assassinating KPD members in the fucking Landwehr Canal. But Germany had like a really sort of strong social progress going on. Not as much as France maybe, but France was the Soviet Union of the 18th century. They scared all the old empires because they dared to try something different, and so the entire continent dogpiled them, and the entire continent mostly lost. Fucking based. But Germany was relatively progressive by European standards, except the part where they thought they were a real empire and they wanted to expand from their one sausage plant in Tanganyika to two sausage plants in Tanganyika and maybe one in the Pacific Islands as well. And they were like, they still had a fairly militaristic form of government, but like Germany was a fairly progressive place. Like Karl Marx came from Germany. Friedrich Engels came from Germany. Like a lot of modern stuff came from Germany because it was a very large, centrally sited European country. It was the crossroads of Western Europe and Eastern Europe, you know, and they'd adopted a lot of values off the French after the French and the Germans and the Brits stopped fighting each other in the 19th century. So anyway, they took their designers, who were very world-class designers, and they took their manufacturers who built okay stuff, but it wasn't highly regarded. Like, it wasn't bad. Like, Germany didn't build bad stuff. They just built cheap stuff that didn't look very good. And so they made those do that, like in the 1900s, 1910s or something, and it carried through for decades. So all those logos, like AEG's distinctive cursive logo, BMW and their little quartered circle, all that comes from that era. The fonts that they started using on things, the design language, like the whole thing about German design started because of that. It was basically they had a giant inferiority complex and they overcompensated 9 ways to Sunday. They could not move away from that. They struggle to move away from it. Now they're getting better at it. They figured out the Soviet way of integrating design beauty with efficiency. Not all German engineering, but for instance, their power packs for tanks, the MTU power packs for tanks. That is a fantastic idea. Beautiful engineering. That is the Germans finally kind of getting the picture of how you're supposed to do it. But during World War II, they couldn't get away from this mindset that, oh, we have to be superior German engineering. So the Germans would literally, I'm not joking, you can look this up, the Germans would waste man hours making sure that their welds looked like beautiful little rows of stacked coins, which is how a weld is meant to look. Meanwhile, on Allied tanks, the weld looks like somebody just kind of pissed up and down the armor plate with molten metal, and it's good enough. And it was good enough because it was mixed properly, so the actual metallurgical, like, it looks like dog shit, but the metallurgical properties of that weld, it's far stronger than anything the Germans had. Likewise, the Germans would buff the armor surfaces of their tanks smooth, which is stupid on 2 counts. 1, it wastes time. Well, 3 counts. 1, it wastes time. 2, it changes it affects some of the surface properties of the metal, like, and because the Germans face hardened. Don't face harden tank scale armor unless you like a god tier of metallurgy. It works on battleships because there's a lot of metal involved. The Germans tried to face harden their tanks. What it meant was that German armor would bounce off small stuff that wouldn't penetrate it anyway, and there'd be no deformation to the armor plate. You'd see a little scratch. Well, not a scratch. There'd be a gouge, but like it was easily, there was no need to repair it. It wouldn't do anything. But because it was face hardened, it was brittle as fuck. And also because they didn't have the materials since 1933 when they were under embargo. Not, oh, well, they ran out of metals in 1944. That's cope. Germany never had good steel, ever, because they were trying to source whatever they could get off the Swedes, and then they invaded Norway. That's why they went to Norway. They invaded Norway so they could get, like, molybdenum, vanadium, all the stuff you're supposed to alloy into steel to make good roll-to-modernist armor. Well, the Germans didn't have good steel to begin with, and then they face-hardened it, and they didn't face-harden it very well, because they didn't understand the concept. Like, to be fair to them, no one really knew much about this at the time. By contrast, Allied tank armor, this is true of the Soviets, and, well, after a certain point, the Soviets did have some initial issues with their armor, but British armor, American armor, Soviet armor, softer, so a high hardness projectile will cut through that like a hot knife through butter. But it makes a neat hole, like a drill, and it goes out the other side. And yeah, whoever's in the path of the shell is unfortunate, but that tank, to have that back in action, you hose out the inside, if necessary, hopefully not. American tanks were very well designed for the crew. You could get out of that tank in a hurry if it went up. British tanks were a nightmare to get in or out of. Soviet tanks were not terrible to get in or out of, but the Soviet ammunition was very volatile, so it would violently cook off when it did cook off. So Soviet crews would often get out of the tank only to be caught by the explosion afterwards. we're so far off modern MBTs here, I understand, but look, I haven't streamed for way too long. Fuck. Oh shit, we're meant to be doing... Ooh. I'm gonna have some problems after this. It's okay, I'll sort it out. It's fine. Don't panic. Look, I'm already 20 minutes late. In for a penny, in for a pound. So, where was I at? Metallurgy. Oh yes, the dovetail joints. The Germans did that because their welds were shit. Allied armor was softer metal, so it's easier to penetrate with a high hardness projectile, but it's easy to repair. It doesn't spool as badly. Soft metal doesn't spool as much as hard metal, brittle metal. It won't crack and fall apart when it's hit by something forcefully. So you see a lot of German tanks that have been hit by 122mm HE, and the armor plate is just stoved in completely. It's split apart and crumbled because the metal's too brittle. So, interlocking welds. Well, the Soviets tried that. They looked at the Germans doing it and they thought, maybe. They tried it on the T-44. They found out very rapidly it's a bad idea because they found out that edge effect exists, just like the Germans had discovered and like a lot of other people were starting to discover. So the less penetrations through an armor plate and the less corners on it, the better, because a corner is a stress point. So you will see on the T-55, after learning from the T-44, there are no dovetail joints. The plates are just welded directly against each other, flat to flat. No, there may be an assessment task, which I forgot was today. I might have difficulty talking my way around reasonable adjustment for this one, but they know I'm, like, an idiot. They know I have, like, the TISM and a few other things that kind of fuck me up. So I might be able to talk my way out of it. I feel really bad for doing this, though. Like, I literally just remembered then that we have an assessment today. It is a topic which transfers to the one I want to swap to, though. But, like, if I have to, I can redo it. I don't care. Like, redo it when I change subjects. Right, T-55 from the T-44. So, T-34 is a relatively tall tank because it needed to be tall to fit stuff inside. The Christie suspension meant that the hull was quite narrow internally, so to fit in ammunition and stuff like that. Main spare ammo was under the floor in the T-34. There was no turret basket. Turret baskets are a whole ass thing which people that don't understand tanks like to make a big deal of. The Centurion doesn't have a true turret basket. It has like a small vestigial one under the gun, mostly for catching shells. A lot of the American tanks during World War II didn't have turret baskets. Some of the German tanks did, some didn't. Soviet tanks didn't. Turret baskets, like... The loader should be on his jump seat unless he's actually in the act of loading the gun, generally speaking. Or you would at least tell him, hey, I'm going to traverse the turret. Like, it's not that big of a deal to not have a turret basket. And the other thing about not having a turret basket is you can use the underfloor storage for ammunition, which is where T-34 kept the majority of its ammo. It's low in the tank, it's harder to hit, it won't cook off. Same idea as, not this thing, but the carousel in the T-72, and to a lesser extent the 64 and 80, because I have the vertically stacked throwing charges. But you want your ammunition as low in the tank as possible, as flat to the ground as possible. The lower it is in the tank, the less likely it is to get hit. Typically the lower meter or so of a tank, especially during World War II, would not get hit. Like, the statistical analysis of it was, like, it was a 0 point something % chance any round shot at you would hit the lower front plate, especially at combat distances past 300, 400 meters. Past a kilometer, forget it, no one's hitting your lower front unless they get very lucky. So the lower the ammo sits in the tank, the better, unless you hit an AT mine, which is a thing. But, so T-34's ammo is under the floor with a few ready rounds around the turret and the hull panniers. Centurion's main ammo stowage is under the floor with a few ready racks on the inside of the turret ring on the loader's side. It's like usually 2 or 4 ready rounds in the Centurion, I think. And then the Centurion also had a front hull rack next to the driver, so does Leopard, so does M60. NATO tanks from after World War II, but before the Abrams, like, everyone acts like Soviet tanks were rolling fucking firecrackers. Boy, if you think these are bad, wait until you see the ammo layout of an M60. Or a fucking Centurion, or a Leopard 1. It's terrible. Like, they're just as likely to blow up as these things. Like, the whole perception that Soviet tanks are cheap crap that throw turrets every time you look at them is because the Abrams exists. And the Leopard 2, because the Leopard 2 also, not to the extent of the Abrams, the Leopard 2 does have blowout panels, I believe, but it's not fully self-contained like the Abrams. It's less safe than the Abrams. Plus, it still has that massive hull rack, which the Kurds managed to find in a Turkish Leopard 2 in Syria quite famously, and blew the tank up so convincingly that the only way you could tell it was a Leopard was by the remaining part of the turret somewhere several hundred meters away and like one part of the hull. Like it was just vaporized, basically. So NATO tanks, also death traps in this time period. Basically, if something penetrates the armor, you're fucked. You're either going to be gibbed by a saber or a heat jet hitting you and tearing you limb from limb, or it's going to go to the ammo and detonate it or set it on fire. So either it, by some luck, misses you and doesn't immediately cook the ammo and you have enough time to get out the tank, or if you're unlucky, you're dead before you know it. If you're really unlucky, you get gibbed. Tanks are not pleasant to be in when they're shot at, which is why I was an infantryman, not a tanker. I love tanks with a passion, but God, I would not want to be in one when something's looking at me. And when you roll onto a fucking battlefield in this motherfucker, everyone is looking at you. Everyone. It's pretty hard to go unnoticed. So they learnt that. They got rid of the edge effect hazard of the dovetail welding, but the T-44 looked to shrink the T-34 silhouette. The T-34, needed that extra internal volume, so it was taller. T-44 shrunk that down because they mounted the engine transverse, which means across, so it became shorter than a T-34. So like you can see here on the engine deck, the layout of the cooling arrangements is across the deck. Well, so is the engine. The engine faces this way and then runs into a gearbox, which then goes to the transmission. So you're not mounting the engine lengthways like most Western tanks did. Smaller silhouette, right? Smaller tank. Smaller silhouette there. Your exhaust is on the side, smaller silhouette. You get rid of the sloping on the side armor because it just wastes space. Smaller silhouette, more internal volume. Get rid of a little bit of sloping off the rear. Same thing, more space for the engine. You expand the turret ring out past the sides of the hull. Means you can absorb more recoil force and mount a bigger turret without without a bigger hull. Obviously, the crew are still only going to have so much space because the hull neck's down below the turret, but at the ring, which is about like shoulder level for the crew, it's a bit wider, so there's more space for equipment around the turret. It's min-maxing, right? It's min-maxing. Also, the turret sides are relatively thick, so what you're seeing here is turret armor, and then you might see like the actual internal part of the turret's an inch or two in. So that's what they took from the T-44, was the squatter hull, the transverse mounted engine, which was T-44's big innovation, the torsion bar suspension, which came from T-43, and they had this very small hull. Well, the early T-54 prototype from 1946-47, it would have been, 47 I think. Actually no, T-54 was around 1945. I'm fucking high. Let's go back to T-44's service record. T-44 was like such a revelation to the Soviets. They sent it to the Far East. They did not deploy it in Europe, to my memory. They deployed it during the Hungarian uprising in '56. I don't think any was still in service by Prague, but I think the first time the West saw the T-44 was in Hungary in '56, because the Soviets did not want anyone getting their hands on that before then, because it was such a revelation to them. Is the answer to the 1942 conclusion? Yes. There's a lag time on development. There's always going to be a lead or lag time on development, and even for tanks. For ships, it can be decades. For aircraft, it can be... Well, for ships, it's usually about a decade. For aircraft, it can be multiple decades, especially these days with complex avionics and fly-by-wire and such. In the 50s, it was like 2 weeks. For tanks, that exists too. So this thing was the sum knowledge of everything the Soviets learnt about tank warfare in World War II. They learnt that a small target is hard to hit, and not being hit is better than tanking a hit. So they made the tanks as small as physically possible. By shrinking the tank, you can have better protection than a larger tank. How does that work? Well, you've got less area to armor. There's less space, there's less stuff, there's less internal volume. The internal volume is what the armor is there to protect, the squishies inside. So by shrinking that internal volume, by shrinking the entire tank, you can use the same weight of armor as a larger tank, but on a smaller object. So you increase the density, you increase the thickness. Soviet tanks at the end of World War II, the IS-2 even, the IS was a much better design than people realize, even though it was kind of, heavy tanks were starting to fade from favor even then. But the Soviet mindset was, let's shrink our tanks, let's build them smaller, let's economize. Let's have them be heavily armored only where they need to be, on the front of the hull, the upper front plate, and the turret. The sides, the sides are pretty well armored, like 80 mil. 80 millimeters is more than enough for side armor. That's good side armor. It's better than a lot of NATO contemporaries, but no more and no sloping. A slight boat hull, which helps with grazing shots towards the bottom of the tank, also helps with a few other aspects of the tank's design, including like making sure that the backs of the swing arms don't rub too much, stuff like that. So all these little design solutions and compromises came from World War II. Squat tanks, low to the ground, extremely well armored, mobile, as cheaply built as possible. Get rid of the hull gunner, we don't need him. The purpose of the hull gunner, chiefly during World War II, was to keep infantry away from the tank or to fire on the move, because World War II tanks, except Sherman's later in the war, well, even mid-war, I think, didn't have gun stabilizers. The Matilda, the British tanks with 2-pounder guns had a stabilizer in the form of the gunner's shoulder. The Matilda's 2-pounder has a shoulder stock, and you lean into the gun and you are the stabilizer. Because a 2-pounder is such a small, light gun, it's easy, and it's well balanced, it's easy to do that. Not so for larger tank guns. The Germans physically could not stabilize things like the Panther gun, it was too long. The Panther's turret was already notoriously imbalanced to the point where the French, after the war, found it would swing around if they drove up a steep incline, just from the imbalance of the turret. And the gun was quite heavy. I mean, ideally you have enough weight at the back of the gun, sprocket players again will notice, you have the weight at the back of the gun, balance the weight at the front of the gun, so the center of gravity of the gun, center of mass of the gun, is on the gun trunnion. So you should be able to move the tank gun with one finger. Just one finger should move it. If you don't have the elevation gears engaged, you should be able to just move the tank gun with one finger. And that's one of the sort of tests for a good tank gun and good stabilizer setup, is that you can do that. The other test for a good stabilizer setup is the classic stein of beer on top of the muzzle as the tank's driving around. But yeah, that's what they took away from it. Small, squat, hard to see, hard to hit, relatively mobile, big gun. Big gun. This is a 100mm rifled gun. At the time this was in development, the Brits and Americans were still mostly sticking with 76mm high velocity for the Americans, 17-pounder for the Brits, which is 77mm. The 17-pounder is a controversial topic, but there's a reason there are many reasons the Americans didn't adopt it. It was a good stopgap for the Brits, but it was not really a great tank gun. It was a good anti-tank gun, but it wasn't a great tank gun. The Brits then went to the 20-pounder, which is 84mm. If you've wondered why the Carl Gustav has a caliber it does, I think it was based on a 20-pounder barrel. I could be wrong, though. That might be old wives' tales originating from me, so check up on that. But yeah, this is a 100mm gun. This is big boy. Tank destroyers in World War II carried 100mm guns. This is fucking powerful for that era. This boy came into being almost at the same time the T-44 did. Like, the T-44 in itself was almost a stopgap. It was a developmental tank. So they built the hull. The hull of the T-44 is essentially not identical, but very, very similar to this. And then the turret is taken from a T-34, a late model T-34, model 1944 or 45, 3-man turret, cast turret, big bobblehead thing. Well, they thought we could do this better with the turret. And so the earliest T-54, I think it just recycled the same turret initially. Then it went to... Fat Cat from Sweden, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It went to a more Dorito shape, like if you played World of Tanks, the original T-54 turret from World of Tanks was, I think, the model 1947 turret. It was kind of like a Dorito. It's similar from the side, like the appearance is similar from the side. It has that curved front with a shot trap, and then it's a cast turret. But if you view it from above, it's kind of almost a rounded triangle. That was and it has like a big undercut at the back. That was a T-54 model 1947. T-54 model 1949 went to this turret, but with an undercut at the back. So it wasn't flush like that. It had an undercut, like a slight shot trap. Again, if you played World of Tanks, you know what I'm talking about, because that was the turret for the T-54 in game when you upgraded it. And then the T-54, the late model T-54, said, fuck it, why do we need a shot trap? And smoothed out the back of the turret. And you arrive at the classic Soviet frying pan. It is well optimized. The front of the turret is incredibly thick for its time period, its cast armor. And then the further back you go, the thinner the armor gets, so you get more space back towards the back. It's a really good design. It has its downsides, but it's a really good design, and it works. And at the time this thing entered service, it was a fucking culture shock to the West, because the T-54, well, 54 and 55, when they entered service, were impervious to pretty much any anti-tank gun in common NATO use at the time. Not all of them, but most of them. Certainly the 105mm guns, or sorry, not 105, the 20-pounders, the 84mm guns like the Centurion had, you weren't getting through it. That's why the 105mm, the L7, which the American M68 is based off, that's why that came into being. They bought out I think they bought out a 20-pounder, and then they did some more work on it, re-rifled it, and tweaked some other stuff, and that became the 105mm L7. So the L7 was a panicked response to this thing. It was a stopgap in itself, but it turned out to be a really good stopgap that still exists in service in a lot of countries. Like it standardized a whole new caliber for, well, not new caliber, but like a new variant of the 105 caliber. Some of the American heavy tanks during World War II that were in development but never deployed were 105s, but they were a different gun. So this thing was a culture shock. Right, so like 2 hours later, we finally arrived at how this thing came to be and how Soviet design logic for tanks works. I got to this topic because we were talking about how NATO tanks compare. Well, let's come to the American examples. Not him, because this guy is a whole other paradigm shift. This guy deserves his own entire stream. But, like, this thing was fucking revolutionary in a way that had not been seen since the T-64. You want revolutions? You could say Panzer III was a revolution. I would say the Sherman in some respects. The Sherman gets way more crap than it deserves. It was a fantastic tank. I would, without reservation, say the Sherman was the best tank of World War II, hands down, by a significant margin. Using actual tank metrics, not War Thunder metrics of two tanks in a perfectly flat field that see each other at the same time is fucking stupid. That shit doesn't happen in real life. But the Sherman was like the consummate World War II tank. It did everything well enough. The T-34 was okay, but it could have been better, and the Soviets knew it. It had a lot of technical shortcomings just because of when it was designed and the fact that they were caught kind of with their pants down because Papa Stalin was in denial that the Nazis were going to turn on him before he was ready for it. He knew they were going to turn on him. He just was, you know, he didn't want it to happen before he was ready, and boy did it happen before he was ready. In the middle of a massive fucking modernization program, so they had a bunch of new equipment with serious teething issues and guys that weren't trained on it, and doctrine that wasn't adjusted for it, and he shot most of his fucking good commanders because of course, well, he didn't specifically do it for all of them. He signed off on a few. Well, he proposed a few. He signed off on all of them. But Yezhov was the one responsible for who actually got done in the Great Purge directly, and then Stalin just rubber-stamped it along with Molotov and the other guys that were involved, who all conveniently blamed Stalin after the war and washed their hands of the whole thing. But Yezhov was the one who caused it to be as bad as it was, and Yezhov met the same fate as his predecessor, Yagoda. Yezhov had shot, well, I don't know if he directly executed Yagoda, but he was present there. Yagoda had begged for mercy and cried and shit himself and all that stuff. So did Yezhov. Like, it's a recurring theme of these fucking monstrous pieces of shit that were in charge of the Soviet state security organs. Every time it came their turn to get done in, they groveled. They absolutely fucking groveled. Anyway, topic for another day. Fuck me. 60 milligrams is definitely too much. This is a typical American tank. The bulge in the barrel, that's a fume extractor. So what that is it just simply uses, is it Bernoulli's principle? I don't remember if it's Bernoulli's or some other mathematical principle, but it's not a fan or anything. Literally all it does is it uses the innate overpressure of the round going down the barrel, like the gas pressure of the round going down the barrel, circulates it back around and pushes it behind the round. So using your own combustion gases to suck the combustion gases out through the barrel. It doesn't work very well if the hatches are open or if it's worn out, so there's a video on YouTube of a very clapped out T-64 being used in training. They got the hatches popped part way open because it must have been a hot day or something. Well, I think it was a cold day because they were wearing jackets. But anyway, if there's no internal overpressure in the tank, you get some blowback when the breech opens, because CBRN protection means overpressure internally. You have a slight overpressure in the tank so that if any air leaks, it leaks out, not in. That's how CBRN protection works. Tanks that are designed for deep water fording, like World War II German tanks, or the Soviet MBTs will also do that. They'll have the overpressure to keep water out. and to seal like rubber seals as they go underwater. There's some preparation involved. You have to make sure the seals are good. You have to put the snorkel on, all that stuff, but you can do it. Anyway, simple but clever design. These started appearing, I want to say, immediately post-war. The first tank I think I ever saw one on would have probably been an M46 Patton. I think that, yeah, no. M46, no, yeah, M46 had one. M46 had one, and T54 and 55 had one, but the early 54s didn't. They just had the completely single, how do I say this? They just had the basic D10T. The idiot gun, as World Tanks players used to call it, because the abbreviation D10T, you call it one D10T. It's an idiot gun. But yeah, it got upgraded with a fume extractor. I think actually 55 is where the T55 is where the fume extractor came through. Venturi, yes, thank you, Venturi effect. I'm glad some of you are more switched on than me. Anyway, that's what that does. It's a fume extractor, because the noxious fumes from combustible shell, or not combustible shells, but from nitrocellulose powder or whatever they use in tanks. I assume it's nitrocellulose. Pretty much all smokeless powder is nitro base. It's called smokeless, by the way, because compared to black powder, it's smokeless. It is not actually smokeless. There's still a fuck ton of smoke involved. Yeah, nitrocellulose is not good to breathe in, although in small concentrations in the open air, it does smell quite nice. But you don't want to be sucking that in. You'll faint, and you can potentially die if it gets concentrated enough. So I linked an article in my Discord last night as we were talking about, or yesterday as we were talking about tanks. It was a report from a Kiwi, like Royal New Zealand Armoured Corps Centurion commander in 1952 in Korea, and it's a gold mine. He's so funny. Like he must have been a comedian after the war. He was hilarious the way he phrased things. But it was also a really good comprehensive report about the use of the tanks in Korea. And one of the things he noted was the phenomenal rate of fire you could get out of it. A well-trained loader, just with the, like, if you had a Centurion posted up on a ridgeline, as was the case in Korea, there wasn't a lot of mobile tank warfare, like maneuver warfare happening in Korea. It was more like World War I than World War II, in every sense, including shit tons of artillery and from the Chinese human waves. Soviets didn't do human waves. That's a common misconception. People don't understand what human wave implies. Completely different thing. The Chinese did. It was a doctrine they had. It's a very different thing to the way the Soviets operated, which in turn is not as far removed from the way that NATO militaries operated at the time than people think. Your fire and maneuver element happens at a higher level. So, like a Soviet tank company was the smallest maneuver element by Soviet doctrine post-war. Company. Whereas in the West it would be a platoon or maybe even a section, depending what you were doing. Whereas the Soviets, you would almost never see a platoon maneuvering independently unless it was part of a smaller detachment that had a specific task in mind. You would fire and maneuver at the company level. Anyway. Fuck. I just lost my train of thought, finally. It's finally happened. Don't want to sidetrack it. By all means, you can have a separate sidetrack running in chat while I have one running in this. But yeah, so that's a fume extractor. Okay, that's what we were talking about. That's what we covered. You can see the welded construction, the M60. Smooth curves, funny angles. The original, the M48, the entire front plate is curved around. It looks like a UFO. But by the time the M60 rolled around that, they figured they could simplify construction. So they just welded, or they didn't weld it, but they cast the upper and lower halves and welded them together that way. Whereas the M48, I think they cast the front as a separate piece, the rear as a separate piece, and then the middle as two separate pieces. And they would, like, it was like a jigsaw puzzle. The M60, they're like, nah, fuck that, that takes too long. So upper half, lower half, done. Bob's your uncle. So, NATO tank design. Big. Chonky. Big boy. It's heavy. It's actually relatively mobile. It's got nice broad tracks. Like, don't get me wrong, Western tanks, particularly American ones, are very mobile. The Americans had really good transmissions, like nice automatic transmissions, while everyone else is still wrestling gear sticks that didn't want to move. So American tanks are fantastically mobile, especially for their size. But, and some of these are lessons that the Germans had arrived at too. Like, if you look at a Panther, it has really broad tracks. The interleaved suspension, while a terrible bitch to work on, or if it gets damaged, or if it freezes with mud, which it did, The interleaving suspension on the Panther was a nightmare for maintenance and practicality reasons, but for terms of in terms of flotation, not water flotation, but as in the tank sitting level and not bobbing and oscillating as it's moving over rough terrain, it distributes the load more evenly over the tracks because there's more contact area between the road wheels and the tracks. More contact equals more good, less pressure per square inch of ground or whatever. So that's why you see wide tracks on Soviet tanks from World War II on. It's why you see the Germans learn that from the Soviets and start doing it themselves. And then why you see the Americans adding track grouses, which we don't have here, but the Americans and a lot of other countries too, the Germans too, had grouses, which are little extra feet that you add onto the track, and it expands its width a bit to distribute the weight a bit more across a larger area if it's snowy or muddy or whatever. So there's all this complicated fucking engineering and physics that goes into these boys. But the Americans had, initially in World War II, they were using, I think they did briefly toy with Christie, but they didn't use it on any actual in-service tanks. They mostly use volute springs. So if you've heard the term HVSS in reference to the Sherman, it's heavy volute spring suspension. And they're basically coil springs, you get bogies of 2 wheels, one volute spring per bogie, I think it is. It's similar to Horstman, but it's different. Horstman is what the Centurion used and the Chieftain, which is you have 2 bogies, there's like a pivot in the middle, the bogies pivot independent of each other, and there's like a spring on each. HVSS and volute spring in general is a little different, but I'm hazy on the details because I'm not super up on World War II American suspensions. Anyway, torsion bars, because everyone just went to torsion bars because they are more or less the superior way of doing things in most respects. Sorry about the background noise. But you have large tanks. Western tank crews spent a lot of time in their tanks. Even in World War II, they lived in their tanks because there was the risk of artillery. There was the risk of aircraft. To a degree, maybe not by the time they got into mainland Europe again, because the Luftwaffe didn't have any fuel or good pilots left, but Western idea of tanking is that you live in your tank, death before dismount, as the Americans say. Death before dismount. So you do everything here. You eat in here, you live in here, you shit in here, you sleep in here. Everything happens in the tank. You only leave the tank to work on something externally, or if you absolutely have to. Everything happens in the tank. So Western tanks are larger. Just the way that their tanks were built and designed necessitated them being a bit larger as well. They hadn't quite min-maxed as hard as the Soviets. They quite typically had very large, powerful engines. They had an emphasis on gun elevation and depression. So Soviet tanks, because the turret's so squat, the gun can't depress very far before the breech hits the top of the turret. Like, you run into a physical limit there. So if you've heard people talk about hull-down engagements and how Soviet tanks are bad at hull-down and Western tanks are good at it, that's why, because they're tall, the turret's taller, there's more flex space for the breech of the gun before it hits something. It's all min-max, right? The Soviets figured we don't need that. Get rid of it. So you have typically larger tanks. They're not badly armored. Centurion kind of was, to be fair. Centurion's armor looks good on paper from a World War II perspective, but then you realize it's the size of a fucking Panther and, like, not really any better armored than a Panther. Which is, again, the problem the Germans had was they built these gigantic shit boxes, and the armor looked really impressive on paper, but then you look at the size of the tank and you're like, that has to go somewhere. So the Panther's front plate is 75mm, give or take, for manufacturing tolerances and errors. Its side armor is 40mm, sloped at... Front plate's sloped at 50 degrees, I think. Side plate's 25 degrees on the Panther and the Tiger too. Pretty sure it's the same angle on both. The T-55 and the T-44 are like 100mm of frontal armor, sloped at 55 or something. So it's a steeper slope. It's thicker to begin with, so it's even thicker line of sight because of the added slope and the added thickness. The side armor is 80mm, mostly vertical, so it's double that of the Panther. The Panther had 40mm sloped at 25 above the tracks. Below the tracks, it was vertical. And so the Panther had a big problem, particularly because it was slack track and there wasn't a lot of suspension up near the top. You could penetrate, if you shot the lower part above the track, you could penetrate a Panther in the side armor with a 14.5mm machine gun, or anti-tank rifle in World War II. Our BRDM friend over there could penetrate a Panther in the side, consistently. And this is a fucking 48-ton monster. Like, big, heavy tank. Like I said, I love it because it was not very good. It wasn't awful, but boy, it could have been better. The Soviets saw that, and they learned from that mistake. They said, these German tanks are wasteful, they're huge. Why do they need this much stuff? Why do they need this much internal volume? Why not just shrink it down so you have all the extra weight to play with? You end up with a lighter tank. This is about it's a T-55, like a 30-something ton tank. 30 to 35 ton weight class. A T-64 is 38 tons. The T-64, composite armor, 125mm gun, scary boy over there, 38 tons. An M60 is in the region of 50-something, I think. Chieftain is fucking, god, 60-something combat loaded. Abrams is about 70. They're big, chonky boys. Marduk, thanks for the raid. I'm supposed to be in class. I'm going to get my ass kicked for this probably, but I got on a roll and fuck. So we're just leaning into it at this point. I'm going to switch courses at the end of the year anyway, although this unit does transfer, so I should put effort into it. But it's fine, it's fine. I will deal with it later. It's all good. I'm having one of those weeks anyway. Welcome everybody. I hope you are enjoying your day. I hope you enjoyed Marduk's stream. Who I need to fly with again soon. I just haven't had the time to play DCS. But we're playing GHPC. I know the frame rate's a bit iffy. This map hasn't been optimized yet. My in-game frame rate is butter smooth 75 hertz, never drop 75 frames a second, so 75 hertz monitor, never drops below. Perfect performance. But it's fighting OBS for rendering resources. So OBS is losing that battle. So if it's stuttering, you'll have to excuse me. I'll try not to, spaz the camera around too quickly. But just know that the game is really well, not really well optimized yet, but it runs beautifully on my system. It just doesn't appear to run beautifully on my system because OBS is losing this fight for resources. It's like DCS does sometimes, right? Some of you who remember when I first got my new PC, which I'm on now, DCS actually appeared to run worse on my end and in OBS than my old PC, and it took me a while to figure out because OBS and DCS were both using the same single fucking CPU core. Anyway, Swimdog, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If you like planes, or you like tanks, or you like 10-hour aimless rambles about historical bullshit, you're in the right place. If you don't, then I'm sorry. I don't know how you got here, and I can offer you trauma counseling if you want. I mean, I can refer you to some. I can't offer it myself yet. I'm not qualified, but I know who to speak to. I know how to arrange that. Anyway, so differences in size. This boy, big boy. You live in this. You do not live in these. You get in these when it's time to fight. You get out of these when fighting is over. Soviet tanks, Soviet weapons in general are tools to accomplish a specific doctrinal purpose, and no more. That's all they're there for. They are there to do a specific thing in a specific way, and when you are not doing that thing, you down tools. You maintain them. You know, if you're a Soviet tank crewman, you might lay across the engine deck to sleep, or you might lay under the tank, whatever. But you could, I guess, sleep sitting up in the seat if you're that high level. If you put an infantryman in one of these, he'd be able to fall asleep in it. Some of the places that you sleep as infantry are pretty... But they're small. They don't need to be spacious. So this, Soviet tanks are cramped thing, it's a non-issue. It's a positive, because the tank is smaller, so it's more heavily armoured, it's harder to see, harder to hit, there's less material being wasted per tank. Not only that, but as you're bouncing around over terrain, there are still a lot of sharp things in the tank to bounce your head off. But your head might bounce off things, but your body isn't being thrown around. If the tank jumps off a fucking small escarpment, or you hit something because your driver's not paying attention, whatever, there's not much room for you to move. You will not be thrown across a turret and brain yourself on the other side of it. You won't be thrown across a turret while it's traversing and get your head eaten by the turret monster. That doesn't happen in Soviet tanks. You gotta watch where you put your toes sometimes in a T-72, but that doesn't happen because you're so... It's like strapping yourself into the tank. It's like with a Spitfire, for instance. Spitfire pilots always talked about how you strap the plane on. You don't get into it, you strap it on. And if you compare it to, particularly World War II American aircraft, it's very obvious the Spitfire's got a snug cockpit. Cramped is the 109, snug is a Spitfire. Holy shit, this thing's a fucking lounge is anything American. Same deal. Soviet tanks, you strap the tank on, you go fight. When the fighting is done, you pop out the tank, you have something to eat, you might get some rest, you might maintain the tank a bit, whatever. Completely different theory. Completely different theory. But Western tank crews are, you know, they are proud of the fact that they live in their tanks. A Western tank, I mean, tankers in general are, it's like submariners. They're pretty similar the world over. And they all, you know, once you get past the political bullshit or the chest thumping, they all have a respect for each other because they know what the other guy has to put up with. Like, submariners is especially pronounced because it's, they don't really interact with anyone, so the other guy is probably the only social contact they've had, and they only see or hear him through a waterfall display or a sonar headset. But, you know, that same level of understanding and respect exists for tankers, because tankers, wherever you go, are very similar. But Western tanks in particular are rolling basements. If you've wondered why there's such a high prevalence of fucking weebs in Western tank arms, like the, you know, the Royal Australian tank, Royal Australian Armoured Corps, is it the US Cavalry, I think tanks fall under, or Armoured, I don't know, the way the US organizes its armed forces is very convoluted and confusing to me. But they pride themselves on living in these things, and they are basically basement dwellers, in the nicest possible way. I love you guys. I love you guys, really. But you're basement dwellers, and also stay the fuck out of my forest, or my town. So yeah, that's why these are big. You're carrying your house, well, this is your house. Like, and this is the stuff that doesn't fit in the house, so you put it outside in the front yard. Difference in design philosophy, but you can see the physical difference in size between the T-55, which is a rough contemporary. I'm driving them next to each other. The T-55 is not quite a contemporary of the M60. The M60 is actually the newer tank, because like I said, this is essentially a World War II design, just with a new turret and a few other little bits and pieces. But in terms of, you know, they're the two tanks closest to each other in era, I guess. Because the M60 is essentially just a slightly improved... He's still bitching. Slightly improved M48, which is a slightly improved M46, which is... slightly improved M47, which is a slightly improved M46. Actually, the M48 is kind of where you see a big difference. The M46 and M47 both look like Pershings with a few extra steps. The M48 looks more like an M60. Yeah, the M60 is like... not 20 years. The M60 would be... no, you're right. You're right. 20 years. 20 years, because that's 45 for the initial design, about 51 for the finalized armor scheme, and then, you know, 54, 55 for the CBRN protection, which doesn't actually really mean anything in this situation. Like, it doesn't change the tank much beyond removing that vent cap on the turret. That's how you tell 54s and 55s apart, is there's a little mushroom-shaped dome just behind the gun on top of the, like on the roof. That's the vent cap. The 55 doesn't have that because it has a CBRN protection, so it pulls air in through, I think, the engine deck and runs it through multiple filters before it goes into the crew compartment. Whereas the 54 and World War II tanks would just suck it in off a ventilator cap on the roof and spit out the fumes. Anyway, let's pause when he scans fully forwards, so we've got a good comparison. We're not quite... Oh, you can see, by the way, the ammo scheme when I hit the X-ray button. The full AAR mode shows all the internal details, but the X-ray mode shows the ammo stowage. See what I mean? It's a moving ammo rack. Center of mass of the tank, yeah, there's nothing that, like, if you hit direct center of mass or just behind it, you're okay. If you hit slightly forwards of center of mass, which you will if you're overzealous with judging lead on a moving target, you just hit the two main ammo, well, the main ammo rack and the main ready rack. Well, I guess the secondary ready rack. That's the main ready in the back. That is death. You hit that, you're dead. Likewise, turret bustle. The Germans in World War II learnt why this was a bad idea. This is where the Tiger II stored its spare ammo. The main ammo rack of the Tiger II was there, and it had ammo in the... Like, World War II Germany, they put their fucking main or secondary ammo racks in the panniers above the hull, dead center mass of the tank. Like, all the legends about, oh, if you want to kill a Sherman, aim at the Allied star marking. That's where the ammo rack is. If you want to kill a German World War II tank, aim dead center of mass. That's the fucking ammo rack. Like, it's just stupid. I don't know why they did it. Maybe the only place I could fit it. Anyway, here we go. Here we go. That's the ready rack, because the load is on the left, right? So you have a right-handed load, which NATO crews like. But look at all that ammunition. This thing gets hit, it's going up. It doesn't have blowout panels. doesn't... I don't think it uses wet racks for most of these. I think it might be partial wet racks. Those aren't wet, I'm pretty sure. Those I think are, and those I think are. But it uses water instead of fuel, I'm pretty sure. And it's in individual little cassettes. So individual little, like, cubby holes for each shell. The idea being that if one shell deflagrates, i.e. catches fire, it's contained within that little cubby hole. Which is fine, as long as the cubby hole is closed, which they often weren't because it slows down your loading process, and also it hasn't been damaged and penetrated itself. If you skewer through multiple cubby holes, it flashes the fire through all of them and then blows out into the fighting compartment. Not a very safe design. This thing is a mobile ammo rack. Younger NATO tankers will talk about T-72s being death traps and you know, not survivable and this and that. I got into a discussion with one, I think on the GHPC Steam forums the other week, and I was like, you must be, you know, I'm going to assume you're pretty recent, you grew up on Abrams, because boy, like, M60 crews, whew. He's like, you know what, you're right, I am an Abrams crewman, I wasn't on M60. But yeah, you can see the same thing with the Soviet tank, but the Soviet tank is lower to the ground, so there's less chance of hitting it in general, just because it's small. I've spoken about this before on stream, but because it's small, if you penetrate this thing anywhere, you're going to hit something important. It's a trade-off you make. It's all swings and roundabouts and min-maxing trade-offs, like I said. The American tanks, they're bigger. You can spread things out a bit more. You have places in this tank where if it gets penetrated, it might gib a crewman. It might not even hit a crewman. It might just go straight through. It might literally drill a hole through the top. Like, from this angle, you'd kill crew. But, like, say you just miss beside the driver and it doesn't manage to hit one of those, it'll go through, it'll hit the firewall, it might go through into the engine, or it might skip out the side of the tank. The tank is okay. The crew are probably dazed and maybe starting to think about getting out, because any penetration to the farting, well, it would be, it'd be pretty nasty in there after a few days. Any penetration to the fighting compartment is bad no-no. Half an hour ago? No, it started an hour ago. I know I've got class. I'm in for a penny, in for a pound, because I realized that I'm missing something actually that was important today and I was supposed to turn up for. So I'm going to have to talk about this tomorrow with my class lecturer and be like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make excuses here. Like, legit, I'm not trying to make excuses. I did forget that I was actually supposed to be there today, and also I haven't, like, I haven't spoken to you guys for so long properly, because I just haven't had time because of coursework. And also, I am on a higher dose of my meds, and it is having a... we've done the horseshoe theory for ADHD meds. I went from no attention span and going on 10-hour-long tangents, but I can't relate anything back to itself because I don't remember how I got there, to good attention span, I just have to make sure it focuses on the right thing, and I can go and relate concepts back to each other, to, oh my god, my brain will not slow the fuck down, all gas, no brakes, where I'm jumping from topic to topic, like, seamlessly without even thinking about it, but I still remember how I got there, and I can relate it all back, like, oh my god, I must talk about tanks. Like, my hyper-focus has kicked in. Like, for those of you who don't have ADHD, or maybe haven't got a good friend or family member that has it, has spoken about the effects it has, unmedicated or medicated, it is pretty deleterious to your ability to focus on things, but only sometimes. It's not, oh, look, a shiny thing, or sitting in class daydreaming all day. Those are aspects of it. Sitting in class daydreaming all day is inattentive ADHD, which is what I have. There's disruptive, well, it's not called disruptive, it's hyperactive, like actually hyperactive ADHD, and then there's inattentive ADHD. It's still hyperactive, just in a different way. I think girls are usually inattentive and boys are usually obnoxious, but I am, like, weird, and so I just take the best of both, as with most things, and mix them together, and I end up with, like, inattentive, and my sister's a mix of both, so she's completely fucked. But ADHD doesn't mean you can't focus on things, it means you have no control over what you focus on, and you use a lot of mental energy to do it. So some days, I have to, like, if I'm reading something, I'll reread the same paragraph 5 times before it finally sinks in, because my mind is wandering somewhere else. I'm physically reading, you can see my eyes tracking the words on the page, but my mind is somewhere else entirely. I'm having chains of thought that are completely unrelated to what's on the page, so I don't take any of it in. That is ADHD. It's not necessarily being noisy in class or getting distracted by everything that goes past you, it's your own mind is distracting itself. Like, your brain is jumping from topic to topic to topic, and you can't shut it up. Like, when I was not taking meds, if I tried to sit still in a quiet room, not even within 2 seconds, even like it would never have stopped. Like I wouldn't have 2 seconds of peace. Within 2 seconds, my mind would be off doing something. It'd be coming up with some hypothetical. It'd be formulating an argument to own someone with later. It'd be thinking about, hey, this thing's really cool, but what if we change this? Like, just random shit. And what people do that with depends on the person. Some people think about, like, you know, the Half-Life 2 citizen, sometimes I dream about cheese. Some people like that. They just come up with random shit. I don't unless I'm really tired. My signal for I'm about to fall asleep is when I start recognizing my own thought pattern doesn't make any sense and it's becoming very abstract. It looks like a fucking Picasso painting or a Jackson Pollock work or something. But when I'm awake and alert, my thought process is very kind of not high functioning, because functioning is not the appropriate word here, but it's like high concepts, like high concept shit. This is how I know all this stuff, is because my brain's like, hey, you should have learned about this. Hey, but why is that like that? But what if you did this? Like that is why I am this. Right? A lifelong that has turned me into this. So, on no meds, it's really difficult to focus on things. It takes a lot of mental energy to focus on things, and you lose interest really quickly if it isn't a really interesting topic. So study, I can't do. I can't study because I really struggle. Well, no, that's not true. I can't study what I'm supposed to study. If you tell me to study something, I will not be able to do it. Not because, ooh, I don't want to, fuck you, fuck the man, you know, no mods, no masters. It's more like, I get why you're telling me to do it, but what about this? My brain doesn't, like, I can't. My brain. So that's the typical unmedicated ADHD experience, but it's not the be-all, end-all, because you also get hyperfocus, which I do get, particularly when I'm working on stuff, like when I was working on my MiG-21 liveries, or the current surprise I'm working on. Some of CCM's viewers may know what I'm talking about. Shh, don't spoil it. When I was working on that, I hyperfocused so badly, I forgot to eat for most of a day. It was like 7 or 8 p.m. before I realized, oh, I'm hungry, I should eat. I felt the physical hunger, but my brain was just not even paying attention to it. So I'm sitting there like, oh, my stomach's sore, but I need to finish this. I'll get food in a minute. I'll get food in a minute. I'll get food in a minute. It never ended up happening. So hyperfocus strikes at, like, sometimes convenient moments. Like, I got a lot of work done because of hyperfocus, but I have yet to experience hyperfocus in class. I can't control it. I have no say in when it does and doesn't strike, and it typically only strikes when I'm doing something that is interesting or new. So when I'm working on a personal project that I'm really excited about, hyperfocus. When I'm learning about something that's completely new to me, which is typically not relevant to my coursework, it's like me being curious about some historical event from fucking 1600 frozen stiff that I was never taught about in school, I get hyperfocus, and I'll fall down a hole reading about it for half a day. Even though usually I can't read 3 lines without having to go back and start again to take it in. And I'm, like, this is the problem, I'm on a hyperfocus right now. So I'm aware of the fact I'm missing class, I'm aware of the fact I'm missing an assessment, so I'm gonna have a really fucking good excuse for why I did this. Well, I have, like, again, I'm not doing this to be like, ooh, I have a get out of jail free card. I wish I wasn't like this, because this makes my life incredibly difficult. Like, believe me, if I could not do this, I would. Like, it's, you know, people go, oh, well, you just want to say you've got this because you want an easy mode or you want an out. Like, no, trust me, if I could just not have any of this, I would. My life would be fucking easy. I'd be a doctor or a politician or a lawyer or some shit by now. I was the, you know, the fucking former gifted kid meme where you're supposed to change the world because you're so academically gifted, but I also had undiagnosed ADHD, which remained undiagnosed until I was 31. So I was never on medication, I never had any help, I never got any special allowances in school, so I had to repeatedly barely scrape through topics. I almost had to repeat a year of school at one point, because, like, academically, like, not to toot my own horn, I'm a dumb fuck, right? I have no common sense at all, and like, I don't want to sound like I'm full of myself, but, like, this thing has a lot of power. It has a shitload of power, like an ungodly amount. Like, I don't know how much I can trust her about it, because she always bigs me up like I'm the best thing ever, but according to my mother, I was invited to Mensa or something, and I held a spot held open. I thought it wasn't Eton, it was Oxford, I used to think it was Eton, but no, it was Oxford, but I would have run into Tofts anyway, so my previous analogy about that still holds. But, like, there is a lot of power here, but at any given time, maybe 20-30% of it's accessible to me. The rest is being used for whatever the fuck it wants to do, and I can't control it. So, believe me, if I could avoid this shit, I would, and I would not need excuses for why I missed class. But we hit a hyperfocus, and so here we are talking about tanks 6 hours into a stream that was only meant to be 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours long. What tanks are we seeing Russia use now? I've got to be honest, Swimdog, I have not been keeping up with the Ukraine situation for several months. It just got too depressing seeing two places I desperately wanted to visit and desperately care about being trashed because of just shitty human beings who were allowed to get into positions of power and shouldn't have been. Like, it just should never have happened. Should not happen. But initially we saw Russia go in with T80 BVMs, which is their new sort of T80 upgrade package. T72s, mainly B3s, different subvariants of B3s. Those are the mainline, or were the mainline Russian tanks, if they even have any left now. So the T80 BVM was like a sort of half-measure upgrade to the old T80B, or BV. The T72B3 was arguably one of their more modern mainline tanks, and they had things like the T90M, which is in very small numbers. So they started out with those, they lost a bunch of those. They started sending in T80Us and UKs, which are Soviet-era tanks, but very good Soviet-era tanks. They lost a bunch of those. They started sending in, I think I saw some T80Bs, or BVs rather. The V designates explosive reactive armor, by the way. Dynamические защиты, dynamic protection. V, I think, is for vzriv, which is explosive. So it's explosive reactive armor, so V. Vzriv. I can't trill my R's, but... so we saw those. The Separatists were using some T-64s. Some were supplied by Russia from their war reserve. Russia hasn't used the T-64 operationally for basically since the end of the Soviet Union. Certainly since the mid to late 90s. But they still hold a lot of shit in reserve. Like, they hoard stuff. The Soviets did too. Just for a rainy day, just in case it's needed, or in case I can sell it to someone later. And it's a mobilization measure. But modern Russia can't sustain the mass mobilization the Soviet Union could, because the Soviet Union treated the army and the people as a single entity. It bigged that, like, there was Soviet propaganda. Was it? Armia и народов едины. Army and people are one. There's an entire fucking Red Army choir song about it. The Soviet Union had such a massive amount of military infrastructure, and its civilian infrastructure was kind of a backstop to that. Like, its civilian infrastructure and its military infrastructure kind of fed off each other. The Soviet Union could mobilize a multi-million man army quite quickly if it needed to. Some of them would have old gear, some of them would have fucking shit gear, but they'd be able to use, like, World War II vintage stuff for, rear area policing, or for training new recruits or whatever, while the Gucci shit and the semi-modern stuff goes to the front. Well, Russia can't do that anymore because of the defense cutbacks after the Soviet Union collapsed. Russia tried to have its cake and eat it. They tried to have a small expeditionary force like Western countries, except the US do. They tried the British Army method from World War I. Those of you who know your World War I history, the British Army was the most experienced, best army on the continent. Well, when they arrived on the continent. They were the best marksmen, they had the best training. It was an all-volunteer force, although they did have some, you'd have people that would volunteer to avoid jail or whatever. It was a volunteer force. They did very well for themselves for about a year, probably even less. And no, it was 2 years, I think, because it was 1914 they started running out, and I think they reintroduced conscription. My World War I history is pretty hazy, so correct me if I'm wrong. Some of you guys would know. I think they initially brought back conscription in late 1914, early 1915, because they were already starting to take massive losses. And by the time the Somme rolled around, 1916 kind of time, they had become a conscript army just like everyone else, because they could not support that. The professional expeditionary force had been killed by artillery, because artillery mattered more than being accurate with small arms, it turns out. Who knew? Everyone. So Russia can't support that anymore, because they tried to do the same thing. They tried to scale back their defense spending because they couldn't afford it. They tried to make upgrades where they could, but also ones that paid nice little dividends to Putin and his inner circle. you know, certain oligarch owns this or that defense industry, he gets the upgrade contract maybe. So modern Russia has a bunch of Soviet holdovers with half-assed upgrades, some of which were reasonably well thought out, but for example, a lot of the upgrades to T-72 to get the T-72B3 are really not well designed. They're not bad, but they're not well designed. They could have been done better. Shawshank, I know I'll piss off a couple of my Russian mates by saying this. I know, like, some of them get really antsy over the T-72 versus T-64 argument. Look, both had their good points, as I alluded to earlier. All three Soviet MBTs had ingrained flaws. If you combined the best features of all three, you'd have a really amazing tank. Instead, you had three individually good tanks, but they all could have been better. But the T-64 is my pet favorite tank ever. And the T-64 does have a lot more elegant design solutions compared to the 72. The 72 was a mass mobilization model because they couldn't afford to build that many 64s. They still built like 5,000 and something T-64s, and that was what the Soviets considered too expensive and small numbers. So they designed the T-72 and they built a fuck ton of them. Like, when you're dealing with the Soviet production, you know, the Soviet military-industrial complex and its production figures, they consider 5,000 units to be a small production run of a tank or an aircraft. The MiG-23 was like, what, 5,500, 6,000 MiG-23s built? It was considered uncommon and kind of precious. Because the MiG-21, there were like 11 or 12,000 of those built, and I don't even think that number counts the Chinese or Czech ones. Yeah, the T-72 was exported. The T-64 was never ever exported until very recently. There's some that have popped up in Africa because the Ukrainians have exported them. Ukraine was where the T-64 was designed and built. And that's why Ukraine favors it and has used it as its main tank. Whereas Russia retired it because although they had the you know, some capability to maintain and upgrade them, the T-64 just didn't gel as well with the realities of what Russia had and what Russia needed, so they went to the 72. And it also, you know, using the 72 meant that they were shoring up their own industry, not paying money to Ukraine. But the T-64 was never ever exported until like literally within the past 10 years, if that. Because it was the premier tank. It was the... Remember what I said about the T-44, how they jealously guarded it away from the Western Allies, and it was not until Hungary that they knew it existed? Like, the Western Allies had seen a T-55 before they'd seen a fucking T-44. T-64 was kind of like that, except they didn't send them to the Far East. They did send them to Germany, because it was the best they had. But it still took a while for the NATO guys to figure out what it was and how many there were, and that it was not, in fact, the same thing as the T-72. So Ukrainians were mostly using T-64s, T-64 BVs primarily, so laser rangefinder upgrade with the 1A33 and 1G42 fire control and sighting system, same as the T-80. Pretty good. I don't know how many, if it's like a plurality, a majority, or minority, whatever. Some of them at least have, like, I want to say almost commercial grade thermal imaging systems. They're like the medium wavelength ones you use for firefighting, so you can see through smoke in a building. They have those for thermal optics, but it's integrated in a pretty smart way. Like, I actually like the way the Ukrainians have upgraded the T-64. They did a really good job with it. It's a lot more elegant than the solution that the Russians used for the T-72B3, which is kind of a mess. The sight that the Sosna sight is a more powerful unit than what the T-60 thermal sight is, but the way it's installed is stupid, in my opinion. Like, that, I can't get too far into this. Go to YouTube, search for Shawshank Redemption tank. Not the movie, but Shawshank Redemption should come up with a channel. It's a Ukrainian guy, but he speaks in Russian. I've never seen or heard him speak Ukrainian. He only uses Russian, so he must be from the eastern side of the country. He is a T-64 crewman who has also now got experience on the T-80 in various versions. Ukraine already had T-80Bs and BVs, while now they've got T-80... more T-80Us, they already had some, and T-80BVMs, which they didn't have before because it was a Russian upgrade. He's had experience with T-72s. Ukraine had a number of T-72s, like the older models, the Soviet ones. They've now also got a bunch of T-73B3s because the Russians keep throwing the fucking things away. So he's really good because he compares the different features of the tanks. Now, of course, he's going to be biased towards his one true love, the T-64, because he's a, you know, pretty based individual as far as tank selection goes. But he gives a pretty good no-bullshit assessment of the different strengths and weaknesses of each tank. For instance, he doesn't mince words that the T-72 is better protecting the T-64, as I alluded to earlier. It's just a happenstance of when and how they were designed. T-64 came first. So T-72 benefited from some learned experience from the 64. So we're seeing those. We have seen some T90s, T90A. S is the export model. I think I'm not real good with the modern Russian stuff, like post-Soviet, but we've seen some T90As, possibly. I know a lot of people are confusing the T80 UK, which I think we saw one of, or two of, for T90, because it has Stora, like the T90 does, the little angry red eyes that dazzle lasers. So they got those. They had a couple of T90Ms. One was scuttled by its own unit. The Ukrainians didn't destroy it. The Ukrainians immobilized it, and the Russians had to hastily retreat. So rather than let it fall into Ukrainian hands, they scuttled it by blowing it up themselves. One of the tanks behind shot into it from behind and racked it. So that wasn't a Ukrainian T90M kill, as is frequently claimed. However, it was an effective kill because they made the Russians kill their own tank, so it was still a Ukrainian win. You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter who blew the tank up. The tank is blown up. It can't be used. It's a win. Then there was another T90M which got captured recently, I believe. Yeah. Shawshank showed a little brief bit of video of that. I'm waiting for a full breakdown. So they're kind of throwing everything at it and seeing what sticks. Some T62s, both T62 model 1972, like we have over there on the preview stand. Oh, fuck, not that much zoom, Jesus Christ. That boy, some of those turned up and people were like kind of thinking, oh, they're going to use them for cannon fodder. You can see how the ammo's stocked in that, by the way. Whoops. People were like, oh, they're going to use them as cannon fodder. No, the T62s are there for the for like rear area stuff where you need something that's armored and has a big gun and is scary to insurgents, or, you know, is capable of dealing with entrenched infantry, but it doesn't need to fight Ukrainian T-64s. Well, it does now, because the Ukrainian T-64s just busted ass straight through the Russian lines and apparently don't stop for no man. If the information I've recently seen is accurate, like I said, I haven't kept up with this, and I know the West likes to puff up Ukraine a lot and make a lot of claims that don't line up with reality, just like the Russians do with themselves. So we are seeing a potpourri of tanks at this point. I've seen claims ArmA finally turned up, but I don't know if that's substantiated. The first time it was claimed was actually quite soon after the initial invasion, and I can guarantee you that at that point there was no ArmA on the front line. There probably wasn't even one in the nearby military districts, because there aren't enough, and they're not going to throw them away like that. Pisces Freak, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just talking about tanks today. I've kind of hit my hyper focus moment, and I can't get out of it. So it is what it is. We're all along for the ride, me included. So yeah, those are the tanks that we're seeing. The Ukrainians also have, as well as various other T-64 upgrades. So T-64BV, either with or without the upgraded thermal sight, is their main tank. T-72 is starting to grow in numbers because they lost the T-64 actual production and servicing facilities, either to combat damage or it's just, you know, it was captured. I think it was initially captured, but I think it's just combat damage now. Anyway, 64s are a bit long in the tooth anyway. As much as I love it, she's gone out with a bang. She's acquitted herself very well. And Mike Sparks can fucking suck on D's nuts, because he trash talked that tank so much. And look at it now. But their main tank was a 64BV. It looks like they're probably going to transition to some variant of T-72 for the time being, because they already have experience using it. Leopards and shit, that's all hot air. That's just to puff them up. It's to make it look like Ukraine's getting all these big scary Western tanks, and it's to make Westerners think that, oh, we're helping Ukraine. We are helping Ukraine, but with other stuff that they can actually use, like Bushmasters, for instance. Imagine my surprise when I saw a blown up Bushy in Ukraine. I was like, oh, I've been in one of those. That looks mighty familiar. Well, I'm glad we found a good use for him. And I'm glad it's showing how good a vehicle it is. Hardtail, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So the Ukrainians are probably going to transition mostly to 72s for the time being until they can design something themselves or find another design. It makes no goddamn sense in any universe to switch to not just another tank, but another whole design philosophy. Western tanks are nothing like Soviet tanks, not even Ukrainian upgraded Soviet tanks. They have almost nothing in common. It would be culture shock. It's like the talk about giving the Ukrainians A-10s, or the fucking publicity stunt about using DCS to train for the A-10 in case the Americans wanted to give them some, which possibly got us fucked out of having the full fidelity MiG-29. We'll have to wait and see. And has put the spotlight on ED, you know, which is the last thing they need while Russia's having a fucking foreign spy mania. Well done to whoever it was that thought that would make a good headline. Thank you for fucking all of us DCS players over and not actually doing anything to further Ukraine's cause. So that, like, A-10, get the fuck out of here. The Su-25 is better than the A-10 anyway at the kind of job they need done. The A-10 is really good for counterinsurgency, superior to the Su-25 for counterinsurgency because it has great loader time. Sensor package is really good. All that is in the A-10's favor, but when you just need to fly something from near the front line, go fuck up a specific position, and then fuck off home before anyone shoots you down, the Su-25 is a superior aircraft. It's faster, it handles better, it carries a pretty substantial payload. You can just fucking point it in the right direction, yeet it, and fuck off. It's a really good plane. As you may have noticed from how much I love flying it on Enigma server now. I've just fallen in love with that thing so much. So, same shit with tanks. Are we going to give Ukraine... Well, not us, but is NATO going to give Ukraine Leopards? Not if they have any fucking brains. Even if they did, what's Ukraine going to do with them? They can't spare the crew or the personnel or the facilities to train the crew on them. Yeah, they could send tank crew to Germany or wherever to train them up, but there's still a lag time for that. It's going to take time for them to learn on the tanks. They're going to have to come back to Ukraine and then spread that, you know, propagate that through the ranks. It's really hard to do that in peacetime. It's even harder to do that in the middle of a war, so it makes no sense. So they're going to most likely just stick with whatever they can capture off the Russians, plus whatever they already have themselves or can repair or reuse themselves. And I think Slovakia, not Slovenia, Slovenia I think uses the M84, the Yugoslav one. Slovakia, I believe, just sent them, or is sending them, a bunch of their T-72 M1s. So it's stuff they know how to operate. Like, there's differences, like I said, there's substantial differences between a T-64 and a T-72, but the design theory is the same. A lot of the ergonomics are actually different. The T-64 is quite well laid out inside. The T-72 is an ergonomic nightmare, so it's a culture shock, and you can tell that from watching Shawshank's videos going from the 64 to the 72, but it's a Soviet tank. You broadly know where everything is, you know how the systems function. Even if it's not the same system as the other tank you're used to has, it's similar, or it was developed from it, or it was, you know, a related factory came up. Like, it's easy to transfer. So Ukraine will probably stick with T-72s until they can fully come up with something new, or just, you know, after the war, if this war has an end, which I don't know if it will. I don't think it's designed to have an end, if I'm honest, which I've spoken about on stream before. I'm not going to go into Russian ideology, post-Soviet fucking racist bullshit. I've done it enough times. I don't want to get into that again today. It's not good for my mood anyway, but yeah, like, it is what it is. It's a Soviet tank. You are used to a Soviet tank. You can learn pretty quickly. 5 minutes of crawling around inside the tank, you can mostly figure out what it does and how it does it, if you're used to a T-64. So that's what we're seeing. And I doubt we'll be seeing any Western tanks anytime soon, unless a Western country deigns itself to actually go there and get physically involved, in which case we have far worse problems, because that's World War III. Terrifyingly precise, how you're also describing my life up to college. If you haven't been assessed for ADHD or ADD or some other neurodivergent thing, I strongly recommend it, because it is, like, people act like it's overdiagnosed, and to a degree sometimes bad parenting can masquerade as ADHD. Or not bad parenting necessarily, just like, sometimes shit like that happens, right? Sometimes you get a kid who's loud and disruptive, and that's just how they are. Or maybe that's how their home situation is, so they just learn from that. And they might not actually have ADHD. But it's usually pretty easy to tell who does and doesn't have it. Because if you give someone with ADHD meth, which is what my medication essentially is methamphetamine, just really low doses, they might become, like, you can see I'm really animated today because I was on double my starting dose. So I'm still, like, I'm full of energy, I'm full of beans. I'm on 2 hours of sleep, by the way. I'm full of beans, but if I just stop... Remember how, those of you who have been watching a while, remember earlier how I was talking about you can't shut your head up, it's just constant? Head empty, no thoughts. That's what methamphetamine, like something that's designed as a stimulant to fucking razz you up, stuff that people do at parties to razz them up, stuff that if a normie takes it, they can't sleep for a week and they scratch their fucking skin off. It silences my thoughts. I can sit here in a quiet room for as long as I want and nothing pops in here. Nothing. Not a single thing. I can actually take in my surroundings. I'm aware of... Like, I've always been really observant of some things, but then completely ignorant of others. Like, something that's been there for a year, like a tree that's been in the yard for a year, I'll be like, how long has that tree been there? Like, are you fucking kidding? But so I'll pick up on the smallest thing otherwise. Like, one little fucking thing out of place. One rivet line misplaced on a DCS livery. I'm very observant, but I can't use it because there's too much background noise. I can't take in my surroundings because I'm getting constantly interrupted by this. On the meds, this is nothing. All I hear is the current chain of thought that I'm putting into words for you guys. There's no parallel tracks running here. None at all. All the parallel tracks are closed down. They're down for servicing. There's one train running at the moment, and it's actually on the rails for once. Like, that is the effect that pretty serious business stimulants that are, like, it... So I don't show you all my fucking docs and shit. I don't know if it'll focus, but controlled substance, controlled drug.
Question is, will I be cured by laughter or made sicker with autism?
Both. Just the resub saver. I've not called in sick to class, but I did realize after saying, oh, I can afford to be late for 10 minutes, I realized I couldn't afford to be late for 10 minutes because we had an in-person assessment that I was supposed to do. So I'm fucked, but I should be able to sort it out tomorrow. I'll say, look, I changed my dose, which I did, and it had a rather unexpected effect on me. Namely, I couldn't stop the thing I was already entrenched in doing before class. I'm sorry, it sucks. I can't help it. Which is true. Like I said, I'm not trying to make up excuses. I wish I wasn't like this. My life would be so much easier. Controlled drug, I don't think this will focus, and it's small writing anyway, but possession without authorization, illegal. This, I take these every morning. Well, all the mornings I remember. Highly addictive, by the way. Not for me. People with ADHD, addiction to their ADHD meds is not a problem. Because the ADHD is the fucking problem, you forget to take them. If I wake up and I get interrupted somewhere between getting a cup of tea, because I get up, I get a cup of tea, and then I come back and I take my meds with it. If I get interrupted anywhere between putting the kettle on to boil the water to make the tea and taking my meds, I will forget to take my meds that day. Highly addictive substance, says who? If it was that highly addictive, I mean, it is for normies, but if it was that highly addictive for me, I would never forget to take it. But I do, constantly. Like, constantly. I've sometimes, like, days at a time, I'll forget to take it. I think, like, the past 3-4 days I haven't taken it at all because I forgot to, and that's probably why I'm so jumped up today, because I took the fucking 60 dose after multiple days of nothing. But yeah, fun times. So yeah, that's like how this works. You have too many thoughts going off at once, so you can't focus because your brain is distracting. It's like being in having ADHD and not being on meds is like being at a party and trying to listen to your friend make conversation with you, but your friend has a bad mumbling habit. That is ADHD. That's why often you'll hear people with ADHD who have perfect hearing, mind you. My hearing's actually not as bad as I thought it was. I got a bit of loss in my right ear from shooting, and from Dad not warning me before he let his fucking Magnum off next to me. And also I had a battery explosion with an open bolt gun. So I've got a bit of hearing loss on my right side. My left ear's fine. I've actually got really sensitive hearing. Like, really sensitive hearing. And also autism, so I can process sound really well when I want to. You guys who have seen me play ArmA will notice I'm always the first one to hear a vehicle and figure out where it's coming from. I would make a great sonar man, I reckon. If I didn't mind being away from home for long periods, if I didn't get seasick, all that stuff, if I wasn't scared of being in a fucking metal coffin underwater and not surfacing again, I'd be an excellent sonar man, probably, because I am that good at processing and at hearing and processing sound. But to me, somebody talking to me, if there's any background noise or if I'm just having a bad ADHD day and I've got like 2 or 3 parallel tracks of thought running already, somebody will talk to me, I will recognize 2 or 3 words out of their sentence and then be like, say again. Like, if you end up speaking to me in person and I'm not on my meds, you'll hear say again almost every time you say something to me, unless you've already got my attention. Because I'm off with the pixies. Like, my head is... There's like 20 different conversations going on in here. Not like schizophrenia conversations where I'm hearing voices. You know, if I focus on a thought, I hear it narrated in my own voice, but like, I'm not hearing voices, they're not telling me to do shit. It's just, you know, my own thought process, my own natural thought process, which I'm sure all of you guys are familiar with. I'm sure, I would presume you all have one, although we can never really know how another human's brain works. We have to take them on faith about it. Yeah, background noise, rip conversation. It's as if I am stone deaf, if there's any background noise at all. My sister was assessed as being partially deaf. She got hearing aids. She found the hearing aids made the problem worse. The actual problem is ADHD and autism. So she hears everything because she's actually got quite sensitive hearing like me. She hears everything because she has autism. She can't process it out and discriminate down to a single source of noise. Like, you just get overwhelmed. It all comes in at once and your brain can't sort through it quickly enough. And then because she has ADHD, she can't even do that properly because she's already got her own thought trains going on. Same with me. We're like 2 halves of the same person. I'm the diplomatic half, she's the half that'll bust your face if you piss her off. So, yeah, I mean, that's the ADHD experience. I'm not making excuses. I'm not trying to avoid class. I go to great pains a lot of the time to make sure I do turn up to classes, even when it's something I already know I can do, or I've already done that particular unit. But some days I just, you know, as it's called these days, I think that people say they're having a no bones day when they're like depressed and have no energy or something. Well, not only do I get no bones days, but I get no brain days. I just cannot focus, and there's no point in me even trying. It's a waste of time. So I'm gonna have to talk this over with my course staff tomorrow. I've told them, like, I have a lot of trouble with this. I'm really struggling, so I'm sure I can sort something out, and I'll just do the roleplay for the assessment like Wednesday or next week or something. And it's a topic which I'm good at. It's counseling. Like, my natural talent is counseling. The whole reason I went into doing community service courses is because I figure I can use this constructively. So yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine, but still, I fucked up bad today. It is what it is. I doubled down on an already bad decision. That's not like me at all, right? Anyway, fuck me. Having gone through all that, you can see... I should hope after the past hour of staring at a static screen of these 2 tanks next to each other, you can see the difference in size. North Korea, nah, I don't think the DPRK is going to kick shit off. The DPRK is all bluster. It's put it this way, as far as Korean reunification goes, everyone wants it. The North wants it, the South wants it, just they want it under different terms. The North wants it to be under their terms, the South wants it to be under theirs. Everyone else wants it to not happen because they're making good money on the side. The Chinese don't want it to happen because North Korea is dependent on them. The US doesn't want it to happen because South Korea is a very, very profitable trade partner, particularly for defense. So it's an Israel-Palestine situation. I'm sorry if I trigger anyone with that, but look, I don't like to sit here and watch people cheerleading one group of my cousins kill a slightly further distant group of my cousins over a piece of fucking sand, right? That situation is bullshit to me. I think they should turn their guns outwards and tell everyone else to fuck off. But it's not going to happen. Realistically, it's just too ingrained. The peace process has been sabotaged too many times, intentionally, mind you, often by the Americans, because Israel is a reliable defense partner. So that means money. It's like people act like, especially if they are a bit inclined to anti-Semitism, but even people who aren't, be like, oh, well, the tail's wagging the dog with Israel. Like, no, it goes both ways. Israel strong arms the US on some aspects of policy, but the US will do it because the US wants to use Israel as a stable ally in a basing area in the Middle East, and also a fucking defense customer. It's in both their interests to keep this toxic relationship going. Like the US and Saudi Arabia, same shit, toxic fucking relationship. Russia and Ukraine, to a degree, you could argue that that's a lot of the genesis of the current conflict. They had a toxic relationship going where the circumstances of that benefited those in power. in each country. They don't benefit Russians, they don't benefit Ukrainians, but they benefit the people who hold power. And so, by extension, they just make out like it benefits the country. And people fall for it. So, nationalism is just shit. Fuck nationalism. But, train of thought, please. Oh yeah, Korea. Yeah, it's in nobody's interest for that to happen. Because the North and South have completely different terms on what they picture as an acceptable reunification. And the countries around them don't want it. If North Korea gets rolled over, like if there's a war, or even if they just get annexed by the South. Okay, so South Korea doesn't want to annex the North because North Korea has been isolated for so long and its people so indoctrinated that not only do you have to deal with culture shock, it'll be a legit culture shock because it like when the Soviet Union collapsed, same thing. The entire worldview that people had, if the US collapses, the same thing will happen. I guarantee you, if the US balkanizes, it's going to be fucking messy and it's going to fuck a lot of people up because you have an assumed sort of worldview of, well, we're the good guys and we're the good guys because this reason, and this is the ground truth of my country, this is our history, this is why it exists. National histories are all fairy tales that are told to you by the elite to keep you under their thumb because turns out having a large, expansive, centralized nation is really profitable if you want to extract capital and labor value from it. Just saying. Just saying. So nationalism is... On a smaller scale, nationalism actually does manifest in its true sense as people wanting to be with people like them, but on the broader, like the actual modern sense of nationalism, like saying, oh, the United States is a country, or Russia is a country, or the United Kingdom is a country, like, that is like modern nationalism. That is a recent development that came into being like the late 18th, early 19th centuries. It didn't exist before then. You weren't loyal to a nation, you were loyal to a lord, or to a royal family, or to some or other political entity. You weren't loyal to a nation state because the concept didn't really exist. So all that's recent developments, and I'm just waiting for someone in chat to get triggered by my cultural Marxism or whatever it's called these days. But if you don't believe in this shit, but you do sit here and listen to me rant anyway, I appreciate it because the only way we're going to learn is from talking to each other, unless you're a Nazi, in which case, fuck off. Nationalism is a fairly, like, as we recognize it today, is a fairly recent development. Doesn't really hold together under analysis. It's really just a really clever way of persuading very different people with very different interests. You know, like the US states all hate each other. They try and one-up each other constantly. If you let them, they go to war with each other. At times, they just about have. Likewise, the UK. The UK is pretty small. England is pretty small, but 20 miles away is, it's another country, essentially, in England. 20 miles away, they speak different. Their vernacular is completely different. Their accent's different. Like, they have different cultural events, everything. Like, but if you make this myth, this national foundation myth that, oh, we're all one country, we've always been one country, after reunifying, or not reunifying, but after unifying all these related, sometimes ethnically related, sometimes historically related, sometimes actually not at all, but all these entities that kind of neighbor each other, you coalesce them into a single nation state with a central government. Boy, is that an efficient way to control the fucking economic output of that country. That's why nations exist. That's why nationalism exists. It is not the most efficient way to produce goods, not the most efficient way to support a population. It is far from it, but it is the most efficient way to extract capital. Welcome to why countries exist, and why it is so painstakingly seared into our brains that countries have always existed. Countries should exist. Countries are just the natural state of human being, when in reality, no, they weren't, and they hadn't been until literally the last couple hundred years. Ask a fucking caveman what he thinks a country is. He has no concept of it. They might recognize an ethnic group as a tribe. They might recognize immediate family, or some sort of familial relationships, like a kinship system, like a lot of... Well, actually, Aboriginal cultures still use kinship, and the Aboriginal culture in Australia is the oldest living culture in the world. Like, upwards of 60,000 years, more or less unchanged until fucking white fella turned up. So, kinship systems, tribal systems, they recognize family and, to a degree, ethnicity, or like not even ethnicity but language group. So you could be from another tribe across the country and look a bit different and have some different quirks, but you speak the same language and you're related. Not even by blood, but you're like someone's 10th cousin 3 times removed, because, you know, as they call it, it's a mob. You know, you don't ask an Aboriginal person, oh, what nation are you from? You ask, who's your mob? Because the family trees, I had it described to me when I was doing my foreign community services by a teacher who was Aboriginal. He said, we don't have family trees, we have bramble bushes. Everyone knows everyone. They're all cousins. Like, if I think this happens in the US as well with African Americans. And like in the UK, you get a different variety, which it's common to like black Brits, like, you know, from the West Indies, Jamaica, or any of the other British colonies in that area. It's common to them, and like, you know, actual people who haven't left the place they're from, you know, people who have always been in the UK, well, at least since the Romans or the Normans turned up. But, you know, they'll use bruv if they're from, like, you know, a working class background. They'll say bruv. You're all brothers, right? If you're lower class, doesn't matter what fucking color your skin is, you're all brothers because you're all in the same shit. Until somebody comes along and intentionally riles up nationalist sentiment to stop you from having any class solidarity with the other guy and threatening capital. How convenient. But here they use cuz. So if you hear like Aboriginal people talking to each other, particularly younger ones, you'll hear like cuz. They don't know each other. They've never met each other before, but they're like, oh, cuz, like, you know, like they are actually cousins, because to them they effectively are. Their family trees are so convoluted and so mixed in, and like 60 plus thousand years of history there, that it's just everyone's cuz. But yeah, like kinship systems, family system, or family tribal systems like that, a caveman would recognize. Probably a Neanderthal would recognize. Neanderthal. Don't pronounce the H because it's German. Probably a Neanderthaler would recognize those systems. They would not recognize a nation state. They have no concept of that. They have no fucking clue what that is. It is a recent development. Anyway, fuck me, I'm getting sidetracked today. Yeah, so South Korea doesn't want reunification at the moment because it would tank their economy. Look what happened to the German economy during reunification, which wasn't reunification, it was actually just West Germany annexing the DDR, which most people are finally able to admit, but that's what it was. The DDR didn't get reunited with West Germany, it just got fucking absorbed into the BRD, and then it became one country. And it, like, the Aussies, Ostdeutsche, East Germans really lost out in that. Like, they got fucked 9 ways to Sunday in that. It was really sad. They got taken for a ride, taken advantage of, just because of the situation they were in the end of the Cold War. And there's still a lot of cultural hang-ups, and you can still see the divide in the Germanys today, politically, economically, in terms of health, life expectancy, and so on, because although the DDR had a really good health system because it was a socialist state, that was one of their primary focuses, they kind of lost a lot of access to healthcare for poorer people, which wasn't an issue in the DDR. Everyone had access to it. Well, not anymore. Poor people don't. So South Korea doesn't want to go through an economic crash because they suddenly absorb God knows how many unskilled laborers. Oh, earlier when I got sidetracked, when I was talking about production lines, that's how Ford and such can outcompete other people, is the assembly line, the team moves with the vehicle, or whatever you're producing, the team moves with it. So they're craftsmen. They have to be able to do everything on that thing they're building. They have to know every in and out of it. They're craftsmen. Mass production, a la Ford, a la World War II Americans or Soviets, and everyone since, is you have unskilled workers. Unskilled labor is such a shitty term because they are skilled, just not relevant to their job usually. Like, the skill isn't relevant to the job, but they could have skills, definitely. But what unskilled labor means is you train one person to do one thing and they just do it by rote. So you don't even need them to understand English. You can just and they'll get it, and they'll be able to do that until you fire them or until they find a better job. Or they're killed in a workplace accident, because especially if they don't speak English, they'll be treated like shit and won't be given any protections. So that's the difference between assembly line and mass production. Assembly line is very intensive on know-how. It requires very skilled, highly skilled labor, which is in chronically short supply, especially now. Like if you try and produce, say, like a reproduction Luger pistol, which is a thing somebody did do in the US, I think in the 80s, you can't for any reasonable price. It ends up costing like 3 times what it should. It's more expensive than an original Luger in good condition, because an original Luger in good condition was made by a craftsman who was doing all those milling cuts by hand. He had decades of experience. He knew what he was doing with a milling machine. And yeah, it's got rough tool marks on it and everything. That's what gives it character, but that shows you how it was made. It was somebody with, maybe not a rocket scientist, but somebody who was skilled in a trade built that. But they were also paid shittily for it, because back then you could get away with paying skilled trade workers shittily. You can't anymore. Look how much plumbers make these days. They've come out of this really well for the time being. But mass production, you don't need that. You just got one machine that does one job and one guy operates it, and you just go all the way down the line. And then when computerized machining came in, you just replace that line of machines that all have one job with a CNC unit. And then you don't even need a guy who knows how to operate the fucking machine. You just need someone who's a good code monkey and knows what to plug into what is it? G code or something it's called? Specific coding language it uses. He knows what to plug into G code to get it to poop out the part he wants, and the machine does it all for him. But it's expensive, because guess what? You have to be pretty highly educated to do that. Like, more highly educated than the guy working with his hands. Like, old school machining and production was a hands-on skill. It was a trade you learned. Actual modern machining requires, like, maybe not a degree, but it requires a lot of this knowledge and, like, not as much muscle memory. It's not a physical job, it's a cerebral job. And so you got to pay people more. They'll expect higher pay for it. And also the machinery is really expensive and all that other shit. So yeah, like, you can't reproduce old stuff with modern techniques because it's too expensive, and you can't reproduce old stuff with old techniques because those skills don't exist anymore. Like, somebody with that level of hand machining skills would be a fucking unicorn. They're the kinds of people that like blacksmiths at town fairs and stuff. That is a dying trade. It's still in demand to a degree, although, you can just make horseshoes on a machine, like on a milling machine, I guess, but people like blacksmiths, just immensely skilled. That kind of shit is passed down through families, and it doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, I sidetracked myself again. So we were talking about... Yeah, okay, that's how I segued back onto skilled and non-skilled labor. So North Korea is full of unskilled labor. But also people without... Like, it has a lot of people with university degrees, I would imagine. I'm not a Korea expert. But if there's one thing I know about other socialist states, although Korea is a bit of a weird one because Juche is not really recognizable socialism in that sense. Like, it's derived from socialism, but it's got weird blends of nationalism and, like, traditionalism. It's a weird one. Juche is a bizarre ideology. But I would hazard a guess that, like most socialist countries, they have free education or relatively accessible education. Obviously, there's always a condition. You have to actually put the effort in to get onto the course. Sometimes you might need to know someone if there's not enough spots going around, but, they're not paying off student debt for the rest of their life like we are. Well, in a manner of speaking, they kind of are, but in a different way, because they're laboring for the state, and then the state gives them the education for free, so technically they're kind of paying it off. Whatever, I'm not getting into that argument because it's just disingenuous and shitty. So, South Korea doesn't want to be swamped with North Koreans who may have all sorts of health problems, depending how accurate Western news about North Korea is. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say most shit you hear in the West about the DPRK is garbage. Same as not all the shit you hear about China. Particularly, I think, like, the Uyghur genocide stuff is legit, and it tallies exactly with modern Chinese ideology. Like, well, not Chinese ideology, but the Chinese Communist Party, which is communist in name only and has been for a long time. I think that is a thing that is absolutely happening. The scale of it, I don't know. I'd imagine it's pretty bad, though. I mean, any scale of that kind of thing is bad, but it's China, so we can assume it's industrial scale. But there's a bunch of other shit going on, too. But you hear, like, this shit come out about China that is just outlandish, and it's like, really? Or are you just taking things that do happen, but, you know, focusing them all into one place so it looks worse than it is? People do that all the time. People do it with the US as well. You know, they'll take things that happen in the US that are bad, but don't happen all the time, and they'll just be like, oh yeah, this is everyday life in the US. It's like, no, it's not. You know, like, school shootings are really bad, but the average American will not experience a school shooting. Like, the overwhelming majority of Americans will not experience one, and probably a majority wouldn't even experience a relative being involved in one or tangentially connected to one. They're really bad, but they happen. It's a country of 300 and fucking something million people. Like, this shit's going to happen often, but it's not going to affect many of those 300 million people at a time. The DPRK is like a fucking magnet for this shit, so you see all these wild and wonderful account, well, wonderful in the sense it fills you with wonder, not in the good sense, of like people being executed for being late to work by being tied to the front of a fucking cannon, or like, I'm sure there's probably some novel execution methods going on in North Korea, mostly reserved for traitors and wreckers and like the kind of stuff that you get shot in the Soviet Union in the 30s. Maybe not even that. But a lot of it's just hype. Like, I spoke, I think, last stream or so about the fucking, it was the Daily Mail or something, or the Telegraph, ran a photo of the Ryugong Hotel before it was externally fitted out, so it was just the bare concrete frame of it. And they were trying to say how it was dangerously unstable and the whole thing was out of plumb and all this. And they put a picture in it, looked, oh yeah, that looks really bad. Well, now, as someone with a strong interest in urban planning, and particularly like socialist urban planning, because as we're discovering now, that was one of the things they actually did really well, and everyone else should have sat up and took notice back then instead of waiting 70 years to fucking follow the footsteps. I have a great respect for concrete structures, and I know if there's one thing fucking commies are good at, it's concrete structures. Boy, are they fucking good at concrete. Like, you could be the shittiest commie on earth, like, you could be Albania, and you could still be good at concrete structures. Boy, are Albania good at fucking concrete. Holy Jesus, if you want a bunker, just go to Albania. They got plenty to spare, believe me. Probably like 169,000 of them are probably ready and willing to be used. The other 1,000 have been repurposed into like outdoor toilets or convenience stores. So if you're going to accuse them of one thing, don't make it be, oh, they're bad at concrete. I'll get to that in a moment, Swimdog. I need to keep my train of thought going, otherwise so yeah, it turns out the photo was taken at an angle, because if you look really closely, you can see the road surface, then you can see a street lamp, and then you can see the hotel, and it's like, the hotel's not out of plumb, this entire image is out of plumb. They took an actual photo, tilted it, cropped it, and then passed it off as fact. So you got to be real careful. Like, you've got to be careful both ways. You don't want some fucking tanky persuading you North Korea is the workers' paradise, because fucking boy howdy is it not. However, there's a concerted disinformation campaign in the West to make it look like it's worse than it really is. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't recommend it as a holiday destination unless you're both very adventurous and very disciplined. Because if you visit there and you do everything you're told to do and you don't do anything you're not told to do, you'll probably have a nice stay. You won't come away with perhaps the most realistic view of the place, because you'll only see what they want you to see, but you'll have a pretty nice stay. In fact, their tourism industry was really picking up fairly recently. I don't know if it still is, especially after COVID, but like, this is the thing. Most places on Earth where you're told, oh, they eat babies there, they don't actually eat babies there. They might have their problems, but they typically don't eat babies. Like Iran, even Afghanistan for a while. As long as you don't act like an entitled fuckwit and you respect the local customs and culture and law, you can travel pretty much anywhere, dude. And unless you get unlucky and like a drug cartel jumps you, or, you know, you get mugged, you should be okay, because it turns out most people are good, and most people around the world just want the same thing everyone else wants, which is to find ways to connect with other humans and learn more about themselves and about the world. So, like, if you go to Iran, yeah, the Iranian government's, oh boy, they're not popular at the moment, but Iranian people are some of the most kind-hearted, like, accepting people. I've heard that from everyone I've known that has visited Iran, before or after the revolution. Like, they're just really polite, wonderful people and really have a strong sort of ingrained sense of hospitality. Like, you know, the whole Southern hospitality thing as well. Like, fuck, the South has some problems in the US, but, you know, if you are a guest in their home, they'll look after you really well. People are not so different. And they like to pick the dumbest, tiniest things to fucking split hairs over. It's stupid. Waste of air, waste of energy. Waste of a perfectly good planet. So yeah, South Korea doesn't want to absorb all those people and take a hit to their economy. China, likewise, doesn't want to deal with refugees flooding across the border and tanking their economy. Russia, that's the last thing on earth they need right now. Also, China and Russia need to maintain the divide so that they can make money selling weapons to North Korea. To what degree North Korea still buys from them, they're trying to get self-reliant because Juche. Likewise, the US, UK, Germany, all them, like all the standard Western military-industrial complex countries, France, they would prefer to keep Korea divided because South Korea is not only a good customer, but it's also producing some really good stuff now. So they got a two-way relationship going on trade-wise for military stuff and, you know, more civilian commercial stuff too. So, like, literally, it's in nobody's interests for North Korea to do anything to South Korea or vice versa. Neither side wants to disrupt the status quo. That is why, despite the war never ending, the Korean War was never ended. They signed an armistice treaty, which still stands. It's had a few moments here and there, but the armistice is the only thing that stands. The war is still technically ongoing. And this is why, because both sides realized, look, we're at a stalemate here. No matter what happens, both of us are going to lose out in different ways. Maybe we should just kind of keep things as they are. It's a classic frozen conflict. This is what's been happening throughout the former Soviet Union since the Soviet breakup. This is what happened in Yugoslavia. Like, it's very similar, and I suspect Ukraine is going to possibly turn into something like this. And also because that the theory of using frozen conflicts as a means of retaining political power is something that is core to racist political thought. And yes, I will call it racism because I will call a spade a fucking spade. It's Russian fascism. Don't at me. Yeah, so I could see it going the same way. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't. But then again, I don't support Ukraine's government for multiple reasons. But I do support their right to territorial integrity and to not have the Russians bomb the shit out of them or try and nibble away bits of their land. So while I don't support Ukraine wholeheartedly, I support them not being fucked with. Likewise, I fucking despise the Russian government. God, I would pull a Stalin on the Russian government right now, if you let me. That place would be purged floor to ceiling, so I would at least have something to work with. That is how much I despise the sort of Russian power structure at the moment. But I have a great sort of affinity for Russia as a country. I've always had Russian friends ever since I can remember. My family are, on Dad's side, my grandpa was a Litvak. So, you know, back then it was all still the Russian Empire, but my family, well, part of them came from what is now Lithuania, within the Pale settlement. So, like, it's always, like, even before I really started becoming interested in Russian history or culture or the Soviet Union, I had, like, a great affinity for it. I've always, like, from the moment I can remember making friends, and probably part of this as well is because I'm from Edmonton, Alberta, which is like every second or third person in Alberta, in the province as a whole, is Ukrainian. There's a few Russians, but it's mostly Ukrainians. My dad's school that he went to, they spoke Ukrainian. Was it Ukrainian, German, and English in the school? So, like, my whole life, I have been around East Slavs, and I seem to get along really well with them for some reason. So it's like I have a natural affinity for the place and the people and the history, but by God, I do not like what they're doing right now. So I don't know what a good outcome to the situation would look like for me. I don't know if there is one. A lot of the stuff that I wanted to go and see, but couldn't because COVID struck right as I was planning to travel to Europe, a lot of the stuff I wanted to go see doesn't exist anymore. It's not there. The Russians bombed it, or the Ukrainians blew it up to stop the Russians getting to it, or it just fell down. Or, you know, the Ukrainians are removing historical artifacts because they're trying to wash any reference to anything to do with Russia out of their history, including the Soviet Union, while conveniently ignoring that the Soviet Union could not have functioned as a state without the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Like, some of the greatest heroes and brightest minds of that country And my favorite tank, the T-64, they all came from Ukraine. Korolyov, Sergei Korolyov, the man who put the first human in space on the back of his rocket, was Ukrainian. Like, it's just weird to me. They're trying to, yeah, localize Dark Age, exactly. They're trying to bring up all these historical things. The one that really gets me is they're bringing up Khmelnytsky. Like, Khmelnytsky is some great Ukrainian folk hero that will own on the Russians. Well, no, Khmelnytsky united with the Russian fucking empire against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Like, if you wanted to pick a historical Ukrainian figure to own the Russians, you pretty much couldn't pick worse than Khmelnytsky. Because he worked with the Russians. He was the reason Ukraine was unified with Russia for so fucking long. Not only that, but it pisses off the Poles by idolizing him, because, you know, he'd done genocide on them. And it pisses off my type, because he'd done genocide on us, too. You know, until the funny moustache man came along, Khmelnytsky was probably top of the fucking leaderboard for pogroms against Jews. Or he was certainly near the top, and it was like really nasty shit too. I don't know what it is about Ukraine, but whenever they decide to pogrom someone, they're especially cruel about it. Like the same thing happened to the Poles when they drove them out of Volhynia. So I do not like seeing Ukrainian nationalism on the rise. It is nationalism of any variety, any country, including my own, where I'm from and where I love and where I want to go back. Like, nationalism is blindly saying your country is better than everyone else. It's not patriotism. People mix the two terms up these days because bad faith actors, like Nazis, like to pretend they're the same thing, to make nationalism palatable to normies. Nationalism and patriotism are completely diametrically opposed. Nationalism is ignoring your country's flaws and espousing its supremacy over everyone else, and being unaccepting of any compromise. Patriotism is being able to look at your country, like, not objectively, I guess, but being able to look at your country, remove the emotion from it, and realize, hey, we could do better. Like, I love this place. I love the people here. This is where I'm from. This is all I've known. Well, you know, especially if you haven't traveled. I have. I've traveled a lot as a kid, which is probably why I'm like this. You know, I've experienced a lot of different countries, a lot of different cultures, and I can see a lot that people are more like each other than they think. But yeah, like, patriotism is being able to look at your country, identify its flaws, still love it, but suggest ways it could be better. That's people treat that like it's treason. No, treason is ignoring your country's flaws and taking it down a bad path. Patriotism is recognizing its flaws and campaigning to get them improved, like get them fixed, make the place better for everyone in it. That is patriotism. It's not the same thing as nationalism. So, I don't know. I don't support Ukrainian nationalism. I certainly don't support Russian nationalism or Rashism. Both sides have an alarming proclivity to use popular fascist symbology and dog whistles. So I think the Russians probably have a lot of truth in their claim that the Ukrainian state is infiltrated, you know, at every level by Nazis. I think they're right. However, the Russian government is also infiltrated at every level by fucking Nazis, by design. The Russians are accusing the Ukrainians of doing the same thing they're doing themselves, and vice versa. They're both doing it. And this is a thing that happened right towards the end of the Soviet Union. I know I said I wouldn't get into this, but I guess this is where the train took us. Right towards the end of the Soviet Union, when Gorby thought he would liberalize the country and push through all these reforms and, you know, was trying to move towards freedom of speech and freedom of the press. On the face of it, that's a good thing, and Westerners just, without thought, will accept free speech as a good thing. A lot of Westerners, not all of them. People are starting to wake up to it now. But he didn't stop to think about the dangers of that. The Soviet Union did not just magic itself into existence overnight. It was built by a very long and bloody process. Bloody for everyone involved. There were Soviet socialist republics that, within living memory, had been subject to extremely violent and horrific repression to be included in the Union. The Baltics. Primarily the Baltics. You know, the Caucasus had been subjugated under the Russian Empire, and so most of what they put up with was just ongoing from that. But the Baltics were, like, the NKVD sent destroyer battalions that just... It wasn't good. If you want to know the history of it, you can read into it. The Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation is a right-wing fucking front. They're full of shit. None of the stuff they come out with about Stalin killing 20 gajillion people is actually accurate. If you want a good, accurate, objective source, go to Memorial. or I don't know if Memorial even exists anymore because Russia got rid of them because they were politically inconvenient to ration them. But Memorial was formed in the dying days of the Soviet Union by Soviet citizens who realized how fucked up their country was, how bad its history was, and wanted to bring that out and air it out and tell everyone, hey, look, this was us, we could do better. Which is a noble goal. It's a bit rough, it's a bit, ripping that band-aid off can hurt, but in the long run, it's a good thing. Memorial have actual accurate numbers because they had actual access to Soviet archives and to people that were still alive. And Memorial will tell you that several million people were, I think it was about 1 million executed explicitly on orders. There were probably a couple 100,000 more that just died in transit. It was a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, it was a fucking lot of people. But as soon as someone starts going, oh, well, Stalin killed more than Hitler, first of all, that's not factually correct by any actual original documents. Second of all, that's an interesting take to make. I wonder what kind of prohibited propellers and worrying windmills they like to decorate their home with. But yeah, Memorial's numbers are actually reliable. There was a lot of ongoing research, even until recently. They may still be outside of Russia since they've been closed down within Russia by law, which is not a worrying sign or anything. Memorial's numbers are trustworthy. Memorial are actually trustworthy. If you want to look up the darkest excesses of the Soviet Union, particularly during Stalin's purge, because that's when Memorial focused on, because that was when the worst of it happened, go to Memorial and you will find out. Don't go to fucking Western-funded, Western-established, politically involved think tanks or lobby groups, because they have an agenda to push, just like the fucking tankies have an agenda to push by pretending Stalin didn't do no wrong and he actually only killed a couple people and all the rest. No, that was Yezhev. Stalin definitely would have signed off on that. That was all Yezhev. Stalin didn't see the paper and his fucking signatures on them. You know what I mean? People just... I'm not going to say the truth always lies in the middle, because sometimes it doesn't, but generally speaking, if you get two extremes of a story, you shouldn't trust either of them. So, with that said, fuck, how did I get here? See, now I'm starting to lose my line of thought. Oh, right, politics, Ukraine, Russia. Yeah, look, let's sum it up. I don't like what's going on. I hate what's going on. It fucking hurts me on a fundamental, deep-seated spiritual level to see what's going on. It should never happen. It should absolutely never happen. It'd be like Canadians and Americans going at it. Or, the French and the Belgians, or the Germans and the Dutch. It's just that, it's one of those fights where you have so much in common, you share so much common history, you can't, if you go far enough back along the migration routes, you came from the same people. You were the same people, just you developed a funny accent because you were separated from them for so long, and they developed some funny cultures because they were separated from you for so long. That's all it is. All humans came from the same fucking place. The only reason we have different cultures, different languages, and we look different is because we've been apart from each other for so long. If you want to see a good example of that, look at populations who have been relatively recently split off and held in isolation, like a lot of the waves of immigrants to the US and Canada or Australia versus the European populations they came from. Look at anyone who's been transplanted away from their original home and left there for even 2-3 generations, sometimes not even that. They start to develop differently. And then multiply that by however many hundreds or thousands of years, and you see why differences exist between people these days. More of a proxy war between the US and Russia? That's what it is, pretty much. That's what it is. But it's not just that. There's a lot riding with it.
Asterisk bong, asterisk hope you're well.
I'm okay. I kind of fucked up today, which is why I'm not in class, but I can sort it out, I think. We'll be good. I'm probably going to need to get a drink soon, though, because I'm talking myself hoarse. Yeah, Ukraine is doing really well for what they have. I think the West is overlooking a lot of the problems they're having and only talking up the good points, which is what you should do. Information warfare, that's how you do it. You don't reveal your hand, you don't reveal your weakness, but regardless of some of the failures that aren't talked about in the West, Ukraine's doing really well for what they're doing. Really, really well. And something Westerners like to pretend isn't real is the Ukrainians are mostly still equipped with Soviet vintage equipment. Some of it's been upgraded by them, some of it's been upgraded in Western countries, some of it is, they also have Western stuff, particularly for infantry, small arms, optics, night optics in particular, anti-tank weapons. Although the Ukrainian anti-tank weapons developed from the Soviet basis, like Stugna, they're doing really well. Actually, Stugna is a really fucking cool system because you can fire it remotely. It's semi-automatic command to line of sight, but you can fire it remotely. It takes the best features of Malyutka and like a more modern ATGM like Kornet and combines them. The Ukrainians are pretty smart with weapons, honestly. Just don't let them near BTRs because those poor BTRs, they molest them so badly. They take what is a beautiful, simple vehicle and they do what the West does to stuff. They bolt everything to it they can. But no, they're doing really well with largely Soviet vintage equipment. So it's not like they have better equipment than the Russians. In many respects, their equipment's less upgraded or you know, a bit more worn out. But they're doing really well, really, really fucking well. It vindicates the quality of Soviet equipment when it's used well, versus the Russians, who are vindicating just how badly Soviet equipment performs when you don't use it well. So, I know I'm skipping through a lot of stuff here, I'm sorry. But anyway, yeah, Korea, if that kicks off, then, like, it's full-blown, and I don't mean to... I'm going to have to preface this because it is a fucking dog whistle now, because the right, like the far right, likes to take things that people use and use it themselves. You know the whole Pepe the Frog thing? Take a cute little frog that people use, like an emote that people use on Twitch, let's make it a Nazi symbol. The glass of milk thing in a Twitter handle, yep, all that. Like, they take stuff that normies use, and then they use it, so the normies see them use it and go, oh, you can't do that, you're a Nazi now if you use that. It's very clever, but it's very annoying that people still play into their hands by, like, losing their shit if you use a Pepe emote, or if you, like, say what I'm about to say, which is, that would be the full Clown World scenario. Not Clown World in the sense that they use it, but Clown World in the sense that all 3 rings in the circus would be in operation if Korea kicked off. I'm a very big proponent of reclaiming the shit that they try and do that with, but you have to be careful because it can make it harder to spot them. Thankfully for me, I have the advantage of thousands of years of, like, generational memory and survival instinct, so I'm really good at spotting dog whistles. Love the background being used for this. It's pretty good, eh? Reactive armor. I didn't forget. I'm sorry it took so long to get here. I hope you're still watching, but I can explain some degree of explosive reactive armor. It's quite complicated, the physics behind it, and I'm inevitably going to fuck something up. But what you do is you have a tank. It has armor. Shell hits armor, or heat jet. Specifically, heat jets is what explosive reactive armor was designed to operate against originally. Heat jet hits the armor. The heat jet is like plasma, basically. It's super hot molten metal. Well, it's not even... I don't think it's even in liquid phase. I think it's actually in plasma phase when it detonates. And it basically acts as an oxy torch. Like, if you walk up to a tank and hold an oxy torch, like a cutting torch, to the front armor, you're basically just a handheld heat round. That's what a heat round does. And then it penetrates through, and then, you know, as the metal cools, it sends bits of fragments of that everywhere, burns stuff inside the tank. There's a bit of overpressure from the explosion, although it doesn't usually get that far into the tank before it dissipates, because overpressure falls off with the inverse square or inverse cube or some shit. I forget. It falls off rapidly. That's why bombs don't hurt tanks unless it's right on them. Okay, well, go on. Correct me. Like, legit, correct me. If I'm talking out my ass, correct me. Like, my brain only has so much storage space, and sometimes shit gets distorted or pushed around. I mean, I'm not saying it's literally the same thing as a plasma cutter. I'm saying the effect is, like, that is the effect it uses. It cuts the armor. It's because it's chemically based, right? So it doesn't lose penetration over distance because you're chemically or explosively forming a chemical / thermal penetrator. Anyway, heat rounds, bad for tanks, especially if they're homogeneous armor, because heat jets cut through steel really well. Heat jets are the reason composite armor exists mostly. There were things like spaced armor with air gaps before that, because those work on kinetic energy penetrators as well, but they're particularly effective on heat, because if you can change a standoff distance, it fucks with the formation of the heat jet, and it makes it not penetrate as well. So that's why you see those RPG cages and slats and things on vehicles in Afghanistan or Iraq, because it will detonate the heat round early, like an RPG or something, or an ATGM, it will detonate it early, and the heat jet will form too early, and it won't be focused in the right place to cut the armor. explosively formed high-velocity blob of metal concentrated into a small... That's what I said. That's what I said, Cotty. How do you think the jet occurs? You take explosives and a copper, usually copper cone, but I think they use other stuff in some penetrators, and the explosive force heats it and like super compresses it into like some sort of, it's hot but not matter state changing. Okay, well, fair enough then. It's super dense and super hot. Okay, that works. Thank you for correcting me. Like, unironically, thank you for correcting me. I'll probably forget next time I talk about it, but whatever. So that's how heat works. ERA, explosive reactive armor.
Doing stuff for 3 hours and you were still here explaining tank stuff.
I know. I hit a hyperfocus and missed the start of class, and then realized only after I thought, oh, I'll be, I can be late today. It's fine. I actually can't be late today, so I'm like, fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'm going to take the day off. Because I'm having a no-brain day, I can't, like, I'm focused on this, I can't unfocus from this, let alone focus on class. So I'll just talk to them like, look, I'm having an ADHD day, please. I'll do the assessment, just name a time and I'll do it. If people can skip an assessment because they got the flu or whatever, I think I should be able to do it later this week because my brain just was not working. They've been really good about adjusting stuff to deal with my fucking stupidity so far, so I think I'll be okay. But, yeah, so heat is bad for tanks. Kinetic penetrators are also bad for tanks, but kinetic penetrators lose effectiveness over distance because air resistance slows them down, right? It's like firing a bullet. The bullet slows down over a distance, it starts to drop off due to gravity, and, if you fire a 9mm pistol at something 300 meters away, it might dent it, it might not even go through it. From far enough away, if you shoot at someone with, say, like an M1 carbine, they got a Bible or a thick book in their pocket, it won't go through them. That was an issue in the Korean War with all the multiple layers of cold weather padded jackets that the Koreans and the Chinese wore. My own grandfather, on Dad's side, survived being shot by a German during the Normandy operation because he had so much shit in his fucking breast pocket. The bullet went through all that, slowed down. He had a Bible in his pocket. I don't even know why, because he wasn't Christian. Well, he might have been kind of playing along Path of Least Resistance. We're very good at doing that thing. It's kind of a survival instinct, I guess. But it went through the Bible. Bible slowed it down because it's very dense, lots of paper. Books are really good at stopping bullets. You use a phone book as a backstop to catch your bullets and see, like, if you want to see the striations and shit on them. And his pocket watch was at the back, and it hit the face of his pocket watch, broke it, obviously, dented it in, gave him a fucking sore rib, but it didn't penetrate it. So, like, that shit you think is from movies. No, it happens often. Like, there's some wild shit that happens in a major conflict. World War II, everything, it was like the quantum mechanics of war. Everything that could happen did, no matter how bizarre or outlandish it was. And in many cases it happened repeatedly. So that particular one, a bullet being stopped by either an item of personal clothing or something in a pocket, everyone assumes, oh, that's Hollywood. No, it happened to my own grandfather. I like, the watch exists. If you are ever up in Victoria, British Columbia, if you go to the Victoria Arsenal, I think it's on display. I know they have it. I don't know if it's still on display, but they did have it on display there. So my grandpa survived through Hollywood means. And I've heard other people report that their relatives had the same thing or similar things happen to them. Bibles stopping bullets, folded up silk handkerchiefs. Silk is really, like, silk is stronger than steel by weight. Like, spider silk is incredibly strong. That's where we got the idea to do things like Kevlar and aramid fibers and actually use fibers to make bulletproof soft body armor. It's from dudes in the Wild West who had their fucking silk handkerchief in their pocket and someone shot them and the bullet dragged the handkerchief through them and out the other side and it was intact. They weren't. They were fucking dead, but the handkerchief was intact and it caught the bullet. So yeah, it happens a lot. Anyway, explosive reactive armor. Fuck me if I can just stay on the same topic. Nothing in Gunner Heat PC has explosive reactive armor currently. Nothing in this theater is going to have it because the Soviets didn't start bringing it into this part of Germany until later, like 87, 88, I think. Or maybe, no, 86. 86, I think, for 80BV. And then, like, 87 for 80U. So, nothing in Gunner Heat PC at the moment has it, but however, in future Gunner Heat PC expansions, because this is the old school method of game development. You pay once for the game and you get the full completed thing, and then you pay a little less. You pay less than the price you paid for the original game to get a full-on expansion, which is like its whole self-contained thing. But it's not quite a whole other game, but you don't get charged for a whole other game. It's like if you grew up in the playing games in the 90s and 2000s, this will sound familiar. If you grew up after that and you're used to microtransactions and loot boxes and fucking seasons, God have mercy on your soul. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish you could have experienced what it was like, dude. Anyway, so Northern Germany in this time period, I believe there might have been some 80 BVs in service. But Kotti or Max could probably correct me on that. It's like the Orbat for Soviet tank units in East Germany in the late 80s was a clusterfuck. Some units would have a company with T-64s, a company with T-80s, and then something, like fuck knows what else. Some were mixed, like it's just random. But it will become relevant in the future if they do any more modern stuff, or if they do up north, I guess. So what explosive reactive armor is, it's a pretty simple concept. You have a box, typically a metal box, but you have soft ERA as well, like Relikt, which is what the Russians are using on the T-72B3, those soft pack bags that hang off the side, with the egg carton looking spaces in them. But your traditional, like, Contact 1 through Contact 5 explosive reactive armor, the American explosive reactive armor, I don't know what it was called, the Israeli version, again, don't know what it was called. All of those, they all operate on basically the same principle. You take a metal box, you fill it with plastic explosive. You don't fill it completely with plastic explosive. There's a metal plate inside at an angle. So this is your box. Let's just imagine the box goes straight up and down. It's vertical. There's a metal plate that sits like this at an angle. The explosive is triggered when a significant force impacts that block. It's not like remote detonation or anything. If something hits it hard enough, it will detonate plastic. And what it does is it doesn't deflect anything. It's not deflecting. When the plastic goes off, it will push the plate towards the other plate, but it's not there to deflect something. What it's actually doing, particularly against a heat round, is it's disturbing the jet's formation. So it's doing what spaced armor or not the same mechanism, but the same concept. It's doing what you would get with spaced armor or with slats or with an air gap or with some types of composite. It's disrupting the way that jet forms, and so when the jet actually hits the armor surface behind the ERA, it's a bit dissipated, it's a bit weaker, it can't cut through as deeply. That's how ERA works. It's not deflecting anything, it's not stopping anything, it's just changing the parameters of the jet formation enough that it might not penetrate. And it adds such and such amount of effective armor to the tank, because suddenly, a heat round that could penetrate 100 millimeters of steel, well, if you've got this particular type of ERA on it, it might only be able to penetrate 50 millimeters or 60 millimeters of steel once it gets through the ERA, because it's been dissipated. So you're effectively adding armor to the tank. Of course, it's single use. Although there's a few meme photos, which generally aren't serious, of double or even triple stacked Contact 1 on tanks, which was, as best as I can tell, pranks done by tank crews and maintenance personnel. Or there's been, actually no, I stand corrected, there's been a few sightings, mostly from the militias, like the in Donbass and Luhansk, of them actually unironically doing that because it makes them feel safer somehow. But generally, like that ain't how that works. That you're not making the problem any better. You're making it worse. So that's how ERA works, in a very broad, big picture kind of sense, against heat. Now, and that's true of heat tank shells, heat ATGMs, heat RPGs, whatever. If it's if it's an explosively formed penetrator that uses chemical energy to puncture the armor, which a heat round does, that's how it works against it. It doesn't matter what the thing that is delivering the heat projectile is. For Sabo, it doesn't operate quite the same, but it's similar. It's disrupting the Sabo dart. It's forcing it to kind of change direction. It might deform it. It might shatter it. It's just fucking with its ability to penetrate the armor. And if you can deflect or distort a Sabo dart, you've already mostly prevented it working. because the way a Sabot penetrates, you can't really think of it as a traditional shell. Well, I mean you can, because traditional shells work in a similar way, just differently. A Sabot is not cutting through armor. It's not cutting. It's sharp and it's thin. You'd think, oh, it's a dart. It cuts through. No, it punches through. The reason Sabots are darts is you have a long object of high mass with a small surface area. You know those little emergency hammers you use to break safety glass? How they have a point on them instead of a flat? That's because you need to focus all the energy on a single point to overcome the strength of that material. That's how Sabot works. It is sectional density. So bigger isn't necessarily better on a Sabot. Like, bigger around isn't necessarily better on a Sabot. In fact, quite often it works against you because you need to use more propellant, more energy propelling it to fight the air resistance and then get it actually to smash through the armor on the other end. What rules Sabot development is sectional density. So you'll see them not getting fatter, but you'll see them getting longer. And this has become a problem because the T-72, well, all of the Soviet MBTs, their autoloader carousels only have so much space between, like only so much length that they can devote to a Sabot round. And they're basically at that limit already. Likewise, tanks with multiple piece ammunition, like the Challenger 2, which is 3-piece ammo, the stowage arrangements in that tank are not designed for anything past a certain length. So you reach a point of diminishing returns where you either have to invent some miracle material that's more dense than depleted uranium, yet safe to handle, and has all the other desirable properties, like it doesn't shatter easily. Pyrophoria isn't useful to have, I guess, for terminal effect, but like, you know, you have all these different things that you have to balance, and you run into this sort of diminishing return situation where the only way to improve it is to make it longer, and you can't because your tank won't fit it. So Challenger 3 needs a new smoothbore gun, same as, like, similar to what the Abrams or the Leopard uses. I mean, it's the same gun, just I think a slightly different barrel length. With 1-piece ammo, like the Americans and the Germans use, because 1-piece ammo gives you extra room to play with. Without lengthening the overall ammunition, you can extend the back end of the Sabot into the propellant charge further. But you can't do that with the current stowage situation in Challenger. So that's what ERA is for. Sore ribs better than a bullet hole? Absolutely. I know I'm like many hours behind on chat. I know I've missed stuff, guys. If you've got anything pressing, hit me up in Discord. I will get around to it eventually. I'm behind in Discord too. Like, I've been really... Shit's been hectic. I've been busy with this coursework stuff. And a few other things, trying to get my life in order. So I know I've been pretty thin on the streams. I haven't been keeping up in Discord. That's why. I would love to, but unfortunately, we were only given 24 hours in a day. And I can't just magic more than that out of my ass. And also, I do need to sleep at some point, or I will die. So yeah, that's ERA for you. And also, these guys in chat, my regulars in chat, these guys are fucking encyclopedias. If I fuck something up or get something wrong or don't know something, they will know. So if you want to, like, if this is your thing, the stream is one thing, but the chat's another. Like, it's a great place to just discuss random esoteric military or history related shit, or politics related shit, if you don't mind my politics. Anyway, I'm going to grab a drink in a moment, but before I do, size difference. This guy is about 2.2-ish meters tall, 2.23 or something. This guy is 2.7. And that doesn't include the cupola. Huge size difference. The M60 is wider, slightly the turret's wider. The turret's taller than the T-55 turret, the hull's taller than the T-55 hull. Overall, the tank is taller. The tank is longer by a little bit, reasonable amount. But like, you can really see from the differential size of these tanks, the difference in mindset. But you can also see, and this is why I had the ammo overlay on, this guy has some space to play with. It'll hit something, probably a crewman or some internal fittings, but it might not hit ammo. This guy, if anything penetrates him, there is a very high chance it's going straight to an ammo rack. So it's a trade-off. The T-55 trades better protection, like better actual protection against incoming rounds, through both being difficult to hit because it's small, and having better armor because it is small and it can afford to spend more weight on armor thickness. He trades survivability up until the point of being penetrated. This guy trades survivability potentially after being penetrated, but with a lot of conditions. Generally, you're still not going to survive something coming into the fighting compartment. But you might have a few more seconds to get out of this guy than this guy. So it's min-maxing. The Soviets count on having enough tanks that are hard enough to hit and well enough armored to overwhelm NATO so that this guy doesn't wipe all of these guys out before these guys can wipe all of them out. It's just play and counterplay. If you are a gamer, a competitive gamer, you'll be familiar with these concepts. It's the same shit, just a bit more serious subject matter. Right. Fuck me. Okay, we got that out of the way. So unpause this. Which vehicle? Oh, right, I didn't show you this guy's fire control system. Tying in with the World War II comparisons, World War II fire control system. You can adjust the elevation on the sight and then manually super elevate the gun. This is like what Soviet tanks had in World War II, like what German tanks had in World War II. Western Allied tanks in World War II didn't even have this usually. They just had a fixed reticle, and you used Kentucky windage. You used holdover points. Even the Centurion, I think the Conqueror, and I think even the early Chieftain still used the same system. It's literally just hold points. So, I happen to know roughly how far away that tank is, so I'm cheating here. But let's go. We've got a heat round loaded. Was that 2,000 or 25? We'll start with we'll start with 25. I think it's 25. So if I wanted to actually rangefind that, this is, the rangefinder on this is, or stadiometric rangefinder on this is calibrated for American vehicles, so it's calibrated for 2.7 meter height, not 2.2. But if that was, say, an M60, he would be like, oh, it's pretty close. Maybe like 26 or 2,800 meters. Actually, no, sorry. If he was that same apparent size and he was an M60, he would be like 2,000. My bad, I had that backwards. But yeah, so let's go ahead. Got to manually super elevate the gun. Obviously no auto lead here. The stabilizer is different as well. So the M60's point stabilized. It will try and keep the gun pointed at the laser point, or at the laser range. So as you drive in a straight line, the turret will slowly traverse to be pointed at the same spot at the laser distance. The Abrams uses a different system, I think. I don't remember. I know it's not fully implemented yet in this. The Soviet tanks have direction stabilization. So the turret's stabilized in respect to where it was pointed compared to the hull, but it can't track a point. Even if it knows the range to where you last lased, it can't track a point. Now, T-64B and T-80, I think, are point stabilized, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure they are because they do auto lead. They do all the other flashy stuff that you usually need point stabilization to do. So I think they are, but these are direction stabilized. And what's more is the way the sights operate. So remember I showed you the sight on the T-72 and the T-64 is not connected to the gun. It's like the sight in this. The sight is independently stabilized from the gun, and it has coincidence firing. So when the sight and the gun both agree that they're pointed at the same place, you can fire the gun. Fire gating, If they don't line up, you pull the trigger, nothing happens. This doesn't have that. This has literally World War II, same with the T-62, World War II vintage, direct linkage telescope, coaxial to the gun. So you obviously can't do cant correction, which is adjusting for drop when your tank is on a slope. It has to obviously kind of add a bit of lateral in as well as vertical, because gravity pulls down, not at whatever angle you're at. So can't do cant correction, can't do anything fancy like auto lead, and the sight in this bounces a lot compared to an independently stabilized sight. So there's a lot of shortcomings of the side of this. It is World War II technology. But yeah, you just saw how that went, and then, if I want to change ammo types, I change them. And the different scales from left to right, OF Poln is full charge HE frag, then BR-412D is armor piercing, high explosive ballistic cap, BK is cumulative, which is the Russian term for high explosive anti-tank, cumulative effect. It's a term used in English too, but usually in English you just say heat, high explosive anti-tank, or Monroe effect. GTT is the coaxial gun, it's a Gurionov machine gun, an SGMT, so it just says GT. And then Podkaliberny is subcaliber, Sabo. So those are your range scales, but that's as simple as it is. It does have a night sight. It's a very, like the T-72, it's a very early, primitive image intensifier. It really can't see very far, a couple 100 meters. You might get out to 1 kilometer with the IR spotlight, maybe. On a low ambient light night, you need the spotlight to actually see what's going on. It's just, you can't see shit. And that sight can't be adjusted, it just has a fixed reticle with hold points. It's completely different, but I can't turn it on here because it's broad daylight. It'd burn the sight out, so it's not simulated being usable in daytime. But that's what it is. It's very simple. Very, very simple. And yeah, it does show the different velocities for the different guns. Or for the same gun, sorry. It's quite neat to have, actually. Right, well, we've demonstrated how this guy shoots. I think we demonstrated how he moves a bit, but we could take him for a longer drive. I remember seeing earlier in chat the question, why is the reverse speed on Soviet tanks so slow? By Soviet doctrine, reversing was mostly an administrative move. Reversing was something you would do to back into a prepared position for a defense. It was something you would do to load or unload onto a truck or a train for long-distance transport. Reversing in combat under Soviet doctrine wasn't really a big thing. The Soviets were very offensively focused. You can change the time of day though. You can, but that's going away, I believe, next patch. It's a debug tool, so they're going to take it away. It is nice though sometimes being able to change a mission to nighttime. Yeah, you know what? I could do that. So let me just... I turn the stabilizers off so the turret's not swinging around all the time, but... Good luck knowing if your pod K scale is sighted for fin round or classic Saber. Yeah, I know, right? I think in this it is actually sighted for proper Saber. Or like, sorry, not proper Saber, fucking fin stabilized. Brainworms. So at night we do have illumination for this, for what fucking little good that does. You can see the convoy lights on the outside of the tank. This is something the Soviets used during road marches, so you could see the tank in front of you without giving away your position to passing aircraft or whatever. And typically you would... the T-55 doesn't have it, but the newer vehicles have the actual last two digits of the vehicle's TAC number on a lamp on the back of the turret to go along with the convoy lights. So, this is the night sight. Fixed magnification, fixed aiming reticle, you just use holdover points. This is it. It's as complicated as it gets, and you can see it's fairly bright outside. Like it's a full moon, it's pretty fucking bright, but look how bad the ambient lighting is for the sight. If I turn the Luna on, the spotlight, oh, suddenly I can see. But anyone with image intensification night vision can also now see me. Because I am shooting a blinding light in their direction. So if I am to hop over here into the 113, you can see the T-72s there have their lights on scanning. And if I move somewhere, I can see the T-55. We should render ourselves just about blind by looking at him from in front. He will turn his light on and off now that the AIs regain control of the tank, which is correct historical behavior. They turn the light on for short bursts to scan and then turn it off again, so that they aren't giving away their position the whole time, and also so they don't overheat the lamp, because it gets very hot. So if he looks right at me, it's going to get very bright. I think some of the US vehicles didn't have, like, quite so complex convoy lights. They had, like, the blackout lights and stuff, but they didn't have the little fancy ones that change shape based on distance. They did for formation lights, like their aircraft had them, but there we go. The power of the sun compels you. So you don't want that turned on 24/7. Anyway, that's the night sights dealt with. The M60A1 has image intensification night vision as well. It's passive. There's no lamp on the M60A1 Rise because they figured it was good enough without one. However, it's still early image intensification night vision. The image quality is quite poor. It's about equivalent to what you could see through the commander's headpiece in the M113 there. Here's a tow. It's a tow. It does tow things. It has thermals. These should be nightmare vision red though, like the Bradley, and that will be changed at some point. Fixed magnification sight. Very simple. And it's semi-automatic command to line of sight, same as the Fagot. But you can see what I mean. This thing is much more visible because it's got its little tripod. You have to kneel to use it, which probably makes it more convenient in some ways, but also a little easier of a target to see and hit. That's why it's rise passive, yes. It's very unlikely you'll see me ever do sponsored streams. I would not be opposed to the money, but I don't shill something unless I genuinely believe in it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you to use this or that service that I don't use or that I've been paid to say I use when I don't. When I extol the virtues of this game, it's because I genuinely believe in it, and I think that it needs support and needs to be kind of realized to its full potential. When I tell you to buy Crosswind pedals, it's because they're fucking phenomenal. I am really happy with them. Like, I do not say, this is a good thing, get this thing, unless I personally use it and believe it is a good thing and you should get it, and I think it's good value. I'm not here to be a corporate shill. This is the BMP. This is the BMP-1. The gun is unstabilized. It is a dinky little one-man turret. So the commander sits behind the driver there. Again, you can see the spotlight on the commander's hatch. And the gunner is fully self-contained. At least he has a hatch on this and some periscopes, unlike the fucking BRDM and BTR. There's that convoy number light I was talking about. It's actually in the front of the vehicle. Some of them it's on the back, some it's on the front. You can see the Malyutka ATGM. In fact, let's just zoom in a bit. So the engine's in the front of the BMP. This is the Grom 73mm low-pressure gun. It's essentially a cut-down SPG-9 recoilless rifle. The SPG-9 isn't actually a recoilless rifle in the strictest sense of the term. It's just, that's what it's labeled as. It is a low-pressure gun. So that's the best way to describe it, I guess. Catch you later, Cotty. Thanks for hanging out, man, and thanks for calling me out on stuff. Appreciate it. So yeah, low pressure gun. This thing's effective range is, I mean, you can hit stuff out to as far as you can actually figure out how to aim. It's marked out to 1,300 meters for the heat rounds. The HE frag drops off like precipitously. You don't use the same markers for that. You just hope and pray for that. I think there's a separate reticle for them, which isn't simulated yet. But effectively, it's about 300, 400 meters. It shoots almost dead flat to 300 or 400 meters because it's rocket assisted. Like I said, it's a cut down SPG-9. It's not a true recoilless rifle. It's firing a rocket propelled grenade. So it uses the low pressure gun as a boost charge to yeet the thing out the barrel, and then the rocket fires to sustain it. And for about 300 meters, it flies almost dead flat. So this thing is point and shoot to about 300, 400 meters. 300, 400 meters happens to be the minimum engagement range of a Malyutka. So you've got the Grom to cover you at close range, and also for mopping up infantry or fortifications if you have to. It's not ideal for it though. And then the Malyutka for dealing with tanks and other vehicles out past 300 to 500 meters, and especially past a kilometer, where the Grom isn't likely to hit. Yeah, the BMP-2 arrived quite late for everyone, even the Soviets. And the DDR, or the NVA, the East German Nationale Volksarmee, didn't get BMP-2 until right at the end. I think they got their BMP-2s in 1989, right before Die Wende happened. There's your gunner's primary sight there. Like I said, he's got some extra periscopes. So this thing can be reloaded under armor. This hatch opens, and the gunner like elevates the gun so that it's closer to him, so it's sitting at like this kind of angle, slides the Malyutka out onto the rail. Then he has this little reaching stick to reach out the top of the hatch with his hand and flip down the fins on the Malyutka. It's adorable. We don't have the animation for it yet, but I think we'll get it one day and it'll look fucking hilarious. So that's how you reload it under armor. The BMP-2 can also reload under armor from memory. You have to turn the ATGM like sideways and then elevate it and then pull it back in through the gunner's hatch. but we don't... well, I can show you that on that BMP over there, I guess. You've got 4 hatches on the top for air guard stuff, like if you need the guys to pop out and yeet stuff at passing aircraft, or if you just want some more ventilation. I think that's where the snorkel goes, but I don't remember for certain. It might just be the air filtration system. Oh, no, there's no... What am I talking about? There's no snorkel. It's a fucking BMP. Brain, please. Yeah, that's like the air filtration or something. It's amphibious. It uses its tracks for propulsion. It doesn't have like a pump jet or anything. It uses its tracks to push it. It's pretty slow in water. That's a firing port, like a pistol port, not a pump jet. The doors are auxiliary fuel tanks. We've already spoken about fuel explosiveness being kind of not really a thing like people think it is, although it does exist. Also, you would typically drain these before going into combat, and in some cases pack them full of sand or something like that if you wanted the extra protection. These would not be up the front though, these would advance behind the tanks, not in front of them. You can see each infantryman has a little periscope, and most of them have pistol ports, well, AK ports. They can stick their rifles out and open fire from them. This is the original infantry fighting vehicle. This was the blueprint for the infantry fighting vehicle, and the Bradley was what the Americans took from this sort of theory and said, hey, we can do this our own way, and we think we can do it better. And then the BMP-2 was the response to the, well, kind of the response to the Bradley. It kind of happened around the same time, a little bit later maybe. The BMP-2 was more a response to Afghanistan than to the Bradley specifically, because it was found that the Grom, because it couldn't elevate very far and it was so short range, it was kind of useless in mountains. I don't know if you've noticed, but Afghanistan's pretty mountainous. So they said, well, we've got an autocannon we can pull out of something else. Let's put that in. The autocannon allows you to elevate it very highly because it's very compact, so you can point this thing almost straight up. It can engage helicopters effectively. It's really good at suppressing infantry. It's just a good all-rounder weapon. So like the Americans, like pretty much everyone else, the Soviets realized, oh, maybe the autocannon's the go-to for an infantry fighting vehicle. It seems to be the best match for what it's used for. So that's what happened. Hull is essentially, it's not the same, but it's similar. You can see some of the firing ports have been removed because the turret sits further back. There's a little less space in the back for the dudes inside. You can see that the commander is now in the turret. The infantry commander sits in there, I think, but the actual vehicle commander sits next to the gunner. That's the commander's spot. That is the gunner spot. You can see that little convoy light there. Smoke grenade launchers. So there's the ATGM, and you can see that the ATGM's on a swivel. Now, I don't remember the exact procedure, but you can kind of reload this under ArmA. It's similar to how it's done with the Bradley, but within the confines of the turret, not from the hull. And that is essentially, it's not the same ATGM, I don't think. I'm pretty bad with ATGM stuff, but it's related to the Fagot, which is the other one that we were playing with earlier. So there's your BMP-2. Just an improved BMP. This is a BTR-60. It is a typical 8-wheel amphibious infantry transport vehicle. This would be your sort of typical motor rifles unit would have more of these than BMPs. It depended on what type of unit it was and what where they were and what they were expected to do. But typically you'd have like, I think it was like 2/3 this and 1/3 those in a motor rifles unit, and then tank units had 2/3 BMPs and 1/3 BTRs. Same turret as the BRDM, like I said. BTR-60 is pretty awkward to get in and out of because that's your entry and exit hatch. It's tiny. You have to like turn sideways and drop out. This thing's typically moving, so you have to like kind of limber out awkwardly. They fixed this on the BTR-70 and 80 by just putting like, they filled in this area and turned it into like a big coffin-shaped split door. Still cramped, but better. It's not hugely remarkable otherwise. It's not drivable yet, this is why it's a preview vehicle, because it's not done. T-64, my beloved. My absolute beloved. T-62 model 1972, we already kind of talked about that. Leopard, I know very little about German post-war tanks, so meh. And this is the Angry Wally. This is an M113 with a pair of tow launchers and a fancy fucking reloading unit or something? I don't know. I think it's like I think it has an autoloader. Similar to how the Soviet anti-tank BRDM variants do, but not the same mechanism. It works differently. Okay, thank fuck, we're nearly done. I'm not going to really bother with the trucks. To be honest, they're trucks. They do truck things. Nothing surprising there. Oh, shit, no, I forgot. I need to show the Malyutka and how unbelievably difficult it is to use unless you get a feel for it. Malyutka is manual command to line of sight. You're steering it with a little thumbstick inside the turret under the gun sight. It's incredibly awkward and difficult to use. It doesn't launch at the center of the reticle. It launches like about the top quarter. So you have to gather it up, bring it down towards where you're actually wanting it to hit, and not overcook doing that, and then steer it in by hand. So, suffice to say, the vehicle can't move, the turret can't move, you have to be completely static, and even then you might not hit. I was too aggressive pulling it down. I got into a bit of operator-induced oscillation there, and again, it's very easy to do with the Malyutka if you hold down the kind of stick and steer it the way you're supposed to, instead of using the not fully developed guidance system yet, which kind of lets you cheat a bit. But yeah, it's awkward as fuck to use. It's incredibly slow as well. Very, very slow. So, that's our BMP. Let's take him for a spin. So, in light of what has happened today, with me accidentally continuing to stream well past when I planned to stop, Scarecrow, cheers to the follow, hope you're enjoying the show. I was going to break the stream into two parts. Today would be the standard ArmA plus a little bit of GHPC stream, and then later this afternoon or tomorrow was going to be maybe more GHPC and misses. That ain't happening anymore. I've got to catch up on all the shit that I missed today, and I've got to get a bunch of other shit done. And also I'm going to lose my voice, so I'm probably going to be out of commission for like the next day or two. I will aim for a stream on the weekend, but I can't give guarantees. And that will be a Misfizz stream, maybe some Gunner Heat PC, maybe one or two other things, but it will be Misfizz. I was aiming to do DCS on the weekend, but I'm going to have to push that back. DCS might be next week, or depending how long I stream for on the weekend, we might squeeze some in. But it is what it is. Like, my schedule at the moment is practically non-existent, which I know is not great for you guys who want to catch me live. But unfortunately, I can't do a lot about it at the moment. Streaming, unless you are a very big streamer, like thousands of people concurrently viewing kind of big streamer, this is not something you can live off of, which I mentioned earlier in the stream, and I make no bones about saying it, because I want to make sure people don't come into this with unrealistic expectations. This is something I do for fun, which pays for part of my electricity bill, my internet bill, and occasionally a beer. Like, this is not livable income. Even if I was to go full-time, so to speak, I would have to have 10 times or more the number of subscribers that I currently do. Like, I actually did the maths one time, I would have to have over 500 subscribers to actually be able to live off of this, and even then it's not a fully stable income. And I live cheaply. I don't have any kids, I don't have a car at the moment, I live in as cheap a place as I can, like, I live cheaply, and it's still not livable, so... As much as I'd love to put streaming at the top of the priority list and do it more often, I just can't. Which shits me off, because I enjoy doing it. I would prefer doing this to, you know, having to sit through classes that I'm struggling to focus on, or having to go do bits and pieces of casual work here and there to keep money flowing in between other things. Like, it sucks, but it is what it is. This is Gunner Heat PC. It is now available on Steam. It's in early access. It's still pretty early development, but if you ever played M1 Tank Platoon 2 back in the late 90s, early 2000s, this is what you would get if you made that game today. Like, it's a spiritual successor to it, and even this early in development, it's very obvious to a lot of us who grew up playing M1. Hope you saw the correction. Division, you have 4 regiments. Motor Rifle Division has 3 regiments, motor rifles, 1 of tank. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. My bad. I forgot the proportions the way it worked, yeah. Cheers for that. When do you think DCS 2.8 update's going to be released? Pretty soon. I can't give you guys exact release dates for stuff, because sometimes I actually know them and I can't tell you. So don't, like... Yeah. I'm not saying, oh, you shouldn't ask me. I'm just saying, like, for your information next time, don't assume that I'll be able to give you an answer, because I might not be able to. I might be able to, or I might not. And in this case, I can't. So, soon TM. why I'm in free cam doing this. Let's hop to T72M. T72M and T72M1 are functionally the same in terms of how they drive, how their fire control systems work. The difference is the armor scheme. The T72M1 has the composite inserts in the turret face. The T72M is just cast steel for the turret, but still has the composite hull. Fixed 8 power sight. Pretty sure it's 8. Independently stabilized from the gun, but there's no auto lead or cant correction, and also no automatic super elevation. The red circle is where the laser is looking. T72 production was kind of... they cut corners from here and there. And so rather than getting the laser to co-witness perfectly with where the gun sight is pointed, like they did in the T64B and the T80 and like the Americans did with their tanks, the T72, they just made sure it was in the gun sight's field of view close enough to the middle, and then the gunner just has to aim off. So in no two T72s is that likely to be in the same place. And Gunner Heat PC simulates that. Every time you load into a different T72, that spot is in a slightly different area. Just a quick oversight of the reticle. You've got your big red gun ready status light at the top. That means the gun is loaded. It's synced up with the sight. It's ready to go. If you pull the trigger, it'll fire. If that's out, it means either the gun's not loaded yet, or it means that you're being fire gated because the gun and the sight are pointing two different places. Usually because you're on a hill and the gun can't aim down far enough, but the sight can. Because the sight has a little extra elevation compared to the gun. It does on most tanks. You've got your backup stadiometric range finding scale at the bottom right. Then you've got your main reticle. The main reticle, it's kind of like a German World War II tank in the way it operates. It goes up and down. It moves up and down this arrow. The tip of the arrow is your aim, like your actual point of aim. Where the tip of that arrow is where the shell should go. You've got your stadia marks for both estimating range visually and also judging how much to lead. There is no auto lead of any sort. Some of you who are used to Steel Beasts or have seen gameplay video of Steel Beasts may have seen that there's a little digital readout that appears when you laser target in the Steel Beast T72 that gives you how many of those tick marks to aim off. That is a late T72B feature. That does not exist on this tank. There is nothing. You just eyeball it. It's an acquired skill. I've got pretty fucking good at it. I rarely miss. Usually I'll just hit a bit too far forwards or a bit too far behind and I'll mobility kill a tank and then I have to fire a second shot. But like once you get the eye in for it, it doesn't really matter. You don't need auto lead unless you've got a really fast moving target, in which case even auto lead usually isn't enough to hit it. If it's changing directions like a BRDM, the AI in the BRDM's a bit cracked out. So, you've also got this other scale that kind of arcs towards the middle and then drops down next to the vertical post. That is your machine gun scale, which only reads accurately when the sight is set to 0. The machine gun has to be aimed Kentucky windage with the sight set to 0. Not only that, but it also gives you aiming references for the amount of parallax shift between the gun and the gun sight, because the gun sight's mounted to the left of the gun. High and to the left. So let's say we want to engage him. We laser him. You can see the range scale whirring across. Gun is already good to go. So I have to put the point of aim on him. Fire. There goes the autoloader. Simple. If I want to switch to heat rounds, if I just skip outside the tank for a moment and look at the carousel, the Sabo rounds are the grey things. Like the nose cap of them is grey. Hang on. There's a better way of doing this. Okay. On this side of the carousel, these are all Sabos. And you'll see that the extra ammo, the carousel isn't what makes these tanks brew up. The carousel's quite well protected, actually. The carousel's in this, because it's two layers flattened out on top of each other, it's quite safe. It minimizes the amount of ammo surface area exposed on a hit. The T64 and 80, the actual shells are level, like they're flat on the floor, but the throwing charges aren't. So they're much more prone to brew up if hit. The actual problem is the reloads, because they're crammed wherever they fit. There's a whole second load for the autoloader, and it's just stuffed wherever. That's what makes these things brew up when they're hit, and a lot of the Ukrainian crews are not taking the second reload into combat these days. For exactly that reason. It gives them a little bit of extra time to get out of the tank if it's hit. It might still brew up, but it won't explode immediately and vaporize them. These things are throwing charges. That's what actually fires around. You'll notice the Sabo has extra propellant around the base of it, so it's an overpressure round. it uses the propellant charge, like the normal throwing charge, and then extra propellant, like almost a whole other throwing charge. Sabo is overpressure ammo. It wears your gun barrel down real fast. That's an HE round, HE frag. And then these guys with the white caps, those are heat rounds. So, you can see where they're situated. The Sabos are all next to each other, then the heat rounds, then the HE frag. The T-72's carousel only rotates in one direction. So if I fire a Sabo, like I just did, let's do it again. I'm going to pre-select heat for my next round. And I'm going to go into external view. Watch what happens, and listen to the autoloader. Compared to, you heard how it was before? You saw how quickly it loaded? Oh, we can't hear it from outside. But it has to rotate the full length of the tank to index the next round, and it poops the case stub out the back. Not yet, no. The T-64, like, none of the preview vehicles have any internal modeling that we can see at the moment. They probably have it in, like, actually in the internal builds, but they don't in this preview. So then if I want to go HE frag, it will again take a little while longer to spin around. It's a heat round. There it goes. And then from HE frag to Sabo is going to take even longer because it's got to go the full length around again. Actually, oh, no, it won't take as long because the gap's smaller. There's a gap in the autoloader carousel that you can access the front of the tank through, so that you can like get to the between the hull and the turret. It has to be rotated a particular direction though. There we go. T-72, simple as. Let's take him for a drive. The turret traverse is quite slow, so if you make sudden changes in direction with the hull, it can struggle to keep up. I'll be able to show you that once we're actually driving. I just got stuck on something for a second there. How's the autoloader refilled? So there's some controls on the commander side that you have to use to override it. You basically are running the autoloader stage by stage in reverse, with some parts of it done by hand. So you get the autoloader to set itself up as if it's trying to ram around into... You disable the rammer, try and get it set up like it's going to ram around into the gun. You put the shell on the front of the ramming tray, or the spanning tray. You put the... Well, in the T-72, no, you don't, because the T-72s is different. In 64 or 80, you put the two pieces onto the spanning tray, and then you run the autoloader in reverse. You've got to snap down some clasps to actually hold it into the tray, but you run the autoloader in reverse, and it folds it back down, and then you cycle it. In the T-72, it's different. I think there's some hand cranking involved, because T-72's autoloader is a completely different way of doing things. But yeah, it's a mix of running the autoloader in a different mode backwards and doing things by hand. No, because it's got an armored cover over it. It's not very thick, but it has like a steel cover over it, or aluminium, I think, in the T-72. It has a metal cover over the carousel with a cutout for the round it's currently trying to load. So you have to feed rounds one at a time in reverse. Otherwise, you have no way of accessing each cassette. Sounds like a hassle? It is, which is why you generally want to not run out of rounds in your carousel in combat. And if you start getting low, you fuck off somewhere safe, or you find a lull in the action and you reload then. MacV, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, once I'm finished driving this boy, that will have been all the tanks available in the game currently that we've driven, I think. I hope so. I'm not driving anything else. We spent enough time on the Raffenver range. We've been on this fucking map for like 5 hours. This was meant to be a 2.5 hour stream. Fuck. Anyway, you can see how it drives. It's kind of unwieldy. It's not fast, but it's not slow either. There's that issue with the stabilizer off, turret rotating the wrong way. It's reasonably mobile, but it's not going to set the world on fire. Not like the Abrams is. Extra propellant. Extra propellant. The Sabo rounds are overpressure charges. So those are like those two ones fucking here. These are Sabos. And all that's propellant. So you blast through barrel life really quickly firing Sabo. Yep. It's combustible of some sort. The throwing charges are a combustible case with a metal stub. The metal stub is what gets pooped out the back. The T-72, the T-62, because it fires metal case ammo, one-piece metal case ammo, it poops the whole shell out the back, which is done automatically by a machine, but the T-62 is manually loaded. So it's like it's basically a semi-automatic gun, like an artillery gun, where it poops out the shell, but you still got to manually load it. The T-72 and T-90, because they share the same autoloader, it poops the case stub out the back at the end of the loading cycle. The T-64 and T-80 do not. They retain the case stub and they put it back into a tray so that there is nothing opening on the outside of the tank that some cheeky bastard could get a hand grenade through, or that CBRN contamination could get into. I mean, you still got overpressure in the T-72, so you shouldn't get CBRN'd anyway, but yeah, like the T-64 and T-80 are quite a bit more sophisticated in that regard. I should gerbil. I done a fucky wucky today. I'll sort it out tomorrow. It'll be fine. Basically, hyperfocus hit at the worst possible time, and here we are. Shit happens. Anyway, that's our T-72. Right. I'm going to pop back to the main menu. I'm going to get myself a drink because I'm losing my voice. And take a couple minutes to just recharge the batteries. And then we'll continue that NATO campaign I started, I think. We'll do that for a bit. No, I know, Gerbil. I don't need to be told, trust me. I know. It's just that I kind of had a situation where, well, I've already kind of missed the thing I forgot I was supposed to be there for. Like, I knew I had class, but I forgot, oh, today's class I actually kind of had to be there for, so... It's fine. I can work around it. They know that I am, like, pea-brained and have issues with this stuff, so I'll be able to sort it out. The teaching staff have been really helpful so far, so I'm sure they'll be okay. It's just frustrating, because I didn't mean to do it. You didn't miss a lot. I mean, we did ArmA, obviously. It was a really good mission, but then we spent like 5 hours sitting on the Grafenberg range talking about tanks, military doctrine, politics, you know, all the usual stuff. Also going to have to order myself some lunch at some point because I just remembered I have not got anything to cook. It'll be fine. I'll do it after the stream. So we're probably not going to go for too much longer, guys. This isn't going to go into the small hours of the evening. I hope not. I will do my best to avoid that. So I'm looking at probably maybe another half hour, hour and a half of GHPC, probably no more than that. 2 hours at a stretch. And as I said earlier, the plan originally was to do ArmA before class and a bit of Gunner APC, then come back after class, which would be about an hour from now, and do a second stream or do it tomorrow. That ain't happening. We will do one maybe end of the week or the weekend if I'm able, if I've got time, if my voice is back, etc, etc. I've been just really pressed for time, guys. It sucks, but it is what it is. I've really missed being able to just get on the stream and chill, but unfortunately, Daddy Bezos don't pay me enough for that, so I gotta do real world shit. I think I have RDR2, I just haven't played it yet. It looks really good though, so I really do want to get into it at some point. It's like my kind of game. I think so, unless there was a new one put out like within the last week or two. But yeah, if it's the same one that came out a couple weeks ago, I saw it. I'm curious to see how it is. I don't like what was shown of the plot didn't super grab me, but I do like the game and I do like the setting. So we'll see. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe it'll do something with the sort of basic themes they related in the trailer that I'll really like, but I don't know yet. But I do need to do my second Cyberpunk playthrough. I still haven't started it. It's a shame that people like hype themselves up so much for it, because it obviously was extremely buggy and flawed on release. It still has issues, but it's a fun game if you don't go into it with expectations. And I'm glad, like, I kind of forgot for multiple years that the game was even in development. Like, I forgot it existed, and it wasn't until right before it released I was like, oh yeah, that's right, that's a thing. I forgot I pre-ordered that. Or, no, I don't even think I did pre-order. I think I just bought it. So, oh yeah, I wanted to buy that, so here we go. And yeah, it had some issues, but I generally enjoyed it. Zinc! Cheers for the raid! I shouldn't be here, but I am because I had a moment, so we're just rolling with it today. I'm on a short break so I can grab myself a cup of tea and hopefully recover some of my voice, which I've just spent the last 8 hours losing. ArmA today was really good, and we've just basically been bullshitting while sitting around on the firing range in GHPC talking about tanks and various other things. I'm kill mentally. Bruh, I'm with you. I know the feeling. Cheers to the raid. Sleep well. Hope you are feeling less kill tomorrow. Game's changed so much since you last played it. Yeah, I figured it would have. There's a lot of games that, like, I play them and then I kind of not necessarily lose interest. I just lose time or lose focus, or something else takes my fancy. I don't really lose interest in things, I just kind of forget they exist. I'm like that with people too. I'm a terrible friend. You know, I won't speak to someone for fucking 20 years, and then I'll just be like, yo dude, sup? How are you? Like, you know, what'd you do last weekend? Like it was just the other day I spoke to them, and they're like, what the fuck? Who are you? I'm the same with everything. I take my time sometimes with games. Like, if something distracts me, I think it took me, like, I started Mafia 3, and I played, like, probably 70-80% through the game. I really like Mafia 3. And then something distracted me, and it was like another year and a half before I finished the game. I just picked right back up where I left off and finished it and really enjoyed it. Anyway, back in a sec. Kettle's boiled. today really is a dumpster fire day because I just realised that I should have gone shopping like yesterday or the day before. So I'm gonna have to waste a little bit of extra money having shit delivered. Oh well, it is what it is. I don't know, the last 2-3 months I've not had a lot of energy to get shit done. I don't know why. Like, I haven't been feeling super depressed or anything, just tired, kind of, dunno, apathetic, question mark, something like that. It's really annoying, because it's making study even harder than it normally is. But, like, I can tell I'm not a good student, I'm not suited to study at all. But if I don't study, I'm not going to get a better job. If I don't get a better job, I'm never going to be able to actually, like, live a stable life, because I'll just keep rage quitting shitty minimum wage jobs constantly. That's what I do. Like, that's been the cycle of my life since I finished school. I'll get, like, some random dead-end job. I'll save up a little bit, like $5 grand-ish usually, and then by then I've just completely burnt myself out. I'll quit. I'll live off my savings until I run out of savings. Then I'll end up, like, on an allowance or something to try and get back into it, and then eventually it just repeats itself. So I need to try and actually get a qualification I can get hired on. Fucking annoying thing is, like, a lot of the jobs that I'd be really interested in doing, and I think I wouldn't burn out on, you need, oopsies, need to switch scenes, you need, like, a fuck ton of qualifications for. Like, people won't hire you just on, oh, I'm really into this, which is frustrating. Really, really fucking frustrating. I want to check up and see if the War Memorial has any roles going, like, even, see, if I volunteer there, I would enjoy that, but also, I wouldn't be getting paid for it, and it would just take up even more of my time. Like, that's my problem, is I'm low on time as it is, obviously, otherwise I would have been streaming more, because I would have more time to share with you guys. So, like, I wouldn't be opposed to volunteering there, I just don't think it would be sustainable, because I still need to eat. Still need to make money somehow, and I've still got all this other shit that I want to do, like streaming and so on. But I don't know, maybe they'll have some paid roles that I could actually get into. I have no idea, because I've been watching a series of it's about the Imperial War Museum in London, and like them talking about what it's like to be behind the scenes at the museum, like all the different curators, the archivists and all that stuff. I was watching that, I was like, holy fuck, that's like dream world to me. Like, there's a dude in the Imperial War Museum who they had like a whole segment on, and literally his job is just to watch like archive footage. That's what he does at work. He just watches archive footage to figure out what's on different reels, categorize it, look for different things, you know, try and connect different reels together, see if they can put a name to a face in some situations. Like, that is a dream for me. That's what I do at home. Like, that would literally just be paying me to do the thing I already do at home and don't get paid for. Half the reason I have like a gazillion fucking tabs open in my browser is because most of them are YouTube videos of like training films or archive footage from like combat correspondence or whatever that I got partway through watching, and then, you know, something else distracted me, or I had something else to do, so I had to pause it, and I just kind of forgot it existed. So I'd love to do something like that for work, but I don't know if they'd take me. I mean, you'd probably have to do like some fucking qualification in underwater basket weaving to be considered for the role, unfortunately. So at the moment the plan is sticking with my current study, but switching courses. So I'm doing a diploma of community services at the moment, but it's a bit more like, it's a big picture kind of thing, and it's more oriented towards management type stuff, like running your own programs or being management at a NGO. Look, if anyone ever puts me in management, they fucked up bad. I can't even manage my own life, let alone anything else. So I'm going to try and tough that out for the rest of the year, because there's some units that transfer credits, like the one that I missed an assessment for today. Get the units done that transfer credits, prioritize them. I want to get all the units done this year, but if I can't do it, then I can't do it. I'll just prioritize the ones that do transfer credits, because obviously that should be the top priority. I actually have a plan. Like, I have some kind of plan here. I don't know if I can follow it, but I have one. And then I'm going to transfer to a diploma of counselling, and that should better fit what I'm good at. And also the assessments for the counselling diploma are almost all like role plays and practical work, which I'm much better at than the short answer form ones that we have for written assessments at the moment. Like, they're not even essays, they're short answer formats, and I really hate short answer formats. My brain doesn't work that way. My brain works either, you know, you get me to demonstrate it, like, in person, like, you sit me down in front of somebody and tell me, here, like, this is your client, do a counseling. Or the other thing is, you end up with what this stream was, which is, instead of short answer, I write a fucking 500 fucking page thesis when I was only expected to write like 500 words. It just, that's how my brain do. So yeah, the new course, if I can tough it out and stick with it and not get my ass kicked out, I should hopefully do better in that. And it's more interesting to me because it's more person focused. Like the current one's all like agency fucking bullshit and bureaucratic red tape and which I have very little interest in. There's some interesting topics, like some of the units have been quite illuminating, but for the most part the course is like really dry, so by going to counselling I'm dealing more with people, which ironically for someone who is on the autism spectrum, I'm really good with people in that respect. Like I can read people really well. I'm really good at kind of reflecting them back at themselves, because Max, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna say it, Max, I don't have a personality, I'm not a real person, I'm just a mirror. Fuck you. It's true if I say so. I mean, you guys will probably disagree, because you're watching me stream, so like this isn't a normal social interaction where you're talking to me face to face. You actually see what I'm like come out, I guess, but I feel like when I'm around people in person, I reflect back at them what they are. Like when I'm out with one of my mates who has absolutely no filter and he's a fucking party animal, it brings me out of my shell. Like when I'm around people who have like a particular way of talking, I'll pick that up. Like I don't even mean to, it just happens. On occasion, I've been known to start picking up accents when I get drunk enough, or at least reverting to my previous ones, one of several previous ones. Well, look, fuck you, okay? My subjective experience is that I just reflect people back at themselves. Alright? That's it. That's the last word on this. That's probably not. Yeah, but counseling is something I've always kind of, I guess, had a bit of a knack for, and I've had a lot of practice because, I don't know, there must be something about, like, the kind of person I am that people just look at me and they're like, this is the guy I'm going to spill all my sorrows to, even if they don't fucking know me. It's funny as shit. Not like, well, not funny, because it's usually pretty dark, but, like, it's just weird to me that somebody I've never met before, who I make no effort to engage in conversation, will just sidle up to me at a train station at, like, fucking 1 o'clock in the morning and start spilling all their sorrows. I mean, I guess people do that to anyone if they're in a bad enough place, but I have so much practice from doing that. I've had, like, particularly some of my friends have really gone through struggles in their lives, and so I've had to, maybe getting a bit heavy here, but I've had to be someone's safety net more than once, sometimes multiple times for the same person, and apparently that's a pretty good one because they're still here. So I've had a lot of practice. And also from the from the shit I've dealt with myself, clearly I'm a fuck up. You guys can see that, right? Like, I'm a fuck up. My life is a mess. I can't look after myself. I can't follow my own advice. However, at least that means I know what not to do. Even if I can't stop myself from doing it, I can tell other people not to do it. Well, I can guide them towards realizing they shouldn't do it, because you're not counseling, you're not giving life advice, you're not telling someone what to do. Generally, there are some subtypes where you do, but most of the time it's not. You just kind of, you are a mirror, you're reflecting somebody's own thoughts and experiences back at them, but maybe with a little bit of a twist. You know, you paraphrase what they say so that they're not just hearing their own words coming back to them, but they're hearing it as if another person is telling them their problem. Like, if that makes sense, like, that's probably my problem, is that I'm so good at telling other people, like, oh, this is the, you know, you should probably work on this, maybe this is the issue, whatever. And I can recognize my own issues, but I can't work on them. But if you have someone to reflect it back towards you, like, it's like it's not your issue anymore. Well, it is, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't perceive it as just your issue anymore. You're helping someone by dealing with it, I guess. I'm just rambling at this point. I don't know if that makes any sense. But yeah, suffice to say, I've done a fair bit of stuff that could be called counselling. I just don't have an official qualification in it, so that is what I am planning to do. Get a diploma in counselling. I think generally the minimum requirement you need to start up like an actual private practice is way above that. It's like university level, postgrad or something. But that's okay. I don't really like starting a private practice would imply I would have to be able to organize shit or find somebody who can. I don't want to do that. I'd rather go work for someone like Headspace or whatever, where somebody else takes care of all the difficult admin shit for me. I know it's a fairly safe environment, as much as it can be, and I'm able to do something positive with what I can do, instead of trying to scramble to cover all my own fucking problems. Opinion's biased and you can't be trusted. True, I don't even trust myself. You're not wrong. A few weeks ago I finally got a new mouse, loving it. Nice. I'm still using my backup mouse. I do have I have some replacement parts on my original G500, my gaming mouse. I just haven't got around to putting them in yet. I've got to give it a thorough clean as well, because like just before the cable frayed and then I lost some of the springs out of it, I managed to, we'd been to IKEA and I managed to fucking knock over a nearly full can of IKEA pear cider on my mouse. It's like the worst possible thing I could knock over onto my mouse. Like fruit juice, well, fruit cider, but also pear, which is like probably the stickiest variety of fruit juice that there is. Like, excellent work. Show more F-35, you coward. This is one of my old slideshows. I've got some new ones that I need to put together. The one that we started the stream with today is the newest one. I just made it a couple weeks ago. It's been debuted on the stream before, but I got a bunch more to make. I have like literally, because I have a screenshot problem, right? Like I hoard screenshots like a motherfucker. You guys have probably noticed from when I spam them in the Discord. I have several thousand screenshots saved in a folder to throw into slideshows like this. So I'm probably going to end up with like 20 different intro videos or be right back videos, well, slideshows, not videos. And I don't know what I'm going to do with all of them, but I like them. They're pretty cool. I wonder if I could figure out how to set them on a rotation. Like if OBS supports that somehow, like if I script something maybe. Might have to hit up Mr. Greggles. I haven't spoken to him for ages. Well, I haven't watched him for ages. No chance. But Greg is a fucking OBS wizard, so he would probably know. If he isn't too busy answering everyone else asking him the same question. The other thing I could do is maybe put it up, like if I uploaded it somewhere and set on a rotation somehow, like through HTML, but that doesn't seem very efficient. These are quite large files too, they're like 4-point-something gigabyte per slideshow. I'm running out of storage space, I need more. I'm also behind on my backups, so I'm doing the typical Ross thing of just like, oh, I need to do a backup, but you know what else? I also need more storage space. Let me just buy a bunch of new hard drives and my previous storage space has now become a backup. Modern problems require modern solutions. I have so many fucking hard drives. I could just about build another, like an additional room onto my flat with them at this point, use them as bricks. But hey, at least I'm a digital hoarder. It could be worse. I could have ended up with the physical version. Not to pay out on people who have that issue. It's a pretty horrible thing to have to live with, but not something that I really need to worry about. I'm pretty messy and I take a while to clean things up sometimes, but I'm not at that level. I'm like usually a pretty steady 0.3 to 0.4 Asmongold's. Like we're not at the level where there's cutlery on the floor or fast food containers on my desk. So we're pretty good. We're pretty safe. Definitely not Masakis level. Like there's so my standard base unit of like hoarding / messiness. I hope this isn't perceived as toxic. I think it's all in good fun. And I think he I think he managed to turn himself around actually years ago now. But Asmongold was like, when he was at the peak of his issues and it was like visible on stream, I was like, that's my unit for how messy my flat is. It's fractions of an Asmongold. And then I needed a unit above that, just in case I ever truly went off the deep end. So I have a Masaukus. Those of you who are long-time members of Something Awful will recognize that name. Or those of you who enjoy watching food crimes happen in real time on YouTube. Yeah, Masaukus is like the next level up. Although I think he's mostly fixed himself too. It's good to see. It's really heartening to see people work through their issues and get on top of them, even if every now and then they have a relapse. Do you want to be a therapist? Oh, do you want to be my therapist? Unfortunately, Gerbil, I don't think that would be a good idea. You're generally not... I mean, I could give you... I couldn't do it officially. Like, that would be very unethical and unprofessional. I mean, as a friend, I could give you advice, or I could maybe just lend you an ear, which would be close to what I would be doing as a counselor, but it wouldn't quite be the same. It'd be a little bit different. Also, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm going to go blab your secrets. I'm pretty good at keeping things confidential. A few people in my community have told me some pretty deeply personal things, and I do not share that shit. If you tell me something that you have like some deep dark secret of, and you know, obviously unless it's I'm going to do bad things to somebody, why would I tell anyone? I have no reason to. I wouldn't want people telling my secrets to people, so I don't tell anyone else's. Such as... Nice try, Yuki. Hey, good to see you. But yeah, like... I don't know, that's basically what I've been doing though, like, is as a friend, or as a family member even to people, I will listen to their problems, I'll kind of talk them through, well, hey, maybe I've experienced something similar, and this is how I approach things, but it might not work for you, or like, just get them to explain more and more so that they're kind of laying things out there, and then be like, oh, so, you know, you said this, but what about that, whatever. It's basic counseling. Like, basic counseling is actually a really easy skill to learn, which is probably a bad thing for me because it means that I am not putting as much brain power into the course as I should be, because it's my usual problem. It comes naturally, so I just don't study it. Which ties back in with the if I could not be like this, if I could be normal, air quotes, not that such a thing really exists, I would prefer it because it would make my life so much easier. The number of times I have fucked something up or self-sabotaged, or I've had the skills to get a job but can't do it because I don't know somebody that can nepotism me in, which is the primary way of getting hired these days, it seems, and I don't have the qualifications they demand. It's unreal. Like, my whole life is just that, pretty much, which gets a bit frustrating. Long stream today, unintentionally. It was meant to be ArmA and then like an hour of GHPC at most. But okay, so I had to get the repeat prescription of my meds, right? And I was starting on 30 milligrams. And I noticed it was starting to not have as noticeable as an effect on me when I was taking it. So they're like, yeah, that's normal, you usually build a tolerance, you gotta bump it up or down a little to figure out what is right for you. So my doctor was like, we can do the sort of cautious, sensible way, and I can prescribe you a 15 milligram increase, which is the usual thing they do. Or we could do the radical way. I'm like, there's a radical way? Shit, yeah, bro, I'm all about that radical shit. And that was double the dose and see what happens. Well... we've seen what happens. It just, like... not Adderall, I'm on Vyvanse. So, I'm on, it's not straight Dexy, it's lisdexamphetamine, so it's Dexy combined with an amino acid. So it's inert until your body metabolizes it, so it takes longer to like it's, not fucking glycemic index, but the same concept, it's slow release, basically. So it, like, one dose will last throughout the day, whereas if it was straight Dexy, it'd, like, hit me really hard and then fade quicker. I might need to take it twice a day or something, but this is just, I get up in the morning, I take it, it lasts me most of the day. I'm on meth, yes. Yes, I am. But yeah, doubling the dose was a little much. It made me a little too powerful, apparently. So we've learned that lesson. first of all, doubling dose makes me too powerful, so it's been dialed back a little anyway, but I still had the last dose to complete the last one, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to be saving this for a rainy day, and I need to focus today, so I may as well. And I forgot the past couple, I forgot almost the last week of meds, so it's probably hitting me harder than normal because I've been off it for a while. Highly addictive drug, forgets to take it for like an entire week, go figure. Yeah, but like, I think that was the first lesson, is that it makes me too powerful. And the second lesson was not to fuck with my dose rate the day I'm supposed to be going to class. Because I realized after saying, oh yeah, you know, I can skip 10, 15, 20 minutes and catch up to it on the, because it's online classes, I catch up to it on the video later. And it's mostly stuff I already know, because I've done this course before. Like, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that on stream before, but just in case that wasn't a thing that you guys have heard me say, I've done this course in its entirety, but it was like 8 years ago. And I only didn't get the diploma then because I had a ADHD/TISM meltdown literally like before the last assessment, so I never got that last credit. If I'd realized I was that close, I probably would have picked it back up sooner, and I would have got RPL for it, and I would have been able to complete the entire course in like a month, because it would have just been the last unit left to go. But I'm a dumbass, so I didn't do that. I waited for nearly 10 years, and so RPL is like 5 years, I think, 5-year statute of limitations, or whatever the correct term for that is. And so I got no recognition prior learning, which is fucking hilarious, so I have to redo the entire course. It's changed a bit, so it's worth redoing the entire course. Like, the community services sector changes pretty rapidly, but still not my wisest life choice. Among many unwise life choices. But yeah, so I learned not to fuck with my dose rate the day I have class, because today, and I only realized this about 20-30 minutes too late, I actually was supposed to do the second part of an assessment, like an in-class roleplay assessment for counselling, so it's the thing I actually want to do and I'm good at. So my teachers are probably going to kind of have the shits with me, but they do know that I have issues. Finally, I actually finally told them, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm like actually technically disabled, and it causes me issues with study. So I'm not slack, I'm not intentionally avoiding getting stuff done for class, I'm just like, would it be, I don't know if it's TOS to use my usual phrase for myself, because Twitch considers it to be ableist. Is it still ableist if I use it self-referentially, almost exclusive? Well, no, not almost exclusive, mostly. You know what word I'm talking about. That's me. That is me. So yeah, I should be able to settle it tomorrow. Just stay back after class tomorrow, do the roleplay then. I might need to bribe a classmate to give me some of their time, so I have somebody to pretend counsel. But it is what it is, dude. It is what it is. Not really much I can do about it. I mean, there was, but we were already too far down the poor decision-making flowchart by the time I realized that there was something I could have done about it. So I just do what I usually do and take them as they come and deal with the consequences later. It's worked for fucking 33 years, it can work for another however many. There's someone at work who's at max dose of Adderall already and doubles it on his own, so he runs out halfway through the week. Yeah, I would not do that. I wouldn't fuck with doubling it. It depends how much your dose is. Oh, well, actually, yeah, fuck max dose. Fucking, yeah, don't do that. That's not good. Like, that's how you develop an actual drug problem, as well as physiological problems. It's a stimulant, right? If you overkill it, it will fuck your heart, your entire circulatory system up, amongst other things. Don't fuck with stimulants. Not like that. Or you could just be my sister and, like, do fucking, what is it? Vodka and Red Bull after not getting any sleep while she's also taking her meds, because my sister is somehow even more of a fucking idiot than I am. Although she's on something different. I got the good stuff. She got Ritalin, which I think is like a little weaker or something. It's related chemically, but it's different. Hate online classes? Oh, dude, yeah, I, like... Even in in-person classes, my attention would wander. When I last did this course, when I did it in class, I filled my notebook with doodles, because if I was bored, or I thought I already knew something that was being discussed, or my classmates were taking fucking 10 years to understand some concept, which, you know, it happens. I'm not going to crack the shits with them for that, because sometimes I'm dumb. You know, sometimes I'm pretty fucking slow as well. I don't hold it against people. Well, I try not to. But, yeah, like, I would just sit there doodling stuff. But at least in person, I could be, you know, someone could call out my name and snap me back to attention. I could get up and move around to kind of recenter myself. If I had any trouble with my coursework or whatever, I could just go up to my fucking teacher after class and be like, yo, I need some help. But having to do everything online, like having to be able to focus on any computer, let alone my one at home with a second monitor with Discord up on it or something. Even if I close Discord, my brain will inevitably go, hey, I could be multitasking right now. I'm pretty good at that, right? Spoiler, no, I'm not. So yeah, it's really difficult. And like, if I need something from the academic staff, like I have to actually send them a fucking email, and God, I hate sending people emails. Alcohol and stimulants is a good way to turbo kill your heart. I know. However, one thing that is kind of going for, at least, is that everyone in my family pretty much has... I think there is a history of some cardiovascular disease, but also, like, a lot of my immediate family are really long-lived. Like, it's usually... their heart doesn't give out until they're well past the point where the rest of their body's failing. It's kind of something that I given the state of the world, I kind of dread it, because I'm like, I don't know if I want to be here to witness this shit, dude. Like, especially when I'm old and infirm and I can't do any of the stuff I want to do anymore. Like, I don't know about that one, Chief, but on the other hand, it's kind of comforting. Like, there could be any number of things that up and kill me tomorrow, but I'm probably not, touch wood, gonna end up having a heart attack or a stroke or anything anytime soon. Watch me jinx myself. Start with my big life question right now. Do I stick with my current job I don't really like and make serious money, or quit and try to find something that makes me happier? For legal purposes, this is, like, I'm a dumb fuck, and you guys have, like, heard me talk about how badly I've fucked up my own life, so bear that in mind, right? Don't take anything I say as legitimate, serious advice. This is just my input, and, like, again, if I was doing an actual counseling session, I would be asking you questions to try and figure out why you feel the way you feel and how you actually feel, and basically get you to see things about yourself in your own situation you don't already see. So this isn't counseling, this is advice. Advice is completely separate from counseling. However, if I wasn't a dumb fuck and I could actually follow my own advice, and if I was in that situation, I've kind of been in similar situations, although without the big money part, I would recommend getting your affairs relatively in order, and then before you burn out, not after you burn out like I do, not when you're, like, at the point where you're seriously worried you're gonna fucking break something or hit somebody, but when you know, before you reach that point, before you actually burn out from the job, I would recommend, ditching it. If it was me. I don't know your full circumstances, and don't, like, dox yourself on stream or anything, but big money is nice to have, I guess, but big money ain't gonna make you happy, especially if you're having to do some drudgerous shitty job to do it. Like, again, I've not experienced making big money in my life. I don't know what that feels like, but I've made enough money to be, you know, to live relatively comfortably the way I, you know, within my own lifestyle, so to speak. And yeah, like, that is not worth the trade-off that I have made in, like, years of my life, or my ability to enjoy things that I should enjoy. I've gone through burnout so many times over. I'm probably actually like in a permanent state of burnout at this point, which is probably why I'm having so much trouble with this course, besides the obvious, you know, pre-existing shit. Don't let yourself get to that point, because it does stack up. Burnout rather does stack up, and you don't want to be maxing out that meter, so to speak. Especially not early in life. I would recommend that you stick with it just long enough to get enough money that you have, you know, you're not going to have a bad problem if you have a sudden expense come up. So stick with it just enough to get some survival funds. Maybe enough to live off of for a little while. Start kind of shopping around for a new job, even if you're not fully seriously looking for it yet. Just kind of get a feel of what you're going to do. And then, again, if it was me, I would probably can it and maybe live off my savings for a bit just to de-stress. Depends how much you have saved up, or like how attached you are to having something put away for a rainy day. I am like, thankfully I live in a country where I don't need to worry about medical expenses for the most part. So I don't need to worry about that. There are things I need to worry about having some emergency money for, which is why when I do get a windfall of money by, you know, my frame of reference, which is generally not much, but a couple $1,000 for, you know, like inheritance, or a couple $1,000 from whatever, this, that, or the other, or, you know, I've been working hard enough that I've saved up a bit, I will generally put a couple thousand of that somewhere I can't readily access it. Somewhere I can access it if I really need it, but I can't readily access it, like to spend from on the fly. So yeah, just keep with it for a bit, get some survival funds up, kind of plan your next move before you jump ship, and don't let yourself get to this phase of burnout. Then just take, you know, try and take a little bit of a break, some time to recenter yourself, gather your thoughts, think about what you actually want to do, or even if it's not something you consciously want to do, maybe just try something different. Something that you never really thought about. Maybe you'll find that you have some passion you've never really entertained. Who knows? And your friend that social engineered his psychiatrist to get more Adderall and he sold a bit that he didn't need, I've heard of that happening. I don't know how prevalent it is, but I have heard of it happening. Some people are shrewd, you know, shrewd business people, even if they are, you know, basically just dealing drugs. Because, like I said, it's clearly marked on mine. Possession without a valid prescription is fucking illegal. It's a controlled substance. Ask nearly everyone in my life this. I just like to hear different perspectives. That's a good outlook to have, yeah. Sort of crowdsourcing life advice isn't a bad shout, because you also, you know, if you do decide to follow through on something, you kind of are hedging your bet against potentially asking somebody who's, like, even worse at life than I am and gives you actually bad advice. I mean, mine's probably not very good advice either, but that's not bad. I do kind of miss the days where I just hang out in, like, TeamSpeak or eventually Discord for a day or something, but these days, like, between streaming, because it's not just when I'm live, but, you know, I've got to go through and catch up on, because I can't stop myself from doing it. I try and catch up on chat that I missed. I edit stuff, find clips, whatever. I'll be watching other streamers just because I need to de-stress and kind of reading up on stuff. I haven't really spent as much time socializing in the sense of being just available in the voice call for quite a long time. Like, back when I joined 345th, and I wasn't really... I was streaming, but basically only to 2 bots and maybe 1 member of 345th. I would just hang out in TeamSpeak all day with the guys and talk shit. I kind of miss it, but at the same time, if I started doing that again, my issues of not having enough time to do the stuff I need to do or want to do would just pile up even faster, because I will literally sit in a voice call all day and talk myself hoarse like I have now about whatever topic. The last couple times I've been in a voice call on Discord, It's not always like just a social call. There's usually some other thing involved, like it's a project that needs to be talked about or whatever. But yeah, once that's out of the way, I will just sit there and I'll talk like all day. I will lose 5, 6, 8 hours just sitting talking to someone and just idly staring at my screen or fiddling with something on my desk. Like, fuck, dude. I wish that I could be paid to just fucking talk. Like, get a big balloon and put it above me so I can fill it full of hot air. Make a little bit of money on that, you know? Scenic aerial tours with additional history lessons from someone that may or may not actually remember the facts of what they're talking about. Yeah, tried taking... I'm still reading the same comment, Jesus. Tried taking uni-level math just in case I wanted a bachelor, barely got through one, dropped the second, and I did really well in person, so glad I finished school years before COVID. Yeah, dude, like, I'm so glad I went through school when I did. Before smartphones were really prevalent, back when the internet was kind of crap, especially where I lived, so I only, you know, I would go online now and then to download fucking 240p teaser videos of Halo 2 or whatever. Before it was released, but I didn't spend a lot of time online. Phones weren't really a thing. I'm glad I grew up then. I'm glad I was able to experience that. You know, I was born the tail end of the 80s, so I'm a 90s kid. I grew up in the 90s. But a lot of the areas I grew up in hadn't really changed much since like the fucking 70s or so, like either aesthetically or culturally. So I'm glad I was born when I was. I got to experience both. And I'm gonna be real, I don't know, there are bits and pieces from both I like. I miss being able to just not be beholden to this little fucking bastard thing in my pocket that rings constantly because people want to get a hold of me at ungodly hours. I miss that, although I also like being able to instantly talk to any of my friends anywhere in the world, anytime I feel like it. So I guess it balances out. I miss not having, like, because, I mean, obviously I've always had ADHD, I just wasn't diagnosed until very recently, but I feel like if I was still in the same kind of world that I was a kid in, you know, if things hadn't progressed since the 90s and, you know, we still were living basically as we were then, I think I'd probably be a lot better off, because my attention span is so fickle as it is, but you give me, like, fucking social media with, like, I don't really spend much time on Facebook. I only recently got an Instagram account, specifically because I got sick of it nagging me to make an account when I was trying to look at people's photos. You fucking win this one, Zuckerberg. Yeah, I don't use Twitter that much. I don't use, like, most social media. YouTube is my main vice. YouTube and Twitch, because I am that kind of person. I'll just sit and watch something and absorb information. And I'll want to watch more because I'm enthralled by it. Like, I just want to learn. I'm like, I don't know, I feel like I exist just to learn and do nothing else. That's the only thing I really enjoy doing, I guess. Learning and talking about learning. But not in a structured academic sense, because I can't handle it then, I hate it. The world is not designed for people like me, at all. And I'm not saying that as an edgy, ooh, I wish I was born in insert year here. Like, I don't mean that. I'm fully aware of how shit some parts of the past were. But, like, the current sort of world as a whole, not just where it's going or things like that, but just the day-to-day of existing in it, it's really not designed for people like me. I really struggle. I'm not trying to elicit fucking, you know, oh, boohoo, life's so sad. Like, I get by. I'm doing alright. I'm doing better than a fucking lot of people are. It's just frustrating sometimes, you know. I mean, you guys are all on fucking Twitch. A lot of you are regulars here, so you probably know exactly what I'm talking about, because I know a lot of you have your own issues. It's one of the nice things about being a small streamer with a small community. Yeah, I don't make Bezos bucks. You know, I can't do this as fucking full-time job because there's just not enough money in it, but having a small community means that I get to actually talk to you guys and get to know some of you. Well, I try and get to know as many of you as I can, but, you know, my brain sponge only holds so much. So I think even if, like, I was offered some magical fucking... If those bots that spam you about want to get famous, if that was actually a thing, you click the thing and you actually get famous and have a fuck ton of legitimate followers, not bots, in like this sort of hypothetical miracle world, I don't think I'd do it. Because, yeah, like, it can be funny when chat is scrolling so fast you can't even see your own name pop up when you type a message. And it's just like walls of emotes and shit posts. That's funny. I really enjoy indulging in that sometimes. But particularly as the person streaming, I would prefer to just have like a smaller number of you guys that pop up on the regular so we can get to know each other. I mean, yeah, like it's parasocial this and parasocial that, whatever. But it's something. You guys help me, I help you. Like dumb little broke-ass neurons can be friends together. Experienced burnout once working in a tech startup. We'll go back to GHPC in a bit, by the way, guys. It took me that long to finish my tea, and also I'm kind of on a roll here, I think. Working in a tech startup. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, tech startups are... their reputation precedes them. Wouldn't recommend as it sucked for both parties. Past a better paying opportunity to stay in a team I really enjoy working with, and magnitude smaller workload. Plus my manager got me a huge raise this summer, so staying paid off. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I have not yet found a job like that. I almost did. This is the fucking bitter irony of the way MBAs think that business works, and the way that capitalists think business works, and how business actually works. At least from the perspective of an employee. The employer doesn't care, because they never gave a shit in the first place. They can just, you know... Australia has a population of 20-something million. That's plenty of potential Coles employees, but when I first started working at Coles, I was working... it took me 2 minutes to get to work, because it was literally across the car park from my flat. And yeah, I was cleaning the store and doing trolleys. Not glamorous, not really exciting. Could be pretty miserable in the summer sometimes, but it wasn't bad. And it was 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, in the mornings. First thing in the morning, I'd wake up, literally roll out of bed, maybe have a cup of tea, wander across to work. I would be working the same shift, doing the same thing with the same co-worker every day. And for some people, that can kill a job. Just the routine can kill a job. For me, having that routine was comfort. Every now and then something would get thrown, like a spanner would get thrown in the works, somebody would be off sick, or like we'd have to stay back a bit to do something, or, you know, whatever. But while I was working 20 hours a week, which I could live off and save up on, because like I said, I live pretty cheaply. While I was working 20 hours a week, first thing in the mornings, not too early. I'd go into work at 7, I'd finish at 11. So it's like the perfect time. You've still got most of the day ahead of you, and you don't have to drag yourself out at the fucking ass crack of dawn. And I was working with like our most motivated and competent co-worker, and we got along really well with each other. I could have stayed in that job probably forever. I really could have. But then some reshuffling happened, and we got put under a new department manager, and hours started shifting, and we ended up getting staff coming in that just weren't, you know, I don't want to say they didn't want to work, because that's a load of shit, but they weren't right for the job. They had issues going on outside work that made their work performance not what it could have been. You know, or don't want to work is fucking boss speak. And, you know, I'd try and help them out a bit, but I could see, like, it wasn't fitting for them, because I could tell that, like, it was barely fitting for me. I could just do it because of the same routine that I was with. But yeah, once my routine got upset, I burned out real fast. Real fucking fast. So, I get you on that. I would totally pass up a more tempting opportunity for stability, which I think is something that a lot of people could probably identify with if they stop to think about it, and it actually explains a lot of some good things in the world and some bad things in the world. People will sacrifice a fucking lot in the name of stability. Like, shall we say, a certain country of 200 and something million right about now. Although I think even the frog in the pot's getting a bit too warm over there at the moment. Maybe. I doubt it. We'll see. If you have enough of a buffer to find a better job and no dependables, I'd go for it. Yeah, absolutely. It's one reason, like, I'm really glad that I made the decision to just kind of look after myself. And I know people process that as selfish, especially fucking breeders. You know, oh, if you don't have kids, you're fucking selfish. Like, I would love to actually be able, like, I've already come out on fucking Discord with this shit. No, it's not going to be that kind of coming out. Well, not really. But for all the shit I talk about having kids, I don't particularly like kids. They're unpredictable, they're noisy, they're smelly. They destroy things. Like, kids are terrifying. I don't like unpredictable things, and kids are about as unpredictable as it gets. Plus, they require responsibility, so they don't grow up being all fucked up. So I made the decision pretty early. I am not having kids if I can help it. Well, I mean, to even have kids, I'd have to get into a stable relationship first, and my relationships are about as stable as a transuranic element. So, they're very quick and to the point. But yeah, like, in an ideal world where maybe I can manage my own life a little better, where maybe I'm not, like, on the fucking precipice of poverty at any given moment because I struggle to actually find stability in work and save up enough to get, you know, to do anything, and I don't have qualifications to kind of uplift myself. But if I found someone I really, really liked, and the world wasn't going to hell in a handbasket, like in every possible fucking metric at the moment, I would probably want to start a family. But I don't, because the world's a fucking shitfuck, like absolute shitfuck. And I know how hard it is for me to put up with this shit on a daily basis. And I got to experience what I kind of, obviously if you're in Eastern Europe, the 90s were hell, but, or, you know, various parts of Southeast Asia, but, or Africa, or, well, really anywhere that wasn't North America or Europe. And by North America, I mean the parts that weren't having riots. The 90s were pretty shit now I think about it. Anyway, I enjoyed the 90s. I had a good time in the 90s. Yeah, like, if I felt as comfortable about the world as I did then, which I guess was mostly because I was a kid and I was really naive, I'd probably consider it. But, nope. I'd be a pretty shit parent anyway. Like I said, I can't even look after myself. I just, like, want low-maintenance kids that don't require my attention all the time. So I don't, like, even with all the talk about overpopulation, this and that, like, the problem isn't overpopulation as such. I mean, it doesn't help that the population is the size it is, but saying, oh, there's too many people on the Earth is like some fucking social Darwinist borderline eugenics shit. It's fucked up. Like, every time someone says that, it's like, whoa there, chief. Easy, Captain. A lot of countries are fucking below replacement anyway, so, you know, like, their fertility rate has fallen to, like, half or whatever. So, it's not so much that there's too many people. There's a lot of people, and it's kind of exacerbating the issue, but it's not the problem. The problem is the way we distribute things, the way we distribute labor, the way we distribute the fruits of that labor, just resources in general. Like, it's not a population problem, it's not a human problem in that sense, it's a problem that the kinds of manipulative psychos who always manage to climb their way up the ladder and end up in charge of this or that aspect of society. And it's not this religion or that ethnic group. Psychopathy knows no fucking borders, right? But if it wasn't for them, we would probably not have as bad a problem. Because you look at particularly things like pollution. Yeah, individual humans produce a certain amount of pollution. Some people more than others, depending on their lifestyle and where they live. But this whole push recently of individual responsibility, oh, well, you need to stop driving your car so much, you need to carpool, you need to stop using plastic straws, you need to stop doing this. Yeah, what about the fucking factory that makes that shit? What about that? Are we just going to ignore that? You know, like, I'm not summoning plastic shit out of my ass, it's coming from somewhere. Like, are we maybe going to talk about how instead of trying to transition away from some of these issues back when they were known about, some of them more than 50 or 100 years ago. Instead of that, we just said, fuck it, shareholders will be happy, we'll just do nothing and pretend it's not a problem. Because the shareholders currently, like, they're not going to be around when the consequences hit. Seriously? Is that the way we're going to do things? Like, that's the actual problem, not population. That is the real fucking problem in the world. But if we just say that the problem is population, and then we stir the nationalism pot a bit more, we can get all the plebs to off each other in silly little wars we start, and we profit from, by the way. God, I'd hate to think how much certain oligarchs are making on both sides of the current shitfest. Not to mention all the other countries involved with their military-industrial complexes. Like, I don't know, man. It's just... The legal obligation to maximize profits a disaster? Yep. But they won't change it, because rather than acknowledge maybe some fucking random Austrian dude from the 19th century, 19th or early 20th century, might not have known everything about how, you know, economics work. In fact, he knew very little about how economics work and was mostly just on hopium. Like, the whole idea of maximizing returns, the whole idea of year-on-year growth, that's not mathematically possible. We have a finite number of, like, a finite amount of resources to work with. You can't just pull shit out of your ass. Like, it has to come from somewhere. And more those resources will be depleted. Yeah, you can find new ways of extracting them, but beyond a certain point it becomes, you know, not economically viable, or it becomes too damaging to do it. Like, the whole premise is just incredibly flawed. Like, I don't know, I feel like a child could see through it. The basic mathematical paradox of we're going to... perpetual growth. Perpetual fucking growth. We can't have perpetual motion. How are we going to have perpetual fucking growth? You know? Incredibly short-sighted and stupid, but no one questions it. So I think I've spoken on stream before about a friend of the family who was like a very high-powered trader who worked for Goldman Sachs. Very, very high-powered. And like, he still has the skill for it too. If he needs to raise money for a new tracker or something, he can do it in an afternoon easily with extra. But he was not taught any other way. And he was, when he showed any kind of initiative or any kind of inclination towards exploring other economic theories, when he was actually doing his qualifications to go work, he was marked down for it. It's dogma. It's complete dogma. If anything you're not allowed to question is dogma. I mean, there are things that you are discouraged from questioning because, you know, most people, like the whole... I don't want to say go too far with this and end up being a fucking 5G conspiracy theorist fucking vaccine denier. Because there is such a thing as too far. But when you're... Not when you're told, you're wrong, here's a study that proves that you're wrong, which is, you know, what sensible people... Well, when someone's gone into the anti-vax paint, they're already beyond help a lot of the time. But, you know, like, you can link them to studies saying, like, this is what actually happens. You know, the study that the autism thing is based off is a fucking scam. It was completely unethical and completely, you know, has no basis on reality. So you can present them evidence. But when in lieu of evidence, you say, no, you're not allowed to question that. No, that's just how it is. Whenever somebody, instead of presenting you a study, or at least some kind of historical or legal precedent or something like that, or presenting some counter-argument, they just says, no, that's not how it is. You have to do it how it is. It should set off warning bells. A lot of warning bells. Became disabled after injury in the military. Had to learn a lot of new things about myself at 38 years old. It's been 2 years and still struggle. Yeah, I didn't injure myself, like, super badly, but I was still in training when I injured myself, so I'm not fully qualified. Just to make it clear, because I suffered the unfortunate indignity, bearing in mind I was a reservist that never deployed anywhere, never went anywhere, did anything. So I don't like it when people treat me in a special way. Like, it's counterproductive to begin with. You know, I just want to be left to live my life. I don't want people fucking fussing over me, especially because I'm very conscious I did nothing. I put my hand up for the job, which is more than what most people do, but besides that, like, I don't think that's especially worthy of praise. I did it because I wanted to. I enjoyed it. I wish I could still do it, but unfortunately I can't. It's like the one time my life was actually organized and regimented. But, yeah, like, I got TYFYS the other day, actually in class, because I've cited an example of something regarding mental illness that was tangentially related to a story from when I was coming back home on the train in uniform one time, and they're like, "Oh, right, you were in the military. Thank you for your service." I was like, "Oh," I didn't say anything, but I was like, "Oh, I'm dying on the inside. Fuck. I hate it." That's not even a thing here. Like, I know in the US that's a big thing. It's starting to bleed into Canada too, but like, that's not even really a thing in Australia. People keep trying to push it. Like the ones here that think they live in America, that their brain lives in America. They do it, but like, for the most part, this country looks at that kind of shit and derides it as excessive militarism, which is my own personal opinion of it. I don't mind guys who are in, like, saying that kind of stuff, because, hey, you know, we're all in it together. We can appreciate each other, because each other's the only thing we have a lot of the time. But when random civvies, especially ones who don't know me well, hit me with that shit, it's like, I didn't do anything, dude. I didn't do it out of some sense of duty. I did it because I wanted to. I did it because, like, you know, I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to look out for the guy next to me. Like, I don't give two shits about this country. I don't hate this country, but it wasn't my choice to live here, and I wouldn't have chosen to live here if I had my time again. You know, it has its upsides and its downsides. Some days I really enjoy living in Australia. Some days I fucking wish I could get out of it. But it wasn't some, fucking patriotism thing. Like, if I wanted to improve this country, if I wanted to be patriotic, I would not have joined the military. I would have fucking, I don't know, gone into politics or something. And even then, I wouldn't have been able to do it, because this country is specifically engineered to not ever be able to improve itself. But yeah, like, I injured myself in training. I never recovered my fitness afterwards, so I kind of sat in limbo for a bit before I eventually realized, like, I'm just wasting the army's time, and I'm wasting my time here. As much as I love this, it ain't gonna work. So I just took the life experience I got from it, and took it for what it was worth. I miss it a lot, but it's just the way shit goes. I still get issues from it. Like I said, it wasn't a bad injury, but I do still get issues from it. But I was already disabled, so to speak, just, you know, in other ways, which were not diagnosed until much later, which was fun. I still have other physical issues. I don't know what causes them. My sister has a connective tissue disorder, which I wouldn't be surprised if I have some related condition to as well, because we're both very similar. What goes for her usually goes for me, but I don't know. I'm the kind of person that only goes to the doctor if I need drugs or if I'm dying. So, like, the only diagnoses I actually have on paper are autism spectrum and ADHD. That's it. And then, like, transient shit like depression or anxiety if I'm having issues, but... I know I'm so far behind on chat, guys. I'm very talkative today, apparently. But I hope you're all enjoying just chilling. And I hope you're enjoying the Be Right Back slideshow. We will get back to the game. I did say, like... Fuck, I said an hour ago, oh yeah, I'm only going to play GHPC for another hour. It's like, I've been sitting here fucking talking for another hour. God damn. I enjoy doing this. I really, like, I genuinely wish that this was enough to support myself on, because I would not look back. I absolutely would not look back. But that ain't the way the world works, and that ain't the way that the sentient ballsack wants things to work. You know, if you look at the numbers for Twitch... Gilson and I were having a chat about this a while ago. If you look at the numbers for Twitch, like, the overwhelming majority of viewers on the platform are only watching a handful of the big channels. Like, small streamers, man. I've got streamers who I've been following for 3 or 4 years. I don't always get a chance to watch them because, you know, they stream at weird times for me, or, you know, I just don't have time to sit down, or I might not be feeling it, whatever. But I've got streamers that I've been following, and I'll just drop by and say hi to them every now and then. They're really nice people, and they have a lot to offer. and they play cool games that you don't see on Twitch very much. And they have like one viewer if they're lucky. For years at a time. It's like, how do you still only have one viewer? Like, you're better at this than me. How do you have one viewer? It's just, it's so fucking random whether you get uplifted or not. Like, if your channel goes viral, then you might end up with like 2-3k concurrent viewers overnight. And that might either be amazing for your community or it might kill your community. Like, I've seen people just like get a nice little cozy community like this fucked up overnight because they somehow went viral. But I've seen the reverse as well. It's so random. I feel like that's more and more the way things are going, like with the whole social media thing and influencer this and influencer that. It's pretty much random chance whether you get uplifted or not. You know, whether you get noticed and people want to fucking sponsor you, or you get enough people following you on Twitch that you don't even need a sponsor, you can just live off it. Like, as I said before, I will not accept sponsorships from products I do not personally believe in. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm never going to accept any sponsorship because, like, yeah, I might not like capitalism, but it's a system I'm forced to survive in, so I got to do a bit of the capitalism to survive. Everyone has to. Like, oh, you're doing the thing you don't like is not an argument, and I think everyone knows it. But I'm not going to exploit it. So if I recommend something, it's because I believe in it. Like, if MFG reached out to me and were like, hey, we want to sponsor you to talk about how cool crosswinds are, I'll be like, dude, I already talk about how cool crosswinds are. I'll gladly take your money to keep doing what I'm already doing. Because they're good. I genuinely believe in them, as I tell you guys, like every other stream. They're fucking amazing pedals. They're pricey, but buy once, cry once, you know? Which is something I wish I'd actually done when I first got into DCS. So if you ever see me take a sponsorship deal from someone, it's because, for whatever reason or other, I either, I believe in what they're trying to do, or I think that they're something that my community could genuinely benefit from. Not, oh, you guys like this, you might like this. Genuinely, I have to be able to see. I'm not very money driven. Like, I need enough money to survive on, and occasionally buy myself stupid things like anti-G suits or bits of planes. But I'm not driven by money. I don't care. What am I gonna do with all that money? Like, nothing. You know? I'm not driven by money, I'm not driven by status or power, which is probably a good thing, because if you did put me in power, it would not be pretty, because I am very, very absolutist sometimes. But, yeah, like, all the traditional carrots to get people to play the game, they don't work on me, because they just don't appeal to me for one reason or other. I mean, the few times I have had a reasonably large surplus of money, as a few of my long-term friends here, I don't know if any of them are in chat at the moment, I don't think so. But some of my really long-time friends that do hang out in chat, some of them would be able to attest to the fact that I will just pull a couple $100 out of my ass and give it to them, because I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this money, dude, and I can see you're pretty hard up this week, so have at it. Like, I don't know. Money is... For me, money is just a survival mechanism that I'm unfortunately forced to deal with. Unfortunately. Be part of a history podcast, one that pays you? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how the pay would be though. Like, that's the thing, all this gig economy stuff, even if it's like cool and fun, it's not really secure or stable. There's always somebody losing, and it's usually not the person that runs it. Like Twitch, for example. Twitch is... I wonder if I get banned off the platform for calling it what it actually kind of feels like to me. The idea of making it big on Twitch. Now, Twitch in itself, the actual Twitch service, I like. I don't like who owns it, I don't like the way it runs sometimes, but I like being able to just stream stuff to you guys with no real expense to myself beyond my power bill and my internet bill. And my time. I like that. The fact that I'm able to make at least a little bit of money doing it, I like that even more. Although, like I said, I preferred if it was actually survivable so I could do this for real. But Twitch, in a lot of ways...
The game was rigged from the start.
It absolutely was, Polar. Cheers for the bits, man. Twitch, these days, like, when I see young, budding, excited, wet-behind-the-ears streamers trying to get into Twitch, some of them crack it right away. Some people just have that knack. They have the the business savvy, they have the aspiration. Like, they can do really well. Reese's been doing really well, actually. He's only been streaming for a couple months, and Reese's, like, really doing well. And then there's others that chase it too hard and burn all their bridges and fall off the face of the earth. And I'm not going to name names, but some of you will know who I'm talking about. And I hope he's doing okay. Even though I kind of... When people act like that towards me, I cut them off because I'm like, I can't trust you to not pull this shit on me in the future. But I hope he's doing okay. I wouldn't wish ill on somebody just for that. Whatever he's doing in life is working out well for him. But, yeah, in my time slot, I know. But yeah, like, to me, looking at all these people coming into Twitch this many years down the line, and thinking they're going to be, like, a partner, they're going to be the next XQC, they're going to be the next Summit 1, they're going to be the next Tyler, like, all this, it's like, you have got to have, like, better luck than you would need to win the lottery. Like, the odds of winning the lottery are better, I think, than that. Unless you are, like, a perfectly engineered Twitch specimen. Like, if you have something about you that is naturally going to attract people and then hold them, like, for instance, if you look at Anita, how quickly her channel blew up, she is, like, perfect for Twitch. She is cut out for Twitch. Like, to the point where when she did start out, a lot of people were like, this can't be real. It turns out that, you know, actually Twitch users are just really fond of toilet humor, especially when it's unintentional and embarrassing. And they also like a bit of a side of life advice with that. So some streamers hit it off right away, which is really good, but a lot don't. And not only do a lot of streamers not hit it off right away, but a lot of streamers can put a lot of effort into this and a lot of time and just never get anywhere. Like the ones sitting with one viewer and they've sunk $200, $300 into graphics and transitions and stuff for their Anita, as in Tourette's Anita. Like, they can sink money into this, coming into it thinking, oh, I'm going to treat it like a business because I'm gonna invest a little now and I'll make the money back. Which, yeah, no. If you're wondering why my channel doesn't have any fancy graphics, except for that lovely transition screen that Veritech made for me on his own time, he said, you are not paying for this, I am making it for you. Other than that, I have no graphics for my stream, and my info panels need updating, they haven't been changed. Like, I had ideas for graphics I wanted to do for them, but I'm lazy. Well, not lazy, just, you know, I have my issues, so I haven't got round to it. But that's why, because I came into it as a fun hobby. It was very low effort from the start. It's still very low effort. I put, like, minimum effort into my streams. The only way I could make it any lower effort is if I didn't bother going back through VODs looking for clips and highlights. You know, either if I got someone else to do it for me, or if I just didn't care. That's the only way my stream could be any lower effort. Like, there's no plan, there's no fancy graphics, there's no nothing. Half the time shit doesn't work, I just sit here and talk. Or, like, you guys watch me get frustrated because I'm having a bad day in the game, or you watch me get all capricious and toxic because I'm having a really good day in the game. That's just, I enjoy doing it. I'm not doing it for the money. And I never planned on doing it for the money. I did not ever expect to even get affiliate, let alone make it to partner. I haven't made it to partner yet, and I don't think I will. I don't even know if I'll apply for partner if I get the criteria. Because being a partner puts that much more scrutiny on you. And I like being a nobody. I like not having Twitch staff breathing down my neck, because you guys know me, I don't have much of a filter when I'm not in person. When I am in person, I have too much on, but when I'm online, I will say shit that I probably shouldn't. And, you know, I get away with it for the most part. Not that I'm saying that that's a good thing, but, you know, I don't need the extra scrutiny. And I don't need, you know, a gazillion and one Twitch chat creatures bombing into my Discord and just shitposting and spamming and having to deal with all the attendant fucking hate raids and all that shit. Like, I ain't got time for that shit, dude. I don't care. But anyway, to go back to my previous point, you get all these streamers that come in, and they're like, I'm going to make this a career. I'm going to spend a bit of money, put some outlay at the start to get some graphics done, to build my community, and it'll come back to me later.
Subscribing requires even less effort, so here you go, winking face.
Cheers, Gaz. Appreciate it, man. If you guys don't follow Gaz, be sure to click on his name, go drop him a follow. Wonderful guy. Streams all kinds of weird and wonderful games. Plenty of variety, as opposed to me and my DCS addiction. But appreciate it, man. Good to see you. So yeah, like, you know, you outlay all this money and you never make it back. And it's just a shame because so many streamers who get stuck in that rut don't deserve to be there. They're good at what they do. Some of them, like, a lot of the streamers I hang out with, or that I watch, form their own cozy little communities. I'm surprised how big mine is. Like, I'm genuinely surprised how many of you will sit here and listen to me bullshit. Holy fuck! Polar. Thanks for gifting all those subs, man. Hope you guys appreciate and enjoy all of those with my scuffed emotes that I made myself in 5 minutes in Photoshop. I do really appreciate all you guys being here. Even if you don't have the money to sub or you just don't want to, you don't have to. That's cool. Or even if you don't follow, you just lurk from time to time. You don't even have to say anything in chat. Just having you guys here is chill. I like it. But yeah, like some of them, like Gaz, for instance, has a really nice, cozy little community, and like the whole sort of social circle. Gaz, Tez, CJ, all you guys. You've got really cozy, nice little communities. I love just chilling in your streams. Even if I'm lurking, I'm kind of in a not particularly social mood. I'll just be listening and chilling out, doing my own thing. It's a good vibe. So yeah, you end up with some streamers that end up with cozy little communities, and I feel like that's the good ending for a small streamer. The good ending is that you end up with, maybe 5 to 10 concurrent viewers on an average day. Maybe not even that. But they're all subs, they all hang out every day with you, and you know them all well. It's like, you're at the threshold where it's not even a parasocial relationship because there's so few people in chat. You all know each other. You all treat each other like your actual real-life friends. Whereas if you're a streamer with fucking, 20,000 followers and, 3,000 people watching you at any given time, it's so hard to actually connect with people in your chat. You might connect with a few of your original viewers. You might connect with people who get themselves noticed, and unfortunately the way Twitch works, typically to get yourself noticed, unless you're really, really funny or really, really persistent, it's to throw money at the streamer, which is not really healthy behavior. Not for the streamer or for the person throwing money. So I feel like the good ending for a small streamer is just to build a nice, cozy little community and just kind of ride that plateau, just chill. Never go viral, but never lose all your viewers either. Just treat it like it's a, bunch of friends down the pub of a Saturday night or something. Just a nice, friendly atmosphere. Or you can just be me and be a toxic shithead and somehow, like, not lose viewers from it. I don't know how, I don't know why you guys are all here, honestly. But I'm glad you are, I really am. But yeah, like, that's the good ending. The bad ending, and I see this happen to too many people, and some of them I really respect as streamers. Like, they put in so much effort. They're really, like, friendly, affable people. They're pleasant to watch. And sometimes, like, if I see that they don't have anyone watching, or they got one viewer or something, and I'm not doing anything, I'll be like, I'm gonna go say hi to them today. So I'll pop into their chat, and I'll be talking in their chat. Like, just me and them talking as if we're face-to-face almost, for hours on end. And nobody else says anything, nobody else comes into chat. It's like, I don't know how you're in this situation. You could be so much more than this, but I guess the algorithm hasn't blessed you, or you're not playing the flavor of the week game, or you are playing the flavor of the week game, but somebody else has poached all the viewers. Like Pom, since he's come back from training, Pom has the issue again. He already had it before, but he has the issue again now, where when you go look through the DCS category, you see like a wall of Hornet cockpits. And there's no way of telling, unless you know him already, that only, not to shit on other players, and there's some other guys in DCS who are really savvy on that aircraft too, but say like there's a bunch of new players learning the Hornet on Hoggett or something, a couple of weirdos like me flying MiGs or Sukhois or World War II shit, whatever, combined arms, God forbid. But you just see this wall of Hornets and you're like, oh, they're all playing the F-18. I'll watch this guy because he's got the most viewers. Or I'll watch this guy because his stream title's funny to me. Or I'll watch this guy because he's on the server I play on. And you don't see, because you can't see it through the thumbnail, that Pom knows that aircraft inside and out as much as you can do without being actual aircrew or maintenance on that airframe. Like, the Hornet is his life as much as it can be without actually working on it. And that doesn't transfer. through a wall of thumbnails that, you know, static image thumbnails. There's no way to convey that. People will just click the first option, which is usually whoever has the most viewers, or they'll click a name they know, say like if one of the big streamers is on. I have to come to terms with the fact that I'm considered to be a big streamer in DCS terms. Like, I never in my life thought I would actually be a, you know, I'm not a somebody, but my life is kind of, I've been on the periphery of events. Like, I'm the guy that in the photo or the painting of some grand historical fucking event that changed world history, I'm the guy caught fucking tying his shoelaces in the corner or like midway through a sneeze. That's me. I've been present at the birth of so many things without realizing it until like years later. But I didn't actually think that I would become a, air quotes, big streamer as far as DCS goes. I mean, we've got a couple partners now, so Tricker's partner, Gato, did he end up getting partner? I know he's trying for it, but Gato's pretty spicy, so I don't know if he's still trying for it or what's going on. He got yeeted for, I think it was like a day or a week or something, just recently, because he was stating some things about military TikTokers. And the fact that the phrase military TikTokers even exists, just, it hurts me. It hits right in the fucking PERSEC. And my PERSEC's fucking bad as well, like, but that, oof, oh boy. So we have a few DCS streaming partners, but not many, like 50 concurrent viewers, which is what I sometimes pull 50, sometimes 100, depending if I get rated or not. It's not big numbers, but for DCS, it is. For me, it definitely is. Like, holy shit. It's weird. I still haven't got used to it. But, it's nice and cozy. But so many people who should be pulling numbers like that. They really should. By all rights, they never do. And or, you know, in Pom's case, he was away for a year and change. And people had kind of drifted away. Some of them may not use Twitch anymore. Some of them might have kind of moved to other communities. I kind of drift, so I share communities with a bunch of guys that hang out here, and you'll notice I drift from place to place. For about a year, I was constantly on Enigma's Discord, and I just I've lately drifted from it because the proportion of knowers to the proportion of charlatans has gone down the toilet lately. It's like the server's still fun, and there are still people in the Discord who I really like chilling with, but the Discord moves too fast, and like there's so much bullshit. You guys know I can't abide bullshit. God, if I was still correcting every time somebody used the I word for a plane that wasn't an interceptor, or if I still corrected every time somebody told someone the wrong procedure to do something in the MiG-21, I would have even less spare time than I already have. Like, I don't know what I'd do. So between that and just the general vibe of the place, I haven't ditched out of Enigma's Discord. I'm still there, and I still pop in from time to time. Maybe if somebody tags me in something funny, but I stopped checking it, which is a shame, because I know I'm missing a lot of really interesting discussions. There are some really smart people in there, but the signal-to-noise ratio, I guess, just kind of wasn't worth the time I was sinking into it anymore. I used to be really active in Anita's Discord, but two reasons. A, it moved too fast. B, when I started having issues with my own tick, like, it went from so minor that I never actually realized it was a tick. I thought I was just kind of flinching. But yeah, like, it got worse and worse and worse. And then I was like, I can't really watch Anita anymore, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to sit still all day, which is a shame. But, you know, Forgotten Weapons, I used to no-life the Forgotten Weapons Discord when it first went, well, when I first ended up in it, which is pretty early on in the piece, I think. There's some great guys in there. There's a lot of really cool knowledge in there, and a lot of really interesting discussions. I just don't have time, man. I only have so much time, so many hours in the day, so much attention span, so much energy, and it's being pulled like 20 ways at any given day, and I have to kind of make decisions. Oh, I don't have the energy for that today. I don't have the energy for that today. I can't even keep up my own Discord anymore. It's frustrating. So yeah, like, I like having a small community. It makes it a little easier to keep up with people. It makes it less stressful. I'm happy being where I am. I just wish that some of the other small streamers who don't get to where I am would have the chance, because a lot of them deserve it. And to be fair, like, I got my start, technically speaking, because Tawny just dumped raid after raid on me for like a week or two, and a lot of his community had, you know, they liked what they saw here, because I'm a fuckwit, and a lot of them are kind of, you know, prone to bouts of shitlordism. That's why we all hung out with Tawny. It was good fun. bit of risque humor of multiple varieties, and some good dogfights. So I'm really glad that he got my community started. I'm like forever indebted to him for that. He's been mostly doing YouTube stuff these days. He's kind of been away from Twitch for a while. Feels like forever. It's been like I think a year and a half. He still plays DCS, but because he's not streaming, I haven't been able to play with him so much because I don't know when he's playing or where he's playing or what. I miss the Dogfight Dojo. But yeah, that's how I got my start. Like, I've been streaming for a while before that, but it was literally just as a way of archiving gameplay without filling my hard drives, and for my ArmA unit. And I kind of feel remiss because a lot of the time when I drop raids on people, I'll drop raids on people I know. They're not, like, often they are smaller streamers who are still building their community, because I try and go with the smaller people, with people who I haven't raided for a while. Or, you know, if they're doing something interesting, like they're doing a giveaway that might help boost their channel, or they're doing a charity stream, or they're just talking about something I'm interested in, or they're flying a plane that I like in DCS, I'll drop a raid on them. But because I'm not a particularly adventurous person, I'm kind of not as out there with just dropping raids on randoms I've never seen or heard of before, which I should probably start doing sometime. I don't know, my community's a very special thing. In multiple turns of phrase. I love you guys, but God, Jesus, we're all as dysfunctional as each other. So I like to try and make sure they're going somewhere they'll be looked after. I don't want to drop my community on somewhere where they're like not going to fit in, or, you know, it's not going to be a pleasant experience for them. Man, this got way deeper than I was planning on. And fuck me, it's going to be a 10-hour stream minimum, because I still do want to play some more GHPC, but Jesus Christ. Tomorrow I'm going to have to, well, this evening I'm going to have to send off an email, like, I done a whoopsie, can I, like, hang back after class tomorrow and unfuck myself? I think I should be okay with it, I just need to remember to actually send the email, and I've got a few other things to get done tonight. I did mean to finish one of my overdue assessments tonight, but, I think it's going to take the backseat. Like, I've already got probably 3/4 of it done. It's not a priority, excuse me, it's not a priority unit because it doesn't transfer. Hey, Enigma! Cheers, man! Fuck, it's been a while, dude. Good to see you. I need to get back into DCS, man. I've been on like a fucking 2-month hiatus. I'm starting to Jones for it. I needed a break. I did need a break, but I'm starting to Jones for it. So I'm going to have to hit yours up at some point. I'm going to have to see what's happening with Alpins, because I haven't even had time to check the Discord. And I fucking, you know, in a server I have an admin on. That's pretty bad form. I'm in two minds about saying to Alpin, like, look, man, my life right now is so busy. I can't really even guarantee I'll be around to restart the server when it needs it. So, you know, there are other people in Alpin's community who I think have their heads screwed on right, who aren't really invested in the red team, blue team bullshit, which even I think I'm too invested in to really be a good admin. So I might at some point say to him, like, you know, if you want, you can leave me as one. I'm not going to fuck with the server or anything unless I'm on it and it needs something done, but, you know, it might be worth appointing someone else. But it was a huge step of him, because Alpin has always run the server by himself. He's always done everything by himself. So, I feel kind of shit, because I haven't really done much as an admin, but the fact he came to me, of all people, and was like, I trust you. I will give you admin, because I know you're not going to fuck with the server. And he even gave me, like, full reign to... He said, look, fuck with the missions all you want, change this, change that, do whatever, it's your server too. It's like, dude, you're paying for it. Everyone knows it by your name. I'm not taking away your server from you. I got little ideas for things I want to do. I've just got to get around to actually doing them. There was a mission I was working on, but it's probably going to need to be redone now, because all the fucking updates would have broken it. But, yeah, like... I don't know what to do about that. I'll have to catch up on the Discord sooner or later. But I've been away from it for a while. We just turned Syria into rear aspects, and Caucus is back to R3S and AIM-9B. That is... You told me not to come back, and then you tell me this, Enigma. I'm getting some mixed signals. Rear aspect, and then fucking R3S and AIM-9B? Like, my man, did you see what I was doing when it was on R3S and AIM-9B before? I was guerrilla warfare, MiG-21 style. 2 missiles, a gun, and a fucking dream. It was amazing. I gotta try out Tempest server as well. communism, all you need to stop streaming at 2300 to give back power for making MiGs and Tupolevs. I always forget whether it's Lyov or Lev. It's Lev. Because Russian orthography is fucked, and they're lazy, and they don't draw the diacritic over it half the time. Yeah, or you have a set plan, in you have a quota of hours to stream in the plan, and you don't go over it. See? This is what I'm missing in my life. Fucking a regimented life where somebody else deals with all the hard, fucking annoying, mundane shit, and my brain is free to just sponge up information and think. It's one of the reasons I'm glad that, the US has its good points. It has some interesting things. I'd like to visit it sometime, although I haven't had good experiences there the last few times when I've been there as, an adult, but I don't think I could survive there, because having to navigate the fucking health system, or lack thereof, having to deal with all the shit you guys have there, I would die. I can't look after myself even here. Having somebody else take care of that mundane, difficult, or just, boring shit for me, yeah, it might not be freedom in the sense that I have somebody else making decisions on my behalf, but you know what it is? It's freedom in the sense that I am able to use all that additional brain power for things that I want. That's freedom to me. Not being able to choose which fucking insurance company screws me over. Need to be our red air when we start flying constant peg with all our Tomcat retired guys. I would love to fly along. Just be aware that I'm very much like Pom. Not Pom now, because I gather he's actually put some effort into learning procedure. I don't learn procedure. I'm a cowboy. I'm a pure PvP cowboy. My comms are abysmal. My tactics are arcane and bizarre and esoteric sometimes. I just get in the plane and fly it. So if you want structured red air, I could probably hook you up with some people. And if you have somebody in charge of me, if I'm not the flight lead, I might be okay. But if you want, somebody who's just going to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, and can sometimes fly the pants off the plane, sometimes, on a good day, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. I'm just going to be... Oh, fuck me! Shit, I just realized I promised somebody I'd do something over the weekend with them, and I just realized it's past the weekend. I have to do it next weekend. Fuck me. The good thing is he has the exact same issue of forgetting, so we know each other. We're like the same thing, so I'm sure he'll be fine with it. Dub wanted to record something, and I was going to play the part of the other pilot involved, so Dub will understand. He's a good man. He knows how my brain do, or more accurately, how my brain don't. Main thing is if somebody comes to me can you do this with me at some point? And it's I'm either in the middle of doing something else, it's yeah, I'll do it in the future. Or if they're in the future, do you want to do this? Yeah, totally. I will forget. If somebody comes to me and I'm not doing anything, they're like, hey, you want to do this thing? I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm not doing anything. And it will happen. Yeah, I know, Max. I have a problem. He's a machine? I wish I was a machine. I'm not going to be able to speak for the next 3 or 4 days after this. My throat's already sore as fuck. Hydrating? What's that? Perfect timing with 2.8 coming? Yeah, I know. 2.8 is shaping up to be pretty good from what I have seen and heard. And just apropos of nothing, totally apropos of nothing, I'm kind of thinking I might pick up the Marquee 339. Just on a hunch, it looks like it's a pretty nice module. I was I was probably going to do it anyway, because I like having all the planes. But I've grown an appreciation for it. I played the mod a bit when that was still a thing, so... judging by what they've shown, it looks like it's going to be even better than the mod was. Significantly better than the mod was. So I think I might pick that up. I don't know if I'll fly it often, but it's a neat little plane. No missiles, no countermeasures, no RWR, just like God intended. Took R530 EM out also on Siri. The hit percentage was just shy under the R27. You know what it is? You know what it is, Enigma? It's the same reason Sea-Cats hit people. They're not used to a slow missile. They're used to a fast missile that they can easily out-G, or that they can, you know, you have options against a fast missile. You can out-turn it, you can just jink it at the last second. Obviously, you can extend away from it and run it out of energy once its rocket motor burns out. A slow missile with a long sustain fucks people up, because you can't really extend away from it. It'll just sustain and keep up with you, and then you'll think you're safe and the missile's still going. Or they will do the typical thing they do, which is try and jink it or break into it. And breaking into something like a Sea-Cat or a 530 EM is suicide, because it will make the turn. Any turn you can make at that speed, it will make as well. It's really, really easy. If you hold your shots, especially until you're quite close, so it's still on sustain, still on power when it arrives, the 530 is not difficult to hit with. But if you fire fucking, like in the same part of the envelope, relative to the missile's capabilities, that is, if you fire an R-27R or a Sparrow in those same, like in that same part of its envelope, they will hit 2 with a very high probability. Well, the 7F maybe not, because it loves to go for fucking chaff, because chaff isn't modeled very well in DCS, but that's been my experience. The reason the 530 is so deadly is because people don't factor in for the way it works. They pull one hard turn and think it's been defeated, or the person firing it holds it until the last second, and the missile will make the turn. If you employ it at close range, that missile is not likely to miss. It is very, very likely to hit. Yeah, the guidance is good as well. The guidance logic preserves its energy really well. Conical scan Seeker should be funkier. It probably should. Well, I mean, a lot of missiles should probably be worse near the ground than they are, or just in general, but especially near the ground. But I think it is probably overperforming in some ways. But I also think that if it was adjusted to be like correct, so to speak, whatever correct is, I don't think it would make that big of a difference. I think that the reason it has a high hit rate is because just by some happy accident, the people who are using it are people that aren't like dumb. People that know what they're doing. The same way that the fucking R55 and RS2 US have high hit rates, because people like Davey and Tycho who use them. They're objectively garbage missiles. Like, if you get hit by one, just pack up and go home, but they get kills with them because they know what the missile can and can't do, and they'll wait until they're in the heart of the launch envelope, and that's when they'll fire it. And, you know, as slow a piece of shit as they are, you're not getting away from it when it's that close and you know, you're out of energy already. So I think, in short, like many things that have come up on the server, I think it's a skill issue. But it can be frustrating. Like, I've been bonked by point-blank 530s a few times myself. It can be frustrating. But you can get away from them. You can evade 530 shots. You just need to know how the missile flies, need to know where it's coming from, and plan appropriately. You know, if you know it's got a long sustainer motor, don't just try and run away from it in a straight line. Don't try and turn into it. Right. I think it's high time we actually fucking got some gameplay in. Finally, so I can play for another like half hour or hour or something, and then fucking stop before I get carried away and turn this into a 24-hour. Okay. So we're going to continue the NATO campaign that we were doing last time I streamed this. Pretty sure I was doing the campaign last time I streamed this. Should have loaded the correct one. We're like halfway through it already, because NATO is fucking easy mode. Raid Praying Mantis. Raid an enemy supplying its rear assembly area. Yep, okay, we know this mission. Maybe not the specific variety of it, but we know what the objective is. We've got an M60A3 TTS, so not complete easy mode, but medium level easy mode. Easy fire control, but we are squishy and big. The Abrams is like effortless because it's pretty strong. You can kill it. You've got to be careful not to get overconfident in the Abrams. It kills a lot of people, and then they complain that it's somehow unrealistic. Turns out tanks die if you shoot them in the right place. Who knew? But I like the Abrams, and for some missions, like for instance Bold Limit or Silver Dart, it's quite fun. Just because it flows really well, but for the most part, I just find it's kind of easy. So I prefer the M60 to the Abrams, and I prefer the fucking M60A1 Rise to the M60A3 TTS, because the TTS is still kind of easy mode as well with the fire control. That will be changing with some upcoming features that the devs have been working on. You'll really be able to feel that this is an analog system masquerading as a modern fire control system, which you can't feel at the moment. There'll be other improvements to other vehicles too, but also the thermals will be getting given a whack over the head with the realism bat, so they're not as easy to use. Other missions with the M60A1. There are single missions with them that I've played several times each. There aren't any campaign missions with it yet, but it is going to be added to the campaign pretty soon, I think, possibly the next patch. Commander hasn't seen it yet, but I sure have. Interesting, he hasn't noticed it. Well, it also hasn't noticed me. Perfect. It's a pretty shitty gradient. We'll go up this part. We don't want to go up the broken terrain there. I don't want to crest just yet, so we're going to slow down here and kind of get our bearings. You can see the M60's picked up the low-speed vibration issue the BMP had for a while. It's intermittent with the M60 though, it's not constant. The BMP no longer does that, which is good. Very nice. Okay. So we got another contact report in that village. I think I can pop up an engaging objective Husky without exposing my flank to that contact report. But I'm going to drop some arty on it just to keep it suppressed and maybe knock out some stuff. The US is pretty good about getting new equipment. Well, everyone was pretty good about getting new equipment to the area. Oh, I see you, you fuck. Identified. No, is it? No, it ain't. Yep. On the way! The crew voice logic is still not 100% perfect, but it's definitely been improving steadily. And it's, like, no other game has that anyway, not the way this has it. So, even with the odd kind of nonsensical command or claiming he can't see something that you can, whatever, I don't care. It's so good having crew voices. And it's only going to get better. I don't want to crest that side of the hill. I'm going to tell these guys... Fuck. Actually, I will, I'm going to tell these guys to get in column, because I don't want them straying too far out and accidentally skylining. It means that they can't get their guns online as quickly if we take contact from the front. I think I saw an ATGM up here, but I don't want to get my buddies killed just because the AI is still a bit with formations. It isn't particularly smart yet. AI improvements are a big ticket item which the devs know about and are working on. There's him. I'm going to go to my orc site just so I know my gun's clear of the hill if I need to do a bit of a berm drill here. Commander said the thing, I know, right? Whenever the Corsair comes out in DCS, I'm going to love the shit out of it. Same, it looks fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. It's such a cool plane too. Oh, we are fucking skylined. Okay, never mind. Let's just go. Movement, formation, wedge. This is super risky, but I'm going to operate on the assumption that the East Germans haven't spotted us yet. Their tanks are not the most situationally aware thing. Their optics aren't bad, but they're not great either on the T-72. And the AI seems to have quite limited visibility range. So we're going to work around the left of this copse of trees, and we're going to post up probably somewhere here, I think. I just wanted to clear that. There they are. Oh, okay, he wants that one. I'm gonna go for the PC first, because he might actually damage a gun sight or something. In that truck. I want to get the guy run. Oh shit, that's a fucking ATGM. I'm gonna go for this guy, just because I know I've got a longer exposure time. The other one's gonna be behind cover. Fucking motherfucker. I think one of my wingmen went down. Oh yes. Shit. We're just gonna use this bush to our right-hand side to kind of screen that nasty ATGM yeeter, whatever it is. Probably an actual emplacement. We'll go for him. Missed. Okay, he wants me to engage this guy. The trucks are just kind of milling around in a panic. They're not actually going anywhere, so we should be okay. Got one more heat round left for that last guy I saw driving around, I think, and then we'll do a quick restock and engage some of these units down here. Okay, we'll just engage him, fuck it. It's probably going to be a re-engage. I don't think that was a very good effect on target. Back to our scan setting for the thermals. That's the way you want to be. You're in tanks in World War III. You want to be stressed. Hey Dub, I was just talking about how I realized the weekend has come and gone, and I forgot that we were going to do the thing. So maybe this coming weekend. I'm, like, my schedule's fucked right now. But, if you have a time where you're free, man, and I'm, like, awake, just hit me up. And we can get it done. Oh fuck, they're escaping. Oh, the AI is glitched out for those two. So, like I said, the AI is very heavily work in progress. It still glitches out fairly often. It will improve with time. They like chasing their own tail sometimes. I'm going to wait until I've got clear line of sight here. There's no simulation of first and last return for lasers yet. I don't know if they're going to implement that or if they're just going to leave it simplified. For most purposes, it's not too big of an issue. Hello. He still wants me to engage him. He's behind a fucking tree, dude. I can't see him. Is he... We'll put one into him just in case. Doubtful. That looked pretty fucking solid to me, my guy. Artie's still dropping on them. Okay. We're gonna continue restocking. Oh, that's the wrong button. I want to do that. I'm not using my buddies here very effectively. What I'm hoping for, and I assume it's in the plans, but I don't know, is I'm hoping there's a way for the AI to either contextually realize that you want them to fuck off and find their own positions, or a command to tell them, hey, fuck off, find a hold down, or find a concealed position or something. Because... particularly until multiplayer, when I've got actual humans rolling around, that I can be like, yo, fuck off. All I can do is tell them to follow me or halt, and if I tell them to halt, they might do it in a stupid place where they're exposed. So I'd love to be able to tell them, like, hey, go find your own position overlooking this area. Like I said, I'm sure it's planned at some point, it's just not implemented yet, and I don't know for sure. Ah, good to hear, man. I was really worried, because I was like, hang on a minute. It's Monday. My sense of time's never been good, but I've been, like, fucked up with it lately. Yeah, sure. I'm absolutely gonna lose my voice after this. gun a Sabo truck. Taxpayers didn't like that. Well, better than having to unload it and reload the gun. Oh, okay. Well, that's convenient. that works out well for both of us, in a way. Okay. Roll forwards. What is that a bush? Yeah, it's a bush. Oh, hello! Okay, both BRDMs should be hit. Nope, he's still up. That's an ATGM! I'm fucked. I'm not fucked. Brown trousers. Where? Where? Give me a traverse command. I could just snap the turret, but I'm curious if he's gonna call where. Target lost. It's behind one of those trees. Oh shit, what are you? Looks like the AI is doing donuts. I can't tell. Oh, nope. Nope, he's moving on the road. Two of them. I'm kind of cheating here. I can see because the temporal anti-aliasing, it gives you like predator vision through foliage sometimes. Oh, it's trucks. Okay, never mind. That's a miss. We're back to Sabo. I'll have to do another restock in a minute. Hit the engine. As long as I disable the truck, it should be good enough. I can actually see the outline of the other guy through the trees with the thermals, although once the thermals get muted, that shouldn't be a thing anymore. I'm just going to send it. Missed. Reconnaissance by fire, like we were talking about earlier. No, there's no point wasting it. I know he's in there somewhere. There's a tank. Probably down there. Probably behind a building. I'm just going to push. Fuck it. Not like I'm making good decisions today, so we can make an extra bad one. Should have restocked before pushing, but it should be okay. I got Sabo up. If I meet a tank, I need Sabo. I don't mind about wasting a bit on trucks. Dump the lays, dump the weed. I can see a second truck, maybe two more trucks in there behind that one that I hit before. But the fact he's calling tank and I can't see it concerns me greatly. It's probably behind the building, like in an ambush position or something. Yeah, see, it's behind a tree or something because I keep losing vision on it. I think I see it. Maybe not. Oh, I see something moving down there. Yeah, he's having a moment driving in circles. Okay. We're going to drop artillery on them. We're going to pull back in reverse. Yeah, reversing up the hill is going to take a while, but I don't want to turn my back on the target I just engaged, because I don't know where these reinforcement tanks are coming from. He will turn his back, because the AI hasn't figured out how to reverse yet. I think that should also be coming soon. Well, they can reverse, but like they won't do it when they're supposed to. Go ahead and dump our lays. That second truck is still there. Hey, Trev! Good to see you, man. Cheers for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Hope you are all having a great day. I'm having a bit of a dumpster fire today, but we're trying to make something good of it. I was supposed to be in class today, but I kind of... The hyper-focus hit at the wrong moment, so we're going to have to sort things out tomorrow. We're playing GHPC, which is an early access game. It's in very active development. If you are around my age or maybe a bit older, you might remember M1 Tank Platoon 2, the old Microprose tank sim. If you played that and you liked that, this is the spiritual successor, made by a couple dudes. I think the team's 7 now officially, 6 or 7. 2 full-time. I think Kavi's full-time now. It's really promising. Obviously, because it is early access and it's relatively early days and a tiny team, it's not bare bones. There's quite a bit in it, but it could use more. But the direction the game is going is really promising, and I think these guys are in it for the long haul. It's on Steam, so if you look up GHPC, you'll be able to find it and see if it sounds like it's for you. I don't know if those trucks are actually dead, but it gave me the objective, so I'm just going to back up and call it good enough. I'm just worried about getting rolled up on by a tank. It looks like they're dropping artillery on my last known position as well. Those rounds hitting down there. That's for me. Okay. We have broken line of sight. I'm going to turn around and actually drive away. Gotta go, but I follow. Have a good one. Thank you. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, whatever time it is where you are. Hey, Pure Canadian. Good to see you. We must have lost the second tank as well, or he got hung up on a tree. The AI is... Like I said, the AI is heavily work in progress, so sometimes they will do silly things and get caught on trees, but when they work reasonably well. Guru, cheers for the follow. Good to see you. Nice to see some familiar names. It's been a while. There was a position... Oh, not down there. It's... Oh, actually, yeah, but it should be on the other side of the ridge, so I should be okay. Whoop, let's not drive off the cliff. That would be bad for my health. Thinking of streaming this a bit, but I don't know, almost nobody watches my channel. Well, there's not that many people streaming this game usually, so you might pick up some people. It can be kind of a crapshoot streaming a game that isn't super popular on Twitch. You'll either get a couple of really committed fans who will come hang out and chat, or you might have trouble pulling anyone. It's kind of hard to tell until you try it. Almost back at the rally point. I'm glad that you think so. But yeah, it's really promising. So like I said, it reminds me very heavily of M1 Tank Platoon 2, which was like the old sim-light games of the like late 90s, early 2000s. Just really good, tight gameplay. Nothing there that doesn't need to be, but everything that does need to be there is, and is in good detail. That's this game. That's what it will be. I was just talking about that earlier, Pure Canadian. Like, there are so many people on Twitch, and by the way, you guys, please go follow. There are so many small streamers on Twitch, and I was one for like a year or two before I actually built a community, thanks to a mate of mine dumping a bunch of raids on me for like a week straight. It's so, like, sad. There's so many people on Twitch who are good streamers, they show interesting games, they're good at them, they're just really friendly, chill people to hang out with, but they don't pull, like, a regular viewership. And I don't know what's, like... I don't understand why, if that makes sense. I mean, I also don't understand how I end up with more than 2 viewers myself, but... You know, like, there are so many people on Twitch who have everything seemingly going for them, but they just never seem to quite hit critical mass. And it's a shame because, you know, it's not just that they're missing out on having viewers and the opportunity that that brings, but there's people missing out on them. So our first loss there was to that ATGM. So I crap myself because I saw it coming, but it was actually aimed at the guy next to me. So he died to save my life, I guess. I find popular games, like if you try and stream a Flavor of the Month game or Flavor of the Week game, it can work against you to a degree. Like, for instance, my audience mostly are DCS players or come to watch DCS. So I'll notice when I'm playing DCS, I might get anywhere between 50 and 80 people sometimes. Sometimes less, sometimes more, but usually about 50 to 80. I don't know how or why, but they come in large numbers for DCS. If I'm playing ArmA, I might get 25, somewhere between 15, 30, something like that. And playing this, we're doing 41 now, which is pretty good. But yeah, like I've noticed if I change games away from DCS, the numbers jump drastically. And so I know there's a lot of like specialized streamers, like people that, particularly Tarkov streamers who are starting to kind of burn out of the game and take breaks from it. I know a couple guys in that situation, and they're branching out towards variety streaming, and they've lost a lot of like regular viewership just because people come to watch that game. Or, you know, they might still enjoy hanging out with a streamer, but they just, you know, if it's a game they've never heard of, they might kind of, I don't know, I might go watch something else today. So trying to jump on a bandwagon for a popular game, especially if you're a small streamer, it can either end really, really well, or it can kind of end really, really badly. So I mostly stick to what I'm known for. I play other games now and then. Mostly I just play what I feel like playing, but I happen to feel like playing the thing that people come to watch. But yeah, like I don't think I've really done much Flavor of the Month stuff on stream. I think once or twice I might have, I don't remember. But yeah, it never caught my fancy streaming stuff like that. Like even if people come to watch it, I'm going to be out of my element. Like I like streaming games that I like to play. And it's not to say I don't like playing some games that are really popular on Twitch. I just prefer to play them with friends off stream, or just kind of take it at my own pace. Asmongold was talking about that happening when he started doing variety. Yeah, it's really noticeable. Really, really noticeable. It seems to come in waves because a bunch of the streamers that I watch are running into that exact problem right about now. Anyway, we've gone through the after action report and I've not been paying attention to any of it. Successful mission, mostly. I think we lost one tank and one unaccounted for. Didn't see if the other one... actually, I think the other one was knocked out. I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention. Thanks for following, man. Appreciate it. Went live for 8 months daily, and I only got up to 2 views every 2 weeks, so I'm going to retry for affiliate again. Pretty much, I was streaming for on and off, no regular schedule, but I was streaming for, I think, like a year or so, maybe even more. And I would have, like, no viewers. But then, yeah, I got raided by... At the time, I didn't know him, but he's a mate of mine now. One of the sort of mid-sized to larger DCS streamers. And he just dropped raid after raid to help me build a community, and I really appreciate it because a lot of them stuck around. So it also helps, like, with a game like DCS, you know, as much as I bitch about it sometimes, particularly the DCS streamers are pretty close-knit. We all know each other, and we will generally try and look out for each other. Like, if somebody's, you know, a recurring problem in people's chats, we'll let each other know, we'll kind of give each other a heads up. If we can see someone struggling for views, we'll drop raids on them. So having a game which you enjoy and which you also have like a really sort of tight-knit community in the game and streaming it on Twitch can be helpful as well. Feel like doing what you really want to do instead of what you think you should do will make your content better. I agree. I'm biased though because people have told me like you should play this, you should do that. It's like, not really my type of game, so I wouldn't enjoy it, and if I'm not enjoying it, you guys probably aren't. Or, you know, if somebody is enjoying it, they're here for the wrong reasons. Just debating if I should post up somewhere. I kind of want to get on the reverse slope of this hill, so then I've got this as cover, or I can head this way. But we'll see. That hill's a really defensible position, so if they aren't coming down at themselves, I can post up there and just murder them as they come through, but I just don't want to kind of turn my flank here, especially in something as big and easy to hit as an M60. Take your follower count, for example, you got 2.8k at average 35-ish views. Yeah, like, follower count's nice to know, but it doesn't actually mean much in terms of, you know, realistically how many people you're pulling per stream. And it also doesn't mean anything in terms of income. Because I did the maths, I was speaking about this earlier, I did the maths to work out how much, or how many subs I would need to be able to do this full time. Okay. That's probably a BRDM. He just saw it through the trees for half a second. I'm not overly concerned about a BRDM, but I do want to get up into this tree line. Yeah, like, I worked it out, it's like, I would need 500 subs or more, or something like that. And I live really cheaply, I don't live in an expensive place, I don't have kids, I don't spend money on that much. So for somebody that's got a family to support, or, you know, lives in a pretty pricey area, like, it's, you know, streaming is, for most people, it's going to be a fun thing you do for your own amusement, and maybe a little bit of extra money on the side. It's a nice thing to dream about turning into a full-time career and making it big off this, but for most people it's not going to be a reality. And I know that, like, that can be off-putting to people, but that's why I try to be upfront and honest. Like, when I've got friends that are thinking of getting into streaming, I tell them, like, don't think that this is going to be a business. Don't think that you're going to make a living off this. You might get to the point where you can make some money, but if you go into it expecting to make money, unless you're really lucky or you're really you got shrewd business sense and you're able to work with that, it ain't going to happen. And you're just going to end up burnt out and disappointed. Like, the reason I haven't burnt out on streaming after so long, and I still enjoy doing it, is because I just come here to chat with you guys and chill. Like, the fact I get paid a little bit of money to do it is a bonus to me. Like, even if I didn't have affiliate and I wasn't getting paid, I'd still be streaming. Remember when tanks could shoot through trees? Yeah, they, occasionally they'll still pull it off, but it's not as common anymore. Pocket change? Yeah. I mean, the amount I get, obviously, because Twitch TOS, very transparent and totally not sinister, by the way, not letting people talk about their income, but in vague terms that won't get me in trouble with Bezos, the amount of money I make off this, it covers my internet bill and part of my power bill, and maybe once in a while I might be able to treat myself to some beers. That's about it. It's not a lot of money. Now, granted, I haven't been streaming as much lately because I just haven't had time with study, but, you know, to really live off streaming, you have to be pretty lucky, or just, you know, you have to get in early. I was kind of, actually, I got on a tangent about this earlier and I didn't finish my thought. I just realized that now, I didn't finish my thought. I don't want to imply that Twitch is like the thing I'm about to say, but it has that feeling sometimes from the perspective of like a small streamer looking at even smaller streamers. It almost feels like if you got in on Twitch in the early days, like I've been on Twitch since just after it changed from Justin TV, my account's from 2013 or so, but I didn't stream until 2017 because my internet couldn't handle it until 2017. So I was on Twitch and I was active on Twitch and I used to hang out with streamers and play on stream with them, but I didn't stream myself until 2018. But it feels like if you were on Twitch and you were a streamer back in the wild days of you know, back then, 2011, 2012, 2013, Justin TV days, or like when it first became Twitch, it almost gives you the kind of vibe that you get from like a pyramid scheme. I'm not saying it is one, by any means, but it's, you know, if you get your foot in the door early, you stand to make a lot. But if you're late to the party, and by God, a lot of people were late to the party, myself included, you know, someone else has already taken the cake. There's just crumbs left for you. 448 followers and a few subs to make it around 120 to 130. You must have had a really high sub to follower ratio. That's good though. Like if most of your followers comparatively are subbing, that's good. That means people really like to hang out with you. Really want to support you. I know, Chocolate. I shouldn't be still streaming, but... AKA Crypto... Yeah, I know, right? Don't they have to supplement a lot with ads and sponsored streams? The real big streamers, depends how much money they want to make. Like, if you want to fucking get rich, then yeah. But, like I said, I think I worked it out just off subs alone. I think 500 subs would be enough for me. Now, having said that, I don't know how many subs an average medium to large size streamer has. I have no clue. All I know is how many subs I currently have, and 500 is like, holy shit, that's a... Maybe by the time I'm fucking 60, if Twitch still exists and if I'm still here, but I doubt it. Slayer, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was not paying attention to the notices, so I don't really know which direction these guys are coming from, but I hazard a guess they're going for position 2 for the second platoon. It sounds like they're dropping arty prep on it. So we're going to push ahead. Yep, enemy main attack on axis 2. I can hear Bradley engaging. Oh shit, they're right there. Just go straight to the battle site, because we're so close. Is that going to be a re-engage? Fuck. Oh, he wants me to hit the RDM. I feel pretty exposed here, not gonna lie. Not a good angle here, because the engine's eating up most of that. There we go. Right. Oh, he's seeing them through the trees, so he's losing sight. I'm gonna go back to our main site. Crap. I think his turret crew's down, but just to be sure. Doubtful? What the fuck? How is that doubtful? Okay. I should have probably dumped my lays. So we'll dump the lays now. I arrived to this party a bit late, so the second platoon's probably taking an absolute hammering, but it was either let them take it, or me get toasted on the way driving to the wrong objective, so given those choices, I think we made probably the least bad decision. See BMP down there. Identified PC. It's obstructed, so we need to come over the hill a bit more. There we go. On the way. I think he's out, but yeah, okay, he's out. I saw a thermal signature down there, briefly. We'll just keep rolling ahead slowly. They're all knocked out already. Okay, we'll pick up some speed. Soda said he's very aware the only reason he's as popular as he is because he's been doing it for so long. Yeah, like you get in early, there's there's still plenty of viewers to go around and not many streamers to go to. Your personality stands out a bit more, or whatever your thing is. If it's your personality, if it's your gameplay, it's more easy to spot in the crowd. I was just talking earlier about a friend of mine who's really good at DCS. He's an encyclopedia of knowledge on one particular aircraft, but it's the most commonly flown plane in DCS. So when you go to the Twitch live channels, for DCS category, you see all these thumbnails of an F-18 cockpit, but you can't see the fact that he knows what he's doing. You can't see the gameplay. You just see the plane, and you're like, oh, well, why would I watch this guy with 2 viewers when I can watch this other guy flying the same plane with 30 viewers? And they may or may not know what they're doing with it, you know? Not to say, oh, well, you shouldn't watch people that don't know what they're doing, but particularly, like, because people come to streams to learn in DCS, and, you know, the best place to learn, and he's just not that well known anymore because he was away for about 1.5 years training for the Navy. Okay, that's a pretty good effect. Yeah, the atmosphere is awesome as well. Especially when he's like fucking 10 or 11 hours deep into a stream and he just hits flow state and starts doing things that you do not think an F-18 should be able to do. Okay, we've dealt with the immediate threat. There's probably still some enemy units left retreating. I like to just finish them off if I get the opportunity, but it's not really worth risking a tank for. So we'll push over to the 2nd Platoon's position and have a look what's there. Bit of a look-see, but then we'll go on to the next mission. 1k subs is about 2.5k Canadian dollars monthly. I forget what the conversion rate is to Australian dollars, but for my budgeting, I aim for like 1.5-ish to 2. And 2 is probably a high estimate. Like, I do live pretty cheaply, but I like to have a bit of fudge factor because I'm not that good with money. Catch you later. If you're still live when I'm done, and I should be done pretty soon, I think I might send these guys your way. I should probably drop you a follow as well, just so I don't forget, but I have to about to do it. So yeah, I might see you with all these miscreants in a little while, because I do have to go pretty soon. I've been going all day, and I only meant to stream for about 2.5–3 hours today, which we have kind of gone a bit past. Just a little. Didn't lose any tanks, at least, although we did lose our Bradleys here. Bradley, I think there's only one. Oh, there's a 113. Crew bailed on him. We'll just pop down to this ridge where we can overlook the road, and if we don't see anything to engage, we'll call that a mission. I think I might do 1 or 2 more, depending on mission length, and then we will head off. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this position. I think we're clear. Old mate doing a stoppie there. Planting the gunner's face into the sight. Oh, there's a lot of shots through here. I'm going to go show damaging only, which about halved it. This is the issue with autocannons, is there's a lot of shots to go through in the after action report. We didn't actually lose any tanks, so I don't know if there's much to be learnt here, to be honest. Just to skip through faster. So let's just go back to the campaign menu now. Went alright. We're going to win this one on this mission. Like I said, the NATO missions are kind of easy mode. I don't know if I've done a NATO spoiling attack on stream. I don't remember. Oh, it's Abrams, so it's going to be easy mode, but hey, why not? Not sure when the next patch is going to be dropping, when it's going to be uploaded, but I'm really looking forward to it. Should be some really good stuff. This one was what, the 10th of this month it dropped, I think? Yeah, 8th. 8th or 10th, so probably be a while yet. This is an interesting one. I haven't done a spoiling attack on this map before, I don't think. Certainly not in this part. It's very flat and open. Scouts are going to spot me right away. We're going to want to keep moving, albeit not too fast. I don't want to drive into an ambush, but I don't want to get RT'd, which is very likely to happen if I sit still. Okay, dump lead. That should be ceasefire. Although the commander didn't see the forward shot, so he might not call it. Okay, so another heat sig there for a sec. The most chaotic thing I've ever seen? Yeah, it is. It gets real chaotic. That was what it pulled me in initially. Like, I've learned a lot about the Hornet from him. I've developed a real appreciation for the aircraft I didn't have before. I've always had a soft spot for it, but I didn't really, like, have an actual, like, affinity for it. But, what got me to Pom's stream was just the atmosphere, and that's what's kept me there. And I learn as a bonus. It's pretty great. Okay. Our scouts are in that village, so we can probably pick up some speed a little. The expected enemy objective is to our left, so they're going to be pushing for that, and their assembly area is there. We're going to drop some artillery on them now, just to kind of scatter them and get them disorganized and on their toes, maybe knock out some lighter vehicles. And we might get a glimpse of them as we come around this forest. You'll notice I'm quite cautious with the tank, like I'm very slow and methodical. Still not slow and methodical enough a lot of the time. I still die to shit that I should have seen, but because I don't have a human driver that I can boss around, I have to juggle driving and commanding and gunning at the same time, and I prefer to do it slowly so I don't blunder into things. It's going to be downhill from me. Quite downhill from me. So I'm going to be exposing myself here, kind of turning my side to the enemy, which is no bueno, but we'll stay on this ridge. Yeah, skylining myself. Oh, shit. But we'll kind of pop out so I can get a glimpse. Oh, hello. There's our trucks. There's a tank. T-55, so I'm not overly concerned. Don't have a clear view yet. He's scarier. Not too scary, but he is scarier, so we'll take him over the truck. Yeah. I kind of wish I'd pushed out further before engaging them and alerting them, because now they're scattering from arsehole to breakfast. BMP! Oh, he just fired a Malyutka at somebody. At me, I think. Oh shit. He's looking at me. I heard somebody get hit to my left, but it's an Abrams, so hopefully he's okay. Something back there, still moving. It is a BMP, and a truck, and a tank. Oh god. There's a lot of nasties behind here. Yep, identified. Boom. Oh shit. Malyutka. He's hit, so that should go stupid. It did, it went wide. We're out of heat, we're down to Sabo. I fired all the way through my heat, and Sabo is not ideal against trucks. It works, it's just not ideal. We might need to go in with a coax, I think. Speed things up a little. BMP. Is he dead? I don't remember if I hit him yet. I think he's dead. We'll soon see. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. Kind of. It shouldn't have Hunter-Killer as such, though. What is actually happening there is the commander's slewing the turret himself. So it's probably a little too quick and precise, but I'm sure it'll get, like, reviewed at some point, might get adjusted. Because all of the tanks do that the same way at the same speed. Like, it's universal behavior in the game at the moment. The APCs and stuff do it too. Like, if the commander sees something, you can just get him to slew the turret on, and he will do it as fast as he can. That's the hull for that disembodied turret, so I think we're okay. We'll push into this wreckage a bit and have a look around. And once we've cleared the area, we'll head back to the rally point. Got all 4 tanks up still. That's good to see. Oh, fuck! I'm gonna have to charge right up to them. We're gonna go to the auxiliary site, because we're gonna be point blank trying to fire over a hill. So I want to be sure the gun's clear. Main gun barrel's damaged. Shit. I don't know if I can still fire. I hope so. Nope. Gun barrel's down. We're going to hop to one of our other tanks, just so we can still shoot. That's interesting. The heat illumination bug's still there. Traverse, right. Oh shit, I see him. Brutal. Okay. I think we're good. So let's... Oh shit. This guy's fucked up. So we might still have all 4 Abrams, but one of them is combat effective. The others are badly fucked. Not ideal. We need to head back to the rally area. I should have not pursued these guys. I should have just gone back. We're just going to form them into a column so they don't get hung up on trees as easily, because we're going to cut through the forest here, I think. Or, like, sorry, go around and then cut through that point. Go ahead and turn the stabs off so the turret's not constantly slewing around. That's the gunner's auxiliary site, the gas. It's just under the coax there, on my left of the tank. It's right. So you use that to check you're clear of terrain if you're in a hold down position, or if the main site's not working for whatever reason, or if you need like a close range engagement site and you don't want to zoom out the primary site. So we'll wrap this up, we'll do one more mission. Hopefully, oh, actually we'll finish this campaign with this mission probably. So we might do a single mission. I might do an M60A1 mission. I've played them a few times on stream and uploaded a few videos of them to YouTube. There's only a couple at the moment, but I do enjoy the M60A1 a lot. So we might do a mission or two on that. They're fairly, well, one of them's fairly short, the other one's fairly long, so we'll see what we do. It'll be one or two.
Emergency bits drop.
Salty John, thanks. Appreciate it.
44061 at Island Call, Walter.
We had a really good mission today for the campaign. It's quite fun. Nice and hectic in all the right ways. Oh man, I'm really not going to be able to talk for a while after this. I think we can afford to pick the pace up a little. Oh. No point wasting a Sabo. There we go. Go up to 0 out the battle site as well. Well, go back to battle site range as well. But we got him. Easter egg location in ArmA 3? Ah. I don't remember if I've ever found any Easter eggs in ArmA 3. To be fair, I never purposely went looking for them. Please don't get stuck on Rex. They're getting stuck on Rex. Some mothers do have them. Interesting. Got an GHPC crashed. I think that will be a sign for me that I have played enough and I need to stop streaming. It doesn't often crash the desktop. It's weird that it did that. Anyway, guys, I am going to see if Pure Canadian's still on and send you his way. Dashboard. Yep, still online. Okay. Well, guys, thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. Today was a bit of a roller coaster ride. I streamed for a lot longer than planned. I probably shouldn't have, but fuck it. I had a fun time. Hope you guys did too. I will attempt to see you later in the week, but don't know for sure. So there'll be some MizFizz next stream, ideally, and maybe some DCS. But I'm hoping over the next couple weeks I can get back into a more regular schedule, at least, 2 streams a week. Short one, long one. We'll see how we go. But in the meantime, I send you guys to the Pure Canadian. Drop a follow, hang out the stream, be chatty. Let's give someone a nice little boost to their channel today. And I will see you guys when I see you. Stay safe. Have a good one. And I forgot to actually get the raid set up before. So give it a couple seconds and you'll be on your way.